The night sky was dark, illuminated only by the moon and distant stars. In the distance, a bridge spanned a river, its lights reflecting on the water below. Elsewhere, someone scrolled through a series of messages on their phone. The first message was from Jinwoo's father, who claimed to have had the scare of his life after visiting the XX Korean medicine clinic. Beneath it, the health advisor commented that they had also recently visited the clinic. Another commenter, I had a duplicate TED nicknames, guessed that the clinic didn't manage the corona situation well. The doctor laughed, but he knew this wasn't the reason he became a doctor. He couldn't believe he was buried in debt after failing to get the business going 3 years after opening it. He wondered why the coronavirus had a breakout just when he opened his clinic. The doctor stood amidst falling money, a stark reminder of his financial woes. He was frustrated that people kept getting infected by COVID after visiting his clinic, and even more, so that people were leaving comments as if his clinic was the one infected. He muttered that it wasn't like he wanted this to happen. Suddenly, the doctor found himself falling, questioning what was happening. He wondered why the sky was under his feet. At that time, everything changed. Bubbles floated upwards, illuminated by a distant light source above. He never could have imagined what was about to happen. That he, a normal Korean medicine doctor, would find himself in this situation. The bubbles continued to rise around him. He had been on track to become the divine physician in a novel. The title of the story flashed before him, The Drug-Dealing Crown Prince. Suddenly, a screen appeared, declaring that the HP system was now in place. It explained that he could gain HP from his internal organs through treatment, and that by investing the HP, he could unlock various skills or summon creatures. The screen displayed his HP as OP. He wondered where he was and who the person was looming over him, questioning if they were rescue personnel. He guessed that the person was there to rescue him after he fell into the Han River. He thought that he could just start again as long as he wasn't dead. He reasoned that it was better to be alive with a ton of debts than dying. He resolved to be more careful next time, realizing that this wasn't the hospital. The doctor found himself in a room furnished with pieces that seemed strangely out of place. It felt to him as though he had stepped onto a filming set for a historical drama. The furniture shimmered, giving off an air of extravagance. Suddenly, a voice echoed, asking if he could be seen. The bearded man, startled, questioned who was there. It seemed he was crying. A voice called out a greeting. It was Pierrot Garden. Garden asked who the doctor was and pleaded with him not to speak. Garden questioned if he was unable to recognize him, but assured him that he would keep serving him. Pierrot Garden introduced himself as Garden, the doctor's personal physician. The doctor was confused by Garden's words. The Crown Prince asked for some water. Garden quickly provided it. The Crown Prince paused, wondering if the gems on the cup were real diamonds. He observed that they didn't appear to be plated, and they smelled like 24-karat diamonds. The Crown Prince takes a sip from his ornate cup. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The Crown Prince looks at his reflection in the mirror as he drinks from the cup. The royal attendant stands nearby, observing Rakiel. Rakiel's eyes widen slightly. He continues to drink, his expression thoughtful. The Crown Prince spits out the drink in surprise, drawing the attention of the royal attendant. Rakiel realizes that the face he sees in the mirror is his own, but somehow different. He gasps in shock. Rakiel's eyes are wide with disbelief. Elsewhere, the doctor is looking at his phone, which displays the name Rakiel Adria Magentano and an image of a character from a fantasy novel. The doctor recalls reading the novel the day before he went out drinking. He wonders if the person he saw is a character from that novel. Suddenly, the Crown Prince calls out to him. The Crown Prince looks at the royal attendant with a smile. The royal attendant asks if the Crown Prince said something. The Crown Prince touches his cheek, and the royal attendant is shocked, believing he misheard. The Crown Prince declares that he will have to do it himself, startling the royal attendant. Rakiel covers his face, overwhelmed by the situation. The royal attendant watches Rakiel with concern. Rakiel is in disbelief. Rakiel realizes that this is not a dream. Rakiel realizes he is the Crown Prince from a novel. He realizes he is Rakiel right now. Meanwhile, the doctor sits at his desk, thinking about the mountain of debt and interest he accumulated from his failed clinic business. The doctor looks at his phone, thinking about the debt he accumulated from his failed clinic business. The doctor thought he could finally live his life without the crippling debts. Suddenly, the weight of those debts seemed to vanish. He shouted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Rakiel's eyes snapped open. He gasped, jolting upright. He sat up in bed, disoriented. A man rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Why, Your Highness?" Rakiel felt weak all over, wondering what was happening to him. He realized this body was far weaker than that of a person in their 40s. Rakiel thought, "It can't be." He looked around in disbelief. The world's chronicler noted that Rakiel, the Crown Prince, was a side character who only appeared for a short while and had been bedridden since he was young. The chronicler continued, stating that at the age of 22, he dies. In the distance, Garden's name was called. The royal attendant asked, "Yes, Your Highness?" The Crown Prince, now in Rakiel's body, wondered how old he was this year. He realized he was 21 years old. He cursed his situation. He knew his time was running out. He was reminded that he only had 1 year left. Reikyo reflected on where things started to go wrong, when he suddenly became an extra in a novel, thinking he could finally forget about his debt. He thought he could leave a comfortable life while enjoying himself, since he was the Crown Prince. But he knew he only had 1 year left to live. The Crown Prince was definitely getting all the best medical treatments in this world. Because that didn't work for him, he also received the blessing of a cleric countless times. But he still died in the first half of the story because he couldn't overcome his illnesses. That meant there was only one answer for him right now. Reikyo considered his options. Garden was summoned. The royal attendant confirmed Garden's arrival, stating that he had something. Reikyo, now inhabiting the Crown Prince's body, demanded action. He ordered someone to bring him needles, emphasizing that the size was irrelevant. He needed as many as possible. The Crown Prince's urgency was clear as he reiterated his need for needles, quantity being his only concern. The Crown Prince's expression was intense as he spoke, his blue eyes wide with a mix of determination and desperation. Driven by a fierce resolve, Reikyo vowed to protect his own body. The Grand Palace stood as a silent witness to the Crown Prince's internal struggle. He gasped, struggling to understand the situation he found himself in. Reikyo sat on the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of what was happening to him. He pondered the problem with this body, trying to understand its limitations. He observed the intermittent and skipping pulses within him. He identified the Yuji acupoint, the boiling cauldron pulse, the flicking stone pulse, the untangling rope pulse, and the leaky roof pulse. He also recognized the swimming shrimp pulse and the sparrow pecking pulse. These were also known as the 10 strange pulses. Reikyo realized that if even one of these pulses showed symptoms, he would be full of internal injuries. He sighed, lamenting what a tough life this was. Reikyo's eyes narrowed, a hint of worry etched on his face as he contemplated the challenges ahead. An attendant is instructed to lay out a collection of needles. Laid out neatly, the needles await their purpose. The Crown Prince, standing in his room, seems to contemplate something. He picks up a needle, remarking that it's basically like a club. Meanwhile, the royal attendant addresses the Crown Prince, inquiring if he needs something. The Crown Prince stands near a table. The royal attendant asks what he intends to do with the needle. The Crown Prince holds up the needle, questioning the attendant. Reikyo responds, his expression suggesting a plan. The needle is brought close to his chest. Reikyo declares that he intends to poke his body slightly with it, prompting a shocked reaction. The royal attendant cries out in alarm. The royal attendant kneels before Reikyo, seemingly begging him to stop. The royal attendant pleads with Reikyo not to harm himself and to calm down. Reikyo states that while he understands the pain, he mustn't harm himself like this, reminding him that he is the one who will inherit the imperial throne. Reikyo insisted that the royal attendant stop, assuring him that his intentions were not what he thought. The royal attendant, kneeling, looked up at Reikyo with concern. The needle was held over the flame of a candle. Reikyo then stated that he wanted the royal attendant to trust him from then on. The royal attendant looked on as Reikyo held the needle. The royal attendant closed his eyes. The royal attendant relented, stating that if Reikyo insisted, he would put his trust in him. The royal attendant would put his trust in Reikyo. Reikyo, lying in bed, told him not to be too worried. Reikyo assured him that he wouldn't regret this. The first needle would. It would be on the most important breathing organ, as Reikyo needed to be able to breathe properly before he did anything else. And in order for him to do that, the starting point of the 12 meridians, the one that's most connected to the lungs, is the lung meridian of hand, tying. With the needle poised, Reikyo prepared to target the precise meridian point. A slight sting accompanied the insertion, causing him to wonder if it was due to the needle size. The needle targeted the lung 1 acupoint, cloud gate acupoint, and upper arm assembly acupoint. With the first point addressed, Reikyo felt a surge of relief. A subtle chime echoed. Reikyo's eyes widened in surprise. A notification appeared, indicating that his body was reacting positively to the accurate acupuncture skills and that the functions of his internal organs had been slightly recovered. The image of his lungs appeared, glowing faintly. A surge of energy coursed through his body. Another notification confirmed that his lungs had begun to function again. The change was startling. His eyes widened further, reflecting the sudden improvement. His lungs, now revitalized, seemed to dance with newfound energy. They swayed and sang, celebrating their restored function. The transformation was complete, marked by a radiant glow. The lungs celebrated their success. Following the celebration, a notification appeared, indicating that his lungs had given him 2. Another notification appeared, this one stating that his lungs had granted him 100 HP, bringing his total HP to 100p. Reikyo, still lying in bed, looked surprised by the sudden influx of health. He was confused by the notifications, wondering if they were related to mascots. The Crown Prince, lying in bed, stared up with a look of shock. He reached out a hand towards the translucent screen in front of him, questioning what he was seeing. From somewhere nearby, Garden called out to him. The royal attendant looked on with concern. Rakiel, still in bed, wondered what the screen was. He wondered if it was something like a status window. The royal attendant cleared his throat, internally lamenting the crown prince's pitiful state and wondering what he should do. Garden confirmed that he was present when called. Rakiel was accused of overreacting. Rakiel was asked if he was going to receive more needles, to which he responded that he was fine. Acupuncture needles were shown in his chest. A screen indicated that acupuncture had been accurately performed on the Yunmen acupoint. The screen further indicated that the tight feeling in his chest had been alleviated a little. Needles pierced Rakiel's skin. His eyes widened slightly. The crown prince thought that it hurt more than he. The doctor spoke, but his words were cut off. The room was silent. Someone pleaded to watch over the crown prince and cure his lunacy as quickly as possible, because if the crown prince was sick, he was in a bad mental state and harmed himself, and they were about to go crazy. Rakiel lay still. He continued to receive acupuncture. Rakiel remained still. The doctor resolved to just finish up what he was doing. First, the Xiaobai acupoint. Then, the Tianfu acupoint, the Kongzue acupoint, and the Yuji acupoint. Due to the doctor's skillful acupuncture skills, various acupressure points were being stimulated. It was as if Rakiel's lungs were being massaged in a massage chair. The massage chair seemed pleased. Rakiel, still in bed, wondered why the chair felt like a massage chair. He then questioned why it wasn't giving him any HP. And finally, the Chai's acupoint was stimulated. The needle pierced the skin. The acupuncture treatment for the left lung meridian had been successfully completed. Elsewhere, a pair of legs stood on a brightly lit stage. A hand tapped. A shoe tapped. Two figures, dressed in matching green tracksuits, raised their arms in celebration. A screen displayed the words, "Your lungs are doing a tap dance," causing Rakiel to wonder what was happening. Back on stage, the two figures continued to tap dance. They counted 1, 2. The count continued, 3, 4, 5, 6. The count reached 7, 8, as a voice said, "Yeah, you're not sleeping. Wake up." The voice continued the count, 1, 2, 3, 4, as Rakiel's eyes snapped open. As Rakiel was told to wake up, a strange announcement echoed, stating that the organ responsible for bowel movements, now in sync with the tap-dancing lungs, had awakened. The sound of drums filled the air. The drumming grew louder, and the two boys looked up, startled by the sudden noise. Meanwhile, the man performing the acupuncture treatment demanded to know what they thought they were doing. He stood with his hands clasped, his expression stern. The man with the sheep hat exclaimed, wondering how they could leave him out. The drumming continued, growing more intense. The source of the drumming was revealed to be two young boys enthusiastically playing traditional Korean drums. An announcement declared that the large intestine was perfectly in sync with the rhythm, demonstrating impressive wave movements. The announcement continued, stating that the large intestine had given him 100 HP and his lungs had given him 200 HP. Rakiel wondered what it all meant. His HP was now at 600. It was announced that even the large intestine had appeared. And the announcement stated that the HP he possessed had reached the level where it could unlock skills, which would depend on the knowledge and abilities he currently possessed. He was asked if he would like to see the list of unlockable skills. Skill? The announcement compared it to games, where swinging a sword releases sword aura, or shooting fire from a staff after casting a spell. The screen displayed a question about classic abilities needed in fantasy genres, followed by an enthusiastic confirmation. The screen then shifted to display the list of skills that could be unlocked. Rakiel observed the screen. The list of skills included pulse reading, acupuncture, cupping, moxibustion, preparing herbal tonic, herb identification, herb hunting, brewing medicinal liquor, requesting medical treatment fees, and the Azrahan core technique. The screen continued to display the list. Rakiel chuckled, realizing these were all tasks he used to perform at work. The start of all treatment was now underway. The diagnosis was about to be revealed. Director Lee Han sat with his hands clasped, awaiting the results. The screen indicated that pulse reading was the first skill. The screen confirmed that he had chosen pulse reading as number 1, and that the skill had been unlocked at stage 1, costing 500 HP, leaving him with 100 HP remaining. His knowledge and experience had unlocked a skill. The screen announced that a skill had been unlocked. The screen explained that by feeling the pulse of the target, he was now able to roughly estimate their health condition and get the results by checking the basic overall health check report. Rakiel considered the overall health check report, deciding to read his pulse again. He initiated the pulse reading skill, the scanning process commencing. The scan progressed, highlighting his physical form. The scan reached completion. The results appeared. Rakiel Adria Magentano's overall health check report. The total score for both his viscera and entrails was an F. The overall opinion was even harsher, SS rank trash. The expected life expectancy flashed on the screen, 91 days. Rakiel was shocked. Rakiel cursed, realizing that this body only had 3 months left to live. He was dismayed that it was even shorter than a mobile contract. Rakiel wondered if he would just die like this. He focused on the medical procedure, recalling that if he inserted the needles in a clockwise direction while twirling them using the reinforcing reducing method, and breathed out, He focused on extracting the needles with the respiratory supplementation and draining method. Rakiel steeled himself, thinking that this was the last thing to do. He looked forward, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. The screen displayed a welcome message. Rakiel's life expectancy had increased by 1 day, now totaling 92 days. The Crown Prince stared at the notification, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His thoughts turned to his life expectancy. The treatment was proving effective. Acupuncture needles were the key. He decided to try the treatment on the other side of his body as well. He found the correct point. Needles now covered his torso, blood trickling down his skin. A warning flashed. His body was experiencing stress due to the frequent acupuncture. The screen advised that, based on his current condition, acupuncture should only be performed once every 3 days. Rakiel coughed, blood dripping from his mouth. He affirmed that he understood. Elsewhere, someone experienced devastation. They were collapsing to the floor. It was explained that the patient needed to be strong enough to endure the stimulation of the nerves and meridians during acupuncture, but this body was not. The body was in a state of super low health, to use gaming terms. The message Rakiel saw confirmed the effectiveness of acupuncture, but the underlying problem remained. His body was too weak to handle it. It took 3 days of rest to recover the strength needed for just 1 session of acupuncture. If he performed, acupuncture could only be performed once every 3 days, assuming his life expectancy increased with each session, but even then, he could only extend his life by a month before he died. But that wasn't good enough, as it meant he was still going to die soon. Rakiel needed a more effective approach. The fastest and most certain method would be consumables. That means tonics. Tonics? Your Highness, are you sure you're all right? Sir Garden, Rakiel had a favor to ask of him. Rakiel seemed pleased as he noted that the ingredient storage was nearby. He then inquired if they also had more potent ingredients. The bearded man seemed to ponder the question. The Crown Prince then asked if they had poisonous ingredients. The bearded man stammered, admitting that they did have them. Rakiel then asked if they had wolfsbane root. The bearded man confirmed that they did, explaining that even though this wasn't the main palace, they still stocked it since it was the Crown Prince's residence. Rakiel demanded that they bring it to him. The bearded man asked what he wanted it for. Rakiel grinned menacingly. He thought to himself that he was going to eat it. Rakiel reached for the ingredient. The bearded man looked on in horror. Rakiel declared that it was for him. The scene shifted to a dark, stormy night. Rain poured down on the palace. The royal attendant, in a state of panic, pleaded with the Crown Prince not to proceed with his dangerous plan. The royal attendant questioned how Rakiel could ask him to assist in what appeared to be a suicidal act. Rakiel dismissed the attendant's concerns, stating that it was part of his treatment process. Ignoring the attendant's protests, Rakiel demanded that he stop nagging and bring him what he needed within 5 minutes. The royal attendant, visibly distressed, wrung his hands, his eyes wide with worry. Rakiel warned that if the attendant returned later than that, he would truly harm himself. Tears welled in the royal attendant's eyes as he contemplated the Crown Prince's threat. Rakiel sighed, resigned to his course of action. Rakiel realized he couldn't simply force his way through his current predicament. The royal attendant confirmed that wolfsbane root was indeed highly toxic and often used in poisons. It was known that there were 2 types of wolfsbane root, and Rakiel wanted to consume one of them. The smaller root, known as the daughter root, contained aconitine, a potent poison. The narrator stated that aconitine could stop a heart. The royal attendant's expression was grim as he considered the implications. But Rakiel knew of a way to detoxify the wolfsbane root. In other words, he could turn the poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. The royal attendant, upon hearing this, questioned if it was possible to turn a poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. It was called detoxification in another country. The process of detoxification was shown. Once detoxified, the toxic properties of the daughter root could become medicinal. He asked if they were convinced now. The royal attendant was honestly not convinced at all. He had never heard of anything like this before. He didn't know where the information came from or if it could be trusted. The royal attendant stated that if it would help improve Rakiel's health, then he would bring the wolfsbane as ordered. Rakiel remained silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's condition continued to worsen. Elsewhere, the royal attendant walked down a long corridor, a candle illuminating his path. The royal attendant recalled their desperation as medicine after medicine failed to improve the Crown Prince's health. Now, the royal attendant considered Rakiel's suggestion. Detoxification, he thought, might be worth a try. The royal attendant reached the storage room, ready to retrieve the wolfsbane root. In return for the wolfsbane root, a pile of wolfsbane root sat ready to be used. The royal attendant vowed that once the detoxification process was complete, Rakiel declared that he would eat it himself first to ensure its safety. The wolfsbane root was being detoxified. Elsewhere in the kitchen, plates are stacked high. Nearby, cooking utensils hang neatly above a simmering pot. The kitchen is quiet. The Crown Prince notices something is off. He remarks that the concoction smells strange. The bearded man questions if Rakiel is still not convinced it's safe. Rakiel explains that it's because the man made it with a poisonous ingredient. The bearded man is shocked, uttering the word poison. He begs Rakiel to rethink this. The bearded man continues to plead with Rakiel, begging him to reconsider. Startled, Rakiel clutches his chest, exclaiming that he was scared. Rakiel sighs, deciding to scare the bearded man instead. Rakiel suggests that if the man is so concerned, he should try it first. The bearded man looks on, concerned. Rakiel stares back, unfazed. The crown prince's light hair and pale skin were on full display. His bright blue eyes reflected a deep intensity. In a novel, Garden was known for being loyal and devoted. Garden wasn't initially the assigned family doctor. Strictly speaking, he began as an assistant. He was the family doctor. Even the doctors who were initially full of confidence eventually left. Eventually, they left. Ultimately, Garden was the only one who remained by Rakiel's side. That's the kind of person Garden is. Garden attended to the crown prince. In the end, Garden was blamed for the death of the crown prince and was executed. He's such a genuine person. Someone was with him. But as loyal as he was, Garden deserved a good life. Below, the concoction bubbled. He wouldn't share such good stuff. The pot continued to bubble. It was complete. The liquid dripped. A drop fell into the liquid. Ephedra, aconite, asarum decoction. It was complete. The crown prince protagonist wondered if he should drink it now. Sir Garden, the bearded man, understood his urgency, but he needed to wait. This medicine needed to cool down before consumption, the bearded man thought. Come to think of it, how did he know about such a medicine? Garden's loyalty lies with Rakiel. Oh, that? It would be problematic if he knew he wasn't who he seemed to be, and in that case. Meanwhile, Rakiel, in disguise, mocked the crown prince protagonist, saying that he was so weak he probably couldn't even lift a leaf. He reveled in the fact that this was one of his most well-guarded secrets, one he didn't even tell his closest friends, and proposed to make things up. Elsewhere, the crown prince protagonist stated that a mage had told him that in his dream. He declared that he trusted the mage. The bearded man, however, thought to himself that he totally didn't trust the mage. Back in the room, Rakiel thought that the medicine was way too suspicious and that now was the time. A bowl of the medicine sat on the table. The crown prince protagonist reached for the bowl. He lifted the bowl to his lips. He began to drink the medicine. The bearded man watched in shock. The crown prince protagonist asked what was wrong. He declared that he had drunk it all. The crown prince protagonist held up the empty bowl. His eyes began to glow. A surge of power emanates from within, signaling that something significant is about to occur. Confirmation rings out. The perfectly prepared medicine has been consumed. The effects of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction are described. The dodder root has purged the coldness and sores, boosting the metabolism. Another confirmation rings out. The announcement is made. The Azrahan core energy has awakened. The crown prince protagonist, feeling the change within him, wonders about the Azrahan core energy. The words Azrahan core energy appear prominently. It is revealed that this technique was created by the legendary Grandmaster Knight, Javier Azrahan. Azrahan served the noble Lloyd Frontera. The technique is passed down only to the direct descendants of the Magentano imperial family, a potent symbol of their lineage, well since the original. It is stated that the owner of this body is the crown prince. The narrator reflects that he must have learned about Azrahan core energy in his youth. The Azrahan core energy skill has been unlocked, identified as a single circle, level 1 skill. The crown prince protagonist stands in what appears to be a kitchen, processing the changes within him. The system indicated that it was processing and increasing the mana absorbed by the circle around the heart, circulating the mana. It also showed that the mana increase was at 120%, the required HP for the next level up was 1000, and the current HP was 100. The heart pulsed with energy. It felt like there was a slippery donut circling his heart. He could feel vitality spreading throughout his whole body with every breath. The crown prince protagonist realized that this was mana. The mana surged through him. He was amazed by the sensation. Rakiel grinned, a newfound power coursing through him. He thought this was awesome. The bowl he had been holding shattered. Rakiel felt something happening to his heart. His heart was being constricted. It felt like it was going to burst. He clutched at his chest. The crown prince protagonist felt an intense pressure, as if a circle was tightening around his heart. The royal attendant, witnessing Rakiel's distress, rushed to his side, kneeling in concern. He exclaimed in alarm, questioning the crown prince's well-being. The royal attendant's face contorted in a worried shout. Rakiel's expression was one of intense pain and struggle. A warning flashed, indicating the mana circle was exerting too much pressure. The warning escalated, declaring that the growth balance between the mana circle and his heart was off. The most dire warning appeared. His heart was at risk of stopping. Rakiel, despite the pain, questioned if the growth balance was off. He wondered if the size of his heart and the mana circle were incompatible. Rakiel, who had been sickly since young, never had time to train his Mana circle. The mana circle was like a ring that didn't fit, constricting his heart. If so, Rakiel clutched at his chest, the pressure building. He realized there was only one way to solve the problem. The mana surged around him. He knew that since he couldn't reduce the size of his heart, he would have to find another way. Rakiel began to channel his energy. Rakiel resolved to increase the size of the circle. The energy around him intensified. The mana circle began to expand. Rakiel stood at the center of the growing circle. The circle continued to grow. He would increase the speed. Rakiel focused his energy. The rotations of the circle accelerated. Rakiel pushed himself further. He commanded it to run wild. The mana surged violently around Rakiel, a visible manifestation of the strain he was enduring. He felt as though he might pass out, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the weight of his failures. Adding to his woes, rumors had spread that his clinic was a COVID-infested zone. The clinic's door bore a sign, closed down. He had lost all his patients and even started losing hair. The doctor sat slumped in his chair. To top it off, rents, loans, and interest kept piling up. He had even downgraded his house to try and pay it all off. The doctor's frustration reached a boiling point. He lamented the loss of his beautiful house. Rakiel, channeling his mana, warned someone not to underestimate him. He was determined not to be underestimated. His power surged. Rakiel focused his mana. The force of the blow reverberated through the room. The impact resonated deep within, stirring something vital. The surge of energy sent Garden stumbling. The words echoed in his mind, a distorted message about self-employed business owners in Korea. The heart, once dormant, now pulsed with renewed vigor. He staggered, his body struggling to regain its balance. He collapsed to the floor, the bearded man reaching out in concern. Gasping for breath, Garden struggled to comprehend the sudden shift within him. A voice declared that, thanks to the positive stimulation, the king of the internal organs, the heart, was now fully awake. Nearby, a table held a collection of ingredients, seemingly ready to be prepared. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room. The crown prince, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. The royal attendant quickly moved to assist him. The royal attendant, concerned, asked if his highness was all right. The crown prince, visibly startled, gasped for air. A distinct ding sound resonated. A message appeared, stating that with positive stimulation, the king of the internal organs, the heart, was now fully awake. A surge of energy emanated outward. A voice declared that the king had arrived. Footsteps echoed again, this time with a newfound confidence. A symbol, resembling a heart with a lightning bolt, was visible on someone's shoulder. Elsewhere, a group of men carried a large, ornate chest. Inside a room, a figure sat at a desk. Another figure stood nearby, holding a cup. The sound of footsteps echoed through the space. Elsewhere, a figure stood on a stage, bathed in bright lights. The air crackled with energy as the awakening continued. The surge of power intensified, illuminating the surroundings. A man with red hair appeared, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Rakiel's heart was now fully awake. A man with reddish-brown hair saluted, relieved. He exclaimed that he was glad his boss was safe. Two men, observing the scene, remarked on the shabby person appearing in a shabby place, laughing hysterically. The red-haired man addressed the pair, calling them shabby brats. Rakiel apologized for his shabby body. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently. The growth balance between the mana circle and his heart was now balanced. As the first in history, he had obtained a mana circle slot. Slot 01 was now available, with a capacity of 0L/10L. He wondered if it was a slot like a game item slot. The royal attendant wondered if the crown prince was truly all right. Meanwhile, Garden stood up, dusting himself off. Rakiel beamed, his face radiating with newfound energy. The royal attendant observed that Rakiel suddenly looked full of vitality. Garden remarked that Rakiel had looked like he was in a lot of pain, wondering if it was a side effect of the medicine. Rakiel cheerfully responded that he had just choked on some phlegm. Rakiel exclaimed that the awakening hit him hard. The royal attendant pleaded with Rakiel not to do that again. The royal attendant recalled that Rakiel had looked like he was in great danger. Garden sighed, remarking that Rakiel had wanted to drink poison so badly, and promised to make sure he got the chance next time. Rakiel told the royal attendant that he would get the chance. Garden told the royal attendant that if he didn't want that, he should clean up there, and that Garden would go take a rest. Garden added one more thing. Rakiel thanked Garden. The royal attendant was confused. The royal attendant was struck by a sudden realization. The crown prince Rakiel, seemingly to himself, dismissed his previous statement if it wasn't heard. He wondered if the poison had already taken hold, and if he was even more ill now. Rakiel clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. The crown prince walked barefoot across the floor. He realized he might have acquired something incredible. Rakiel smiled, his eyes glowing with newfound power. It was a technique that stored materials mixed with mana. Each slot held 10 liters, and slot 1 was already full. Rakiel realized he could store it by consuming it. That meant Rakiel could store it by eating it. Rakiel continued to walk barefoot. He wondered if there was anything he could eat. The Crown Prince walked towards the door barefoot. Rakiel thought that water was perfect for such experiments. He calculated that the median lethal dose should be around 2 liters. Rakiel realized that median lethal dose was a term used when testing how poisonous a substance was, and it was the amount of a substance that could kill 50% of test subjects. The risks were clear. Drinking the mana-infused water carried a 50% chance of death. Even surviving wasn't a guarantee of well-being. The alternative could be a life of suffering or a vegetative state. Calculations showed that the median lethal dose for someone of standard weight was 5.4 liters of water. For Rakiel's weight, that number was closer to 3.9 liters, but the container was proving difficult to lift. He cursed his weak body. Despite the struggle, Rakiel managed to bring the container to his lips. His eyes narrowed with determination. Rakiel resolved to store the water he was about to drink. The container's display showed number 1 slot, with a capacity of 1 liter currently stored out of a total of 10. It worked. Rakiel felt no sensation of fullness. He decided to try drinking directly from the container. He drank. Rakiel exclaimed that he had consumed 10 liters but felt nothing. The container discharged 0.1 liters. With a satisfied grin, Rakiel observed the mana-infused water stored within the container. He mused that he was like a camel, the human version, capable of storing vast amounts of liquid. The Crown Prince realized he could discharge any amount of water he wanted. Now that he had a rough grasp of how to use it, Rakiel wondered what he should do with the water, thinking of trying tonic soup. He realized that he would die instantly if he tried to discharge 9.9 liters of water inside his body. Rakiel wondered if there was anything he could do. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He exclaimed in realization. Rakiel declared that he had an idea. He thought of the Azrahan core technique. The technique specialized in absorbing, amplifying, and discharging mana. It was all about amplification and discharge. Rakiel decided to use that technique, resolving to discharge the mana outside of his body instead of inside. It was time for mana amplification. And the mana, now fully amplified, swirls with intense energy. Rakiel watches the swirling energy, a look of determination on his face. The amplified mana continues to gather, forming a concentrated sphere of power. The technique worked. He realizes he just needs to put the mana into a bottle now. He thinks to himself that he needs to put this into a bottle now. Rakiel focuses his energy, preparing to transfer the amplified mana. A beam of pure mana shoots upwards, aimed directly at a small container. The mana sphere shatters, its energy now contained and controlled. Fragments of the shattered mana sphere dissipate into the air. Rakiel stands tall, having successfully contained the amplified mana. He expresses a soft, as he seems to have accomplished his goal. A sinister smile spreads across Rakiel's face as he seems to be plotting something. The sudden burst of water from the bottle caught everyone by surprise. The water cascaded over the table, creating a small flood. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. The water had been flowing slowly, like tap water, just moments before. The glass overflowed, the water now pooling on the floor. Elsewhere in the palace, Prince Protagonist sighed, wondering why this had happened. The sound of the water cannon echoed through the halls. Guards rushed towards the source of the commotion, shouting for the Crown Prince. Their voices boomed, demanding to know if His Highness was all right. The royal attendant's face was a mask of shock and concern. He initially thought it was a terrorist attack, wondering who would dare attack His Highness, but quickly realized that was not the case. The Crown Prince Protagonist peeked out from behind a wall. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he wondered what story he should spin for this. He paused, considering his options. So, he decided he would claim he got a little angry and slammed the bottle on the table. The Crown Prince watched the two men, a plan already forming in his mind. However, the attempt to feign injury seemed to have failed. Rakiel admitted to himself that his excuse sounded ridiculous, even to his own ears. Meanwhile, the royal attendant assured the Crown Prince that everything was all right. The doctor inquired if the Crown Prince was hurt anywhere. Rakiel dismissed the concern, claiming it was just a scratch on his feet. He was surprised that they believed his flimsy excuse. The royal attendant instructed Garden to escort His Highness to bedroom 2. The doctor stated that he would bring him there after tending to his wounds, while Rakiel thought to himself that it was quite a suspicious excuse, but they believed it. Garden carried Rakiel in his arms. Rakiel wondered if they were so compliant, because he was the Crown Prince. The royal attendant asked him to have a good rest. Rakiel wondered if this was one of the perks of royalty. Rakiel told Garden that he should get some rest too. Rakiel thought back to the incident that had just occurred. The circle and meridian around his heart pulsed with a torrent of mana. The mana rushed through his shoulder and arm, amplifying before discharging. The resulting outburst was immense. It was full of energy. Rakiel lay in bed, contemplating the surge of power. He thought he should sleep now before causing more trouble. Rakiel closed his eyes, attempting to rest. He realized he needed to experiment carefully. Rakiel considered that no one would even realize what he was up to. Someone mentioned that Rakiel had been a little strange recently. In the throne room, the emperor sat in shadow, his features obscured by the darkness. The name of the emperor was Estelian Testarossa Magentano. Nearby, a figure reported to the emperor, confirming that Crown Prince Rakiel had been harming himself with needles. The figure continued, adding that Rakiel had also been drinking poison recently. Elsewhere, Rakiel's name was spoken. A figure, silhouetted against a red glow, questioned what was happening. The figure demanded to know what Rakiel was doing. Inside the kitchen, Garden is seen stirring a pot on the stove. The sound of knocking echoes through the room. Nearby, a knife rests on a cutting board beside a simmering pot. Garden, standing over the pot, smiles warmly. Garden asks the bearded man if he could leave the room for a minute. The bearded man questions why he needs to do that. Garden tells him it's because he'll faint if he doesn't. Garden snaps his fingers with a smile. Garden explains that it will only be for a moment, as he needs to do something alone, and the bearded man notes that he is drinking that again. The bearded man looks on with concern. The bearded man reminds Garden that he went through a lot of pain after drinking that previously. Garden retorts that he choked on phlegm, and the bearded man expresses his worry because they made so much of that decoction this time. Garden assured the bearded man that it was for an experiment and that he would only drink a little. He added that he didn't want to discard it after the bearded man worked so hard to make it. The bearded man responded to that. He stated that it wasn't like he could drink all of it. Garden agreed, saying that only nut jobs would do such a thing. The two men laughed. The two men continued to laugh. Their laughter filled the room. Suddenly, the bearded man was kicked out of the room. He questioned what was happening as he fell to the floor. The door slammed shut. From behind the door, Garden's silhouette was visible. He wondered what was going on. Garden approached a large pot. He stirred the contents within. Garden declared that it was time to get started, though he noted that the pot was heavy. He carefully lifted the large pot, its contents sloshing within. The camera panned to a shelf stocked with various bottles and ingredients. As the decoction was prepared, a status screen appeared, showing the first slot filling up. The first slot reached its maximum capacity. Garden despejou o conteúdo do pote em uma pia. He burped, declaring that the concoction was great. He realized that he needed to discharge it bit by bit. The scene shifted to a bathroom. Garden walked toward the toilet, a status screen indicating that he was discharging 0.1 L of the ephedra, aconite, and asarum decoction. He sat on the toilet, the status screen still visible. The scene transitioned to a bedroom. The status screen reappeared, displaying the ephedra, aconite, and asarum decoction discharge. The screen indicated that his heart was loving this. The screen showed that his heart had given him 100 HP and his lungs were dancing, giving him 200 HP. The screen then stated that his large intestine was skipping with his sphincter and had given him 100 HP. His health points were at 500. Rakiel clicked his tongue, dissatisfied. He thought that this wasn't good enough. Rakiel knew he needed to increase his life expectancy. The system notified him that he had discharged 0.1 L of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction 10 times. The system continued to notify him of each discharge. Meanwhile, Garden lay in bed. The bearded man entered the room, asking what was on the menu today. Garden cheerfully responded that it was ephedra aconite asarum decoction. The bearded man asked what about tomorrow morning, since it was ephedra aconite asarum decoction. Garden was on the floor, looking at the bearded man. Garden thought that it looked like it was ephedra aconite asarum decoction for dinner tomorrow too. A warning flashed, stating that his internal organs were getting sick of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction. Rakiel sat on the bed, thinking that he should just drink whatever they gave him. The system notified him of another 0.1 L discharge of the ephedra aconite asarum decoction. Rakiel sat at the table, ready to eat. With the decoction prepared, a maidservant pours a cup. Elsewhere, Prince Rakiel stands near a holographic display. The display indicates that his life expectancy has increased by 50 days, now totaling 133 days. It seems the decoction is working. Rakiel turns from the display, approaching a table laden with food. Suddenly, the sound of shattering ceramic echoes through the room. The maidservant exclaims in surprise. A teacup lies in pieces on the floor. Rakiel turns, a surprised expression on his face. The maidservant apologizes for startling him and begs for forgiveness. She trembles, overwhelmed with fear. Tears well up in her eyes. Rakiel wonders why she's apologizing so profusely for breaking a cup. He asks if she is hurt. Rakiel approaches the trembling maidservant. She continues to apologize, promising not to do it again. The maidservant begged Rakiel not to whip her as he had supposedly done before. Rakiel was taken aback by the request. He wondered if he had ever whipped her before, hoping the answer was no. The maidservant quickly denied his question, stating that he had never whipped her. Rakiel sighed in relief, thankful that he had never whipped her. He was certain that he had never whipped her personally before. Rakiel then asked if he had ordered someone else to do it and what she had done wrong. She stammered, explaining that she had spilled a drop of water on his sleeve, leading her to wonder what kind of monster this crown prince was. The crown prince was shown with a whip in hand and a sinister smile. Rakiel told her to clean up and leave. The maidservant looked relieved. She thanked Rakiel. The maidservant quickly left the room. Rakiel thought she looked like she had just escaped from prison. He then called for Sir Garden. The royal attendant responded, asking what he needed. Rakiel, struggling with a hazy memory, questioned what kind of person he was to those around him, especially the servants. Well, he paused, considering the question. The royal attendant warned that if Rakiel started flattering him, he would drink all the poison in front of him. It couldn't be helped then. He was usually... Ha. Rakiel, overwhelmed, questioned what he had done. The bearded man realized that he now understood why they believed that ridiculous excuse earlier. Rakiel then called for Sir Garden. Rakiel wondered why they weren't scared of him, stating that being closest to him, they must have suffered the most. Rakiel sits on the edge of the bed as the bearded man stands before him, stating that he trusts him. Rakiel asks if the man truly trusts him, because he knows what kind of person Rakiel truly is. The bearded man looks on with a serious expression. Meanwhile, outside, rain falls. The rain pours down on the estate. The bearded man looks around, seemingly aware of something. He continues to look around, his expression unchanging. The rain continues to fall, and the bearded man is seen in the distance. Rakiel is seen holding a small, glowing chick in his hands. The bearded man's legs are seen as he stands in the rain. The bearded man looks on with a slight smile. The scene fades to a blurry background. The bearded man states that he believes healing Rakiel's illness will bring back the real Rakiel. Rakiel thinks to himself that recently, the man's trust has been paying off, and he thanks him. The bearded man smiles. The bearded man watches as the crown prince, now standing, asks if he likes how he's changed. The crown prince is then told that he will receive a pastry as a reward. Meanwhile, a servant is seen carrying a tray of pastries, addressing someone as Your Highness. Rakiel's thoughts race as he swears upon his own name, correcting himself from calling himself Lihan. He vows not to let anyone face fatal blame for his death. Rakiel steels himself, declaring that he will survive. The crown prince clutches at his shirt, his expression determined. The sound of a door opening echoes. The door swings open. The royal attendant bursts into the room, exclaiming, Your Highness. Rakiel turns towards the sound, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. The bearded man is being choked by an unseen assailant. The royal attendant, gasping for breath, manages to utter, Your Highness, His Majesty. As the royal attendant delivered his urgent warning, Rakiel listened intently, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. Someone had summoned him. The wind howled. In the distance, the castle stood tall. Inside the castle, Crown Prince Rakiel walked with purpose. His footsteps echoed through the halls. Rakiel's mind raced. He steeled himself for what was to come. Rakiel declared himself as Crown Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano. He knelt before His Majesty, the rightful ruler of the land, paying his respects. Estelian Gesterosa Magentano, the Magentano Empire's emperor, considered the Crown Prince. The emperor's title was displayed for all to see. Estelian Gesterosa Magentano, Magentano Empire's emperor. The emperor questioned what he was seeing. The Azrahan core technique manifested. The emperor wondered if the frail Rakiel truly possessed it. The emperor watched as Rakiel was surrounded by the technique. Rakiel's presence seemed to be causing unease. The emperor observed the crown prince, noting his apparent nervousness. Perhaps the emperor had misjudged him, he considered. Rakiel, kneeling before the emperor, felt his legs growing numb. He needed to say something, and quickly. He struggled to find the strength to stand. The emperor, seated on his throne, inquired whether life in the side palace had been satisfactory. Rakiel affirmed that it had. The emperor then questioned if they were seriously going to have their conversation, while Rakiel remained kneeling. He then stated that he had heard Rakiel had been hurting himself with needles. The emperor's expression remained stern as he awaited a response. The emperor continued, asking if it was also true that Rakiel had been drinking poison. Rakiel gasped, denying the accusation. The emperor rebuked him, calling him a fool and questioning how he could consider himself a descendant of the imperial family. The emperor reminded Rakiel that he was a proud member of their bloodline. From across the palace hall, the emperor's words echoed, reminding Rakiel that he mustn't lose his dignity. Rakiel remained kneeling, struggling with the emperor's words. The emperor's voice resonated, stating that if Rakiel couldn't withstand the weight of the crown because of his health, then he shouldn't make the wise decision. Rakiel stood before his father, the emperor, awaiting his judgment. The emperor, seated on his throne, questioned what wise decision Rakiel would make. The emperor thought to himself that Rakiel was like a snake, suspecting he had an ulterior motive for this meeting. The emperor declared that he would not beat around the bush. He demanded that Raikul relinquish his position as crown prince to his brother, the second prince. The emperor's hand rested on the arm of his throne, the tension palpable. Raikul was taken aback, thinking the emperor was talking about something else entirely. Raikul began to speak, asking for his majesty's forgiveness, but he refused. Raikul's expression hardened, a defiant glint in his eyes. The emperor was shocked by Raikul's defiance. He questioned if Raikul dared to refuse him. The emperor stood, his face contorted with rage at Raikul's insubordination. Raikul affirmed his stance. The pressure was immense, but he resolved not to fear. It was obvious why the emperor was acting this way. The emperor's motives were becoming clearer. Raikul realized that the emperor didn't need his consent to strip him of his crown prince title in the first place. The emperor's hand hovered over the crown. The reason he asked was because he wanted his eldest son to relinquish the crown prince title out of kindness, virtue, and an acknowledgement of his brother. The emperor wanted to have his son worthy of receiving the crown prince title from his eldest brother. The emperor's plan was now in motion. That was quite a shrewd political move. Raikul knew that while he might still be frail and untrustworthy, he wouldn't go down without a fight. Raikul resolved that he wouldn't go down without a fight. The emperor thought that Raikul must be really anxious right now. The emperor asked Raikul if he didn't appreciate his consideration for him. The emperor continued his dissent, his intentions clear. The emperor's words hung in the air, a challenge masked as a question, as he wondered if the crown prince title meant so much to Raikul. He questioned whether Raikul would only be satisfied after he had brought the emperor to his knees. Below, Raikul sat listening intently. Raikul scoffed, dismissing the emperor's concerns. He didn't even care about the title. The emperor mused that he would love to pass that title on to the second prince, or whoever, so he could just enjoy his life. But if Raikul accepted this proposition, the emperor believed this country would go to ruin, all because of that second prince. The cover of a book titled The Emperor of the Demon Sword lay discarded. In The Emperor of the Demon Sword, the second prince is seen as diligent and capable, but a dark omen filled the skies. An age of chaos was looming. The second prince is a frustrating ruler who is ill-equipped to handle such turmoil. His reign would be the downfall of the empire and the imperial family. Raikul knew he must do whatever it takes to prevent that from happening. The weight of his decision settled upon him. Raikul acknowledged that he was sick and frail, as the emperor had said, but he hadn't lost his intellect or wisdom. Raikul declared that the title of crown prince held no importance for him. What truly mattered to him was the prosperity and peace of their imperial family. Nearby, the emperor remarked that Raikul was saying some nice words. The emperor then stated that was why he'd like to make a proposal. Raikul repeated the word, questioning the emperor's statement. A proposal? Raikul asked the emperor to give him a chance. He wanted to prove who could better bear the burden of the crown, himself or the second prince. The scene shifted to the palace. The royal attendant addressed Raikul as Your Highness. The royal attendant questioned why His Majesty had summoned Raikul. Raikul dismissed it as nothing, explaining that the emperor wanted him to pass the crown prince title to the second prince. The royal attendant was shocked by this revelation. Raikul smiled, seemingly unbothered by the news. Raikul revealed that he also suggested a sword duel with the second prince. Raikul gestured with a smile, seemingly pleased with his suggestion. Sir Garden was questioned about his actions. Meanwhile, the royal attendant was packing, preparing to leave. Suddenly, someone demanded to know what he had just said. Elsewhere, Raikul chuckled to himself. He knew that Raikul wanted a chance to prove who was more deserving between him and the second prince. The emperor listened intently. The emperor wondered if Raikul had always possessed such a side to him. The second prince agreed to Raikul's proposal. The royal attendant declared that he was looking forward to it, confident in his victory. Garden retorted that he would win, sparking a playful tug-of-war over a bag. The scene shifted to an aerial view of the city. The camera focused on a bridge and surrounding buildings. Flags bearing the royal crest fluttered in the wind. A crowd gathered on a large platform. The emperor watched from his elevated position. The crowd gathered, their murmurs filling the arena as they awaited the start of the duel. The anticipation was palpable as more spectators arrived. Among the crowd, some whispered about Prince Theodore's attractiveness. Footsteps echoed as someone approached the dueling ground. Raikul stretched, preparing himself for the upcoming fight. Theodore insisted that Raikul didn't need to go through with the duel. Theodore Palermo Cagitano, the second prince of the Magentano Empire, stood ready. Theodore expressed his reluctance, stating that he knew how the duel would end. He questioned if Raikul was so confident in his victory. Raikul stood firm, facing Theodore. His Majesty spoke, his words carrying weight. Raikul confirmed that he had proposed a duel. Raikul stated that it was to give Theodore more legitimacy to the throne, a claim Theodore found nonsensical. Raikul declared that the result would be the same regardless, and that he didn't want Theodore to jeopardize himself. Raikul stood poised, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to face Theodore. A voice declared that they wouldn't stand for this, insisting that there was no need for anyone to sacrifice themselves. A sinister smile spread across a face, hinting at a hidden agenda. The voice mused that both of them were mistaken. Another voice apologized, the words hanging heavy in the air. The figures stood their ground, the tension palpable as the duel was about to begin. The air crackled with anticipation as the moment drew nearer. Energy surged, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. Onlookers watched with bated breath, their expressions a mix of concern and excitement. Two figures observed the scene, their expressions unreadable as they watched the unfolding events. From a high vantage point, someone watched the proceedings, their gaze intense. Rakiel's gaze was unwavering, his blue eyes focused and determined. Rakiel declared that he did not intend to lose. The clash of power echoed, signaling the start of the duel. Rakiel's expression was resolute, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he prepared to fight. The city bustled with activity. The Crown Prince's eccentric reputation preceded him. Whispers followed the Crown Prince, with many agreeing that the second prince possessed an Azrahan core with a single circle. Furthermore, the second prince had learned swordsmanship from a famous knight. Meanwhile, Prince Protagonist prepared for his match. Bearded Man watched him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Bearded Man believed that the Crown Prince didn't stand a chance, given his antics. Prince Protagonist declared that he was serious about the upcoming match. The Crown Prince stated his intention to win. Bearded Man acknowledged the Crown Prince's declaration, stating that no one expected much from him, which meant less pressure. Bearded Man stated that he believed the Crown Prince would win, though he was lying through his teeth. Bearded Man continued to feign support. Prince Protagonist considered the upcoming match. He thought that if he managed to block 3 of the second prince's attacks, he might have a chance. Prince 1 flashes a confident smile, holding up 3 fingers. Below, he declares that he will win the fight. Elsewhere, a plea echoes. Meanwhile, Bearded Man clasps his hands together, a worried expression on his face as he watches from stands. Below, Rakiel Protagonist silently begs for his own safety. The second prince steps forward, shield in hand. The crowd roars, eager for the fight to begin. From his throne, the king declares that the match will determine who is suitable to ascend the throne. The crowd listens intently as the rules are explained. It is announced that if the Crown Prince lasts 5 minutes in the fight or defeats the second prince, it will be his victory. The second prince stands ready, his shield emblazoned with a symbol. The second prince prepares for battle, drawing his sword. Rakiel Protagonist watches with apprehension. The second prince grips his sword tightly. The second prince vows to end the fight as quickly as possible. The stage was set, the crowd assembled, and the order was given. The battle to determine the next ruler would commence. The two princes faced each other, weapons drawn, ready to fight for the throne. But before the clash could truly begin, one of the prince's swords clattered to the ground. The king watched with a stunned expression, unable to believe what he was seeing. The surrounding nobles were equally shocked. They wondered aloud if the fight was already over. The sight of the prince giving up so easily was a disappointment to many. Prince 1 stood his ground, a mixture of relief and unease washing over him. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince watched from the sidelines. He remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. The Crown Prince questioned if Prince 1 was truly giving up on the fight, but he felt relieved that he didn't have to aim his sword at a sick person. Among the spectators, some expressed their disbelief that he would give up so easily in front of such a large audience, considering it a disgrace. The Crown Prince considered whether he should encourage Prince 1 to continue the fight, but he ultimately decided against it, remembering that his father was watching and that Prince 1 was sick. He remained still, watching the unfolding events. The arena fell silent. Prince 1 stood his ground, a large shield held firmly in front of him. The royal attendant wondered if the prince had chosen defense over half-hearted attacks. The Crown Prince realized that Prince 1 was aiming to last for 5 minutes instead of trying to defeat him. Rakiel thought it was a bold choice, and he would end this quickly. The crowd watched with bated breath. Rakiel summoned his power, a sword materializing in his hand. He channeled energy into his legs. Rakiel's eyes glowed with determination. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. The force of his attack shook the arena. Rakiel swung his sword, energy crackling around him. The shield strained against the force of the blow. The royal attendant observed that the attack had weight, strength, and even mana put into it. It was clear that the shield wouldn't hold against such force. Rakiel's attack came down with tremendous force, the energy crackling as it impacted the ground. The force of the blow carved a deep trench in the arena. From the sidelines, a concerned voice pleaded with Prince 1 not to embarrass himself. The speaker urged him to lose with dignity rather than fall. Rakiel resolved to launch a strike from above. Prince 1, however, had anticipated the move. The Crown Prince was taken by surprise. Rakiel was shocked that his attack had been dodged. The crowd looked on in stunned silence. A wave of murmurs rippled through the spectators. The crowd was in disbelief. They exclaimed in disbelief that Prince 1 had defended against the Crown Prince's attack. From his viewing box, a man watched with a stern expression. The scene was being broadcast through a magical medium. The man's eyes narrowed as he focused on the broadcast. His eyes told him that the previous attack was no accident. But that changed nothing. The blade glowed with power. The strike came. Prince 1 was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. He grunted in pain. His eyes widened. Rakiel's gaze was intense. The prince was sent hurtling through the air. He crashed into a nearby structure. The royal attendant shouted in alarm. Prince 1 cursed under his breath. His head swam. His wrist felt numb. Amidst the chaos, a figure in riot gear stands firm, declaring that they've blocked far worse. The figure, a former cop, confidently asserts that this attack is nothing compared to what they've faced before. The shield absorbs the brunt of the attack. Elsewhere, Rakiel is surprised by the shield's effectiveness. Theodore prepares to strike. Theodore's attack clashes against the shield. Rakiel observes that Theodore is absorbing mana far better than he had anticipated. Rakiel smirks, realizing this will work even better. Theodore expresses his uncertainty about Rakiel's plans. Rakiel stands ready, a sword in hand. Rakiel declares that this is it. Rakiel shouts with determination. A figure is seen falling from a great height. The figure plummets through the sky. The figure continues to fall. The clash of powers sent debris flying in all directions. Elsewhere, someone declared that they had trained their lower body for this moment. Below, the screen displayed various statistics, including one who thought they were going to die, and another who managed to increase the overall ratings to D. Another screen showed a man with purple hair complaining that they were forced to work so hard day and night that their sphincter almost let everything go. Meanwhile, a blacksmith worked on a customized shield made by the side palace. And someone poured a dark liquid from a bottle. The explosive concoction was said to be made for someone's cute little brother. The person who made the concoction grinned menacingly. A screen indicated that the discharge function of slot 1 was being activated and prompted the user to choose how much they would like to discharge. 0.2 liters were discharged. Below, someone slid along the ground. The figure falling from the sky was surrounded by a red aura. They seemed surprised. The falling figure continued their descent. A crowd of onlookers watched the sky with anticipation, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern as they awaited the arrival of the falling figure. Meanwhile, high above, two figures observed the unfolding events from a vantage point, their expressions unreadable. Suddenly, the falling figure hiccuped, their surprise evident. Rakiel's eyes widened in shock as he continued to plummet. The scene shifts to a grand arena, where flags flutter in the breeze under a bright sky. Below, a crowd watches as two figures face off in the center of the arena. Elsewhere, a figure in armor stands guard. Back in the arena, Prince Protagonist coughs, clearly affected by something. He wonders what is happening to him. A close-up reveals a hand gripping a sword tightly. Theodore, as described in the Demon Sword Emperor, is mentioned. The Crown Prince Protagonist smirks, remarking on someone's inability to handle even a single glass of wine. The Crown Prince reveals that he filled the slot with a bomb cocktail containing 20 types of potent liquor for this very moment. Prince Protagonist thinks to himself that he is sure he hit the shield, but something entered his body along with mana. The focus returns to the sword. Prince Protagonist realizes that something entered him. Prince Protagonist steels himself, knowing he needs to pull himself together because the result remains the same. He just has to defeat his brother. He thinks that he must defeat his brother within 5 minutes. The scene shifts to a throne room, where a figure sits on the throne, determined to obtain his father's recognition. Amidst the cheers of thousands, a figure stood bathed in golden light, ready to embrace their destiny. The words echoed in the air, a declaration of purpose, to be reborn as the proud crown prince, for the sake of the imperial family, the empire, and his ailing brother. Rakiel, shield raised, wondered if his attack had landed. That was why he had to win. Sword in hand, Rakiel declared his intent. He would win. With a surge of power, Rakiel announced his arrival, ready to face his brother. The clash of steel echoed through the arena as the battle intensified. A moment of stunned silence followed the exchange. The Crown Prince Protagonist was surprised that his bomb cocktail had been withstood. The Crown Prince's sword glowed with menacing energy. The air crackled with anticipation. The Crown Prince Protagonist prepared for another strike. Rakiel, wounded, steeled himself for the next attack, declaring it was round 2. The Crown Prince Protagonist announced that the bomb cocktail was on him, as 0.1 liters of it was discharged. He urged Rakiel to drink it all. A voice booms, encouraging someone to drink up. The scene shifts to a dimly lit bar, where a lone figure sits at the counter. The Crown Prince Protagonist, now in the bar, wonders where he is, recalling that he had been fighting. The bartender shakes a cocktail. He continues to mix the drink. The bartender slides the finished cocktail across the bar. The bartender informs the Crown Prince that a gentleman bought the drink for him. Across the bar, a white-haired youth sits alone, sipping a drink. The Crown Prince glances in the youth's direction. The youth raises his glass, offering a toast. He smiles warmly. Suddenly, The Crown Prince protagonist finds himself back in what appears to be the palace, questioning if he's hallucinating. He hiccups. The scene shows a crowd of people from a low angle. The Crown Prince protagonist found himself once again in the presence of the mysterious youth, who declared his intention to help him sober up. The youth's chest glowed with an intense light, centered around a heart-shaped emblem. Suddenly, the youth dashed forward, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. A mechanical voice announced the activation of a system, indicating that stored liquid was being released. The youth warned that what was about to happen would hurt a little. He commanded the Crown Prince to endure the coming onslaught. The youth's hand reached out, surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. The energy surged, engulfing everything in its path. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in shock and pain as the energy washed over him. The force of the energy blast sent him flying backwards. The sound of metal echoed as he collided with something. The Crown Prince plummeted from a great height, the ground rushing up to meet him. Spectators watched in horror as the Crown Prince fell from the stands. A nobleman and a woman in a formal dress looked on with concern. The king watched the unfolding events with a grave expression. The white-haired youth's expression is serene, almost detached, as he looks forward. An intense surge of blue energy emanates from his outstretched hand, crackling with raw power. The title of the story is revealed, The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. Below, the crowd scatters in panic as Rakiel plummets from above. The king watches from his elevated position, seemingly helpless as the Crown Prince falls. The king wonders if Rakiel truly used the Azrahan core technique. The king thought he was mistaken. Despite the abundance of people's energy in the air around him, the king remains distant. The king is so far away. The white-haired youth could sense the circle's resonance and purify the impure mana. His eyes narrow, focusing intently. Someone rises to their feet. Lim wonders if it is his brother. The white-haired youth continues to purify the impure mana. The energy crackles around his hand. The white-haired youth's technique was recognized as the Azrahan core technique, leaving someone wonder how this was possible. The youth responded to the confusion by stating that he was simply a late bloomer. Nearby, a sword lay discarded on the ground. Rakiel sat on the ground, stunned by his defeat. He couldn't believe he had lost. Rakiel tried to reassure himself, stating that it was okay, though he could hardly believe it himself. A trickle of blood ran down the side of someone's face. Someone noticed the blood and shouted to Rakiel that his forehead was bleeding. Rakiel was confused, but then realized he must have hit himself in the head with his shield while blocking attacks. The youth with dark hair acknowledged that Rakiel had given his all in the fight. The youth thought about how Rakiel had given everything his frail body had. The youth continued to reflect on the fight, thinking about how Rakiel had fought with all his might and wondering what his own attitude had been during the fight. The youth with dark hair stood with a slight smirk. The youth thought that he had acted as if his victory was guaranteed. The youth's expression hardened. He realized that he was too arrogant. The youth with white hair stands in the arena, surrounded by onlookers. He asked himself how he could feel this way. He reflects on his performance, admitting to himself that he is ashamed. The youth questions the Crown Prince, clarifying that he was referring to his physical condition. The Crown Prince, Rakiel, declares that he feels much better. The dark-haired youth questions Rakiel's statement, then explains that he absorbed all the alcohol from Rakiel's body. Theodore Palermo Magentano falls to his knees. Theodore, the second prince, remains kneeling. Theodore officially acknowledges his defeat in the fight with Crown Prince Rakiel. Theodore is seen falling from the arena. The announcement is made that this is happening in front of His Majesty and the citizens. The crowd watches as Theodore falls. The crowd reacts with shock and excitement as Theodore plummets. The crowd continues to react. Rakiel is surprised by the turn of events. Rakiel wonders what just happened. Rakiel's supporters raised him up in celebration of his victory. Nearby, one of the spectators wiped away tears, exclaiming, "Your Highness!" The crowd continued to celebrate Rakiel's triumph. Tears welled in Rakiel's eyes as he thought, overwhelmed, that he could hardly believe he was this happy. It had finally appeared. A notification appeared, stating that he had successfully treated a person other than himself for the first time in this world. Another notification appeared, announcing that a new skill had been unlocked due to achieving such a huge accomplishment. A final notification appeared, indicating that he could now request medical treatment fees level 1, and that his own life expectancy would increase when he prolonged the life expectancy of the patients that he treated with a current conversion ratio of 2001. Rakiel shouted with joy. The Crown Prince protagonist was elated. His excitement was palpable. The system notified him that the lifespan of Theodore Palermo Magentano had been extended by half a day due to the activation of a skill. However, the system then informed him that the estimated lifespan increase was too minimal, failing to meet the minimum qualifying increase of 1 day. Rakiel was disappointed, realizing his efforts had been for naught. He refocused, reminding himself that the important thing was to treat patients. A small, wing version of Rakiel extracted something from a patient. Theodore realized he could also boost his own lifespan and that of others in a fixed ratio, bringing him a sense of relief. He reflected on how no matter how much tonic he drank, or how many times he performed acupuncture, it felt like pouring water into a leaking life vessel. Garden, however, was not so optimistic, realizing they were in a dire situation. Rakiel declared that the situation would end now. Rakiel demanded to know why the other person wasn't saying anything. Theodore remained silent. Rakiel pressed Theodore, asking if he had used the Azrahan core technique in that fight, to which Theodore confirmed. From a high vantage point, a conversation unfolds, its details obscured. The specifics of the exchange remain unclear. The older man questions if the other party is unaware. Theodore confirms that he is, indeed, aware. Theodore internally questions how he will reveal that he gained the skill after subjecting himself to a painful procedure. The king speaks of Theodore's birth. The king reveals that he engraved the Azrahan core technique on Theodore's heart with his own hands, which Theodore acknowledges as an honor. The king explains that Theodore was unable to use the technique due to his sickly body, for which Theodore apologizes. The king acknowledges that Theodore managed to overcome a crisis with his sickly body at the most important moment, prompting Theodore to thank him. Theodore's actions disrupted the king's plans and efforts. Theodore offers his apologies. Theodore wonders if the king is praising or rebuking him, but the king states that a promise is a promise, and the fight is over. The king admits that Theodore has won against him and will allow him to keep his position as the crown prince, as promised. The king declares that he will keep watching Theodore. Theodore stood before the imposing structure, contemplating his ability to shoulder the responsibilities of the throne. From somewhere nearby, a voice boomed, demanding, "Do you understand?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. Growing impatient, the king demanded an answer, his voice echoing with authority. "Why aren't you replying?" From behind, a voice responded respectfully, addressing him as Your Majesty. The crown prince was reminded that he hadn't been practicing with his sword lately due to his state affairs, and that he mustn't neglect his training. The king emphasized the importance of physical activity, stating that he needed to move his body, maintain his stamina, and stretch his stiff muscles. The king continued his unsolicited advice, adding that he must also increase his intake of vegetables and consider quitting tobacco. Rakiel questioned the king's authority to advise him. The king, with a stern expression, listened to Rakiel's question. The king insisted that he was only speaking out of genuine concern. Rakiel listened intently to the king's words. Meanwhile, a carriage made its way through a dense forest. Theodore thought to himself that Rakiel had dodged his advice with insincere pleas. Theodore realized that Rakiel had avoided his question about the Azrahan technique. An unknown figure expresses disbelief at someone's reckless use of something, worrying about the potential consequences to their sickly body. Below, the legs of a figure in formal attire are visible. Someone muses, "I guess." The speaker concludes that someone was desperate. It's revealed that he lost his mother at birth and was perpetually ill. Someone harbored expectations of him time and again, only to be disappointed without fail. But the scene shifts to a dark interior. A sliver of hope has been shown today. It has shaken someone's heart once again. The scene shifts to a carriage outside a building. The carriage is seen from a distance. Someone reflects that their father had a stroke as well. The perspective shifts to a figure standing in what appears to be a hospital room. It was too late, and the emperor will also collapse because of stroke. After Rakiel's death in the first half of the Demon Sword Emperor story, a new chapter begins. The royal attendant was determined to prevent a similar tragedy. He knew the crown prince needed to be healthy to protect his throne, and he intended to use his medical treatment skill to increase his lifespan. Theodore did not want to repeat the same experience again. Theodore, overcome with emotion, cried out to the crown prince. Theodore begged the crown prince to ask him why he was crying. The crown prince, slightly bewildered, asked Theodore why he was crying. Theodore responded that he was deeply touched. Theodore explained to the crown prince just how tough and tiring it must have been for him. Theodore continued to express his concern for the crown prince, suggesting he rest a little. The crown prince acknowledged Theodore's concern, but stated that there was a lot to do starting tomorrow. Theodore whispered to the crown prince that there were a lot of things to do. Elsewhere, someone decided they needed to meet someone. The grand building stood illuminated against the night sky. The individual noted that the restaurant was one of the top 10 most famous in the capital. The individual stated that the other person knew this as well. The bearded man sits at the table, looking directly forward. He confirms that he is a regular at this establishment. The crown prince, sitting across from him, wonders why he suddenly changed into these clothes. The crown prince sits calmly, his arms crossed. Elsewhere, a hand knocks on a door. Back at the table, a waiter asks if he may take their order. The bearded man requests pasta with the sauce separate, a salad without vegetables, and a grape wine that isn't made from grapes. The crown prince looks on, puzzled by the strange order. A waiter asks them to get up and follow him. The crown prince and the bearded man exchange confused glances. Another waiter questions the strange order. The first waiter tells him to follow them and see for himself. The waiter instructs the crown prince and the bearded man to head down the stairs. The crown prince is surprised that such a place exists in this restaurant. The bearded man wonders how he knew about this place. The crown prince thinks to himself that it's just like in the novel. Garden takes a moment to catch his breath. The crown prince asks what this place is and why they are here. A voice from above states that they are here to collect some expensive treatment fees, prompting Garden to ask pardon. The voice continues, stating that they are looking for someone here. The crown prince asks Garden if he has heard of Damien. Garden replies that he has not, which the crown prince says is to be expected. The door opens. The crown prince and Garden are seen on a balcony overlooking a large arena. Below, two figures are engaged in combat. The crown prince watches the fight. The sounds of battle echo. Garden wonders what on earth this place is. The crown prince tells him that it is a secret location. The crown prince smiles. The crown prince's companion wondered where Damien could be. Elsewhere, a figure wondered if that man was Damien. The man's feet were shown walking on the ground. Back in the stands, the crown prince's companion remarked that he looked really strong. The crown prince stated that it was not him. A large gate began to open. Boots stepped onto the arena floor. The crown prince's companion smiled, noting that he had finally appeared. The figure walked forward, a caption reading, "The true protagonist of this novel." The figure was revealed to be a man with long dark hair. The man continued to walk forward. A close-up of the man's face revealed a stern expression. The words declared that this was the story of the true protagonist. A figure stood tall, radiating an ominous aura. The name echoed, Damien Kyan. A close-up revealed Damien's face, his expression unreadable. The title of the series was displayed, The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing Damien Kyan to the crowd. The crowd roared in anticipation. Someone instructed another to finish up quickly. The announcer continued, declaring it was time for the main match. The announcer described Damien as a sword genius who made his debut in the Coliseum at the age of 17, becoming a champion by defeating everyone in just 3 months. The announcer built the suspense, teasing that Damien's opponent would be revealed. The massive foot of a troll descends. The troll's face, illuminated by glowing red eyes, fills the space. Another troll, larger and more imposing, appears. Below, a figure stands silhouetted against the massive creature. Nearby, Theodore exclaimed that it was a real troll and that it was no joke up close. A hand gripped something tightly. Theodore, visibly disturbed, questioned what this place was. Someone realized that they were feeding humans to trolls and questioned what on earth this place was. The troll looms over a figure, its massive hand reaching down. Below, feet move quickly. The air crackles with energy. A figure watches with a grim expression. Energy surges. A troll's massive hand descends. The troll growls menacingly, its red eyes glowing. The troll roared, its massive form a terrifying sight. Suddenly, a figure moved with incredible speed, a blade flashing. The blade struck, the force of the blow evident. The figure's dark hair shifted as they moved. Their eyes narrowed, focused and intense. The grip on the sword tightened, knuckles white with effort. The troll roared again, but this time it was a cry of pain. Blood splattered as the troll staggered backward. The figure stood their ground, blood splattered on their face, eyes unwavering. The sword dripped with the troll's blood. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and death. The troll lay defeated, its massive body still. The crowd watched in stunned silence. The figure stood over the fallen troll, sword in hand, a silent victor. The crowd murmured, witnessing the swift defeat of the troll. Meanwhile, Damien watched from above, observing the unfolding events. Theodore wondered if such a feat could be replicated. Elsewhere, the woman in the suit realized the white-haired youth was far more monstrous than she had initially believed. She surmised that this was why he was the main protagonist. The narrator described the youth as a sword genius, comparable to Javier, a grandmaster known as the strongest swordsman in history. The youth continued forward, his sword dripping with blood. Garden was instructed to stay alert. Theodore, startled, affirmed that he would stay alert and follow Garden. The woman in the suit walked down a torchlit corridor. She was followed closely by Garden and Theodore. Their footsteps echoed through the corridor. Suddenly, a guard confronted the woman, demanding to know who she was and ordering her to stop. A man happily accepts a gold bar from the woman in the suit. Meanwhile, the woman in the suit is interrupted by a man who calls out to her. Theodore sits at a table, wiping his face with a cloth. The woman in the suit steels herself, trying not to be intimidated. A screen displays a taunting image of a man who asks if she got scared. Theodore's hand reaches for a jar filled with pills. The woman in the suit holds up a jar of pills, questioning if he can even fall asleep after eating them. She wonders aloud if he can even fall asleep after eating those pills. Theodore demands to know who she is. The woman in the suit responds by asking if he needs someone. She asks if he is there to sell her medicine, adding that it is something like that. Theodore tells her to get lost. He thinks to himself that he already has enough medicine. The woman in the suit questions the use of having lots of such cheap medicine. The woman in the suit throws the jar of pills over her shoulder. Theodore, still reeling from the woman's actions, watched as she walked away. He stood alone, the discarded medicine a stark reminder of his predicament. Meanwhile, a lecture was underway, the speaker emphasizing that the medicine wouldn't rid the patient of the throbbing pain at the back of their head for the rest of their life. The lecturer continued, his expression serious. Elsewhere, a pair of eyes locked onto their target, signaling that it was showtime. Back at the lecture, the speaker urged everyone to listen up, pointing to a diagram of the brain and body. He explained that pain symptoms usually start from the back part of the brain. The lecturer elaborated that the back of the neck and head often feels stiff. He then asked if the areas around the back of their head and shoulders felt tight, while someone wondered about the other's eyes. The lecturer's piercing gaze met the audience as he anticipated their question of how he knew all of this. He continued, explaining that when the pain is severe, it spreads to the sides of the head, forehead, and even between the eyes. The lecturer described how one would get goosebumps all over and sweat profusely, their eyes hurting so much that they would feel like they were popping out. He stated that what's funny is the pain surges in like waves and then calms down. The process keeps repeating. The lecturer concluded that it really drives people crazy. He stated that you could say it's a hell where you think it's about to end, then the torture continues. He finished by saying that instead of getting rid of the source of such pain, the lecture continued, the speaker stating that the patient was relying on cheap painkillers and questioning if painkillers were even medicine. Elsewhere, Damien Kyan denied the accusation. He thought that his target talked too much. Damien Kyan considered whether he should kill him. Theodore told his target that he had a mouth and should say something, calling him a pitiful fool. Damien Kyan retorted that he had never been given a chance to say anything. Theodore demanded to know who Damien Kyan was. Damien Kyan revealed that he was the crown prince. Theodore began to adjust his bow tie. Damien Kyan told Theodore to just die, but Theodore told him to wait. Damien Kyan claimed he was joking and that he was actually sent there by Kuzmin. Theodore and Damien Kyan stared at each other. Theodore asked if Kuzmin sent Damien Kyan there, and Damien Kyan confirmed that Kuzmin was his promoter. Damien Kyan stated that Kuzmin was his Colosseum middleman. Damien Kyan stood in the Colosseum. Damien Kyan's words echoed with the weight of Kuzmin's message, revealing that Theodore's complaints had reached powerful ears. Beside them sat a bottle filled with what appeared to be pills. Theodore was informed that there simply wasn't enough medicine to go around these days. The scarcity was due to Kuzmin's struggles as a middleman, as no one had a substantial amount of ingredients to spare because of the current season. Damien Kyan then asked what Theodore wanted to say, suggesting he had another way to help relieve his pain. A woman in a suit, with a wide smile, adjusted her jacket. She asked Theodore what he thought, and if she looked more trustworthy now, inquiring if he had brought new medicine for her. She told him to take off his clothes and lie down first. The woman raised her hand to Theodore, who remained stoic. She stated that she would explain the process to him as she treated him. Theodore simply replied that he would. Lying on the bed, the woman asked Theodore if he was scared. The woman sat on a chair beside the bed. Theodore responded that he was not. The woman seemed surprised by Theodore's response. Theodore declared that he was a warrior, one who had cut down people, gotten hurt, and risked his life countless times. The woman in the suit confirms Theodore's readiness, stating, all right, all right. The nature of the treatment is unclear, as indicated by the question marks. Meanwhile, Theodore lies on his stomach, a strange, cone-shaped object placed on his back. A voice welcomes him. The woman, holding a torch, asks if this is his first time experiencing moxibustion, her expression intense. Elsewhere, a man with blonde hair held a lantern, welcoming someone to their first experience with moxibustion. The man in the suit watched as the treatment began. The patient, enduring the heat, declared that he was a warrior. The moxibustion continued, the heat intense. The patient insisted that the treatment did not scare him. The heat from the moxibustion burned intensely. Suddenly, the man in the suit exclaimed in shock. The patient's arm moved rapidly. The blond man mocked the patient, asking if he was crying and reminding him that he had been going on about being a warrior. The patient steeled himself, thinking that it might be painful, but he would bear with it. His eyes widened. It was revealed that the reason Damien Kyan could not leave the underground world was because of the mark. The mark pulsed with power. The curse of those who have a mark would be activated the moment their blood circulation became active, especially the moment he goes through a fierce fight in the Colosseum. The cycle of pain was about to begin again. To endure it, extreme measures would be needed. To withstand the extreme pain, preparations were underway. He had bought painkillers with the money he borrowed from Kuzmin, knowing he'd have to fight again to repay his debt. The endless cycle continued. Fight, medicine, fight, medicine. Kuzmin, arms crossed, thought to himself, that fucker. Elsewhere, someone inquired about Damien's current situation. The response came that they were using high heat to cauterize the mark first. Theodore thought to himself that if he could cure the novel's protagonist and strongest man and get him on his side, he could get extra life. He mused that things would look really great if he could also cure the other gladiators. Theodore smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Damien groaned in pain. His hands clenched in agony. The doctor announced that the treatment was over and told Damien to get up. Damien sat up. The doctor observed that the cauterization had worked nicely. Across the room, a woman inquired about the man's well-being, asking if he felt better. Theodore, arms crossed, continued to press Damien, asking if he felt lighter and if the pain had subsided. Damien sat shirtless on the edge of a bed, his expression unreadable. He found himself feeling quite refreshed. It had been a long time since Damien had felt this way. Theodore touched his finger to his lip, seemingly lost in thought. Theodore stated that Damien was not fully cured yet, and that he would need to undergo more cauterization, or rather, more treatment. Damien questioned Theodore's statement. The woman warned that if blisters appeared on his back, he shouldn't touch them. She also advised him not to overexert himself until his body stabilized and to avoid oily food. She questioned if he understood not to overexert himself. Theodore, flustered, insisted that they shouldn't fight, wondering how they couldn't understand that. Damien stuttered a response. Cusman would not allow it. Someone declared that Damien didn't need to fight, and that they would take care of things. The man who declared Damien didn't need to fight was dressed in a suit and tie. His gaze was intense. He was shirtless. He stood in a dimly lit room. Someone demanded to know his name. The man responded that he had already stated it, declaring that he was the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince stood confidently, surrounded by the trappings of wealth. Elsewhere, two figures sat in a sparsely furnished room. The Crown Prince told the other man that it was okay and that he must have his reasons. He continued, stating that he was serious and that the other man must do exactly as he said. The Crown Prince cleared his throat, reiterating that from now on, things would be as he said. He declared that tonight, no matter what happened in the Colosseum, the other man must not run or go anywhere, but must stay there quietly. The other man seemed confused by the instructions. A chibi-style character states that they don't have the slightest idea. Meanwhile, Theodore stands before someone delivering instructions. Theodore tells the person to stay where they are, as it will be safest for them. He adds that only then will they be able to meet again. Theodore looks off to the side, a concerned expression on his face. Elsewhere, a shirtless man stands, listening intently. He states that he understands. The man kneels on the ground. Elsewhere, Theodore and Damien walk together. Damien asks if he should call him, Your Highness. Damien questions why Theodore was looking for him and giving him that weird treatment. Theodore thinks to himself that this place doesn't seem safe or legal. Theodore thinks that he really doesn't understand what happened today. Theodore tells Damien that he'll understand later on and to just do what he needs to do. Damien asks how he should do that. Theodore instructs him to look for a man with black hair and a ponytail. The crowd roared with excitement. Inside the establishment, patrons sat at tables and lined the bar. Theodore scanned the room, noting the description he was given. Ponytail, slit eyes. Theodore continued his search, his eyes darting around the room. He paused, seemingly spotting someone of interest. Theodore told Damien that he thought he found him. Damien looked at the man Theodore was referring to. Theodore thought the man looked pretty similar to the description. Theodore suggested that they check it out. The man at the table glared intensely. He had fierce eyes. Theodore and Damien approached the man's table. The man stated that he didn't know who that was. Theodore responded that he should know who Damien was then. Theodore looked at the man with a knowing expression. Theodore's question hung in the air. He wanted to buy Damien Kine. The man with the ponytail remained silent, his back turned. Theodore's target finally spoke, inquiring how much he needed to pay for all the debts Damien incurred because of the painkillers and breach of contract. The answer came, 9 trillion Megan. Theodore was told that anything less would be impossible, and only the Crown Prince could afford that much. Theodore, hearing this, declared that he happened to be the Crown Prince, and that this was great. Suddenly, another voice echoed, claiming that if Theodore was the Crown Prince, so was he, and that his name was... The man with the ponytail grinned, revealing a sinister intent. The focus shifted to a close-up of the man's face, his expression unreadable. The title of the series was displayed, The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. The atmosphere in the bar grew tense. Elsewhere in the bar, another patron wondered aloud if Theodore was the Crown Prince that sells medicine. The man with the ponytail slammed his glass on the table, telling Theodore that if he wasn't there to buy, then he should get lost. The man's hand rested on the table, the tension palpable. The man with the ponytail admitted he had never seen the other Crown Prince before. With a snap of his fingers, he gave an order. His subordinate acknowledged the command. The man with the ponytail ordered his men to deal with the imposter. He instructed them to find out who Theodore was. They were to determine if Theodore worked at the Colosseum or was hired by other promoters. Afterward, the man with the ponytail waited. He gave the order to shred Theodore into pieces and throw him into the river, as always. 1 hour later, a door burst open. The man with the ponytail exclaimed in shock, wondering what was happening. Footsteps echoed. The man with the ponytail looked down at his table. He cried out Delic's name in shock. Delic lay on the floor, covered in blood. The man with the ponytail, now on the ground, is confronted by an unknown assailant who demands to know why he looks the way he does. Theodore lies on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Meanwhile, a group of armored soldiers stand at attention. The soldiers are positioned near Theodore. Rachiel runs his hand through his hair, looking distressed. He clutches a golden emblem. The soldiers shout. Rachiel holds up the emblem, a determined look on his face. 1 hour prior, the events that were about to unfold were set in motion. The city bustled with activity as people moved about their evening routines. Nearby, two figures stood watching the crowd. One of them, with a neatly trimmed mustache and goatee, glanced sideways. He cautioned his companion to walk naturally, noting that they were being too obvious. Theodore chuckled, remarking that he had never been shadowed before. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a presence made itself known. Theodore realized that he knew this would happen, explaining that Kuzmin felt even slightly threatened he would get his own people to shadow whoever he's wary of. As Theodore spoke, two figures could be seen trailing behind them. Meanwhile, someone stood in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. The observer thought to himself that this was why he intentionally approached him. The man in the shadows mused on how predictable Theodore was. Elsewhere, Theodore was cornered by his pursuers. Theodore's pursuer looked surprised. The figure watched from the shadows. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, accusing someone of attempting to assassinate royalty. Armed guards appeared, surrounding their target. A man held up a golden shield. The crowd was informed that the secret royal inspector had arrived. The aftermath of a fight was visible, with a body lying on the ground. The man with the shield wondered what it all meant, questioning the presence of a secret royal inspector. He brushed off the situation, claiming it was nothing and that he just wanted to try saying it once. The man stood next to a large, armored figure. Elsewhere, a man demanded to know what the situation was. The presence of a royal guard was questioned, with someone wondering what they were doing there. Rachiel Adria Magentano, the crown prince, issued an order. The order was to raise the place. The man who had demanded to know the situation emphasized that a particular individual should not be allowed to escape. A voice calls out for the crown prince as he lies on the floor. The sound of a door creaking open echoes through the room. Meanwhile, Theodore considers the situation. Theodore reflects on how things have gone according to plan, noting that His Highness has changed completely recently. He observes that the crown prince is even subjugating underground organizations. Theodore thinks about the crown prince worrying over the security of their empire. Elsewhere, the crown prince is praised for his professionalism. The crown prince thinks that with this, he'll get a large amount of bonus life. Elsewhere, a man wonders where the crown prince who sells medicine is. The man urgently repeats his question, demanding to know where the crown prince who sells medicine is. He thinks it's over for him if he gets caught. The man continues to flee, wondering how he could be the real crown prince. The man wonders why the crown prince would want to buy Damien. He questions why the crown prince would do that. The man decides he needs to stay in hiding for now. He decided to wait until the situation calmed down. Suddenly, a man appeared, drawing his swords. The man wondered why they were there. Elsewhere, a man with a stern expression remarked that he knew the white-haired youth would come. The crown prince smiled. Meanwhile, the crown prince offered a man some money. The man wondered what was going on. The man with the ponytail asked if the situation was confusing. The crown prince was surrounded by guards. The crown prince stated that paying for medicine was very important. He hated when people didn't pay for their medicine. The crown prince thought it was nonsense, as he hated when people did things to him that he also did to others. The man with the ponytail wondered what was happening. The crown prince asked about Damien's painkiller fees. He asked how much Damien owed and how much needed to be paid. A voice echoed, questioning if he remembered something. Regardless, another voice reminded him that the deal had been proposed in good faith. Elsewhere, a man slammed his fist, declaring that the other party was the one who decided to throw it all away, questioning the nonsense of the situation. The man continued to shout, his anger palpable. His rage intensified. His teeth clenched in fury. A blade clattered to the ground. The white-haired youth was seized by armor guards. He groaned in pain. The man with the ponytail grimaced, blood dripping from his mouth. The armored guards stood ready, swords drawn. The man with the ponytail cursed, realizing the situation had come to this. A capsule was shown, ready to be deployed. The man with the ponytail bit down on the capsule. A timer appeared, counting down. 5 seconds until the capsule exploded. The man with the ponytail's plan was already in motion. The poisonous explosion would cause a huge commotion. Paralysis would kick in the moment someone was exposed to the poison, though they die if they were unlucky. Someone planned to survive by rolling onto the floor and escaping the moment they spat the capsule out, but what would happen after that? Someone else intended to cut off the head of the crown prince. This was a perfect plan. 5, 3, 2, Rakiel questioned what the man was trying to spit out. Theodore realized the man knew about his secret weapon. 1. Theodore cursed. The paralysis had kicked in. He needed to pull himself together, or he'd lose consciousness in 3 minutes. He could only survive if, despite the paralysis creeping through his limbs, Theodore consumed the antidote. He reached into his vest. Theodore retrieved a small bottle filled with a green liquid. Rakiel, holding a similar vial, taunted, asking if Theodore was dying to know how he knew. Theodore responded with a defiant yeah. He refused to reveal his secrets. The man with the ponytail looked on with wide eyes. The antidote dripped down Theodore's chin. Theodore, his mouth filled with green liquid, cursed Rakiel. Theodore tilted the vial, the liquid medicine flowing into his mouth. The taste was overwhelmingly bitter, he thought. Meanwhile, Damien, on his knees, desperately called out for his antidote. Damien demanded that Theodore give it back. But Theodore thought to himself that he couldn't do that. Theodore adjusted his hair, a sinister smile forming on his face. He declared that he wouldn't give Damien the antidote, since he was the one who poisoned him. The vial shattered on the floor. Theodore realized he needed to use his request for medical treatment fees skill. A wide smile stretched across Theodore's face. A screen displayed the contents of a number 1 slot, 0.01L/10L. Damien, looking sickly, admitted that he couldn't hold on any longer. Damien collapsed to the floor. Theodore stood nearby, watching. Damien lay motionless on the floor near the table. The heart transporter point had been set under the 5th thoracic vertebrae. About 1.5 inches on both sides, the heart transporter point was ready. With the point set, the process began. Damien gasped, clutching at his chest. Theodore, a manic grin on his face, demanded the antidote. Discharging 0.01L of the antidote stored in the circle slot. The antidote was being discharged. The process continued. Damien continued to choke, struggling to breathe. He lay prone, seemingly defeated. A request for medical treatment fees, level 1, was initiated. The skill had been activated for the patient Zuzman, with the treatment being detoxification, increasing life expectancy by 21 years and 2 months. The amount of bonus life received was 3.81 days, rounding off to a final life bonus of 4 days, giving him a life expectancy of 118 days. Rakiel realized this was it. Theodore smirked. Rakiel was on the ground, defeated. Rakiel's eyes narrowed, a steely glint replacing the earlier distress. He resolved that it was time to retrieve what he had come for and return to the palace. Below, the palace loomed, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the gladiator made his way through the palace halls, leaving a trail of fallen guards in his wake. Each step echoed with the weight of his purpose. One of the guards, wounded and struggling to stand, coughed up blood. The gladiator's strength left the remaining guards in disbelief. The gladiator was told to make them stay still. The gladiator stood before another guard, his sword raised, demanding that he stay still. Elsewhere, someone whispered in disbelief about the crown prince. Theodore stood calmly, his expression unreadable. His footsteps echoed as he approached. Another person watched, their expression filled with shock. The gladiator paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Theodore confronted the gladiator, declaring that he believed he was the crown prince now. The gladiator stood tall, his gaze unwavering. The title of this story is The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. The scene opens on a room where a figure lies motionless on the floor. The memory of his mother surfaces. He recalled that this was how his mother looked on her deathbed, and he was dreaming about that day again. The day he was left all alone in the world replayed in his mind. The sound of shattering glass echoed in his memory. He thought to himself that it was not the day he was abandoned. Suddenly, a voice called out, urging him to wake up. The crown prince, still in bed, was being attended to by the royal attendant. Meanwhile, Pierrot Garden introduced himself formally. He clarified that he was the main doctor of the crown prince. Garden shook hands with Damien Cayen. Damien Cayen introduced himself. Damien then stated that it was enough with the introductions. The royal attendant questions Crown Prince Rakiel's intentions, wondering what he plans to do next. Rakiel is confronted by Pierrot Garden, who seems displeased. Damien Cayen asks if they don't trust him. The sign reads Moxibustion Clinic. The clinic is filled with beds, each occupied by a patient. Damien wonders what this place is. Rakiel thinks to himself that it is a treatment room. Theodore thinks about how Rakiel not only saved them from that hellish place, but also let them stay in the smaller palace and is now treating them. Theodore looks surprised. Rakiel asks why they are being so nice to him, thinking to himself that he is not surprised they find it strange. Rakiel thinks to himself that he is not doing this out of a kind heart, and that most of the gladiators are in their early 20s, the oldest would only be in the early 30s. Rakiel realizes that if he releases them from the curse of the mark, then he'd get quite a good amount of life bonus, but they'll think he's insane if he tells them the truth. Rakiel states that nothing is free in the world. Rakiel asks if they think he's just being kind to them and tells them not to be mistaken. Rakiel says that he is very sick, to be precise, and has a lot of illnesses. Within the treatment room, a patient eagerly raised his hand, volunteering for the procedure. Meanwhile, Rakiel considered the implications of his actions, knowing that everyone in the Empire was aware of his condition. He resolved to make sure the treatment was as painful as possible. Rakiel cleared his throat, noting that the current royal doctors were unable to cure him. No matter the treatment, his condition worsened daily, so he had decided to search for a cure on his own. Elsewhere, Theodore asked Damien if he understood where he was coming from. Theodore believed he had brought them there so that they could test out the new treatment methods. Damien confirmed that was indeed the case. Rakiel, in a smaller form, asked Damien what he thought of the treatment he had received. Damien noted that after the first treatment, the nerve pain he felt was almost all gone. Theodore remarked that if Damien was giving a testimony of how good it was, it must be effective. Back in the treatment room, the doctor asked if anyone felt uneasy about the treatment they were about to receive. Rakiel thought to himself that he had succeeded. Rakiel smiled, realizing he could go all out without any worries now. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The energy caused someone to scream in pain. 6 days passed. The patients continued to suffer. The scene was a mess, with patients vomiting and breaking out in cold sweats. Rakiel realized that these were withdrawal symptoms from not taking painkillers. It would be difficult to proceed with more moxibustion treatment. Damien sat on the edge of a bed. Theodore called out to Damien. Damien turned to face Theodore. Theodore asked if Rakiel felt dizzy. Rakiel confirmed that he did. Theodore was surprised, realizing that this was why Rakiel was the protagonist. Rakiel knew that, in any case, he would have to use other treatment methods for now. Rakiel instructed the patients that this was it for today's treatment, and that they should rest in their accommodations and drink a lot of water. Theodore told Sergio to stay where he was. Sergio trembled in his bed. The man with the ponytail watched as the crown prince insisted he was fine, despite the obvious signs of distress. Theodore, however, was not convinced. He urged Rakiel to lie down, stating that he would help him. Theodore prepared to administer acupuncture. Rakiel wondered if acupuncture would even work. It was explained that because he had been consuming painkillers the longest among the gladiators, his withdrawal symptoms would be the most severe, making him the best subject to test this on. Theodore planned to start with the pressure point near his stomach. The first point would be the running point. Theodore prepared to apply the needle. Rakiel braced himself, thinking about what would come next. Theodore's hand moved swiftly. Rakiel screamed out in pain. He gasped. Rakiel's face contorted in agony as the acupuncture took effect. He cried out for help. The crown prince, pinned beneath his attacker, struggled against the assault. The attacker's grip tightened around Rakiel's throat, cutting off his air supply. Gasping for breath, Rakiel struggled to free himself. He choked, his vision blurring as the pressure increased. The attacker loomed over him, relentless. Suddenly, the attacker was thrown off of Rakiel. Damien Kyan stood over the two, asking Rakiel if he was all right. Rakiel, still catching his breath, insisted that he was fine. Damien helped the crown prince to his feet, concern etched on his face. It was noted that a seizure occurred despite only slight stimulation. It was clear that his nervous system must be extremely sensitive, and even a tiny stimulant could feel like being stabbed by a sword. It was determined that, in order to resolve this, something needed to be done. Rakiel realized he would need a way to make a thinner needle. He began to formulate a plan. The story of the crown prince that sells medicine begins. Meanwhile, Rakiel's blacksmith awaits him. As per Rakiel's orders, the blacksmith confirms that forging a needle as thin as a thread is possible. However, the blacksmith lacks confidence in reproducing multiple needles with consistent thicknesses. He believes it would be tough unless he were a dwarf artisan. Rakiel sighs, frustrated. This situation is driving him nuts, and he doesn't have much time, as the withdrawal symptoms will only worsen. He wonders what he should do. Suddenly, a notification appears, indicating that his internal organs have detected his stress. The notification explains that stress is the cause of numerous illnesses and advises him to resolve his stress. Rakiel sighs, finding the situation pitiful and wondering if he should give himself a hint. The lungs chime in, eager to offer a hint before Rakiel completely loses it. The lungs ask if he's opening up. Rakiel is confused by this. Another notification reminds Rakiel that he has already received a guide on how to use the HP he received. Rakiel realizes he can summon monsters by investing the HP he's obtained, which can also unlock various skills. Rakiel has selected the Summoned Monster Gacha. The screen details the Summon Gacha, a process that summons a powerful monster absolutely loyal to its master and provides the utilization of various abilities. The first pull costs 300 points, and Rakiel currently has 500 HP. The system asks if he would like to perform a Summon Gacha. Hoping for a good summon, Rakiel selects yes. The system indicates that the Summon Gacha is beginning, costing 300 points and leaving him with 200 HP. Before the process begins, the system prompts him to verbalize the abilities he desires his summon to have, stating that the summoned monsters will possess those abilities. Rakiel thinks to himself that he wants a lot of thin needles and a summon that can provide many of them in a consistent manner. Rakiel shouts his request. The system confirms that his request has been recorded. 3 gift boxes appear, each representing a potential summon. Rakiel stands before the possibilities. Candidate 1 is revealed to be a happy summon that oinks. Candidate 2 is an iron shit discharge, and Candidate 3 is a cactus that shits, a cactus that shits. Rakiel wonders what the hell is wrong with their names. The system states that the 3 candidates fulfill 100%, 50%, and 0% of his request. Once chosen, he cannot exchange, return, or refund the summon, so he should consider his selection carefully. Rakiel realizes there's 1 jackpot, 1 decent draw, and 1 total dud. He repeats the options: a happy summon that oinks, iron shit discharge, and a cactus that shits. Rakiel wonders which he should pick. Rakiel contemplates his options. Rakiel watched as the summoning process unfolded before him. He remained still, observing the spectacle. Meanwhile, another individual was losing his patience, his heart about to explode from frustration, demanding that a choice be made. The system declared that Candidate 3, a cactus that shits, had been chosen. Rakiel, with limited HP, could only hope for the best. The room crackled with energy as the chosen candidate materialized. The box opened, revealing the summon. Rakiel was surprised by what appeared before him. It was a porcupine, or so it seemed. The system provided a user guide, explaining that Goseum's size could be altered by feeding it the sunflower seeds that came along with it. The porcupine, Goseum, appeared with a small bag, leaving Rakiel to wonder where it came from. The blue sunflower seeds were described as making Goseum tiny, with a warning to feed them to Goseum before the time limit for becoming huge expired. Goseum's skills included infinite thorns, where plucking a thorn would cause a new one to grow back in its place. Other skills included Chestnut Burr Charge, which allowed the user to transform into a chestnut burr and attack, and Tricolored Thorn Explosion, which fired white, brown, and black thorns with varying pain infliction. Rakiel wondered if he could pluck one of Goseum's thorns to use. Rakiel wondered if plucking one of Goseum's thorns would hurt the creature at all. Nearby, 3 different colored thorns lay on the table. Rakiel observed that the white thorn only caused mild pain and should be fine for gladiators. The brown thorn, however, was so painful that it stung. Rakiel continued to praise Goseum, while also noting that the black thorn was said to be on a Korean level of pain. Rakiel realized that he didn't know how painful the black thorn actually was. The Crown Prince felt that the black thorn felt ominous and decided he would try it on someone else next time. In any case, the needle problem was now resolved. Rakiel declared that Goseum was now his. Rakiel held Goseum up, a bright light surrounding them. Nearby, a sign read, "To it Institution Clinic, Your Highness." Rakiel, with Goseum perched on his shoulder, spoke with Theodore. Rakiel told Goseum to say hello and introduce himself to Theodore. Theodore asked Rakiel why he had Goseum. Rakiel suggested that Theodore could ask Goseum for the rest of the details. The bearded man seemed surprised, muttering that there was something he didn't know. The narrative shifted to a discussion of summon monsters, being so rare that they only appeared before humans who volunteered to work for them for the rest of their lives. It was said that 300 years ago, the genius builder Lloyd Frontera had a hamster and a snake, among others, who helped him. The text described them as truly rare and mysterious beings, leaving one to wonder how he obtained his summon monster. The scene returned to Rakiel, who was being addressed as Your Highness. The speaker wondered if there was something about Rakiel that he didn't know. Another voice apologized, also addressing Rakiel as Your Highness, and confessed to committing a crime worthy of death the previous day. The shirtless man sat up in bed, looking distressed. Rakiel told him not to worry, explaining that the sensations he was experiencing were normal when enduring excruciating pain, but that he no longer felt it. The shirtless man looked surprised as Rakiel stated that he wouldn't feel anything, no matter how many needles he used on him now. The shirtless man's torso was shown. The shirtless man was confused, stating that Rakiel hadn't done anything yet, but Rakiel insisted that he already had. The shirtless man exclaimed in disbelief, while Rakiel chuckled. Rakiel thought to himself that everything was going smoothly. Rakiel hoped he could keep it up. A notification appeared, indicating that medical treatment fees, level 1, were being requested. The skill had been activated, and the patients were Damien Kyan and 13 others, with the treatment being for the curse of the mark. The notification displayed the final number of life bonus days received, 80 days, bringing the expected life expectancy to 171 days. Another notification appeared, showing that the medical treatment fee skill had leveled up to level 2, with the ratio improving from 2,000 to 1 to 1950 to 1. Meanwhile, in another room, the white-haired youth jumped for joy. He clenched his fist in excitement. A voice echoed, declaring that he was the Crown Prince. Theodore wondered aloud what they had done to make him so happy. Theodore questioned why he was so happy about their recovery. The Crown Prince smiled brightly. The Crown Prince declared that he was done with the gladiators now. But the Crown Prince grinned mischievously. Steam rose from a cup of tea. Lloyd Frontera stated that he would like to make an update on his routine report of the Crown Prince. It was revealed that 2 days prior, all 14 gladiators were assigned as the Crown Princes. The man with the beard questions the presence of bodyguards. These bodyguards are now called the Special Royal Guard, and they have been ordered to stay by Rakiel's side at all times. Meanwhile, others wonder what Rakiel is giving them. His contract with them included a salary along with various other benefits. Rakiel used to be sickly and laid in bed all day, but he has now formed a private squad made up of gladiators. The man with the beard finds this development more and more interesting. Rakiel has gathered all the servants and bodyguards of the side palace together. The servants and bodyguards are terrified. The man with the beard looks on with a questioning gaze. A needle pierces the skin. Rakiel asks if it hurts. It doesn't, the patient mumbles. Theodore questions why he made a sound if it was just a needle. The scene shifts to an empty room. Rakiel, standing by a chair, calls out for the next patient. A line of patients awaits their turn. The patients are eager to be seen. A few days ago, Rakiel walks along a path. Rakiel clears his throat. He asks how it feels after going through moxibustion for a few days. Theodore admits that it still stings a little. Theodore, now fully recovered, was informed that he would no longer need moxibustion treatments. The announcement prompted a questioning look from Damien. Rakiel confirmed that Theodore was cured and done with a moxibustion treatment. Rakiel added that he had confirmed the efficacy of the treatment and was also done with the experiments. Damien thanked Rakiel for his help, but Rakiel told him to wait. Rakiel reached out to stop Damien. Rakiel insisted that Damien hear him out. Rakiel explained that he didn't want to let such talents go to waste. Rakiel proposed that Damien become his personal bodyguard. Rakiel gestured as he made the offer. Rakiel clarified that he wasn't asking Damien to stay out of obligation, but that he would make sure he was handsomely paid, with leaves to use and a pension. It was said that Damien would soon climb up to the level of an advanced sword expert and would experience the syndromes of a sword master. It was believed that Damien knew that as well, since he was someone who knew the merit of his skills very well. The Swordmaster Syndrome was described as a level where one's senses are extremely sensitive and a level where those senses can't be controlled. Damien would experience even more severe insomnia than when he had the mark. Rakiel considered asking him to stay under the guise of treating him, but there was a high chance Damien would leave. The Crown Prince proposed a solution. They would write up a hiring contract, which would include paternity and childcare leave. Rakiel added that he would also grant the freedom to knock off whenever Damien wanted, and even a mansion, all of which were to be expected naturally. Rakiel guessed that they had some experience negotiating contracts. Theodore exclaimed that they would have a 4-day work week, asking how anyone could reject that. Theodore wondered who these guys were. The crowd pleaded to be hired. One of the men wondered what was going on and since when they were here. Another man stated that Rakiel cured them to hire them, and that they would take some pay too, meaning they would repay him for his help. The men declared that they would protect Rakiel when Damien wasn't around. One of the men reminded Rakiel that he said he would help them improve. Rakiel clarified that he didn't cure them or anything like that, and asked if they liked the money and benefits. One of the men affirmed that they were, but Theodore thought they were being way too honest. He thought it was better that they were honest about it, though. It was noted that these were the kind of people that go on and on about loyalty and all hold a lot of grudges. Rakiel considered the benefits of having a private military force, one that would be exclusively his. He knew the royal bodyguards were not entirely his to command, and in the event of conflicting orders between himself and the emperor's orders would take precedence. With a sweeping gesture, Rakiel declared that everyone present was hired. He announced them as his exclusive special royal guards. Rakiel beamed, extending his arm in a welcoming gesture to his newly formed guard. The group of men, now known as the Sargi, stood proudly, ready to serve. Among them, Damien remained stoic, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Rakiel sighed, lamenting that even after curing so many people, the bonus life he received wasn't significant. He reflected on his weak stamina and body, realizing he couldn't personally seek out patients. Rakiel turned and walked back towards the estate. Elsewhere, a man questioned what was meant by the term clinic, while another asked if he didn't know what a clinic was. Theodore stated that he didn't know what it was, but suddenly, someone urgently called out for Your Highness. Theodore was startled by the sudden outburst. The man's passionate declaration echoed through the room. The bearded man, overcome with emotion, declared that he finally understood Theodore's beautiful and noble heart. He realized that Theodore wanted to help and look after the people by setting up a clinic. Theodore, with a satisfied grin, confirmed that was indeed the case. The man exclaimed that Theodore finally understood his heart's feelings, and that he couldn't believe Theodore was still thinking about the health of the citizens. He was amazed that Theodore was thinking about the health of the citizens despite being sick himself. The man's emotions were overflowing. Theodore, with a wide smile, was being praised by the bearded man, while Damien Kyan stood silently by. The man declared that all of this was for the citizens. Damien Kyan watched the exchange with a stoic expression. Theodore mentioned that he was thinking of treating the people within the side palace first. The question arose, the people of the side palace? Theodore suggested setting up a clinic in the side palace to treat people. The bearded man wondered if they would be able to come in and receive treatment comfortably, since this was still the crown prince's palace. He guessed they wouldn't feel very comfortable visiting there. Theodore explained that was why they needed some advertising, such as successful treatment stories, so that they'd want to come there. The idea was that once the word of mouth spreads, more and more people will come here to receive treatment. Theodore stood with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he considered his plan. He thought of the side palace traditional medicine clinic and the 500 patients he had treated so far, but he wondered why everyone was so healthy. With a sigh, Theodore lamented that even after examining 500 people, he had only gained 2 bonus days of life. He realized this was not good, as he needed a patient who was very sick. With that thought, Theodore considered the information he had on all 500 people. As instructed, the information on the families, genders, ages, and illnesses of those 500 people had been gathered. Theodore considered that if the employees of the side palace were healthy, he realized he just needed to look into the health of their families, deeming himself a genius. Theodore was sure there was at least one person seriously ill among their family members. He began to sift through the documents. Theodore continued to sift through the documents. He wondered where the sick people were and why all their family members were healthy as well. With only 10 pages left, Theodore's disappointment was evident. Theodore's assistant asked if he was disappointed. The man with dark hair and a stern gaze addressed someone out of view, requesting permission to ask a question. The question was direct. Did they see patients as tools? Theodore, seated at his desk, appeared taken aback by the question. Theodore looked up, realizing that he appeared to be searching for a patient on the verge of death. Damien Kyan, standing nearby, expressed outrage at the question. He asserted that His Highness surely had his own plans. The man who had asked the question simply replied, "Is that so?" Garden apologized to His Highness. Garden continued, stating that Theodore was being too harsh and asked how he could embarrass His Highness. Damien interjected, calling Garden a loyal subordinate who was trying to stand up for Theodore. Damien then told Garden that his words toward His Highness were too harsh. An unknown voice boomed, demanding to know what they were all doing. The voice ordered both of them to get out. Theodore sighed, lamenting that there were only 10 pages left. The Crown Prince, holding a document, appeared to be reviewing a questionnaire. It was difficult for someone to write this in the questionnaire, but they gathered their courage. They had an 8-year-old brother. But 1 to 2 times a month, the brother's entire body would tremble all over. He would foam at his mouth as if he were possessed by a demon. Several doctors had examined him, but they were unable to find out the reason. Clerics had also prayed fervently. They prayed fervently over him, but they said they already did their best by driving out the evil spirits within him. The Crown Prince smirked. They found him. Theodore perused the document in his hands. A smirk crept across his face. Theodore declared that he had found him. A royal attendant nervously presented a child to Rachiel. The child wondered if Rachiel was his younger brother, George. The boy nervously gripped the attendant's clothing. Rachiel greeted the boy, who nervously greeted him back. Rachiel insisted that the boy call him by his name, stating that it was his first time at the palace and that he also had to meet the Crown Prince. Rachiel realized that the boy was probably more scared than curious. Rachiel thought that this was the best way to get a young patient to relax. Rachiel reached into his pocket. Rachiel offered the boy a piece of candy. George's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him, clearly impressed. Theodore presented the boy with a gift. George stared at the gift, a mixture of awe and hesitation on his face. Rachiel, observing the exchange, noticed George's unease and inquired what was wrong. George stated that he couldn't allow anyone to touch him. He began to explain himself. George believed he was cursed by an evil spirit. Rachiel responded that this wasn't true and that George wasn't weird. George revealed that he had fought with him yesterday as well. He continued to explain that they tried to imitate and tease him. George paused. He recalled losing control, feeling strange, and everything suddenly becoming dark. George admitted that there were times when he experienced strange sensations out of nowhere, causing his body to shiver. He described how his whole body would tremble and feel numb, as if he were lifted into the air and then dropped onto the ground. George recounted how the sky would get further and further away, and he would hear strange sounds. George stood with his head bowed, seemingly resigned to his fate. He explained that upon waking, he wouldn't be able to muster any strength. Meanwhile, Theodore listened intently, his expression unreadable. A voice acknowledged that he had managed to endure everything. The voice declared that George was brave. Rachiel embraced George tightly. The sudden embrace surprised George. Tearfully, George told Rachiel that he shouldn't touch him, insisting that he was possessed by evil spirits. Rachiel held him close, stating that this was. The readings began, scanning the pulse, and the overall opinion was that the patient had an overall healthy body. However, due to irregular brainwaves, symptoms of seizures had been detected. It was determined that severe, generalized tonic seizures were occurring. George realized that this was also commonly known as epilepsy, and normally, there wouldn't be any problems. It was explained that because of brain waves going rampant for unknown reasons, it would cause the whole body to convulse and the patient to lose consciousness. Rachiel stated that even if George was indeed possessed by evil spirits, not a single bit of him was strange, prompting George to question if that was really the case. Rachiel, despite the gravity of the situation, felt the need to remind everyone, yes, I'm the Crown Prince, remember? Theodore, ever vigilant, remained close by. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice mused, "It's fortunate that I found out about his epilepsy, but even if I try to treat him..." The voice continued, frustrated, "I can't find out the cause of it right now. This is driving me nuts. I don't have any tools to perform the scans, something like an MRI machine." Theodore corrected himself. Your Highness, I mean Rachiel." Rachiel suddenly groaned, clutching at his chest. He gasped, "Something strange with me. A seizure?" Rachiel's eyes widened in alarm as he wondered, why now, of all times? Nearby, the staff watched in horror. One of them exclaimed that he's really possessed by an evil spirit. The staff pleaded, "Your Highness, please get away from him." Rachiel gritted his teeth, fighting against whatever was afflicting him. Damien Kyan shouted at the unseen force to stop it. Damien declared that this has nothing to do with an evil spirit. Damien insisted that it's an illness, that Rachiel is just sick. The urgency of the situation was clear. The child was in pain and needed to be cared for and protected. Witnessing the scene, the maid's expression was one of shock and concern. Theodore, ever composed, demanded a pillow be brought immediately. A servant quickly responded, acknowledging his command. Rachiel lay, convulsing on the bed, surrounded by concerned onlookers. The bearded man noted that Rachiel was foaming at the mouth and wondered if he should wipe it away with a towel. Damien sternly forbade it. Damien explained that Rachiel's chin muscles were contracting uncontrollably, and if something went wrong, he might bite the towel and swallow it. Theodore and the maid could only stand by, as Theodore stated that they could only help him after his seizures were over. Damien observed Rachiel intently. Rachiel continued to convulse. Damien could feel mana emanating from Rachiel. It was said that the Azrahan core technique was very sensitive to the flow of mana. Theodore realized that mana was basically the circulation of energy, and if he could see that precisely, Theodore thought that he might be able to determine the cause of the epilepsy. Damien activated the Azrahan core technique. A surge of blue energy pulsed through the room. Theodore could see it, the source of the mana. Bathed in the golden light of the technique, Theodore focused his senses. The energy crackled around him as he delved deeper. Theodore observed that the flow of mana was all over the place, going wherever it wanted. He knew he needed to focus. Such a chance doesn't come by often, as he needed to find the cause of the epilepsy. Theodore thought he could see the nerve of the spinal cord, and then the cranial nerve. He couldn't be tired already. Theodore realized he still hadn't found any information. He pushed himself, needing to go a little more. Theodore strained to find the cause. The source of the problem seemed to be getting closer. Theodore continued to focus. He identified the vagus nerve. Theodore realized that the wrong signal was occurring in the vagus nerve. Theodore's discovery that the seizures were triggered within Rachiel's brain and body prompted immediate action. An order was given to bring a blanket and cover the collapsed prince. The attendants were instructed to let him rest and not to wake him or make any loud noises. The room fell silent, everyone careful not to cause any disturbance. Rachiel lay motionless on the floor. Someone exclaimed in shock at the sight of Rachiel collapsed, asking if he was all right. The relief was palpable, now that the cause had been found and treatment could begin. Under the moonlight, the palace stood silent. Rachiel's eyes fluttered open. He stirred in bed, feeling pain and wondering if he had fainted, realizing the Azrahan core technique had been activated to the maximum while he was unconscious. A voice announced that Rachiel was awake, startling him, as they thought he was the Grim Reaper. He was informed that he had been asleep for half a day. George inquired about the child's condition. It was noted that Rachiel had woken up in the evening but was still very tired, which was considered normal. Rachiel had gone back to sleep immediately after having a good dinner. Rachiel had figured it might be doable, but he hadn't thought he could really perform a precise diagnosis using the Azrahan core technique. Now, knowing that the vagus nerve was the cause, there was only one way to treat him. In order to do that, vagus nerve stimulation would be required. Meanwhile, Theodore asked where His Highness was going in the middle of the night. Rachiel was about to get struck. He declared that it would be done by lightning. Guards stood watch outside a large, arched doorway. Suddenly, the guards were on alert. One of them demanded to know who was approaching. The guards were surprised. Garden thanked them for their hard work and requested to be taken to Sir Xanat's room. Garden adjusted his jacket. They continued down the hallway. Garden realized that they had arrived. Before them stood a set of ornate, glowing doors. The doors were opened. Someone was shocked by the sudden intrusion. Palace mage Sir Xanatas, still in his nightclothes, wondered what was happening. Garden apologized for the sudden visit, explaining that he had a favor to ask of Sir Xanatas. Sir Xanatas, still in bed, asked Garden to repeat himself. Rakiel requested that he be blasted with lightning magic on his back. Theodore looked on, his expression unreadable. Theodore was left speechless by the request. The previous day, it was noted that Rakiel had changed so much recently. He had been doing so many strange things, acting all kinds of strange. It had gotten to the point where the king was worried about what Rakiel might do next. Theodore remained silent, listening intently. Theodore agreed that Rakiel had become even more erratic. Theodore believed that everyone becomes a fool when it comes to their children. He stated that he had served the king all his life and knew what his deepest thoughts were. It was observed that Rakiel had definitely changed a lot. Theodore's expression hardened as he listened. Rakiel questioned why Theodore would try to hurt him, stating that if anything happened to him, Theodore would be as good as dead. Rakiel clarified that he wasn't asking Theodore to do anything strange, like killing him, but just for a bit of electric stimulation that wouldn't kill him. Rakiel's request was met with disbelief. He needed someone to consistently use lightning magic for 3 hours. It was explained that lightning magic is inherently very destructive. Lightning magic cast by a high-rank mage could rival a natural disaster. Yet, Rakiel wanted it reduced to mere static electricity and maintained at a consistent voltage for 3 hours. Such a feat required extremely precise control. The question was posed to the crown prince. Theodore, standing in a room with another individual, questioned if Rakiel knew he was making an extremely difficult request. Theodore affirmed that he did. That was why he had come to Theodore, because who else had such precise mana control? Elsewhere, a crowd chanted, "Sir Xanatas." Xanatas, still in his pajamas, wondered who the best mage in their empire was. The crowd continued their chant, their voices rising in unison, "Sir Xanatas." Meanwhile, back in the room, guards stood watch as Theodore and Rakiel spoke. Xanatas was starting to warm up to the idea of taking on this challenge. Xanatas considered the request. He wondered what would happen if he accepted the crown prince's request. The crown prince, concerned about the potential consequences of his request, assures those present that he will not hold them responsible for any harm that may befall him. He insists that even in the event of injury or death, they will not be held accountable. Those standing nearby are expected to bear witness to this agreement. The guards, however, are less than thrilled to be involved. The guards protest, unwilling to be dragged into the situation. Theodore assures Sir Xanatas that he is not trying to do anything sinister, but is simply trying to save someone. Theodore resolves that if that is the case, he will give it a try. Theodore asks when they should proceed. Xanatas expresses his reluctance to recklessly use electricity on a child. Rakiel, sitting on the floor, knows that he needs to test it out first, and must be able to ensure that it's safe. Xanatas is seen with blue energy surrounding him. Rakiel is surrounded by blue energy. Xanatas decides that in that case, he will proceed. Xanatas is now surrounded by electricity. Xanatas declares that he will come here. Sir Xanatas, with his staff crackling with static electricity, continued the experiment. The crown prince, sitting before him, felt the sting of the energy. The crown prince steeled himself, thinking that now it was his turn. He would absorb the electric currents and convert them into electrodes. Then, he would introduce electric signals. He would introduce electric signals directly symmetrical to the incorrect nerve signal occurring in the child's vagus nerve. Thus, he would completely control those nerve signals. Theodore, watching the experiment, thought that Garden was great, just as expected of the palace mage. The crown prince smiled, thinking that he wasn't expecting to succeed in one try. He mused that the technique was an overpowered skill. Xanatas urged him to stop because it was enough, but the crown prince insisted that he could keep going and do this all day. The crown prince exclaimed that it stung and told him to stop. Elsewhere, one of the men wondered why Damien had gathered so many people again and what he was trying to do. The man with the ponytail's companion had heard Damien wanted to gather people fond of spreading rumors. Theodore wondered what was going on in Damien's mind. Meanwhile, back in the room with Rakiel, a maid looked on with concern. The crown prince sat on the bed, surrounded by his attendants. Garden reassured Rakiel that he wouldn't tell him to refrain from tensing up, as medicine was bitter and medical procedures did sting after all, but he wouldn't lie to him. Rakiel asked if it would hurt a lot. Garden responded that it would be just a bit, like a playful pinch, though he admitted that it sounded like it would. Garden promised that it wouldn't hurt at all. Rakiel seemed skeptical. Garden revealed that he had already administered it, and Rakiel didn't even realize it. Garden's vest came into view. Garden warned that what was going to sting was from here on out. Energy crackled. Sir Xanatas was engulfed in the energy. Rakiel reacted to the surge of power. A figure looks on, seemingly surprised by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the electricity gathers smoothly, building in intensity. Elsewhere, onlookers are encouraged to spread rumors about the spectacle, with one expressing disbelief at the crown prince being roasted with electricity. The scene is touted as groundbreaking treatment and viral marketing. Now, the processed electric currents are being transferred. The currents surge. The energy intensifies. The surge continues. The energy crackles, and someone wonders what's happening. More crackling energy erupts. He feels that something is ominous. Someone sweats nervously. The flow of mana is becoming erratic, and someone realizes they are in trouble. The situation escalates. It's going to explode soon, and the seizure is about to start. Rakiel's red-haired companion wondered how much longer he could endure the strain. He clenched his chest, urging himself to remain as he was. Meanwhile, the bearded man stated that they had at most 3 minutes before the seizure began. In the worst-case scenario, the situation would become dire. Only 1 minute remained. Energy crackled intensely around the room. The doctor knew he needed to introduce the opposite signal into the electrode. But this was bad. There wasn't enough time. Even if he used the Azrahan core technique at full capacity, the process would still take 30 minutes. He wondered if he should stop now and treat it next time. The Crown Prince gasped, struggling against the effects of the treatment. The doctor realized that if he let a seizure occur, strange rumors would spread about this. He also didn't know how long Sir Xanatas could help for. He wasn't sure if there would even be a next opportunity. The Crown Prince thought that a terminally ill person like him didn't have the time to be lax. Sir Xanatas stood nearby, ready to assist. The doctor requested that the power of the lightning magic be increased to 3 times the current level. The doctor continues to channel the electrical energy, the strain evident on his face. Sir Xanatas urges him to proceed, knowing the clock is ticking. He assures them that he will explain everything later, but warns that what's coming will be painful. Rakiel, enduring the treatment, declares that the pain is irrelevant. The Crown Prince's shirt is open, revealing his chest as the procedure continues. Sir Xanatas acknowledges Rakiel's resolve. The electrical energy intensifies, coursing through Rakiel's body. Rakiel grits his teeth, enduring the surge of power. A dire warning flashes. 10 seconds remain before the seizure begins. The doctor knows he must absorb more mana, process it, and complete the treatment. He focuses on the precise location to place the electrode. Rakiel is now standing, enduring the electrical currents flowing through him. The carotid artery is the target. Rakiel continues to withstand the treatment. The electrode is placed, ready to deliver the final surge. Rakiel is engulfed in a surge of energy. Elsewhere, Theodore watches with concern. Time is running out as the countdown continues. 5 seconds until the seizure. The energy intensifies around Rakiel. From another location, Damien struggles, gritting his teeth against an unseen force. A young boy watches in horror, his eyes wide with fear. The countdown continues for seconds. In the palace, the royal staff watches with bated breath. The energy crackles and intensifies. 2 seconds remain. The electrode glows brightly. Rakiel's eyes widen. With 1 second left, Rakiel screams. Energy crackled intensely. The energy surged. The force of the blast sent someone flying. A countdown began. More energy crackled. The countdown reached 0. 0. Elsewhere, a young man with red hair groaned in pain. Someone gripped his arm tightly. The young man looked up, startled by the sudden contact. Across the room, Rakiel asked if he could feel it. Sir Xanatas sat in his room. He stood holding his staff. Nearby, a maid wondered aloud if anything had happened, noting that he usually lost consciousness when the pain started. The procedure had been a close call. Despite the relief, Prince Protagonist noted that his body was still numb. A request for medical treatment fees, level 2, had been activated for patient George, specifically for a vagus nerve stimulation operation. The final amount of life bonus received was 3 days, bringing his life expectancy to 161 days. Prince Protagonist realized he had gained extra days. He had maximized the use of the Azrahan core technique to withstand the intense stimulation on his body, surpassing his own limits in doing so. The Azrahan core technique had leveled up. The Azrahan core technique, now at single circle level 2, greatly increased the mana of the mana circle by 130%. The required HP for the next level up was 1,200, while his current HP was 200. Prince Protagonist smiled. The core technique leveled up, boosting the amplification. He had successfully endured powerful electrical stimulation. His lungs and large intestines had gained metal energy and a resistance towards wood energy. As metal resists wood, the organ that possesses wood energy, the liver, had woken up. The Crown Prince that sells medicine. A figure kicks open a door, entering with force. Immediately, the figure demands to know why everyone is being so lazy. He orders them to take his luggage. The luggage is thrown to the ground. The other figures in the room remain silent. One of the figures wonders if there is a newbie. A shirt with the word escape is thrown into the air. Another figure rejoices, exclaiming that they are finally not the newbie anymore. Someone runs past. The figure who entered the room watches the others. The figure is struck. The figure is grabbed by the cheek. He wonders if they're trying to make him the newbie. A notification appears, stating that his liver has granted him 300 HP. Another notification appears, stating that his lungs, heart, and large intestines, thrilled by the new addition, have granted him 500 HP. The screen displayed a notification. The liver's birthday party was starting, granting an additional 300 HP, bringing the total to 1,300. Rakiel wondered if there could be more internal organs to awaken. He realized he would be able to get even more HP from now on, reflecting on what an awesome day it had been. He had advanced in the Azrahan core technique, awakened his liver, and even gained extra HP. Rakiel wondered if there could be more. Meanwhile, Theodore looked up at Rakiel, confused. Theodore thought something was strange with him. Rakiel reassured Theodore that he wasn't strange. Theodore mumbled that normally, once he felt weird, his vision darkened and he lost control. He asked if Rakiel was surprised because that didn't happen this time, confirming that he was. Rakiel declared that Theodore would stay like this from now on. Rakiel smiled, saying it would be for the rest of Theodore's life. Theodore was confused. Theodore looked up, surprised. Rakiel reassured Theodore that he wouldn't suffer that pain anymore. A figure declared that if they were lying, the others could take over as crown prince the next day. Nearby, a maid named George was present. Another person exclaimed, calling out to their sister. The sound of footsteps echoed. The two siblings embraced. A soft sound echoed. Elsewhere, Garden smirked. He thought to himself that it was a total success. A voice declared that everyone had gotten a good look and that it was time to spread the news of their good deed. The voice continued, stating that it was time for people to swarm into the palace for treatment. The speaker declared that they would cure them all and earn a ton of extra life to a long and healthy life from now on. The speaker, revealed to be Doctor, laughed maniacally. His eyes widened. Someone was confused. Another person was also confused. Darkness closed in, and a familiar sensation washed over him. Of course, after all the stress he had been put through. He lay still, asleep in his bed. The crown prince stirred, his body stiff. He wondered how long he had been out. Nearby, a royal attendant asked if Your Highness was awake. The crown prince questioned why they were all just watching him sleep, wondering if they didn't have other things to do. Theodore admitted he was so tired of seeing him sleep. That's why he hoped he would wake up soon. The bearded man, overcome with emotion, confessed that he prayed so hard for His Highness. The crown prince, confused, asked what was going on and why they were crying again. He was informed that he had been asleep for 2 whole days. Bolting upright in bed, the crown prince looked shocked. Rakiel remained in bed, surrounded by his attendants. They stood silently, watching him. One of the attendants, visibly distressed, questioned if they were trying to get him killed. The attendant wondered how he was supposed to explain to His Majesty that Rakiel had fainted from his lightning magic. Elsewhere, Theodore asked about George, wondering how he was doing. George insisted that he was totally fine. Theodore stood nearby, his arms crossed. Theodore and George stood in a room together. Theodore, leaning over the bed, asked George what he was doing there. George explained that he had pestered Theodore to let him come there. George stood between Theodore's legs. A hand held up a necklace, saying, "When you woke up." Theodore asked if George had made the necklace while he was asleep. George thought that the necklace might be a bit much for Theodore. A voice declared that the only reason they saved him was because they wanted to live longer. The same voice continued, stating that the listener shouldn't feel moved by their actions. The speaker paused, then uttered Rakiel's name. Rakiel, looking out the window, hummed in response. Elsewhere, a young boy thought to himself that he wanted to become someone great too. The boy, George, declared that he wanted to help others. Another voice responded, stating, "Just like you did." The crown prince listened intently. Theodore examined the necklace George had given him, thinking it was so well made. Theodore thanked George. George thought that seeing Theodore healthy was the greatest reward he had received. Nearby, Sir Xanatas remarked that seeing George healthy was a reward in itself. Rakiel cleared his throat, stating that he needed to rest a bit more because he was still tired. Rakiel stood by the window. A voice declared that they would take their leave, asking Rakiel to rest well. As the others departed, the room fell silent. The group dispersed, their footsteps echoing softly. A young boy waved goodbye, calling out to Rakiel. The last of the departing figures turned and walked away. One of them responded with a simple farewell. Left alone, the crown prince sat on the edge of his bed. The door closed behind them. Rakiel picked up the necklace George had given to Theodore, examining it closely. He wondered who would wear something so plain. He held the simple cord between his fingers. It did look rather plain without any jewels. The moon shone brightly through the window. Rakiel lay back against the pillows. He clutched the necklace as he drifted off to sleep. With a declaration of his return, the crown prince protagonist arrived home. The family estate stood grand and welcoming. Inside, his mother greeted him with a question about the reason for his visit. She looked at her son with a mixture of surprise and concern. The crown prince protagonist explained that he was on leave and had come back home. Theodore, nearby, listened intently. Theodore seemed surprised to hear that the crown prince protagonist was on leave. He recalled that the Crown Prince had been granted a special leave. Theodore remembered that the Crown Prince had suddenly been given 5 days of leave. Theodore noted that most people in the side palace had received special leave. Theodore's companion remarked that the Crown Prince protagonist seemed much better compared to before. Theodore's companion questioned the observation. Theodore wondered if that was the reason for the leave. Theodore observed that the Crown Prince had been acting strangely recently. The topic of conversation was clearly the Crown Prince. The nature of these strange things was not yet clear. It was as if he were a doctor. Someone placed a rolled document on the table. The document landed with a soft thud. Theodore and another man looked down at the document. The document was an announcement, and Theodore was shocked. The announcements were being posted throughout the city. The city was bustling with activity. A crowd gathered around one such announcement, wondering what it was. The announcement declared the opening of the Eye Palace Traditional Medicine Doctor with a free treatment event. It listed treatments for spondyloarthritis, twina, acupuncture, orthodontic treatment, and obesity under the direction of Crown Prince Raquel Audrey Magentano and Specialist Palace main Dr. Pierrot Garden, assuring that all sicknesses were welcome. The announcement stated that he was offering to fix spines. It was likely that the rumors were spreading quickly. The Crown Prince protagonist stood by the window, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked out at the palace grounds. Meanwhile, the royal attendant walked through a doorway, the sign indicating the location of the traditional medicine clinic. The Crown Prince turned to the royal attendant, asking if they should begin. The royal attendant responded that the Crown Prince was up pretty early. As they walked, the Crown Prince stated that this was the first day of operations for the side palace. The royal attendant mentioned that he had bought all the medicine ingredients the Crown Prince had asked for. He added that he took special care in procuring them. The Crown Prince replied that he would need a lot of them, so even if it caused panic buying, he wanted the royal attendant to buy as many as he could. The royal attendant acknowledged the request, but addressed the Crown Prince with respect. He then asked where the Crown Prince had learned how to do all this. The royal attendant admitted that he was curious about the Crown Prince's abilities, especially since he was a doctor too. The Crown Prince's knowledge seemed to be like preparing new potions. The royal attendant continued, saying he was really curious about the medical techniques the Crown Prince was using out of nowhere or relieving joint pain by poking people with thorns. The royal attendant confessed that he hadn't been sleeping well these days and was curious about the medical techniques the Crown Prince was using that seemed to come out of nowhere. The Crown Prince struggles to understand the medical techniques being used. He realizes that the other is upset. Meanwhile, Theodore appears to be deep in thought. Elsewhere, Raquel notes that he is upset. Raquel thinks to himself that the other must feel pathetic because he can't figure out the principles of the medical techniques he's been using. He understands why he feels this way, since he's also a doctor. Raquel reveals that he is actually from another world. Theodore asks him to repeat what he said. Raquel clarifies that in that place, he is not the prince, but just a normal person named Li Han. He explains that he made a living with traditional medicine techniques, and that's what he's been using. Theodore is surprised, calling him Your Highness. Theodore listens intently. Raquel states that's why he chose to tell him the truth. Raquel stood with Theodore, a smile on his face as he enjoyed their conversation. Theodore warned that he would be really sad if Raquel did something. Raquel continued to tease Theodore, who asked him to stop and just tell him the truth. Raquel responded that he already had, and questioned why Theodore wanted to know. Theodore's reason was simple. He wanted to become a better doctor. Theodore expressed his desire to feel the same kind of satisfaction that Raquel felt. Theodore continued to speak. Theodore asked Raquel to pardon him, but Raquel dismissed the topic, suggesting they go to work. Raquel turned away. Raquel smiled. Raquel reflected on how he was able to get this far, because Theodore had always been there to help him. Raquel hoped they would have patience on the clinic's opening day, not just flies. Raquel hoped people wouldn't stay away just because the Crown Prince lived there, referring to the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic. Raquel felt like he would get PTSD at the Pyongyang National Medicine Clinic. Raquel begged, repeating, "Please, please." Raquel hoped that the clinic would be flooded with patients. Beaming, Raquel welcomed everyone to the Side Palace's Traditional Medicine Clinic. The sign simply read, "Clinic." The clinic was located in a grand building. Meanwhile, Theodore felt doomed. The royal attendant followed Raquel down the stairs. The royal attendant addressed Raquel as Your Highness. Raquel wondered why so many people were present. He looked on with a questioning expression. His eyes widened in surprise. Raquel realized he was saved. The crowd was packed, with people shouting at others not to cut in line. One person insisted they were there first and questioned what the others were talking about. The title read, "The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine." The sign read, "Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic." The clinic bustled with activity, just as expected on its first day. An attendant offered to survey the scene. Raquel was busy taking a patient's pulse. Someone apologized for disturbing him while he was busy. Raquel wondered what he should do next. Meanwhile, a maid prepared medicine. Raquel instructed someone to check on the patients and see if they needed help. Someone interrupted, exclaiming that the medicine was not being prepared correctly. Rakiel realized that the nursing system was still a mess and that it would take some time before it became systemic. He gained experience while treating multiple patients, which leveled up his pulse reading skill. He could now get results by checking the overall health check report and see more information about symptoms of the internal organs of the patient if he had awakened them in his body. Rakiel was confused by this. The internal organs were participating in the pulse reading. Elsewhere, someone announced it was time for a blind date and to bring their weapons. A group of people walked down a hallway. One of them was excited. The group determined that blind dates were a must, despite some reservations about age preferences. Theodore told everyone to get a grip. Theodore announced that they were meeting old grandpas. Meanwhile, back at the consultation, the detailed analysis of the internal organs continued. The results were in. The heart and lungs showed no abnormalities, but the large intestines revealed a mild case of constipation. The liver, however, showed signs of hepatitis, indicating that the patient needed to quit drinking. The diagnosis was grim. The liver had been breaking down alcohol for 50 years and would likely be destroyed in 5 more. The doctor noted that an accurate diagnosis was the most important thing in treatment. He emphasized the importance of quickly awakening the other internal organs. Rakiel informed the patient that his liver was quite damaged. Rakiel explained that the patient looked tired and his face was yellowish because his liver was tired. Rakiel prescribed the minor bupleurum decoction for 10 days, adding that he might recommend the cinnamon twig and poria pill, depending on the next diagnosis. Rakiel sternly instructed the patient to quit drinking alcohol from that day onwards. The doctor informed his patient that at the rate he was going, he wouldn't live beyond 5 years. The patient started to protest, but Rakiel cut him off, questioning how he could eat if he didn't drink alcohol. Rakiel clarified that he was ordering him to stop drinking not as a doctor, but as the crown prince, threatening jail time if he defied the order. With his patient dismissed, Rakiel announced that was all for the day. A notice was given that all non-critical patients should return the next day. Rakiel was commended for his great work. A subordinate apologized for the mistake with the medicine earlier. Rakiel thought to himself that he wasn't sure if they were doing well. He reassured everyone not to worry, saying they all did great and should continue to work hard the next day. It was explained that since the concept of nurses didn't exist in this place, it couldn't be helped. It was also noted that they would be in a predicament if they admitted too many patients who required nursing care. Someone wished that Ms. Kim and Ms. Lee were there. 2 figures stood together, one holding a clipboard. Footsteps approached, and a voice called out, telling them to come over there. The man with the ponytail urgently called out to the crown prince, informing him that there was a patient in need of immediate assistance. Carrying a patient, a man introduced himself as the eldest son of the Dinrier family, showing his respects to the crown prince. Desperate, the man pleaded with the crown prince to save his mother. The mother appeared to be in distress. Meanwhile, Rakiel observed that her fever was alarmingly high, wondering how long she had been in such a state. The 2 men stood by the bedside. One of the men explained that she had been fine until that afternoon. Rakiel noted that she had begun feeling cold around noon, and her condition had worsened rapidly since then. The woman lay in bed, seemingly unconscious. Rakiel realized what was happening. It was the same illness that had decimated 40,000 soldiers. Rakiel was shocked by this revelation. The prince's mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place. The scene shifted, revealing a field of fallen soldiers amidst a snowy landscape. This was the illness that decimated Napoleon's 40,000 soldiers. Theodore's eyes widened as he saw an image of Napoleon on horseback. It was all becoming clear. This was the epidemic that struck Napoleon's army. The diagnosis: epidemic typhus fever. A fatal, acute febrile illness caused by Rickettsia bacteria infection. The liver spoke, confirming that it had seen the Rickettsia bacteria in the blood that went into the old lady's liver. The information solidified in Theodore's mind. Theodore was shocked by the revelation. The doctor inquired when the patient had last bathed. Theodore asked the doctor to repeat himself, stating that he needed to know to better understand her condition. The doctor responded that she had bathed yesterday, too. The doctor wondered if she had bathed yesterday as well. Theodore pondered the implications of his diagnosis. Adding to the mystery, it seemed strange that someone who bathed every day would be infected with epidemic typhus. Furthermore, the patient was described as tidy and clean. Adding to the confusion, there were no lice or fleas present. Theodore wondered if she had been anywhere recently where she might encounter lice or fleas. It was reported that about half a month ago, her carriage broke down on her way back from visiting relatives, and she spent the night at a nearby farmer's place. The farmer's place was a modest dwelling nestled in a rural landscape. The farmer couple had let her sleep in their bed. It was noted that she had started having a fever today. Theodore sat, deep in thought. He recalled that she slept at the farmer's place about half a month ago, and the incubation period for typhus was 15 days. Theodore realized with growing dread that the symptoms perfectly aligned with those of epidemic typhus fever. Theodore realized with a click that the old woman must have been infected at the farmer's house. The royal attendant listened intently, to Theodore's assessment. The diagnosis was confirmed: epidemic typhus fever. The disease spread through lice that clung to human skin and fed on blood. It spread through lice that clung to human skin and fed on blood. The old woman's condition was dire, her age and high fever compounding the danger. In the worst-case scenario, she could develop pneumonia, suffer central nervous system damage, or even experience necrotic body parts. Rakiel listened intently. Rakiel addressed the maids, ordering them to listen up. He instructed them to remove all of her clothes and thoroughly clean her body with towels soaked in warm water. Then, they were to help her into patient clothes, a command that shocked one of the maids. The maid questioned what to do about the old woman's clothes. Rakiel ordered them to burn the clothes, the bed, and the bedding she was currently using. He continued, instructing them to bathe themselves and burn their clothes as well after they were done. Rakiel warned that if anyone disobeyed even one of his orders, they would be fired immediately and face punishment. Rakiel, visibly agitated, appears to be giving orders. The maids, overwhelmed by the situation, express their understanding and compliance. Meanwhile, the royal attendant instructs someone to inform the patient's family. Rakiel urgently commands someone to leave immediately. The maids respond affirmatively to the crown prince's command. A knife rests on a cutting board, surrounded by herbs and ingredients. The text explains that the medicine being prepared is kudzu root tonic soup, known for its effectiveness against febrile illnesses. Rakiel stands in what appears to be a kitchen, holding a bowl of the kudzu root tonic soup. The text highlights the kudzu root tonic soup. It's described as a fever painkiller made from ephedra and kudzu root. Rakiel offers the medicine to the patient, advising them to drink it slowly, as it will help them feel better. A maid tends to a patient in bed. Another patient lies in bed, seemingly unwell. A maid prepares to administer medicine to a patient in bed. A woman lies in bed, clearly unwell. Her condition appears dire. Rakiel stands nearby, observing the patient with concern. For 3 days, the maids have been providing care in rotating 8-hour shifts. Despite their efforts, her condition was not improving. In fact, it was worsening due to the high fever. The kudzu root tonic soup was proving insufficient at this stage. The balance of yin and yang was completely off, causing her yin energy to be severely depleted. It was necessary to restore the balance first. Only then could her body properly benefit from the kudzu root tonic soup. A medicinal herb with strong yin energy was needed. Rakiel realized he needed something special like that. He urged his subordinates to think harder. Rakiel thought that they were useless in urgent times. Then, Rakiel remembered a place. He called for Sir Garden to prepare a carriage for him. The doctor's white coat hung loosely on his frame. The secret palace vault was said to hold all sorts of rare treasures and artifacts. Rakiel realized that his best chance of finding such a herb was there. However, only the emperor could enter, and gaining access was quite complicated. But he was the crown prince. A carriage awaited outside the palace. He needed to make use of his position and ask his father for help. Theodore stood before the emperor's doors. Rakiel paid his respects to the empire's rightful ruler. The crown prince approached the throne room. The emperor questioned why Rakiel sought him out at this late hour. The pressure from his father was overwhelming, as always. Rakiel was on his way to visit his father. He intended to request access to the secret palace vault that very night. Rakiel approached the emperor's chambers. The emperor questioned the need to access the secret palace vault and asked Rakiel what it was for. Rakiel paused, preparing to explain. He began by explaining that he had established a traditional medicine clinic in the side palace. Rakiel continued, stating that many patients had come, and he was currently treating them, including the madam of a noble family who had been brought to the side palace 3 days prior. The emperor pressed him, asking how that related to the vault. Rakiel explained that an ingredient needed in the treatment might be in there. The emperor expressed that he was not convinced Rakiel was telling the truth, and asked if he was using an innocent patient's plight as an excuse to get into the vault for his own selfish reasons. The emperor found this interesting, appreciating that Rakiel had sought him out first. Rakiel thought that the emperor was clearly enjoying himself and deliberately complicating matters. Rakiel realized that convincing his own father was proving difficult. The emperor declared that they had no time for this. Even now, the emperor stressed, the patient's life hung in the balance. The emperor challenged Rakiel, demanding to know how he could prove his diagnosis was accurate. The emperor reminded Rakiel that he had spent much of his youth ill and received limited education. Meanwhile, Prince One lay in bed, seemingly unaware of the conversation unfolding elsewhere. The emperor questioned Rakiel's audacity, asking if he was now practicing medicine. The emperor admitted that he couldn't help but be in doubt. He expressed his uncertainty about whether Rakiel was properly caring for the patient and if his diagnosis was trustworthy. Rakiel realized that his father wanted to test him. Rakiel asked if he was right. The emperor confirmed Rakiel's suspicion, saying yes. The emperor revealed that the test was simple. Royal Knight Captain Roberto had been slightly diagnosed. The emperor concluded that Rakiel should diagnose his current condition. To test Rakiel's abilities, the Emperor declared that he would grant access to the secret palace vault. The Emperor then took Rakiel's hand, seemingly to guide him. Meanwhile, Theodore believed there was no way Rakiel could get the diagnosis right. The Emperor stated that only Sir Roberto, his wife, and he knew of Roberto's illness. Rakiel looked on, seemingly unfazed by the Emperor's words. Theodore, however, was shocked by Rakiel's diagnosis, blurting out that he had pattern baldness. The Emperor looked at Theodore with a surprised expression. From above, the scene unfolded as the Emperor and Rakiel stood before Theodore. Theodore insisted that Roberto's hair was still shiny and full. Rakiel then revealed that Roberto was wearing a wig. Theodore's eyes welled up with tears. He angrily told the Emperor and Rakiel to stop. Theodore was visibly upset, tears streaming down his face. The Emperor, seemingly unbothered by Theodore's outburst, told Damien to let's go. Damien acknowledged the Emperor's command. Damien watched as the others moved on. Meanwhile, Rakiel questioned if it was a bit harsh to remove Roberto's wig. Theodore responded that he would treat him next time, but that it wasn't the main concern at the moment. Theodore looked at Rakiel with concern. They were headed to the secret palace vault. The two approached the vault's entrance. They walked towards it. Someone wondered why they didn't ask how to treat something and was told to visit the side palace later and get it treated. The crown prince and his companion found themselves in a new location. The two stood in awe of the secret palace vault. They continued deeper into the vault. The pair were greeted by armored guards. One of the guards offered them an hourglass-shaped pass. The pass, it was explained, was required to enter the secret vault. Rakiel wondered what would happen if he didn't have a pass. He was warned that all the attack magic within the secret vault would activate. Furthermore, the pass recorded how much time they spent inside, and exceeding the approved amount of time would have dire consequences. The guard ominously warned that they would die if they exceeded the time limit. Rakiel and his companion continued forward. They would be inside until daylight. Rakiel was shocked by this revelation. A voice calls out to Damien, urging him to enter immediately. Following the command, Damien and another figure rush forward. Suddenly, a knight in shining armor raises a hand, signaling them to halt. Before them lie 3 doors, each labeled with a different level of difficulty: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Elsewhere, a young man apologizes profusely, claiming he didn't know. But a close-up reveals a sinister glint in his eye. He hadn't fallen for it. A voice explains that since he passed the test, he'll be allowed into the basic area and can take 1 item. The young man kneels on the ground, asking for pardon. He is then asked if he has any complaints about what's been given to him. The young man replies that it's not really a complaint. He thinks to himself that he worked so hard to pass the test, only to be allowed into the basic area. He argues that they didn't specify which area when they gave him the test. The older man retorts that he's only changing his words after he passed. A voice echoed, remarking on someone's shamelessness. Meanwhile, Prince Protagonist considered the Emperor's stinginess, shaking his head slightly. Footsteps approached as the prince wondered if someone was genuinely trying to help him. He resolved not to seek help unless absolutely necessary. The prince pressed his hand against the control panel, activating it. The mechanism activated with a resounding thrum. A knight bid the prince farewell, promising to see him later. The prince, accompanied by Damien Kyan, stood ready. The title of the series was displayed: The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. The prince and Damien stood before a large doorway. The doorway shimmered with magical energy. The prince realized he would have to pull an all-nighter. The prince smiled, seemingly determined. Damien stated that they must find the item they needed in this place. Damien then questioned how they would find it. A sword, surrounded by ice crystals, emanates a chilling aura. Nearby, various magical items rest on a table, each imbued with properties resembling ice. The disembodied voice instructs someone to record the location of any similar items they find, promising to investigate them later. Moments later, Crown Prince Rakiel stands before Damien, who is diligently taking notes. Elsewhere, a voice suggests splitting up to search the area, each taking a side. Rakiel simply agrees. Time seemed to flow differently in this place, as Rakiel continued his search. Meanwhile, Damien continued his search as well. Rakiel wondered if the items were more common in this basic area. He hoped that Damien wasn't having a more difficult time on his side. The disembodied voice demanded to know if the locations were being recorded as instructed. Damien confirmed that he had. The voice repeated the question, ensuring the locations were written down. Damien affirmed that he had followed the instructions. Upon reviewing the notes, Damien questioned what on earth Rakiel had written. The high ceilings of the palace are decorated with intricate designs. Below, dark wooden furniture lines the halls. Damien wondered if there were any items with ice properties in a vast area. Was this their only hope? They would have to see. The item was called 10,000-Year Snow, a shield of unknown origin and basic category rank. When the user infused mana, the core of the center portion changed the mana and manifested an ice shield. Rakiel wondered if it was the 10,000-Year Snow. The item looked like the buzzers he got in cafes. But the portion would change the mana and manifest an ice shield. The ice shield would break when it received too much damage, and the fragment of cold that fell out when it was damaged was the product of pure mana. It would naturally disperse with time, but one should refrain from touching or consuming it recklessly. Rakiel touched the item, noting how cold it was. An ice shield would be deployed when a user infused mana. Rakiel held the item. The item glowed. Rakiel wondered if this was some buzzer that someone got from a cafe. He felt like he needed to go take his order right now, realizing that the intensity of the buzzing increased with. The intensity of mana required careful consideration. As Rakiel knew, he couldn't infuse it thoughtlessly. There was a minimum amount needed for the ice shield to even appear, which was why it was considered basic. He decided to try again, slowly. Meanwhile, in what appeared to be a shower, Damien noted the temperature change. He felt like he was controlling the temperature of his shower like a boss. Rakiel felt it. This was the feeling he was looking for. He resolved to keep going like this. The mana surged. The shield began to take shape. Rakiel exclaimed that he did it. The shield was so big, but it didn't feel heavy at all. Rakiel was pleased with his progress. He realized that this coldness could work, and he could treat the madam from Dinrir. Rakiel called out to Damien, saying he thought he needed his help again. Damien admitted he had zero idea what Rakiel was thinking. Damien asked what help Rakiel needed from him. Rakiel responded that he would tell him later, adding that it was time to get his fill of bonus HP. Rakiel's thoughts turned to the concept of bonus HP. His mind then shifted to his patient. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a guard stood at attention. Damien Kyan stood tall, and it was announced that the item he had chosen was... Someone questioned if Damien had decided on that sword. The sword in question was then shown in detail. Another voice called out to Damien, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. The sword was then slammed into the ground. Theodore expressed his disappointment. The crown prince looked on. He was told that he needed to put down what he had, too. Elsewhere, someone was muttering. Sir Xanatas, lying in bed, wondered why this was happening to him. Someone else was thinking. Someone was told that they needed to put down what they had, too. A voice calls out, welcoming someone back. Elsewhere, a man observes that His Highness is getting along well with Damien Kyan these days, admitting he thought Damien was a rough and inflexible person. Another man responds that Damien is doing a good job protecting His Highness. It was good that His Highness, who had been sick all his life, now had a friend like Damien whom he was comfortable with. Someone thinks that they can trust him a little more. The royal attendant walks down a hallway carrying a tray with a pitcher and glass. Rakiel smiles, standing next to another man. The sun sets over a body of water. Garden holds a glowing orb in his hand. Below, someone stands on a rooftop. The bearded man wonders what that is. Damien is pulling out his sword, wondering why he is doing so. He leaps from the rooftop. Damien prepares to strike. He brings his sword down. As Damien descended, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within the building. The contents of a tea set spilled across the floor. Meanwhile, a figure watched with wide, fearful eyes. The figure screamed, declaring it was treason. A few minutes passed. Rakiel was told to listen carefully to what was about to be said. It was said that his pure heart sincerely sought to assist patients in need. Damien stated that he would gladly follow any instructions Rakiel gave without hesitation. Rakiel seemed excited. Rakiel asked if Damien could hit him with his sword. Damien wondered if Rakiel was seriously out of his mind, as Rakiel demanded that he hit him until his ice shield broke, and asked if Damien was serious. Damien's respect towards Rakiel dropped by 16. Theodore wondered why he was being asked to do this. Theodore asked if Rakiel was trying to kill him by making him a traitor. Rakiel explained that Damien needed to hit his shield so he could save Lady Dinrir, stating that this was how they would all survive. Theodore was surprised. Rakiel was also surprised. Theodore, watching the scene unfold, wondered what Rakiel was thinking. Rakiel, however, demanded a better explanation. He then explained that the 10,000-year snow in the secret vault was written about, and when the user infuses mana, the core of the center portion alters the mana and manifests an ice shield. Rakiel continued, stating that the shield of ice energy will break when it receives too much damage, and the fragment of ice energy that falls out when it's damaged is the product of pure mana. He warned that it would naturally disperse with time, but they should refrain from touching or consuming it recklessly. Rakiel then asked if that had anything to do with him striking him, and confirmed that he was going to use the ice residue formed by striking the shield in the medicine. Theodore, exasperated, asked Damien if he couldn't just put down the shield for him to strike. Rakiel insisted that he would see it now. Rakiel, surrounded by a blue aura, looked confident. He stated that Damien didn't see it now. The scene shifted back to Theodore and Damien. Rakiel explained that to maintain the ice shield, he must infuse mana into it, adding that he wanted to do things in a safe manner too. Rakiel summarized that he wanted Damien to hit and break the shield without injuring him. Theodore, pointing a finger, warned Rakiel that this could be considered treason and questioned how he could do something like that. Theodore declared that he would never do something like that. He thought to himself that he couldn't be penniless. Theodore stood firm, his resolve hardening. Rakiel's request hung in the air. Damien was to strike his shield. The first rule of salary negotiation, it seemed, was to strike first to win. The Crown Prince questioned if he wanted to be paid for hitting him. Rakiel seemed to be in good spirits. Damien confirmed that he did. He placed a hand over his heart. Damien expressed his respect for those who cared for others without asking for anything in return. Meanwhile, Theodore looked off into the distance. He was thinking. Theodore considered that all the misery in Damien's life could be attributed to a lack of money. Theodore continued to reflect on Damien's situation. Damien's past flashed before his eyes. He had faced many trials. Theodore realized that, even in the novel, Damien was unexpectedly quite the miser. Theodore remained lost in thought. A royal attendant carries a tray with a teapot and cups, seemingly amused by something he has read. Nearby, another man asks what he was reading, smiling widely. The attendant responds that he already knew the other man was like this, but seeing it in person, he was even more shameless. Elsewhere, the sun rises over a tranquil landscape. A voice declares that they will give a day's salary for every strike. A figure stands amidst a flurry of blue energy. The figure hopes that the money will be sent over on time. Someone grips the hilt of a sword, preparing to draw it. The figure draws the sword, their expression intense. The sword connects with a shield, creating a burst of energy. The force of the impact sends someone reeling backwards. The impact causes tea to spill from a teapot and cups. Someone looks on in shock and horror. They stammer, barely able to speak. The spilled tea continues to fall, the scene a picture of chaos. Garden had fainted. Meanwhile, someone else was on the ground, seemingly in pain. The ground shook. A figure held up a glowing blue shield. The force of the impact rippled outwards. Theodore thought that it looked like the shield wouldn't break with that amount of strength. The Crown Prince Rakiel grimaced. Rakiel noted that he hadn't swung his sword yet. Someone shouted to do it quickly, and another responded that they would. The sword came down on the shield. The shield wielder cried out. The impact resonated. The force continued to build. The Crown Prince was still struggling to maintain the shield. The swordsman wondered if he needed to strike harder, thinking that the Crown Prince was just trying to hold out. Damien Cayenne, eyes narrowed, questioned if the Crown Prince was trying to profit from the situation. The Crown Prince, face obscured, declared that he would be serious this time. The shield continued to crack under the force of the attacks. The crack spread further across the shield. The Crown Prince continued to struggle to maintain the shield. More cracks appeared on the shield's surface. The shield shattered into pieces. Rakiel, looking relieved, smiled. The shattered pieces of the shield floated in the air. Theodore and Sir Xanatas celebrated their victory. Theodore imagined a long and illness-free life as a rich royal. Theodore suggested that they collect the ice fragments and leave, wondering why Rakiel was sleeping outside. Theodore and Sir Xanatas looked down at Rakiel, who was lying on the ground. The title of this story is The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. The recipe for the usual kudzu root tonic soup includes kudzu, ephedra, jujube seeds, peony roots, and licorice roots. The recipe also calls for ginger roots and Chinese cinnamon bark. The tonic soup simmers. The Crown Prince thinks to himself that he will place the ice fragment in now. The ice fragment is added to the tonic. The tonic sizzles. A notification appears, instructing him to put this into the circle slot. The notification also states that his experience has significantly grown through the utilization of a novel method, and a new skill, tonic concoction, has been unlocked. The notification details the skill tonic concoction LV.1, explaining that the tonics he concocts will be 10% more effective than standard ones. It also states that through ingredient analysis, he can find out the detailed information of the tonic's efficacy, side effects, and amount of toxicity in it. The skill is unlocked. The notification states that he has developed a new recipe based on the traditional tonic kudzu root tonic soup. A server tells Rakiel that here's the ice kudzu root tonic that he ordered. The skill tonic concoction is displayed. A skill option appears, asking if he would like to activate ingredient analysis. Rakiel thinks to himself that, of course, he'd choose yes. The system notified that the ice kudzu root tonic was a dark brown liquid that recovers water energy and reduces fever. It should be consumed 3 times a day after a meal, but patients with angina or myocardial infarction cannot consume it. Rakiel thought to himself that it was an overpowered skill and that he didn't need to test the medicine on himself anymore. He realized that the tonic recovers water energy. Lady Dinrier was in need of help. Rakiel realized he could save her now. A smile crept across Rakiel's face. Rakiel walked with Theodore. A servant called out to Rakiel, addressing him as Your Highness. Footsteps echoed through the halls. Theodore asked how she was doing. Rakiel thought to himself that she still didn't have much energy. Her energy levels had decreased even more. The medicine was ready. The spoon shattered. Rakiel told Madame to please drink the medicine, even though it would be a little cold. Rakiel prepared to give her the medicine. The Crown Prince commented on the tonic's bitterness, but also noted that the more bitter a medicine is, the more effective it is. Later, Rakiel was surrounded by his staff. Meanwhile, Prince Protagonist sat alone in a chair. Elsewhere, Reiki_Protagonist was in the kitchen, preparing medicine. 10 days passed. Later, the staff were shocked. One of them couldn't believe that His Highness was making the medicine and feeding the patient himself, wondering if he had always been like that. Another staff member thought that he was a whole new person compared to the sensitive jerk from before. One of the staff members expressed that they had so much respect for His Highness now. Another staff member said that they always believed in His Highness. The staff continued to express their admiration for His Highness. Elsewhere, Prince Protagonist was bound to a chair. Someone was holding a small object. Reiki_Protagonist thought that he somehow endured it all, but he was so tired as he diagnosed, nursed, and made medicine. Reiki was reminded that he needed to persevere for the sake of his reward, especially after all the hard work he had put in. A notification chimed, indicating that he had successfully cured the typhus fever using the ice kudzu root tonic. The system praised his tireless commitment to his patient's well-being, calling it an exemplary display of self-sacrifice, and noted that those who watched him had great respect and praised him, applauding his efforts. In addition to the treatment reward, he had also obtained a title bonus effect, increasing the skill effective request for medical treatment fees, LV.2, by 1.5 times. Reiki was surprised by this development. He realized that the title bonus meant the effect of his skill had increased by 1.5 times. The system notified him that Lady Dinrier's life expectancy had increased by 27 years and 3 months, and that the amount of bonus life received was 5.03 days before the title bonus effect, rounding off the bonus life. The final amount of life bonus received was 8 days, updating her life expectancy to 146 days. He thought this was awesome. He knew he would be able to. Reiki was determined to get so much more bonus life. He was being praised. Reiki laughed, declaring that he would lead everyone into even greater misunderstanding. The sun began to set. As the carriage pulled away from the estate, birds flew overhead. Inside the carriage, Reiki sat quietly. He thought to himself that he had somehow managed to overcome the situation this time, but running the clinic by himself was becoming increasingly challenging. Reiki glanced out the window. He realized he needed professional nurses. The carriage wheels turned as they made their way down the road. One of the patients thanked Reiki, saying they couldn't believe he brought them home on top of curing them, and that they didn't know how to repay his kindness. Reiki reassured them not to worry, as he had already reaped various benefits from this. A screen displayed that his heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver had given him 200 HP to congratulate him on the successful treatment, bringing his current HP to 1,500. Reiki told them not to mention it, as seeing them recover was good enough for him. The patients sat across from Reiki in the carriage. The patients began to cry. As the carriage stopped, one of the patients waved goodbye, but another told them to wait. Theodore states that he wants to talk to Reiki. Theodore gestures for Reiki to follow him. The royal attendant asks if Theodore is speaking to him. Theodore tells the royal attendant to get on first. The carriage waits. Reiki wonders if they really need to sit like this. Theodore says that this is something they need to talk about while sitting like this. Birds fly through the forest. The royal attendant wonders why Theodore isn't saying anything. Theodore sits in the carriage. The royal attendant says that he feels sore all over and tells Theodore not to tell him. Reiki reflects on the many days he spent looking after her. Reiki is in distress. The weight of sleepless nights seemed to press down on him. Meanwhile, Theodore seemed to have anticipated something. Theodore addressed Reiki, suggesting that he had been considering compensating him in some way. Reiki responded, explaining that he doesn't charge for treatment, as it would ruin his reputation if word got out that his advertisements were misleading. Theodore insisted that he would still like to repay Reiki's kindness somehow. Reiki seemed surprised by the offer. Reiki clarified that Theodore wasn't his patient, and he doesn't take anything from his patients. Theodore conceded, admitting that something fell off. Theodore revealed that he had heard something. Theodore presented a document, asking if he was speaking to an artist. The document confirmed that he was, in fact, an artist. Theodore stated that he wanted him to work with him on something. A few days later, the town bustled with activity. Frontera Plaza bustled with activity. Nearby, 2 men stood by a fruit stand. One asked if the other had heard something. The other man relayed that the crown prince was looking to hire staff for the side palace. Elsewhere, a man asked why he was being told this, to which the other man responded that he thought it might be in his best interest, since he had been unemployed for 5 years. Someone, seemingly a landlord, questioned why they needed to worry about their employment status, and asked them not to cross any boundaries, as they were not behind on rent. The landlord stated that they were late twice. The other person said that they would go get their money now. A hooded figure walked by, holding an apple. The figure touched the apple. The hooded figure looked forward. The architecture of a building was shown. The Dinrier family's eldest son's exhibition was being held. People entered the building. The exhibition hall buzzed with activity, the air thick with anticipation and the murmur of polite conversation. Below, a crowd gathered, their eyes drawn to the artwork on display. A red rope cordoned off the area, guiding the flow of visitors through the exhibition. The walls were adorned with framed paintings, each illuminated by carefully positioned lights. Nearby, two men stood before a painting. One, with white hair, clapped his hands together, congratulating the other on becoming a professional artist. The artist, however, wore a long face. He hesitated, unsure how to respond. Displayed nearby was a portrait of Prince_1, styled as Uncle Sam, pointing directly at the viewer with the caption, "I want you." Another painting depicted three figures standing together, evoking a sense of camaraderie. The artwork was titled Life Trio. Another piece was titled Life Comes Back to You. A visitor stood before a portrait of a crying woman, seemingly moved by the artwork. Back near Prince_1's portrait, the white-haired man reassured the artist that it was okay to use Photoshop, as many people did it all the time. The artist seemed confused, asking what Photoshop was. He then asked Prince_1 if his artwork would really help with advertising, confident that it would work. A poster of doctors and nurses is displayed, surrounded by a fiery aura. Below the poster, a crowd gathers, their hands reaching out toward a sign that reads, "Show me the Ganho." Nearby, a person expresses their approval, finding the scene damn good. Meanwhile, others view Prince_1's portrait, with one person admitting they only came because admission was free, while another questions the drawing's purpose. A sign next to the portrait provides additional details about the artwork. The sign advertises the opportunity to become a nurse, promising satisfaction, happiness, and a handsome salary guarantee by the Crown Prince, urging people to apply now. Elsewhere, someone confesses their dream is to become a nurse. At the application office for the nurse selection test, a man shakes hands with a recruiter. The crowd discusses the appealing salary offered to nurses. The potential salary is so high that it could cover 2 years' worth of rent. One applicant vows to become a high-earning nurse to repay their mother for raising them. The application process depends on the Crown Prince's health and mood, and applicants must reside in the empire's capital. The requirements are reiterated. Applicants must reside in the empire's capital. A hooded figure watches with narrowed eyes. The hooded figure wipes their face with a cloth. A dark-haired man chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered. Amidst the crowd, Rakiel was asked if he was truly happy. The Crown Prince was overjoyed. Rakiel dabbed at his mouth with a handkerchief. Theodore considered that if they could attract skilled and talented individuals to become nurses of the side palace, many more patients could be treated. Rakiel was ecstatic. He thought about how he couldn't be any happier, exclaiming that his bonus was his lifespan. Theodore thought that Rakiel was truly incredible. Theodore watched Rakiel. Theodore knew that Rakiel paid very well. 6 days later, the gate clicked shut. A foot clad in a simple sandal steps onto the cobblestone ground. The scene pulls back to reveal a banner that reads, "Show me the Ganho." The camera pans up to show the elaborate metal gates and the structure beyond. The crowd of onlookers stretches back from the gates. From behind, a hooded figure watches the crowd. The figure thinks to themselves that they are on time. The hooded figure is revealed to be a man with a muscular torso. Elsewhere, another pair of feet clad in sandals stand ready. A man in a suit and bow tie holds a spoon. Suddenly, a voice booms out, demanding everyone's attention. The man in the suit announces that they are about to start the first task of the nurse selection test. A sign declares that the event is hosted by the Crown Prince. The man's feet are planted firmly on a table as he prepares to speak. He shouts. The man in the suit yells that it is time for the first task. The man in the suit shouts into the microphone, his voice echoing with intensity as he prepares to reveal the first task. The camera pans up to the top of a building. Returning to the announcer, he declares that what is to come will be revealed. The story will continue next week. The words, "Show me the Ganho," were displayed. The event was hosted and sponsored by the Crown Prince. A figure addressed the gathered crowd from a raised platform. The announcement declared the start of the nurse selection competition, urging participants to show their Ganho. An official announced that the first task was to charge forward to the interviewing test location. The official's words echoed. The first task was to charge forward to the interviewing test location. A man in the crowd remarked that he felt like he had been hearing this for a whole week, but another dismissed it as overthinking. An instructor explained that all participants would start from their current location and quickly move to the main building of the side palace for the test. The map showed the interviewing test location was 3 kilometers away from the current location, and only the first 10 individuals from each group would be interviewed. Someone questioned what would happen to the remaining 40 people. It was announced that anyone who didn't make it among the first 10 would be disqualified, prompting someone to call it ridiculous. The announcement declared that Group 1 should depart. The crowd surged forward. The participants began to feel the effects of the race, their bodies pushed to their limits. Despite the exhaustion, they continued to push forward, determined to reach the interview location. The race thinned out as the frontrunners pulled ahead, leaving the others struggling to keep pace. A voice echoed, declaring that anyone who failed to keep up would be disqualified. The bearded man addressed the remaining participants, congratulating them on making it this far. Exhausted, many of the participants collapsed, unable to continue. The bearded man continued, informing them that the next task would begin immediately. He announced that the next task would begin immediately. The second task, he explained, would be to identify the 6 medicinal ingredients on the table. The task was to find out which of the 6 medicinal ingredients were on the table. Theodore and another participant examined the ingredients closely, tasting and smelling them to discern their properties. Theodore realized that one of the ingredients had been impacted by improper storage. Another participant, cloaked and unseen, sampled one of the ingredients and reacted poorly. The cloaked figure seemed to be suffering from the effects of the ingredient. The cloaked figure continued to suffer. A loud crash echoed through the area. The sudden noise startled the other participants, who turned to see what had happened. The cloaked figure remained collapsed on the floor. The other participants continued to stand around the tables, unsure of what to do. Theodore wondered who it was that had collapsed. Theodore questioned if they were all right. Theodore wondered why no one was helping them, and considered if he should. He was unsure of what to do. Theodore decided there was no time for that, as the test came first. He refocused on the ingredients before him. The scene shifted to Garden, who was standing outside. Garden looked off into the distance, lost in thought. Garden was then approached by Sir Xanatas. Sir Xanatas declared that it was enough for the test. Sir Xanatas told the participants that it was nice to see how focused they all were. The candidates who passed would be informed at a later date. Sighing, one of the candidates lamented that he couldn't figure out which ingredient it was, wondering if he had failed the test. The cloaked figure walked away from the tables. Footsteps echoed as someone called out to them. Sir Xanatas told the cloaked figure that they could get up now. The cloaked figure stood up. The cloaked figure thought to themselves that they would kill them all. The cloaked figure thought that they were a bit worried it might have seemed too dramatic, wondering if it was. Someone told the cloaked figure to look. Theodore was in distress. Theodore coughed. Someone told the crown prince that there was nothing he could do, adding that it looked more natural. In any case, thanks to Damien's acting, the candidates were properly evaluated. The crown prince Rachiel wondered what would happen to the other 9 candidates, besides himself. Rachiel seemed concerned about the other candidates. Nearby, Damien Kyan remarked that techniques could always be learned. Someone questioned if Damien was saying the quality of their character was more important. The voice confirmed that was exactly why they didn't make the cut, especially for future nurse, before urging to start with the next group. The sun shone brightly through the trees. Group 2 had 0 passed, with one candidate lying face down on the floor. Group 3 also had 0 passed. The tables were laden with the medicinal ingredients, untouched by the candidates who had failed. Group 4 also had 0 passed. Rachiel, sitting on the ground, wondered if this was for real, realizing that not a single one of them cared. Rachiel thought about the person who had collapsed. Damien suggested they walk a little, and Rachiel agreed. Damien and Rachiel began to walk. Rachiel and Damien continued their walk. Theodore considered that he didn't think there were any more candidates. Theodore wondered why there wasn't anyone, before realizing it was because he wasn't human. Nearby, Rachiel wondered what Theodore was talking about, thinking that she wasn't human. The woman in question appeared angry. Theodore stated that she was not. Theodore stood with Damien. Rachiel wondered what she could be if not human. Damien realized that the woman was a werewolf. Theodore paused. The woman stood with her arms crossed, and Theodore thought that if she was a werewolf, she didn't have a tail. Damien stated that they just didn't see it because of those baggy pants, before thinking that a werewolf was a little. Theodore thought that even the crown prince was a little repulsed by a werewolf. The werewolf began to transform. The werewolf's transformation ability resulted in a strong body. The werewolf, mid-transformation, slurped from a bowl, its nose twitching. Meanwhile, someone exclaimed that this was perfect for a traditional medicine clinic nurse. Theodore, standing nearby, seemed unamused by the outburst. He thought to himself that he had been worried about nothing. Elsewhere, someone declared that they were also a citizen protected by the laws of the empire. A guard responded that they lose control and transform into a beast from time to time, which was... Someone else interjected, stating that it was just prejudice. The guard exclaimed that it wouldn't happen. The person with beast eyes said that they were scared, but even now, they were looking at them with those scary beast eyes. Someone thought that they were an asshole. Nearby, Rachiel shouted for them to stop, saying that it was enough. Someone questioned if it was Rachiel. Rachiel stated that in his notice for nurse recruitment, he said anyone could apply. Rachiel asked if they lived in the capital. Rachiel questioned if she was still a resident of the capital despite being a werewolf, and someone apologized to him, but he said they shouldn't apologize to him. The soldier apologized for his disrespectful behavior, but to no avail. Rachiel apologized for his soldier's behavior. A woman named Anise, the daughter of Haz Hint, greeted Rachiel. Someone asked if she wanted to try for the nurse test. She confirmed that she did. Rachiel declared that they would start the test right away. He clapped his hands together, eager to begin. The werewolf was taken aback. Rachiel remarked that since she was a werewolf, she probably had good stamina. He added that he hadn't seen it with his own eyes yet. Rakiel proposed that if she won against the soldier in a race, she would pass. The soldier seemed surprised. The fountain shimmered in the distance. Rakiel explained that it was about 400 meters from where they stood to the fountain. He clarified that the first to reach the fountain and come back would win. Having understood the terms of the race, the werewolf nodded in agreement. The werewolf took her place at the starting line. Meanwhile, the soldier was urged to prepare quickly. With preparations complete, the soldier readied himself. The soldier burst into action, sprinting forward with determination. At the same time, the werewolf also began to run, her form a blur of motion. The soldier's eyes narrowed with focus. His muscles tensed as he pushed himself to the limit. The werewolf was determined to win with an overwhelming victory. Her powerful physique was on full display as she ran. The day was bright, and the air was filled with anticipation as someone announced they were ready. Nearby, spectators gathered, eager to witness the spectacle about to unfold. One of the spectators watched with a stern expression. Another spectator watched with anticipation. The Crown Prince protagonist, looking determined, prepared to begin. With a shout, the signal was given go. One of the competitors looked ahead with determination. The competitor sprinted forward, kicking up dust as they accelerated. The Crown Prince protagonist watched as the competitor sped past him. Theodore watched with wide eyes, exclaiming at the competitor's incredible speed. The competitor continued to accelerate, becoming a blur of motion. The competitor's speed intensified, leaving only a trail of dust in their wake. The competitor raced towards the distant castle, their speed seemingly unmatched. The competitor approached the finish line, their victory seemingly assured. The competitor's foot strikes the ground, propelling them forward with incredible force. Each step generates a shockwave, further accelerating their advance. The competitor uses their hands to grip the side of the structure, pulling themselves forward. With a surge of power, she continues her ascent, water cascading around her. She continues to climb, her determination unwavering as she ascends the structure. The competitor's foot lands with a resounding impact, each step echoing their relentless pursuit. She continues her relentless advance, water splashing around her as she gains ground. Her eyes narrowed with fierce determination, she pushes forward with unwavering resolve. The competitor's movements are a blur of speed and precision. The air crackles with energy as the competitor surges ahead. She propels herself forward, her body a picture of focused intensity. Theodore, now in pursuit, races after her, his expression strained. Theodore strains to keep up, his face contorted with effort as he chases after the competitor. The competitor thinks to herself that Theodore is too slow. The competitor declares that she will be the winner. The competitor sprinted ahead, her determination evident as she closed in on the finish line, while Prince protagonist trailed behind. Theodore's eyes narrowed with frustration as he pushed himself harder. Suddenly, his foot twisted beneath him. Theodore crashed to the ground, his body contorting in pain. The impact sent him sprawling, his arms and legs splayed out on the hard surface. A pained cry escaped Theodore's lips as he struggled to regain his footing. The competitor continued her relentless pace, unaware of Theodore's misfortune. Theodore groaned, the pain searing through his body. She wondered if he had dislocated his shoulders. Theodore pushed himself up, ignoring the throbbing pain. His teeth gritted in determination. He pushed off the ground, his body screaming in protest. Despite the agony, Theodore forced himself to stand. With a yell, Theodore resumed the race, his face contorted in pain, but his eyes blazing with resolve. He pushed forward, each step a testament to his unwavering spirit. Despite his determination, Theodore cursed his misfortune, lamenting his inability to secure a decisive victory. The ground crumbled beneath someone's feet. Frustration boiled over. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince protagonist watched with a knowing expression. Elsewhere, a woman delivered a swift kick to her opponent. The sound of impact echoed. Someone was being examined. The person being examined questioned what was happening, but was told to be quiet and stay still. A surge of power emanated. The energy crackled. A sharp cry pierced the air. Birds took flight. Someone exclaimed in excitement, declaring that it was awesome, and that was it. The woman stood over her defeated opponent. The Crown Prince protagonist offered her a position, stating, "You're hired." A wooden heart-shaped necklace hangs prominently from the Crown Prince's uniform. The title card reads, "The Crown Prince that sells medicine." The scene shifts to an interior shot of a room with ornate detailing. Meanwhile, in a well-appointed room, Rakiel sits with Theodore and Damien, along with the woman he just hired. The Crown Prince slides a document across the table. It was the hiring contract, and he instructed her to read it carefully. The woman hired by Rakiel examines the contract. She thought it looked quite complicated. A close-up shows the woman's waist and the sash tied around it. Rakiel reassured her that there was no need to be so nervous and to go through it slowly. Theodore, standing nearby, remarked that Rakiel definitely didn't seem like his age. Damien agreed, thinking that Rakiel was suddenly feeling like a middle-aged old man. The woman hired by Rakiel continued to examine the contract. A voice mused that this person's physical abilities were incredible. The voice continued, adding that personality-wise, she was perfect too, but someone else claimed to have seen something. The voice recalled that she was smiling when she fixed his shoulder. A close-up shows the woman's hands and arms. The voice concluded that although she helped him, she made sure it was very painful. The Crown Prince protagonist sat surrounded by his advisors, his expression unreadable as he listened to the ongoing discussion. But a voice mused, what a pity. It'd be really nice to have a few more people like her. Meanwhile, the woman who had been hired asked how the contract was. She thought it was good, but she wanted to add some additional clauses. The Crown Prince protagonist's eyes widened slightly as he listened. The woman continued to speak. Theodore wondered what they were. The Crown Prince protagonist looked surprised. The woman began to explain. Theodore revealed that he was the leader of a tribe of about 50 people. The Crown Prince protagonist's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized there were others of her kind. Theodore told the woman she should have said that earlier, as the Crown Prince protagonist smiled. Theodore's excitement was palpable as he imagined the possibilities. He thought that no one would be able to resist having 50 S-rank nurses. So, Theodore asked that they be allowed to take the nursing test. He thought to himself to have them come to him, his S-ranks. The woman looked at Theodore with a concerned expression. Theodore asked if it was a problem she had since birth, or if she was lacking in rations. The woman remained silent. She wondered what it was then, as she recalled that their tribe had been in a lot of unfavorable situations in society due to that problem. The tribe members stood together. They were all waiting to see what would happen. The problem, it turned out, was their tail. The Crown Prince protagonist was surprised, asking about their tail. It was because their tail moved by itself, as demonstrated by a small dog-like creature wagging its tail. The sound of tails thumping against the floor filled the room. The Crown Prince protagonist wondered if that was a bad thing. Theodore explained that it was because they couldn't hide their emotions. The revelation caused a stir. Because people could easily tell how they felt, they were very easy targets for scammers. Theodore asked if that was why he wore such loose pants to hide his tail. He confirmed that even when they wore loose pants, their tails moved too strongly, and they couldn't hide when they were excited. He then asked if they had tried tying their tails to their legs. The tail broke free. Theodore stated that their tails would find a way out quickly. He questioned if it was a muscle that lived by its own rules. The Crown Prince protagonist asked about cutting it off, then. Theodore stated that they had tried, but they couldn't walk properly without their tails, and it'd be impossible to live a normal life. And it'd regenerate in less than a month. The Crown Prince protagonist remarked that it was like a lizard. The Crown Prince protagonist stood in the room, arms crossed, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a thought struck him. Wait a minute. He considered the implications of the request. They wanted him to resolve this issue? The realization hit him. This was the only way he could get his S-rank nurses? He recalled that he had never tried treating tails before, though. The Crown Prince protagonist became distraught, realizing he didn't even have any idea how he should do this. The prince considered his options, realizing he had never tried treating tails before. Theodore, standing nearby, watched as the prince seemed to be in distress. The prince racked his brain, desperate for any idea how he should proceed. The details of his attire were immaculate. The prince stammered, asking how he could become like a society guardian for them. Theodore looked on, wondering what the prince meant. The woman on the couch questioned what he meant by that. The prince declared that he would use his position and authority to support their tribe. The wolves stood in silent anticipation. The woman looked shocked. She argued that it wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. The woman looked away, seemingly frustrated. She thought that the situation could become even worse. The woman stated that she didn't come looking for the prince so that she could get a temporary solution. Below the discussion, the room remained still. The Crown Prince asked if she had something in mind regarding a solution to the fundamental problem. Rakiel admitted that he did not yet. The woman asked if that meant he would help them, then stated that she had no other choice. The Crown Prince asked if she had something in mind. Rakiel admitted that he did not yet. The woman listened intently. She thought that he was really honest. The Crown Prince thought that if he was the kind to guarantee to make things work only by his words, he would have actually been disappointed. He wondered what he should do. He was disappointed. The woman agreed. Theodore stated that he would take his leave now and await his call, and Rakiel told him not to go anywhere else and to stay in the side palace. The door closed. The Crown Prince and the woman remained in the room. A voice lamented that certain talents were too valuable to lose. The same voice expressed disbelief that they came as a package of 50 of the best nurses. The voice continued, wondering what could be done about tail muscles that seemed to have a mind of their own. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince lay on a chaise lounge, seemingly asleep. The Crown Prince's eyes snapped open. He sat up, looking around. Elsewhere, someone appeared to be in distress. Their expression was pained. It seemed they had searched everywhere, but still didn't have any idea. The individual stood in a library. Someone was muttering. The muttering continued. The muttering turned into a shout. as someone yelled a skill name. A groan escapes someone's lips. Startled, Prince protagonist accuses someone of doing that on purpose. Theodore asks what the problem is again. The bearded man warns that frowning too much and allowing stress to accumulate in the body could lead to various illnesses. Prince protagonist retorts that he thinks he'll get those illnesses because Theodore keeps startling him, adding that Theodore seriously gave him a heart attack. Theodore assures him that it won't happen again, Your Highness. Theodore questions why Prince protagonist is the one who decides whether it would or wouldn't happen. The bearded man warns that frowning will cause wrinkles. He continues, explaining that once wrinkles appear, one won't be able to get rid of them. Prince protagonist tells Theodore to stop frowning. Theodore asks if that's so. Theodore's face is shown. Theodore's face is shown again. Prince protagonist thinks that Theodore is being so obvious, and he feels embarrassed and grateful at the same time. It is said that he's a really good person. Prince protagonist says that it's fine if he has wrinkles, and that he just needs to get fillers. Theodore asks what fillers and Botox are. Theodore smiled, seemingly pleased with the direction of their conversation. He knew that fillers and Botox were good at preventing wrinkles. Suddenly, Prince protagonist interrupted, telling him to wait. It hit him, botulinum toxin, the original full name of Botox. Of all the toxins discovered by mankind, it was the most potent paralyzing poison. It was the same poison that paralyzed the werewolves' muscle tails. He realized he could apply local paralysis to that muscle. He realized he had just the poison to use. A sinister smile spread across Prince protagonist's face. Elsewhere, Prince protagonist asked Garden if he had kept Cusman's venom safe in the secret vault. Prince protagonist demanded that it be brought to him. Silence filled the room. Nearby, the bodies of the fallen werewolves lay still. Garden looked up, startled by a knock at the door. Theodore entered, flanked by guards. Theodore demanded to know why Garden was there so late at night. Garden explained that he believed he had found the solution to the condition Theodore had asked about. Garden gestured for Theodore to follow him. Theodore realized that he had two things he needed to find out first. He knew the first was the location where the procedure would take place. Garden began to channel his power. Energy surged around Garden's arm. Theodore confirmed that he could see it. An image of a body appeared, outlined by glowing energy. Garden realized that the flow within her body was different from a human's. He noted that other than the location of the governor vessel, it was not as different as he expected. The chronicler notes that the Changxiang and Yaoshu acupoints on her hip are further apart than a human's, and in between, there's something that humans don't have. It's a completely new blood vessel that leads to the tail. Theodore states that he will refrain from saying any more after this. In conclusion, she's similar to humans. Theodore asks if she can turn into a wolf for him. She explains that the location of her acupoints will change when she transforms, and that she needs to check that and find out where they are. She prepares to transform. A shift occurs. The transformation begins. Her foot begins to change. Her face shifts into that of a wolf. Her hand transforms, claws extending. Her shoulder shifts. Her fur ripples. Her claws glint in the dim light. Theodore remarked that she hadn't grown as large as he had anticipated, comparing her to a dog he used to have. The transformed woman tilted her head, questioning him. Theodore chuckled, realizing she couldn't speak due to the altered structure of her mouth. Theodore reached out, and the woman offered him her paw. The woman growled playfully. Theodore apologized, laughing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as the transformed woman fell to the ground. Damien Kyan watched, a low growl escaping his lips. Theodore, surprised that the transformation worked, apologized again and suggested they begin the checkup. Meanwhile, Prince protagonist sat by the window, contemplating his next steps. He realized he had figured out the location for the procedure, but the second task was proving more complicated. The most important question, he thought, was determining the amount of paralyzing poison to use. He needed to know the ingredients of the poison. Prince protagonist began to figure out how much poison he needed to use. He considered using it for Agni's Botox. The Crown Prince wondered if he should ask Cusman, who was currently in prison. Meanwhile, Damien Kyan took a sip from his cup. Damien decided that he couldn't trust Cusman. Elsewhere, Prince protagonist considered whether he should eat the poison, store it in his mana circle, and test it. He then ate the poison. Immediately, alarms began to sound. His heart, lungs, and large intestine were all going crazy. His liver was also going crazy. The researchers began to murmur amongst themselves. One of them realized that Prince protagonist had just eaten poison. The researchers wondered who would detoxify the poison if he ate it, with one of them questioning if he had seriously tested it on himself. One of the researchers declared that he was the one who had to do it. He shouted that they should just summon a monster and feed it the poison. Another researcher questioned if they wanted to feed the small and cute summoned monster poison. Alarms continued to blare as one researcher asked if they weren't going a little too far, considering they were trying to perform it on their own body. The researchers and doctors watching the scene unfold were in disbelief. They argued that testing on his own body was going too far. Meanwhile, one of the researchers realized the gravity of the situation. He explained that there were summoned monsters whose specialties included analyzing ingredients. The researcher shouted that this included poisons. The realization spread like wildfire. Rakiel's eyes widened as he heard the researcher's words. He demanded to know what the researcher had just said. The crown prince, now seated, questioned what he was hearing. Elsewhere, a summon was being discussed, one whose specialty was analyzing ingredients. A digital display chimed in, with Liver stating that he had met him in the system waiting room. The crown prince wondered what a system waiting room was. It was, apparently, just like what its name suggested, a waiting room. Until he was awakened, Liver had been sleeping there. Heart, too, had been in the waiting room. The lungs and large intestine, everyone, it seemed, had been waiting. Each of the summons rested within their own pod. The crown prince realized that even the other sleeping internal organs were summons waiting to be summoned. He sat back in his chair, processing this information. The crown prince's expression hardened as he looked forward. He wondered what on earth that system was, but a digital display chimed in, stating that he shouldn't ask anymore, as it couldn't tell him even if it knew anything. That was the rule, apparently. There was a restriction placed on that information. Following the revelation about the system waiting room, the crown prince is presented with a screen. It asks if he can identify the trait of the summon that analyzes ingredients, since he has to go through the gacha again like he did with Go See Him. Meanwhile, Theodore expresses his frustration, stating he doesn't want to, and that it's serious. Elsewhere, another screen displays the internal organs enjoying the current situation, laughing hysterically. Back in the waiting room, Rakiel clicks his tongue in annoyance. The sound of his organs protesting grows louder. Rakiel demands that they keep quiet. Ignoring his demand, the organs continue to make noise. The crown prince threatens to make them tell him what's going on. A screen displays the heart and large intestine, discussing Rakiel holding his breath. Another screen shows the lungs, questioning what's happening. Theodore struggles to breathe, gasping for air. His companions notice that he doesn't have enough oxygen. A screen warns that the internal organs are panicking because of what he is doing. Theodore continues to struggle. Theodore's companions look on in alarm as he collapses, gasping for air. The lungs were screaming, a desperate plea for relief. The summons trait, capable of analyzing ingredients, was now fully active. Energy crackled around the room. The air shimmered with magical energy. A small, sunfish-like creature materialized. Rakiel questioned if it was a sunfish. The creature blinked, its large blue eye observing the room. It made a soft, questioning noise. The crown prince protagonist smiled, suggesting they all get along from now on. He gestured with his hands, a welcoming gesture. The sunfish-like creature responded with a soft sound. The sunfish-like creature greeted another small, round creature. The crown prince watched as the two creatures interacted. Rakiel offered Bobak a red and white capsule from a small, ornate box, suggesting the sunfish try it, saying it tastes great. Bobak, surrounded by two floating, smaller creatures, seemed to consider the offer. Meanwhile, a screen displayed the words, "You're so heartless. From whom did you get that trait of yours from?" The screen then highlighted the ability of Bobak. The screen explained that when Bobak eats something, the screen indicated that Bobak had used the skill, just a little, LV.1. Bobak, however, seemed to be regretting his decision, calling Rakiel a fucking asshole. The hedgehog-like creature looked on in shock as Bobak collapsed. A dark aura surrounded Bobak as he declared he was dying, but that he would. The screen announced that the immortal sunfish, Bobak, had used the skill Revive, LV.1. The screen then prompted to write a journal entry. Bobak apologized to the crown prince, who had just revived. Bobak diligently recorded everything he consumed in a journal. The journal included not only the ingredients, but also the median lethal dose and all the traits of what he ate, as if he were informing on someone. Rakiel noted that it was a really extreme venom that weakened the Botox. He realized he was now able to accurately produce the amount needed to anesthetize Agni's tail. Rakiel smiled, knowing he could now anesthetize Agni's tail. The crown prince opened his mouth. Meanwhile, Garden was summoned. The bearded man wondered where he appeared from. The bearded man acknowledged Garden's arrival, surprised by another summon. Garden cheerfully noted that he had just come looking for Rakiel overnight. Rakiel chuckled, musing that he must be the kind of person who is popular with summons. The bearded man began to speak. The bearded man asked why Rakiel was laughing, then stated that Rakiel reminded him of a great person mentioned in the history books. Rakiel asked who this great person was. The bearded man responded that it was Lloyd Frontura, the estate developer that lived when this empire was a kingdom. Rakiel remembered the records mentioning that Lloyd Frontura had 5 summons. The crown prince wondered if his actions were truly appreciated. Meanwhile, the bearded man recalled that Rakiel was the one who built the foundations of this empire and was said to be the most popular on Fridays. The meaning behind the bearded man's words was unclear. Rakiel ordered the bearded man to retrieve Agnes. The bearded man confirmed Rakiel's order. The bearded man departed. The halls of the palace were grand. Elsewhere, Theodore and Damien walked through the palace. Damien wondered if the crown prince could really fix this situation. Theodore observed that Damien looked nervous. Theodore questioned Damien's nervousness. Theodore remarked that Damien always looked that way. Damien asked if it was because Theodore saw his tail. Theodore seemed surprised. Theodore apologized. From an obscured vantage point, the conversation continued. Agnes listened intently. Pierrot Garden introduced himself, stating that he was the main doctor for the crown prince and that they had not formally introduced themselves yet. Agnes identified herself as the successor of the Robo tribe and the daughter of Hashintu as they shook hands. The bearded man apologized to Lady Agnes, asking if he could offer a piece of advice. Agnes gave her consent, telling him to go ahead. The bearded man hoped that Agnes wouldn't be too surprised by whatever treatment method the crown prince suggested. Agnes questioned what he meant by that. The bearded man thought that when Rakiel told her the treatment method, there was a high chance she might think he was crazy. Agnes listened intently. She wondered just what the treatment method could be. Someone announced that she was here. Rakiel sat, awaiting her arrival. Rakiel invited her to come in and take a seat. Agnes wondered if Rakiel had really found a way to fix this within a day. Rakiel assured them that they should trust him. Agnes, surrounded by maids and Theodore, nervously asked what the treatment method was. Rakiel observed that she seemed nervous. He explained that, for starters, he would use a thorn needle to poke her tail multiple times. Theodore was shocked by this declaration. Rakiel then cheerfully added that he would inject poison into her. He asked what they thought, if it wasn't cool. Theodore, still in shock, thought that it was anything but cool. Agnes looked on with a shocked expression. She remained on the bed, unsure of what to do. Theodore's expression was one of disbelief. The maids and servants insisted that they should trust His Highness. Rakiel smiled, holding up a needle and a vial. It was declared that the crown prince wasn't the only one who was crazy. Agnes, in a panic, realized that the crown prince wasn't the only one who was crazy. Inside the palace, the royal attendant stands at attention. Meanwhile, the crown prince protagonist sits on a raised platform, surrounded by attendants and the woman with short brown hair. The woman looks concerned, her hand raised to her head. The crown prince protagonist smiles reassuringly, telling her not to overthink things and to trust him. The crown prince's aura intensifies. The woman glances at the crown prince, thinking that he doesn't look trustworthy, but she'll give it a shot. She reflects on the potential outcome, hoping for success. She thinks that her tribe will no longer need to suffer because of their tails. She resolves that even if it's dangerous, it's better if she goes through with it. Her expression hardens with determination. She declares that she's ready to do it. The crown prince protagonist acknowledges her resolve, stating that it is good and that it is time to begin. The crown prince protagonist stands, surrounded by the royal attendant, the woman, and other attendants. Two maids look on with surprise and concern. A soft rustling sound filled the air. Nearby, a figure stirred in their sleep, a question mark hanging over their peaceful slumber. The woman with the tail lay still in bed. Meanwhile, Rakiel stood in a grand room, his back to the viewer. He raised his hands, a determined look on his face, as if he had just begun something significant. Behind him, Theodore and others watched with a mix of awe and concern. Theodore thought that Rakiel looked so cool. Rakiel's hand hovered over the sleeping woman, a faint blue glow emanating from his touch. Energy crackled around them, like branches of a tree. The energy enveloped Rakiel. It then flowed into the woman's body. The Azrahan core technique was proving to be incredible. Acupoints in a body really exist, even with thousands of years of experience and knowledge. In modern equipment, people couldn't see the acupoints. Rakiel realized that seeing the acupoints was the missing piece in his practice of traditional medicine. He had always believed in their existence, but now he could finally see them. Now he could proceed. It was time to start the procedure. The first point would be the Xinshu point, 1.5 centimeters deep. At the same time, the discharge function of slot 1 was activated. 0.01 milliliters of the muscle-paralyzing poison stored in the circle slot was being discharged. The poison was injected. Meanwhile, the woman in the bed twitched. The next point would be the Mingmen point, 2.1 centimeters deep. Rakiel continued the procedure. And then the Yadiankwan point, 2.4 centimeters deep. The mana that tried to go around the Xinshu point now had a path to flow through. Mana flowed down the sleeping woman's erector spinae on both sides of her spine. The flow continued, pulsing with energy. A faint sound echoed in the room. The woman's tail had lost its strength, but this was only the beginning. Rakiel knew that paralyzing the tail wasn't everything. He understood that the most important thing was to maintain the paralysis for life. The woman flinched. Her body had already begun to recover, showcasing a tremendous recovery ability, but Rakiel had anticipated this. Rakiel knew it was time to speed things up. He moved with precision. Rakiel targeted the Yaoshu point. And lastly, he struck the Naokong point. The woman wondered if the human had just poked a needle into the back of her head. The woman, still asleep, voiced her annoyance at someone touching her tail and messing with her head. A faint sound echoed in the room as she stirred in her sleep, questioning what was happening. Her tail twitched slightly as she remained unconscious. Another twitch of her tail indicated her continued restlessness. A subtle tremor ran through her body. The tremors intensified. Her toes curled slightly. The tremors reached her hand, causing it to twitch as well. Nearby, Prince Protagonist celebrated the procedure's success. He stood tall, arms raised in victory. The Prince Protagonist told the woman that it was over and she could relax now. Her feet remained tense, questioning if it was truly over. She wondered if the procedure was truly a success and if it was really that fast. The woman considered that it hadn't even been that long, though. The woman is asked if she notices anything different about her tail. She gasps in response. The woman looks down at her tail, concern etched on her face. She thinks that her tail should be coiled up because she is feeling uneasy, but she realizes that it is not moving at all. Someone explains that they tricked her body's nerves and paralyzed her tail. The woman asks them to repeat what they said. It is revealed that her tail's nerves were redirected to her left pinky toe. She is told that her left pinky toe will be moving instead of her tail from now on, whether she is happy or sad, and that her pinky toe has become her tail. Theodore and the others applaud the magic trick. The woman looks down, her expression unreadable. She begins to cry. Her face contorts in anguish. Theodore watches her, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. All the built-up sadness and contempt are now visible on Theodore's face. Theodore's words echoed in the room, a stark reminder of the power dynamics at play. He knew that they probably wouldn't have to go through that again. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she thanked the crown prince. Theodore, standing beside her, declared that enough was enough with the thanks. Now that the procedure was over, it was time to sign the contract. Theodore reminded her of the special clause, the one where she said she'd bring her tribe if he treated her tail. The contract lay open, the terms clearly laid out. The woman's hair was visible. Theodore urged her to sign the contract first. The woman paused, considering her options. She looked down, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, someone mused that this crown prince was no ordinary person. Laughter echoed from a grand palace. Inside, the crown prince, flanked by two men, laughed heartily. Several figures stood nearby, their expressions obscured. One of the men asked the crown prince if he was that happy. The crown prince protagonist stands with his arms crossed, a wide smile on his face as he speaks to someone just out of view. The conversation continues as three figures stand before a set of ornate doors, listening intently. The speaker's words echo in the hall. They were talking about something. The scene shifts to an overhead view of a hospital ward. Nurses, some with tails, attend to patients in their beds. The narrator notes that there are 50 S-rank nurses. The camera pans across the ward, highlighting the nurses' diligence as they care for the patients. One of the nurses walks briskly down the hallway, a file in hand, presumably on her way to another patient. A close-up reveals the crown prince protagonist's intense gaze. The narrator states that there are 50 werewolves. The nurses have been taught basic nursing techniques and emergency treatments, among other things, and had also gone through professional nursing classes. Two nurses stand in a room, seemingly discussing patient care. The nurses were trained in differentiating between medicinal ingredients, how to store them, prepare tonic soups, and how to use bandages. All the training needed to run a ward in a hospital had been completed. One of the nurses informs the crown prince protagonist that they came up with a new shift schedule. The crown prince protagonist hums in response. The crown prince protagonist thinks to himself that this is good. The Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic was now operating around the clock. It seemed the toes had grown accustomed to wiggling. The toes wiggled. The procedure was deemed perfect. The results were in. The tail paralysis procedure for Ugnis and 50 other werewolves had been successfully completed. Because there were no life-extending effects from the procedure, the request for medical treatment fees, level 2, had not been activated. The internal organs were giving a standing ovation for showing them a never-before-seen technique. The team celebrated the technique. Applause echoed. A member of the internal organs that possessed the earth was thinking. The element had awoken because of the noise above. An eye opened. The stomach had opened his eyes. The baby stomach wanted delicious food, like fried pork and cutlet. It craved sweet and sour pork. The stomach's newfound sentience expressed its desires, first craving fried chicken. The stomach then demanded that the fried chicken be given to it. The stomach's desires expanded, now including pizza. Meanwhile, the individual being observed seemed to be craving a variety of foods. He demanded fried pork cutlet, sweet and sour pork, and fried chicken. He then demanded pizza. The individual suddenly felt dizzy. He continued to demand food quickly. Elsewhere, Theodore wondered what was wrong with the individual, noting that such food did not exist in this world. Theodore stood with others, observing the screen. Rakiel, watching the screen, expressed his desire to dip kimbap into tteokbokki sauce and eat that as well. One of the observers noted that there was nothing they could do but hold themselves back a little. The screen displayed a message. "All right, sweets then." Rakiel commented that the individual had the taste buds of an elementary schooler. The screen displayed that the stomach cheers at the sweet taste that celebrates his birth, giving him 300 HP. The screen further displayed that the heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver rejoice at the birth of the youngest organ member, giving him 700 HP, bringing his current HP to 1,000. This meant that the internal organs could now offer a wider range of consultations. The group, consisting of 2 taller men, a woman, and 2 children, walked down the hallway. Meanwhile, the individual in question felt that he would have an easier time with stomach diseases. The screen displayed a message indicating that due to the precise control showcased during the tail paralysis procedure, Garden's Azrahan core technique had improved. The screen then announced that the Azrahan core technique had leveled up. The skill, Azrahan core technique, had reached stage single circle level 3, resulting in a 150% mana increase. The storage space of the mana circle had expanded. It felt like there was a small waterfall. Rakiel thought that there was a balloon growing in his chest, and he was receiving a surprisingly large amount of HP rewards this early in the morning. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Someone called out to Rakiel, addressing him as Your Highness. Theodore pointed out that something was strange. Theodore elaborated that Rakiel's body had a different smell and that he might be getting a fever. Footsteps approached. Theodore suggested that they go check on him together, stating that whatever the case, the foundation of this traditional medicine clinic was now solid. It was declared that their clinic could be a stable one now. A faint light permeated the room. Meanwhile, the side palace chief butler sat at his desk, seemingly lost in thought. The desk was cluttered with stacks of documents. The butler muttered to himself about the possibility of using the funds this month. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he wondered if he had seen something unusual. The butler slammed his fist on the desk, declaring that things couldn't continue as they were. He grabbed a book from the towering stack, the sound echoing in the room. He flipped through the pages with increasing urgency. The book lay open on the desk. The butler's eyes widened in horror as he realized the gravity of the situation. His hands trembled as he gripped his bow tie. He abruptly stood up from his chair. He rushed forward, his footsteps pounding on the floor. The butler shouted for His Highness. He continued to run. The Crown Prince's office was filled with a palpable tension, the air thick with unspoken anxieties. Garden's sudden appearance startled the side palace chief butler, who questioned why he was there. The Crown Prince listened intently, his expression unreadable. Sir Pavard, clearly unwell, apologized for his rudeness, stating he had something urgent to report. It was a late visit indeed. Pavard addressed the Crown Prince, indicating the urgency of the matter. The report concerned the operating budget for the side palace. The Crown Prince was shocked to learn that they were about to run out of funds. The financial crisis loomed large. The Crown Prince was in disbelief, questioning how they could be out of money. The situation was dire. He realized that without money, they couldn't do anything, and the traditional medicine clinic would be impossible to run, ruining his dream of a long life as royalty. The Crown Prince demanded to know why they lacked funds, requesting all the details. Someone was about to deliver bad news. The explanation was that a huge cut had been made to the side palace's operating budget last autumn. A voice cries out in disbelief. Elsewhere, someone refers to Rakiel as a crazy bastard and an idiotic brat. Meanwhile, in another location, a man wonders if Rakiel does not remember something. The Crown Prince had believed he wouldn't live long. Theodore and Damien sat across from each other, and Theodore stated that was the impression he got. Theodore asked if Rakiel was saying he gave up on himself. Theodore continued, explaining that Rakiel was only able to move 2 out of 10 days. Rakiel sighed, lamenting that what he did in the past was haunting him now, and that it was affecting the extra budget in the side palace as well. The side palace chief butler smiled, addressing Rakiel as Your Highness. The chief butler noted that Rakiel had gotten much healthier compared to last year, adding that he thought that was something to be happy about. Rakiel lay sprawled on the couch, as the chief butler looked on. Rakiel wondered why he would be happy when he was penniless. Rakiel exclaimed that everything was about cursed money. Rakiel Adria Magentano lay sprawled, seemingly defeated. The prince wondered if this was how they wanted to play it, questioning why they were doing this to him. Sighing, Rakiel lay in bed. Well, it wasn't like he couldn't understand why Rakiel felt that way, but grumbling or complaining wouldn't resolve anything. Rakiel asked if they couldn't just request more operating budget for the side palace this year. But that was not possible. Rakiel's expression hardened. Without money, they would need to close down the side palace traditional medicine clinic, and Rakiel would die. The side palace chief, butler, asked if the closing of the traditional medicine clinic was related to Rakiel's death. Sighing again, Rakiel wondered if they really couldn't request more budget. They couldn't, as that would be breaking the law of the empire. The budget for a specific year could only be requested at the end of the previous year, and the only person who's not restricted by the law and could do something would be the emperor himself. Rakiel exclaimed, "Okay." Rakiel smiled, seemingly having a plan. Following his realization, Reikyo resolved to seek help from his father, the emperor. A carriage sped along the road. But his hopes were quickly dashed. His father refused to help. The carriage continued on its way. Back at the side palace, Reikyo sat at his desk, deep in thought, while Theodore stood nearby, observing him with concern. The crown prince was determined not to let money be an obstacle again. He vowed that he wouldn't let money stop him again. His eyes narrowed with resolve. He realized that selling the side palace's assets was his only solution. Reikyo asked Sir Pavard if he had a list of the side palace's assets, to which the butler confirmed that he did. Reikyo told him that was good and to bring it to him. Theodore, overhearing the conversation, asked Reikyo to repeat himself, clearly surprised by the prince's words. Reikyo, his eyes shadowed, declared that he was going to sell them all. A determined glint shone in his eyes. He planned to sell everything: paintings, stone statues, and even the gold and silver cutlery. Inside a cabinet, plates and silverware are neatly arranged. Meanwhile, a man stands before a painting marked with a sold-out sign, lamenting the loss. He reflects on how well he had cared for the palace's possessions. The man pleads with Reikyo to reconsider, but the painting behind him is already marked as sold. Reikyo refuses to change his mind. Theodore expresses his frustration and resentment towards Reikyo. Reikyo walks away, his footsteps echoing. A few days later, Reikyo stands at a desk, in front of the side palace chief butler. Reikyo explains that they sold things that were just luxury items and not needed to tide them over for now. He emphasizes that they sold things that were just luxury and not needed to tide them over for now. Damien Kyan asks if they're already preparing for the next step. Reikyo confirms that this short period they've bought, which allows them to breathe a little, is crucial. Reikyo looks determined. Reikyo states that if they're unable to build a stable and lasting fund, the funds that they just acquired will be used up in no time. The side palace chief, butler, informed Reikyo that they had nothing left to sell. From somewhere, a voice echoed, filled with laughter. The voice declared that they would make medicine and sell it. Theodore and Damien, standing together, were taken aback by the sudden declaration. Theodore questioned what he had just heard. Reikyo's face was shown, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A soft light filled the sky. Below, the Frontera Plaza bustled with activity. The plaza was filled with people. The question hung in the air: what had happened at the side palace? The crown prince, it seemed, had sold all the expensive and luxury items in the side palace, leaving some to wonder why. The news spread quickly through the market. Theodore reasoned that the crown prince must have sold all the luxury items for money so that he could continue looking after the patients. Theodore listened intently. Another man agreed, finding the crown prince's actions incredible. The crowd murmured in agreement, saying that the crown prince was truly a great person and that no one else could have done what he did, even if they searched through all the history books. It was said that men like him were rare, and another voice agreed. The people believed that their crown prince was just so awesome. Reikyo was light itself. Reikyo resolved to earn money to run the traditional medicine clinic. Lost in thought, Reikyo considered the logistics of his plan. The crown prince remained deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, the side palace chief butler inquired if Reikyo intended to make and sell the medicine himself. Theodore suggested that if funds were the issue, they could receive a small fee from the patients. Theodore stood beside Damien Kyan as he made the suggestion. Reikyo dismissed the idea, believing that charging patients would only reduce their numbers. Reikyo knew he needed to take in as many patients as possible to get the most bonus life. He vowed to never charge them anything. Instead, Reikyo would earn money by selling medicine. He would earn money by selling medicine. Reikyo planned to sell very expensive medicines, but they would be so effective. Reikyo held a red box containing a golden medicine. Reikyo knew they would be impressive luxury medicines that people would want to buy just to display them. The luxury medicines sat in their containers. The arrival of the branded product was imminent. It was announced that the crown prince would personally launch it. Any household that was even a little rich and haughty would want it. They would be able to boast just by having it. It was something that would signify one's status in society, a super medicine that was super luxurious. Theodore was excited. He wondered if such a medicine truly existed and what it could be. Of course, there was a medicine that used the gallstone of a minotaur. Theodore was surprised. He asked what a minotaur was, and then it was revealed that the name of the medicine was the Golden Minota Calming Pill. The crown prince that sells medicine. Theodore had learned of a new calming pill called Chong Simwen. It was said to be a high-quality medicine. The medicine boasted great effects, such as curing or improving brain illnesses, heart illnesses, and high blood pressure. It was described as a powerful nerve-calming medicine. Meanwhile, Reikyo walked with Damien Kyan through the palace gardens. Reikyo revealed that the Golden Minota Calming Pill was made with the gallstone of a minotaur. Reikyo confirmed that he intended to make the Golden Minota Calming Pill and sell it. Damien questioned whether people would actually eat something like that. Reikyo believed they would because they would think it's rare. He explained that it was the psychology of people to want limited edition items. The image of a bull transforming into a minotaur appeared. Rakiel stated that both the efficacy and branding would be enough to get people to buy it, adding that it was definitely marketable. Damien didn't think people would buy it, though. The focus returned to the calming pill and its effects. Damien listened intently. Rakiel countered that if it were such an incredible medicine with proven effects, it should be famous. He then revealed that it was famous in an ancient kingdom that has now fallen. Damien wondered which fallen ancient kingdom Rakiel was referring to. The kingdom was called Josian. Theodore admitted he had never heard of it. Rakiel responded that he heard about it in his dreams. Rakiel claimed he learned all his needle treatments and tonic concoctions from his dreams, adding that he heard about it from Garden. Theodore didn't think that was true, though. It was said that Garden was a very naive person, and, as someone who supported His Highness, he believed anything. The side palace chief, Butler, thought Garden would accept that as truth easily. Garden walked along a path, lost in thought. He thought that it was all for him. Theodore thought that all he cared about was getting his salary on time. Theodore asked if Garden wanted to treat patients without a license, and Garden wondered if he needed a license. Theodore confirmed that he did, and that he heard there was a doctor license exam. Garden looked nervous. It was revealed that Garden passed it as well. Garden hoped this wouldn't be a problem for him later. An authoritative voice declared that they needed to resolve their funding problem first. The focus shifted to Garden, who stated his need to acquire a Minotaur's gallstone. The question arose whether people would be sent to retrieve it from the capital's herbal shop. The speaker explained that when they had tried to buy other ingredients, the shop didn't have Minotaur gallstones, implying that the establishment didn't use bulls as medicinal ingredients. The question remained how they would obtain it. Garden exclaimed that he would buy a live Minotaur. Garden adjusted the ornate pin on his lapel. He announced that he was going to Cremo. Cremo was described as the center of commerce in the northeast corner of their empire, where one of the top monster auction houses was located, near the capital, Magenta. Someone questioned if Garden was going there himself. Two figures stood nearby. Garden confirmed that he was going himself, adding that he needed to check its gallstones, too. Another individual thought that Garden seemed to have a screw loose somewhere. A carriage waited. A voice called out for everyone to come quickly, as it was time to depart. The man with dark hair questioned the urgency of their departure. Rakiel declared that they were leaving, and that time was more precious than gold to him. Rakiel insisted that they were leaving right away, emphasizing the value of time. Theodore was shocked. Theodore yelled at Damien to get on board, saying that Rakiel was coming. The carriage sped away. The carriage continued to speed away. Theodore ran after the carriage. Theodore desperately called out to Rakiel, questioning how he could be left behind. The side palace chief, Butler, cried out that he was Rakiel's main. Theodore thought that he needed to look after the traditional medicine clinic. Theodore continued to call out to Rakiel as the carriage sped away. The carriages continued their journey. Meanwhile, the crown prince Rakiel believed that traveling in comfort was to be expected of him. Elsewhere, another voice declared that they were traveling in first class. Despite the luxury, it felt strange. It had been 8 days since they left Magenta. The journey continued. The carriage rumbled along. Someone's eyes snapped open. The carriage continued its steady pace. The air carried the distinct smell of the sea. Someone announced that they saw a port behind the hill. The carriages pressed on. It was Cremo's port. The carriages arrived at Cremo's port, a bustling harbor city bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Ships of various sizes bobbed gently in the water, their sails catching the golden light. The city's architecture, a blend of sturdy stone buildings and elegant spires, hinted at both its maritime importance and its rich history. The destination was clear, Cremo. The city was a port of call for ships from all over. The docks bustled with activity. Ships of all sizes crowded the harbor. The streets teemed with people. Carriages clattered along the cobblestone streets, adding to the cacophony. Inside one such carriage, Rakiel pondered the situation. The carriage was headed to Cremo's monster auction house. The auction house loomed large, a grand building promising untold riches and dangers. The carriage wheels crunched on the paved road as it approached the entrance. A man stood guard outside the auction house, watching the approaching carriage with a curious expression. He gestured impatiently, telling the driver to park the horse carriage elsewhere. The guard insisted that they couldn't park there. Another man approached, wondering who was in the carriage, and speculated if it was the crown prince. Inside the auction house, a man excitedly announces someone's arrival. A sudden commotion erupts. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes who has arrived. The crowd begins to murmur, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Another man rushes forward, seemingly in a panic. He urgently asks what all the commotion is about. It is Azel Cremo, the mayor of Cremo. The crowd's hushed whispers grow louder as the news spreads. The announcement is made. The crown prince has arrived. The news sends ripples of excitement and anticipation through the assembled guests. Mayor Cremo is shocked by the news of the crown prince's arrival. The mayor, Azel Cremo, greeted the crown prince with excessive enthusiasm. He exclaimed his surprise at seeing him. Azel's shock was palpable as he questioned the crown prince's presence. The Crown Prince responded that he had something he wished to purchase at the auction. The Crown Prince smiled, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. Azel, still flustered, offered additional bodyguards, but the Crown Prince declined. The Crown Prince thought to himself that he already had enough guards. The Crown Prince smiled, surrounded by his own retinue. Unseen by the others, two figures observed the scene from distance. The Crown Prince reassured Azel that he would be leaving after looking around, so there was no need to worry. The Crown Prince dismissed Azel's concerns as meaningless chatter. The Crown Prince found the situation annoying. The Crown Prince told Azel that he would drop by his residence later, then departed. Azel affirmed the Crown Prince's statement. The Crown Prince ordered his staff to move quickly, clean the front yard, and ensure everything was in place. The Crown Prince, observing the auction, felt a pang of sympathy for those involved, likening himself to a military commander who had unexpectedly arrived on the scene. The atmosphere within the auction house was thick with anticipation. Bids were placed, the numbers rising as the auction progressed. The bids continued to climb, reaching 3,500. The stage was set, the cage illuminated, ready for the next item to be presented. Meanwhile, Theodore stood beside the Crown Prince, observing the proceedings. Theodore commented that the auction was quieter than he had anticipated. Rachiel agreed, wondering if the subdued atmosphere was due to it being a monster auction house. Theodore listened intently, his expression thoughtful. Damien Cayenne concurred, suggesting that the monsters would awaken if it became too noisy. The auction continued, the stage bathed in light. Bidders raised their placards, the numbers escalating. The auctioneer gestured, calling for higher bids. Theodore thought to himself that it was almost over. Theodore wondered if there would be no Minotaur offer that day. The sound of a heavy cage being dragged echoed through the auction hall. The cage continued its slow, deliberate progress. The Crown Prince Rachiel watched as the cage was brought before the assembled crowd. The creature within the cage roared, a sound that reverberated through the hall. The Minotaur's roar was deafening. The sound continued to fill the space. Theodore exclaimed that the Minotaur could make 100 portions of cow head rice soup, emphasizing how incredibly huge it was. Theodore continued, estimating that the Minotaur could lift 30 tons in total for the big 3-weight exercises in a gym. The announcer declared it was a Minotaur. It was revealed that the 7 best hunting teams in the Northern Mountains worked together to capture it. A close-up revealed the Minotaur's fierce expression. The auctioneer highlighted the Minotaur as today's main item, noting its size was much bigger than usual. Its status was top condition, and its personality was very fierce. They had hunted it for 3 months and barely captured it alive, calling it their best item yet. The auctioneer strongly recommended it for breeding or display. Rachiel thought to himself that he needed to get that Minotaur. It was noted that they must have used a ton of anesthetic and all kinds of tranquilizer on it, but it was still able to emit such a roar. Rachiel's eyes shone with avarice as he declared his intent to possess the Minotaur, vowing to tear it apart if necessary. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced that the bidding would commence at 50,000 Megan. The auctioneer declared, "We're starting from 50,000 Megan." Theodore, looking confused, questioned if he had misheard the starting price, seeking confirmation from Damien. Damien retorted, asking if Theodore didn't have at least that much money. Theodore revealed that he had brought 100,000 Megan with him. Theodore realized that the Minotaur was going to be quite expensive. The attendees were determined to buy the Minotaur. Theodore acknowledged that the look in the eyes of the other bidders was no joke, realizing he would never be able to buy the Minotaur with only 100,000 Megan. Damien questioned if that was so. Theodore remarked that 100,000 Megan wasn't a small amount, stating he could even buy Damien a luxurious apartment in Seoul's Gangnam district. Rachiel thought to himself that he really didn't want to lose the Minotaur. Rachiel focused, trying to think. Rachiel called out to Damien. Damien responded, asking what Rachiel wanted. Damien instructed someone to listen carefully to what he was about to say. Theodore, sitting nearby, questioned if Damien was really going to go through with his plan. Someone at the auction responded, "Of course. For real." Another voice chimed in, stating, "Your Highness, I don't know how you'll feel after hearing what I'm about to say, but..." Damien, with a serious expression, remarked that the order he was giving was truly. An unseen character off-panel commented that it sounded exactly like a thug's. Another asked, "So?" Rachiel laughed, seemingly unconcerned by the comparison. According to a text box, being likened to a thug has dealt 0 damage. Rachiel announced that he would be back, wishing everyone the best as he departed. The auctioneer announced that they had one person bidding 50,500 Megan. Bids continued to climb, with one at 53,000 Megan. The bids escalated further, reaching 55,000 Megan. Rachiel then questioned Damien's actions. Rachiel seemed confused by the turn of events. A voice called out, noting that there wasn't much time left and addressing someone as "Your Highness." The scene shifted back to the auction, where the bidding continued. Theodore questioned what the mayor was doing there. Following Theodore's question, a nobleman asks if he heard correctly that bodyguards would be provided. The mayor, Azel Cremo, appears to be in shock. Azel's political career has always been about having quick wit. He claims he can tell, just from one's expression, that the Crown Prince wants people to know who he is, and that it is time for him to score some big points. Someone clears their throat. The crowd announces the Crown Prince's arrival. They beg him to listen to their requests. The crowd wonders what the Crown Prince is doing here. An announcement is made that 100 special bodyguards are waiting for his orders. The crowd is in awe. Rakiel Adria Magentano announces that he will accept their good intentions. The crowd is in awe of Rakiel. Damien Kyan laughs to himself. Theodore pauses, realizing something. He realizes that the auction is still ongoing. The auction continued, the sound of the gavel echoing as the price climbed. Meanwhile, the audience reacted with surprise and confusion. The realization dawned on some. The Crown Prince was now involved. Azel Cremo held up the sign, a confident smirk on his face as he displayed the bid of 60,000. It was the Crown Prince who was placing the bid. The Crown Prince, holding a sign displaying the number 60,000, openly mocked the other bidders. He declared that he was the Crown Prince and challenged anyone to do something about it. Rakiel wore a wide, confident smile. The audience watched the beast man in the cage, whispering about his appearance. The audacity of the Crown Prince was ruining the auction, some thought. The crowd murmured, wondering how anyone could possibly bid higher than Rakiel. Many wondered aloud what the Crown Prince was doing there. The auctioneer, visibly distressed, could only utter, "No more." Some in the audience lamented that their best auction item was only going for 60,000 Megan. Others complained about the effort they went through to acquire the Beastman. The auctioneer despaired, wondering if this was the end for them. A man in the audience watched with a smirk. Suddenly, a bid of 70,000 Megan was placed. The crowd reacted to the new bid of 70,000 Megan. The auction house fell silent as the new bid echoed through the hall. The auctioneer looked on in disbelief, stammering as he processed the staggering amount, 70,000 Megan. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they wondered who had dared to challenge the Crown Prince's bid. Some speculated that a noble from the back had intervened, saving them from the prince's extravagance. The auctioneer announced the new bid of 70,000 Megan. The tension in the room was palpable. Theodore looked on in shock at the new bid. A woman wondered if the bidder was Guinness, the one who's highly favored by the king in the southern country Amboise. Indeed, the bidder was highly favored by the king in the southern country Amboise. The bidder was identified as the Amboise tycoon, Guinness Deschamps. Guinness Deschamps smirked, wondering what the Crown Prince would do next. Guinness declared that he was not a denizen of Magentano anyway. Some audience members whispered that Guinness was their savior, who would drive away the petty Crown Prince, while others warned them to keep their voices down. It was said that the Crown Prince was famous for bearing grudges. Rakiel, visibly angered, declared that he could hear everyone. In any case, someone wondered if Guinness wanted to try his hand at bidding. The Crown Prince of Magentano was asked if he would give up on his status and fight with money. The bidding continued. Someone thought that they were definitely getting their hands on that Minotaur, as the bid reached 71,000 Megan. The Crown Prince bid 71,000 Megan. The auction continued with many spectators. The Crown Prince bid 75,000 Megan, but Sir Guinness bid 80,000 Megan. The crowd reacted to the high bids. It was announced that the main auction item for the day was a top-quality Minotaur. The auctioneer declared that the item had been sold. Someone smirked. The person declared that they had won, Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked on with a grim expression. The Crown Prince protested, but it was too late. The Crown Prince, having just lost the auction, hears Guinness tell him that he is glad that he lost. Theodore, standing nearby, is confused by this. Guinness explains that it would be too ineffective to use all 100,000 of his Megan. He clarifies that he was referring to using that much Megan on just one Minotaur. Theodore thinks to himself that if Guinness uses up all the money now, he won't be able to pay his salary. He considers Guinness a cute little rascal, but a pretty loyal one. Theodore continues to worry about Guinness's finances, thinking that he won't be able to pay his salary if he keeps spending so much. He urges Guinness to use the money with caution. Theodore is still confused by the situation. Theodore believes that his generous and stable salary is the reason he is loyal. Guinness, looking distressed, thinks that there is no reason for Theodore to stay by his side. Guinness asks Theodore if he doesn't feel grateful towards him for rescuing him from the underground Colosseum. Theodore responds that of course he is grateful, but that is a separate matter from his salary. Guinness asks if Theodore's gratefulness is separate from financial matters. Theodore replies that it is naturally so. Theodore thinks about the protagonist that he rooted for as he read The Emperor of the Demon Sword. Damien Kyan's presence loomed, crackling with an unseen energy. He considered Damien's potential for growth, believing there was no one more reliable to have by his side. Damien was, after all, the strongest person in the universe, capable of protecting him. Damien stood tall, clad in dark attire. It wasn't just about power. He needed Damien by his side for other reasons as well. He had to ensure Damien aimed for a stable life with him, because only then could everyone be safe and happy. Meanwhile, Theodore assured someone that there would never be any delays to their salary. Elsewhere, Azel Cremo suggested they go to the mayor's residence first, prompting the mayor to ask him to repeat himself. Someone responded with a yes, Your Highness. The crown prince, in a panic, asked why they were running. He was embarrassed at having to resort to cheap tricks. Someone groaned in frustration. The palace stood illuminated against the night sky. Chained and kneeling, the Minotaur strained against his bonds. From above, a figure watched the beast struggle. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the chamber. The Minotaur bellowed, the sound reverberating off the stone walls. Below, the figure remained silent, observing a collection of vials and tools. The Minotaur's cries continued, filling the chamber with its mournful sound. The figure below straightened up, his expression unreadable. The Minotaur's massive hands, bound by thick chains, clenched into fists. Guinness de Cham's face was stern as he listened to the Minotaur's cries. Guinness recounted how the crown prince's face looked when he stole something from him. He gestured with his hands, emphasizing his point. A polished boot stepped forward. The man asked if they should start the taxidermy process today. The man's expression was unreadable. He stated that this was the reason he had called the other man here. Guinness flattered the man, calling him the most skilled taxidermist in Cremo. The man responded that he was here because Guinness was generous when it came to compensation. The Minotaur wondered what kind of taxidermy style Guinness would like. Guinness's request was clear. The spectacle must be as grand as possible. With a flourish, Guinness declared that he would reveal the mage. The plan was to offer the Minotaur to the king on his birthday banquet. A man smirked, his expression suggesting anticipation. Guinness confirmed that he had the mage he requested for the perfect taxidermy, and the other man assured him that he had him ready. The mage was ready. The mage smirked. He was cloaked in darkness. The mage stated that they must be busy people, so he would get started immediately. The mage stood before the Minotaur. The mage declared he would kill it in a clean manner using vacuum magic. The mage began to cast his spell. The Minotaur was caught in the spell. The vacuum magic began to take effect. The Minotaur began to scream. Guinness's vacuum magic began to take its toll on the Minotaur, who could only think, moo, lungs. Elsewhere, Minotaur children ran freely with their mother and father. Meanwhile, other Minotaurs were held captive in cages. The cages were set on a stone floor. The vacuum magic intensified, and the Minotaur struggled against the chains binding him. The Minotaur thought, moo, I can't breathe. The vacuum magic continued to constrict the Minotaur. The Minotaur was completely bound by the chains and vacuum magic. Theodore and Damien watched in shock as the Minotaur was being killed. The vacuum magic intensified, completely enveloping the Minotaur. The Minotaur was reduced to nothing. Elsewhere, Rachiel lay in bed. The palace was quiet. Rachiel thought to himself, I'm so tired. My body's aching all over. The side palace chief, Butler, responded, You did push yourself a tad too hard. A group of people held signs that read, Rachiel protest. One of them said, We internal organs are protesting because you have such a tough schedule. Rachiel, still in bed, declared his intention to buy a Minotaur the next day, within a budget of 100,000 Megan. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. The sound reverberated. Immediately, a guard rushed in, urging Rachiel to get up, warning him of big trouble. More guards hurried into the room. Rachiel sat up in bed, looking confused. He wondered what was happening, noting that he was still tired. The guard questioned what they were talking about. The guards insisted that they must evacuate him. One of the guards urged Rachiel to evacuate to a safe place immediately. Another crash sounded. The source of the disturbance appeared to be just outside the door. Debris rained down as the door was destroyed. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, as Rachiel looked on in shock. The figure ordered Rachiel to stay behind him. The figure moved to defend Rachiel. The figure roars, his voice echoing through the halls. The force of his roar shakes the very foundations of the palace. Rachiel shouts out, calling for Damien. Rachiel's eyes widen in fear. A massive hand crashes down, sending debris flying. Rachiel looks on in terror. His face is etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A hulking figure looms, its eyes glowing with menacing intent. The creature's immense size dwarfs everything around it. Rachiel stammers, struggling to find his voice. He finally manages to utter a single, horrifying word, Minotaur. A little while ago, the air crackled with energy. Red lightning surged around a hulking figure. The massive figure stood chained, as onlookers watched in stunned silence. Below, the ground vibrated with immense power. The chained figure was lifted into the air, surrounded by a blinding light. The energy intensified. The surge of power emanated from the royal palace. Deep within a dungeon, a figure groaned in pain. Nearby, another man lay prone, questioning how this could have happened. A monstrous beast roared, declaring the prone man to be the most evil one. The beast's power surged. The man on the ground reached out, struggling. The beast's massive foot descended, poised to crush him. The man, pinned beneath the beast's foot, questioned if the creature knew who he was. The bearded man declared himself a big-shot merchant of Manhwas and someone's master. Elsewhere, someone ordered another not to come any closer, refusing to be their master and refusing to do something. Theodore looked up, startled. From above, a minotaur-like creature descended, bellowing loudly. Theodore realized he needed to get somewhere safe first. He clenched his fist, determined. He recognized the building in the distance as the Cremo mayor's residence. Theodore exclaimed, wondering what was happening as the Minotaur landed nearby. Theodore watched as someone ran past the Minotaur, who seemed confused. Theodore wondered what was going on. The Minotaur seemed to be sniffing the air. The Minotaur charged forward. The impact shook the area. And back to the present. The Minotaur's eyes glowed with an eerie intensity, its massive form radiating raw power. Below, a figure ran desperately, trying to escape the Minotaur's destructive path. Theodore, witnessing the scene, could only stammer in disbelief. The word Minotaur hung in the air, a label for the monstrous being before them. The aftermath of the Minotaur's rampage was clear, a building in ruins, a testament to its immense strength. The fleeing figure continued to run, desperately trying to outpace the Minotaur's advance. The Minotaur emitted a low, guttural moo, a sound that seemed both animalistic and mocking. Rachiel, observing the Minotaur, was struck by something unusual. He wondered why its eyes looked the way they did. Rachiel realized he had seen those eyes before, back when he was in his own traditional Korean medicine clinic. He realized that the Minotaur was hurting a lot, but had nothing to rely on, seeing the eyes of a patient. The figure continued to flee, the Minotaur's shadow looming large behind them. Theodore questioned if the Minotaur was the same person he knew. Elsewhere, a large audience looked on. Guinness watched with a knowing expression. Theodore realized that the Minotaur was the same as the other guy. The Minotaur towered over the young prince, its massive form casting a long shadow. Theodore, witnessing the scene, noticed the Minotaur's intense gaze fixed upon him. He thought to himself that the Minotaur looked strangely angry at him. The Minotaur's foot crashed down, the impact shattering the ground. A guttural roar erupted from the Minotaur. Theodore stood his ground, facing the monstrous creature. The Minotaur's fist hurtled towards Theodore. Elsewhere, Damien struggled to his feet, his hand pressed against the ground for support. A surge of power emanated from Damien. The Minotaur's horns loomed large. Theodore called out to Damien. Another figure urged, "Your Highness, please get out." Theodore declared that he would not die in a place like this and demanded that they get out of here now. Theodore's expression was one of fierce determination. The Minotaur recalled that he went through so much to get the life he has now. The Minotaur stood ready to strike. The prince is sent flying backwards from the force of the Minotaur's attack. The Minotaur continues his relentless assault. Each blow from the Minotaur lands with devastating force. The prince realizes the Minotaur is too fast. He knows that if he gets hit by that combo, he'll have fractures all over and his internal organs will be destroyed. The prince is sent crashing through a door. The Minotaur bellows in rage. The prince is shocked by the Minotaur's power. The force of the Minotaur's attack is immense. The impact is devastating. The prince coughs up blood. He is sent flying through the air. Meanwhile, Damien is sent flying in the opposite direction. Theodore is shocked and wonders if Damien just kicked him. The aftermath of the kick sends debris flying. The force of the Minotaur's blow sent the prince crashing through a nearby wall. Nearby, the royal attendant observed that it appeared the two of them were now trapped. Theodore, however, retorted that he would see that for himself. Damien remained silent. The Minotaur advanced. The royal attendant informed Theodore that he had something to tell him. Theodore thought that if they survived this incident, he demanded a special bonus. The royal attendant questioned Theodore's timing, asking what he would do if he didn't give it to him. Theodore responded that he would run away alone. The Minotaur remarked on Theodore's nasty personality. The Minotaur thought that when he counted to 3, he would attack, creating an opening for them to run away. The prince began to speak. He wondered where he should go. Theodore and the royal attendant were sent flying. Damien remained standing. The group continued to fall. Theodore questioned if they were on the second floor. The Minotaur insisted that it didn't matter and that they should just jump. Rachiel declared that it mattered to him, and that jumping would be better than being crushed alive. Damien landed on the ground. Outside, the guards prepared to deal with the Minotaur and the damage it was causing, intent on rescuing His Highness. The guards stood ready. Theodore asked if even if he fell and broke his legs, they would be able to move him somewhere safe. Damien realized that jumping was the only way out of there now. He prepared to jump. The Minotaur announced that he was starting. The Minotaur jumped. Theodore braced himself. The Minotaur landed. The impact shook the area. A figure counts down, preparing to jump. The Minotaur's massive form plummets downwards. Theodore protests that the count is too fast. The Minotaur bellows as he crashes into the ground below, shattering the stone. The force of the impact reverberates through the area as the Minotaur lands. The Minotaur's feet hit the ground with tremendous force. Rakiel, seeing the Minotaur's successful jump, laments his unfortunate life. A sound echoes. Rakiel plummets downwards, questioning what is happening. He reaches out, grabbing onto something. The Minotaur catches Rakiel as he falls, grunting with the effort. A strange sensation washes over Rakiel. Rakiel looks shocked. The Crown Prince, still in the clutches of the King of Minotaurs, struggles against the massive creature's grip. The King of Minotaurs coughs, a sound that echoes through the chamber. A red light begins to glow around Rakiel. Rakiel's eyes widen in shock as he sees the results of the scan. The scan results are alarming. The system continues to scan the King of Minotaurs. The scan reveals a basic overall health check report. The scan identifies the target as the King of Minotaurs, named Urus, a male of 48 years old, standing at 712 centimeters and weighing 14,923 kilograms, with a blood type of C2. The scan indicates that Urus' heart functionality is failing. The overall opinion from the scan suggests that the balance within Urus' body is collapsing due to being imprisoned and injected with tranquilizers over a long period, as well as the consumption of large amounts of grains. The scan continues to focus on the King of Minotaurs. The scan indicates that Urus' heart is in a really bad condition, suffering from stable angina pectoris, and he must be in serious pain. The scan warns that if left alone, Urus might get a cardiac infection and heart attack. The scan reveals that stable angina pectoris means Urus' heart vessels are about half clogged, and his chest pains must be pretty bad. The King of Minotaurs thought that the impact must feel like a car ramming into his heart. Theodore went on a rampage because he was in pain, and he felt sorry for him. The King of Minotaurs continued his rampage. Theodore exclaimed that he was not in a state to be treating him right now. He thought he was in greater danger. Theodore screamed, thinking that if he let go and flew away, his body would shatter into pieces. Indeed, his body would shatter into pieces. Meanwhile, someone was preparing an attack. Theodore was still clinging to the King of Minotaurs. The attack was swift. It was a blur of red. The attack landed. The King of Minotaurs roared in pain. The attacker cursed, realizing he aimed for its eye. The attacker's sword was covered in blood. Despite the previous attack, the attacker admits to having rushed and hit the King of Minotaurs' horn instead. Below, the King of Minotaurs remains standing, Theodore still clinging to his back. Theodore urges the attacker to hurry, begging them to hold on a little longer, promising rescue. The attacker's dark clothing shifts as they prepare for another strike. Theodore continues to plead for haste. The attacker moves with incredible speed. Focusing on the task at hand, the attacker targets the King of Minotaur's side and shoulder. They resolve to cut those two parts as fast as they can. The attacker acknowledges that it's alright if their cuts aren't deep. The attacker lunges forward, their blade glowing. They realize they just need an opening. The blade strikes, drawing blood. The King of Minotaurs roars in pain. Theodore realizes he is running out of strength to hold on. Losing his grip, Theodore begins to slip. Theodore's hand slips further down. A voice echoes, declaring that someone will not be getting their special bonus. Elsewhere, Garden is sent flying through the air. As he falls, Garden thinks to himself that it is a nice weather to die in. The impact sends him crashing through the air. The force of the blow continues to send Garden hurtling away. The attack sends debris flying. Under the night sky, Azel Cremo catches Garden. The King of Minotaurs watches as Azel lands. Azel calls out to Ugnis. Two guards call out to Garden. They ask if he is alright. Garden assures them that he is. As Azel Cremo and Garden are walking, one of the guards orders them to move quickly. The guard emphasizes that their top priority is safety and that they need to keep moving. Below, the other guards are seen running through the halls. Suddenly, a monstrous creature questions their presence with a confused moo. The monster bellows a loud moo. The monster falls from the ceiling. The monster continues to bellow. The guard that was previously speaking is now standing in front of Azel Cremo. The monster chastises someone for losing his highness. Theodore asks if the monster is coming after him now. Theodore draws his sword. The monster bellows again. Theodore attacks the monster. As Theodore attacks, he thinks to himself that he is definitely going to ask for hazard pay. Theodore, confident in his abilities, smirked. The monster's fist hurtled towards him. As the fist approached, the air crackled with energy. Theodore, however, was ready, his blade already moving to intercept. He thought to himself that he would stab the monster from its fist. The monster's fist continued its relentless advance. Theodore leapt into the air, preparing to strike. But as the blade met the monster's flesh, Theodore realized it was tougher than he thought. The monster roared in fury. The impact of the blow reverberated through the air. Theodore was sent flying backwards, crashing through a barrier of energy. The monster paused, its massive fist hovering. It seemed to consider its next move, wondering if Theodore's attack was a feint. The ground trembled as the monster's massive foot crashed down. The impact reverberated through the air. The monster moved with surprising speed, its massive form a blur of motion. Theodore, sent flying by the monster's attack, slammed into a wall. He gripped his sword tightly, blood dripping from his hand. The monster's attack had clearly wounded him. The beast's eyes narrowed, its gaze fixed on Theodore. Another wave of energy pulsed through the air. Theodore, grimacing in pain, struggled to rise. The monster unleashed another devastating attack. Theodore was struck again, the force of the blow echoing through the chamber. He crashed to the ground, defeated. The air crackled with energy. The monster's power was overwhelming. Meanwhile, two figures watch from a distance, their expressions unreadable. Theodore and another man are sent flying back by an unseen force. The air crackles with energy. The energy intensifies, distorting the air around it. Amidst the chaos, Damien Kyan sits up, propped against a pile of rubble. He coughs, his weapon lying nearby. The ground continues to crack and break apart. A monstrous presence makes itself known. The creature's eyes glow with malevolent intent. Its massive form looms, dripping with an unknown substance. The creature's hand reaches out. Damien watches the monster approach. His fist clenches. Damien sits among the debris, his expression grim. The energy continues to surge. Damien wonders if this is the end for him. A massive body slam crushes everything beneath it. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The monstrous creature continues its descent, slamming into the ground near Damien Kyan. Dust and debris fill the air. The creature bellows, its roar shaking the very foundations of the area. Damien Kyan's eyes widen as he stares up at the colossal beast. He wonders if it is Sergosium. The creature, indeed Sergosium, continues to grow larger. The massive beast looms over the battlefield. Damien Kyan remains on the ground, seemingly defeated. Elsewhere, Rakiel wonders what Damien Kyan is doing there, realizing he went through so much trouble to help him escape. Someone shouts, "Nice! Bullseye!" The speaker notes that the red sunflower seeds he acquired during the monster summoning are working. It is observed that Gosium really got bigger after eating them. With a gleam in his eye, Damien Kyan declared it was time to gather funds, as he and Rakiel stood amidst the ruins. Damien Kyan smirked, anticipating great rewards. Suddenly, Damien Kyan urged Rakiel to escape first. Damien Kyan was struck by an unseen force. The force slammed into Damien Kyan's leg. Damien Kyan realized he couldn't move his legs. Sergosium bellowed. Sergosium's muscles bulged. Blood splattered. Sergosium continued to bellow. Sergosium's size increased rapidly. Damien Kyan was sent flying. Theodore shouted Thorn's name. Sergosium's massive form loomed. Sergosium towered over the landscape. The Crown Prince Rakiel looks up at the towering figure of Sergosium. Elsewhere, a figure stands ready with a sword, facing a creature resembling a spiky hedgehog. Back at the scene with Sergosium, the transformed knight looms large, his expression fierce. The towering knight stands ready to strike. Theodore and Thorn stand together, the hedgehog-like creature beside them. A powerful blow shatters the ground. Debris flies as the force of the impact reverberates. The attack continues to devastate the surroundings. Sergosium roars, his massive form dominating the scene. The monstrous knight seems confused, uttering a questioning moo. Theodore and Thorn are caught in the shockwave of the attack. Damien Kyan, injured, stands with Theodore, both observing the unfolding chaos. The air crackled with unseen energy. Debris lay scattered across the ruined landscape. Amidst the destruction, Damien stood with the Crown Prince. Damien praised Gosium for a job well done. Gosium's name echoed in the air as the Crown Prince asked Damien if he was all right. Theodore insisted that he was, of course, fine. Theodore affirmed that he was all right. Someone observed that Damien did not seem all right. Theodore muttered the word Minotaur. Theodore thought to himself that Damien wouldn't die so easily, as the medicine that would come out of him would be the best. Theodore realized that if he tried anything sloppy, he might end up dying. Damien suggested that they get out of there for now. Something was being pushed. A voice called out to the Crown Prince, promising to escort him from now on. Azel Cremo stood ready to fulfill that promise. Azel was determined to ensure the Crown Prince's safety. He intended to bring him to the safest place in the city. The ship awaited them at the docks. The group made their way towards the harbor. Azel urged the Crown Prince to board the ship, explaining that it was their best chance to escape to the sea. The urgency of the situation was palpable. The Crown Prince was assured that no matter how rampant the Minotaur was, it wouldn't be able to touch them at all once they were at sea. The Crown Prince, however, seemed hesitant. The idea of escaping on the ship seemed like a good one. Azel declared that he would not run away, addressing the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked on, his expression unreadable. The Crown Prince hesitated, knowing this place, the city, was his responsibility as mayor. The safety and livelihood of many people rested upon him. Meanwhile, along the docks, guards continued to prepare the ship for departure. Theodore declared that he would stay behind to command the guards. Azel Cremo urged the Crown Prince to get to safety. The Crown Prince paused, reflecting on his past assumptions about Theodore. He realized it didn't feel right to run away. The Crown Prince questioned if it was okay for him to run away alone. Guinness insisted that they needed to depart quickly. Guinness told Rakiel that he need not feel guilty, as everyone had their own role to play. Rakiel considered Guinness's words. The Crown Prince affirmed that Guinness was right. He knew the mayor's role was to protect the city. He realized that their role was to protect him. Rakiel resolved to stay, understanding that everyone had a role to play. The Crown Prince, resolute in his decision, affirmed his role. The order was given to raise the anchor, the mission to survive and protect the imperial family. The ship began to move. Below deck, a sailor looked up, confused by something he saw. Another sailor questioned what was happening. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed through the air. A hulking beast revealed itself. Panic seized the sailors as they witnessed the creature's arrival. The beast crashed onto the deck. It lunged forward. Theodore Palermo Magentana watched in horror. The ship was torn apart. The beast continued its rampage. Its roar deafening. The massive monster roared, its presence shaking the very foundations of the ship. The ship groaned under the strain, the wood splintering. Theodore's hand gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white. Amidst the chaos, Rakiel shouted for everyone to get down. Another section of the ship was torn apart by the monster's assault. As the ship continued to buckle, Rakiel felt his internal organs wavering from the danger. The ship tilted violently. Running away was the top priority for Rakiel, but he saw no way to do so. He realized he couldn't swim. The others began to think of how they could escape. Rakiel wondered what his brain was doing. He realized his brain wasn't there. Someone told Rakiel to keep his body low, saying it was good. They advised him that the sails were down and to stick close to the remains. He was told to stay still among the remains after the poop deck. The Crown Prince, looking up at the hulking Minotaur, questioned if he was meant to hide behind it. Theodore confirmed that it was the best plan they had at the moment, but wondered what the Crown Prince would do. Theodore stated that he had a lot of rewards that he needed to get from the Crown Prince after today. Meanwhile, Damien thought to himself that he needed to get to work. Damien drew his sword. Theodore watched him. Damien leaped into action. He called out the name of his sword, Ugnes, as he swung it. The Minotaur roared. Damien attacked the monster. He slashed at the monster's leg. The Minotaur bellowed in pain. Theodore was struck. The Minotaur turned its attention to Theodore. The Minotaur struck Theodore, who cried out. Swords pierced through the air, aimed at a central point. Theodore falls to the ground. The monster roars. The Minotaur continues his assault. Theodore coughs up blood. He struggles to breathe. Rakiel realizes the situation is dire. Rakiel urges himself to pull himself together, fearing everyone will die at this rate. The Crown Prince focuses on his breathing and movement. He knows he must watch everything closely without missing a single detail. A close-up reveals the inner workings of his power. A warning flashes. He is in an extremely dangerous and unprecedented situation. He is experiencing an intense experience. His Azrahan Precise Diagnosis has strengthened to its limit. The Azrahan Precise Diagnosis. A new option had been added to his skill, pulse reading. The skill allowed him to scan a target's acupoints within a certain radius and predict their movements. The number of targets for lock-on was limited to one living thing. The skill focused on the beast's face. Rakiel wondered what this new skill was, thinking it was like a map hack. The angle of the muscles moving, and where his fist would hit, he could see it all. He realized he would be able to dodge everything now. Rakiel paused, realizing something. He wondered if he could really dodge all of the attacks. Before his stamina ran out, he knew he needed to do something. He needed to think. Rakiel knew they needed to survive. They needed to survive. He needed to save himself and everyone else. Rakiel was determined. Rakiel wondered if his plan would actually work. Regardless, he knew he needed to do it, because that was his role. Below, a massive figure moved with incredible force. Theodore and Guinness watched in shock as the beast moved to strike. The air crackled with energy. Theodore could only stammer in disbelief. Then, a voice cried out, calling for the Crown Prince. The monstrous creature loomed, its features contorted in rage. A deep, guttural sound echoed. Rakiel's expression hardened with resolve. A message appeared, stating that he had eaten the red sunflower seed meant for a summon. A warning flashed, declaring that the Crown Prince had consumed the red sunflower seed meant for his summon. The effects were immediate. The prince's body began to grow. His size increased dramatically as he battled the mysterious figure on the docks. Rakiel realized he was getting bigger, much bigger. He hadn't anticipated such a drastic transformation. Theodore, witnessing the transformation from a distance, could only exclaim in shock at the sight of his highness. Below, the man who had been fighting Rakiel lay defeated. The warning continued, stating that he was a human, not a summon, and that the red sunflower seed could have extreme adverse side effects on a human body, advising him to seek a traditional medicine doctor. Rakiel, now gigantic, declared that he was a traditional medicine doctor. Another warning stated that the gigantfication would only last for 3 minutes. The giant, Rakiel, bellowed. The warning continued, stating that severe side effects would occur after gigantfication ends. The final warning stated that he would fall into a coma for 5 days once gigantfication ended. With the clock ticking down, only 2 minutes and 37 seconds remained until the gigantfication wore off. The Minotaur loomed over Garden, its massive form a stark reminder of the rapidly approaching deadline. This meant Garden had to end the fight in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, or he would be in a coma for 5 days. The Minotaur's grip tightened around Garden, causing him to cough up blood. He knew that if he couldn't end this within the time limit, he would die. He was sure he would die. The Minotaur swung its massive fist at Garden. The force of the blow was immense. The attack connected, and Garden coughed up more blood. The Minotaur's coarse fur brushed against Garden's face. The Minotaur's foot slammed into Garden. Theodore thought to himself that it hurt, but he could take it. Normally, even a scratch from that would have killed him. In that case, Garden roared. He realized it would be impossible to kill this Minotaur in just 2 minutes. Garden wondered what he could do now. The situation was dire. The berserk state needed to end, or even Damien and the Royal Knights wouldn't be able to handle it. The Minotaur declared that he would faint. The Minotaur's foot stomped down. Go see him demanded to be given thorns. A hand gripped a bundle of acupuncture needles. Rakiel moved with incredible speed. The Minotaur screamed in pain. The Minotaur bellowed. A foot pressed down on the Minotaur's back. Rakiel exclaimed, laughing. The acupuncture needles glowed. It was time for some acupuncture. Rakiel held onto the Minotaur. Rakiel prepared to strike a T on you point. The acupuncture needles pierced the Minotaur, causing him to bellow in pain. The title of the story is displayed, The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. The acupuncture needle glows with a bright, blue light as it is pushed into the Minotaur. The Crown Prince Rakiel realizes the acupuncture isn't going deep enough. The thorn isn't reaching the Minotaur's mana flow. Rakiel struggles, lamenting his stamina. Suddenly, the Minotaur roars Damien's name. The figure in dark clothing strikes with a sword. The figure prepares to strike the end of the thorn. The sword comes down with force. The sword continues its descent. The acupuncture needle glows brighter as it is struck. Rakiel thinks to himself that he needs to calm the Minotaur down mentally. Rakiel focuses on reducing the stimulation on the sympathetic nerve and increasing stimulation on the parasympathetic nerve. The Minotaur shouts Damien's name again. The acupuncture needle glows intensely. Rakiel focused on the Wamai point, a minor point used to ease ear disorders. The dark-clothed figure's sword made contact. Elsewhere, the doctor and his companions looked on in shock. The Minotaur roared as Rakiel targeted the Jiatsun point, used to ease pain, swelling, and stiffness of the gums, ears, lips, or teeth. Rakiel had pricked the blood and energy flow of the meridian. The Minotaur fussed like a child who didn't want acupuncture. Rakiel told him to stay nice and quiet during the acupuncture. He promised to give him sweets. The dark figure struck as Rakiel targeted the last point, the ermine point. The ermine point was an important local point for ear disorders. Something was happening. The Minotaur shuddered. The Minotaur's expression shifted. He asked, Moo? Moo. Rakiel continued the acupuncture. Rakiel's acupuncture seemed to have calmed the Minotaur, and the pain from his angina had also subsided. However, the prince knew it wasn't the acupuncture itself that was responsible, but rather a mere coincidence. He understood that this was what stable angina felt like. Elsewhere, the hamster-like creature noted that the pain could become so intense that it felt like dying, only to suddenly disappear. The Minotaur confirmed that it was strange, but the pain was indeed gone. Damien was praised for his great job. Rakiel stood beside the Minotaur, with Damien standing on his shoulder. The Minotaur thanked the human. Rakiel realized that it was perfect timing that the Minotaur's pain subsided, and the Minotaur thought that he was the one who made it go away. The Minotaur slumped over, exhausted. He declared that he was so darn tired. A screen displayed that the Minotaur's internal organs were wavering due to the extreme condition change, and his heart had grown significantly. It was also noted that the Minotaur's blood flow and breathing were strange, and that he was on the verge of fainting. Furthermore, the feces he held also grew bigger when his body became bigger. The monitor displayed that the stomach had become great. The countdown reached 0. Gigantification had ended. Rakiel felt himself shrinking. The Minotaur, now back to his original size, collapsed. Theodore, lying on the ground, coughed and tried to speak. He had something to say. Rakiel explained that he would be in a coma for 5 days, so there was no need to worry. The Minotaur was no longer hostile. The monitor announced that gigantification had ended and severe side effects were occurring. The monitor displayed that for the next 120 hours, Rakiel would be in a coma. Elsewhere, someone wondered what was going on. They questioned if it was magic. The order was given to quickly pour out the water. The navigator shouted that there were more and more holes, and they couldn't stop it. The command was given to go up to the deck immediately, otherwise they could all die there. There was a monster rampaging above. The monstrous figure stood atop the ship's structure, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around it. Below, Theodore stood amidst the debris, the ship groaning under the strain. The situation was dire. The ship was sinking. The beast felt responsible, lamenting that this was all because of him. Amidst the chaos, someone cried out for their highness. The beast bellowed, promising to repay their kindness and save them. Its massive form tensed, ready to act. With a burst of power, the beast launched itself forward. Its massive fist crashed into the ship's structure. The force of the impact sent debris flying as the beast propelled itself upwards. Below, the ship's crew braced themselves against the sudden jolt. The impact reverberated through the vessel. The beast emerged from the water, its massive form now fully visible. Below, the crew continued to call out for their highness. Their voices echoed with urgency, desperate to ensure the crown prince's safety. The crown prince, bearing a fresh wound on his forehead, appears concerned. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where Rakiel sits across from another figure, two guards standing behind him. Rakiel's expression is unreadable. He murmurs. Nearby, a rat scurries across the floor. The room is in disrepair, with cracks in the walls. Rakiel wonders if he is dreaming. He notes that it has been a while since he has seen this place, and it looks like the place. Across the table, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and goatee smiles. The mustache man says he can't believe Rakiel slept in a situation like this, unsure if he is shameless or just bold. The man is part of the inspection squad interrogator, directly under the Emperor. The interrogator asks if Rakiel does not understand what situation he is in, to which Rakiel replies that he does. The interrogator remarks that Rakiel doesn't seem to have any problems dozing off, though, because they didn't let him sleep for more than 4 days. Rakiel grits his teeth. It has already been the 6th day since the crown prince. One of the men exclaimed that someone was taken away by the monster. It had taken a day for the news to reach the capital, and it took 2 days for another man to arrive. The man was told that 3 days were wasted without looking for his highness. It was pointed out that they didn't even find a single clue about where he is, and that all the conspirators were there, including the mayor. The man was accused of acting like they were investigating only to waste precious time. The man was also told that the Minotaur escaped by swimming, and that Guinness de Cham, who bought the Minotaur, disappeared as well. Someone lamented that there was not a single clue at all. Another man yelled, asking if they found nothing. Someone was accused of intentionally ignoring the clues. Another man looked on with a smirk. The man was accused of wanting to harm his highness. It was said that all the people who traveled with his highness conspired. The question lingered. Who conspired with the Minotaur to kidnap and harm the crown prince? The implication was clear. Someone wanted a specific conclusion to be reached. Damien Kyan, however, made it clear that the desired conclusion was not one he wanted to make. Nearby, someone approached. The newcomer wanted to expose the truth, along with those who were innocent, but wondered if it made sense to do so. The figure approached Damien. But Damien knew something. He knew that the world was a place where ridiculous conclusions could be reached. Guinness de Cham smiled, suggesting that things could become the answer that fits the puzzle. The question then became, who should be held responsible for the incident? The Cremo mayor, Azel Cremo, was in charge of the city's safety, and those who traveled with his highness, including you, but failed to protect him, were also under scrutiny. The responsibility and crime committed in this incident were being investigated. Someone believed that the blame must be pinned on certain people so the incident could be neatly wrapped up. The implication was that they could only wrap this incident up nicely by pinning the crime on them. An enraged voice questioned the absurdity of the situation. Nearby, another man considered that the person in question likely just wanted to end the incident without further complications. The unseen interrogator urged someone to think carefully. He declared that those who confessed would be shown some mercy. A disembodied voice promised a comfortable and swift death. The man with the mustache grinned. The mustached man, standing beside Damien Kyan, remarked that if confessing was too difficult, other methods would be used. The sound of footsteps echoed. Damien Kyan sat bound in a chair, surrounded by guards. Damien Kyan groaned in pain, a visible wound on his forehead. Elsewhere, a figure fell, crying out in pain. The sound of chains echoed as the figure crashed to the floor. The prisoners were held in cages under the night sky, their fates uncertain. Among them, Damien Kyan cursed under his breath, realizing that Ugnis and even the mayor were also imprisoned. A close-up revealed the intensity in someone's eyes, a silent rage brewing. The prisoners noticed the smell of oil, realizing with horror that their captors intended to burn them alive. Footsteps echoed nearby. A figure addressed the assembled prisoners, suggesting they discuss the conclusion now that everyone was gathered. The scene shifted to a close-up of the oil-soaked debris beneath the cages. Damien Kyan was asked if he was ready to talk, but he stated that there would be no confessions, though he was ready to speak the truth. Another figure scoffed, urging Damien to go on and say it then. The scene focused on the speaker's attire, hinting at their authority. Damien was accused of obstructing the search for the missing crown prince under the pretense of an investigation. He gripped the bars of his cage, his knuckles white with anger. A subtle shift in expression hinted at a hidden resolve. His eyes narrowed, revealing a burning determination. Damien declared that he was more desperate than anyone. Damien, trapped behind bars, declared his desperation to find someone. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, one of the guards questioned if Damien was just trying to escape. Another guard declared that he would end the questioning now. The guard stood firm, torches in hand, ready to carry out their orders. Elsewhere, a prisoner apologized, expressing his desire to live and not die meaninglessly. He was determined to live on. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the night. The source of the noise was revealed to be a figure falling from above, crashing through the prison bars. One of the prisoners was shocked by the sudden intrusion. Theodore recognized the figure as the Minotaur. The Minotaur's arrival caused further destruction. The Minotaur held a cage containing prisoners, including Rachiel. The prisoner from Panel 10 questioned what was happening. The guards were taken by surprise as the Minotaur appeared, disrupting their plans. The air grew heavy with anticipation as the sounds of chaos echoed through the prison. Suddenly, Rachiel's eyes widened, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief as he shouted. Rachiel demanded to know what they were doing locked up. The Minotaur roared, its voice echoing through the night. High above, a figure plummeted towards the cages. Below, one of the prisoners recognized the falling figure. It was the Minotaur. The chains holding the cages creaked and groaned under the strain. With a burst of speed, the Minotaur charged forward. The Minotaur loomed over the cages, its massive form casting a shadow over Rachiel. Inside the cage, the prisoners looked up in shock and confusion. The guards above shouted for the Minotaur to stop. Rachiel watched the scene unfold. Rachiel demanded to know what they were doing locked up. Rachiel questioned why they were locked up. Rain began to fall. The rain intensified. The title card appeared, The Crown Prince and the Minotaur, special episode. 6 days after the incident, Rachiel cried out in pain. The Crown Prince of Magentano, Rachiel, had awoken in a faraway sea cave. Urus, the Minotaur who had been intent on killing Rachiel just yesterday, was now his unlikely companion. Urus's sudden appearance startled Rachiel. Now, all that could be seen was love on the Minotaur's face. Urus mooed, explaining that Rachiel had saved him from falling into the sea. The Minotaur extended his hand. It seemed the misunderstanding between them had been resolved. When asked how his relationship with Urus had suddenly improved, Rachiel explained that it seemed Urus had a bit of a misunderstanding. He claimed that Rachiel had cured him and was now his savior. Rachiel had actually just stopped his pain by coincidence. When asked why he said so, Rachiel began to explain. Rachiel thought to himself that Urus would follow him for free. It was clear to Rachiel that he was the devil. Urus stated that since Rachiel had helped him, he would like to help him to not hurt again. Urus mooed, stating that if they left it be, it would start to hurt again. Rachiel began by checking Urus's body condition, but Urus insisted he wasn't a Neurion. The pulse reading skill's exclusive option, Acupoint Scan, had been activated. Fortunately, Urus's angina wasn't very advanced yet. The doctor suggested they could just start his treatment when they got back to Cremo. Rachiel decided to take a look at his gallbladder. The scan continued. Urus asked if that part felt more bloated when Rachiel chewed cud recently. Urus mooed, explaining it was because there was a lot of stuff inside. Rachiel declared that he would take it. Rachiel told Urus to get out now and to do as he said. The doctor explained that first, for the gallbladder meridian of the foot, they would put pressure on the main acupoint, then lift Urus's arms and put pressure on the Yunya acupoint on his 4th rib, next, the Ryu acupoint on his 7th rib, then move to the Wushu acupoint and the Zhongdu acupoint, moving up from the center to his forehead. Rachiel instructed Urus to just use his finger to press on the spot he asked him to. Urus was being treated. Urus hiccuped. Rachiel stated that they were almost done. Rachiel, with a confident grin, instructed Urus to clench his fist. The Crown Prince then told him to strike his solar plexus with all his might, as Urus let out a low moo. Rachiel urged him to trust him and strike without hesitation. The force of the blow unleashed a resounding moo. The impact reverberated through Urus's body. The force of the blow caused Urus to groan. Rachiel sensed that something huge was coming. Urus began to regurgitate a torrent of liquid. The force of the expulsion sent Rachiel staggering backward. The Crown Prince exclaimed in disbelief. A notification appeared, declaring that they had obtained a special S+ rank cholecystitis. It was noted that even really big cholecystitis usually couldn't go beyond 5 centimeters, but this was at least 20 centimeters. Urus, seemingly relieved, let out a contented moo. Rachiel expressed his relief that the bloating was gone and congratulated Urus. The Crown Prince, smiling, declared that Urus was his now too. But the group needed to keep moving. One of the men declared that they should return to Cremo. The others looked on with concern. Elsewhere, the Minotaur worried that his party was in trouble. Theodore wondered if the Minotaur was worried about having to fight again if he went back. The thought hung heavy in the air. Theodore declared that no one would be able to do anything to the Minotaur if he went back with him, and he meant it. Theodore smiled, his intentions clear. The Minotaur simply mooed in response. The Minotaur insisted that he wasn't lying and promised he would return. Suddenly, the Minotaur was pulled away by a surge of water. A flag bearing a crest fluttered in the wind. Theodore wondered if the inspection squad was directly under the Emperor's command. He thought it was a good choice to come back here quickly. Back in the present, the Minotaur was asked who was in charge. Far below, the Minotaur is pulled away by a torrent of water, leaving Theodore alone. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Rachiel grits his teeth, his frustration evident. His anger simmers. Rachiel demands to know who is in charge. The Minotaur roars, echoing Rachiel's question. Who is in charge? Guinness steps forward, his footfalls echoing in the hall. Guinness calmly states that he is. He reiterates his claim, questioning if Rachiel heard him correctly. Rachiel, visibly agitated, repeats Guinness's question back to him, disbelief coloring his tone. Guinness sighs, internally noting that Rachiel is speaking casually to him, and that he looks exactly like the Crown Prince. Guinness's expression hardens. Nearby prisoners observe the exchange, one remarking that Rachiel must be crazy, as he is obviously the Crown Prince. Rachiel scoffs, incredulous that he could be mistaken for a fake pretending to be the Crown Prince. Rachiel's expression hardens. Guinness confirms that there are forces that would exploit the situation where the Crown Prince is missing to try and harm the royal family. Rachiel asks if the intention is to verify his identity. The response is affirmative. Rachiel questions why his people weren't properly verified in that case. He declares that he is talking about them. 3 individuals are suspended in cages. Rachiel demands to know why the sacrifice, hardship, and dedication of those individuals were not verified, questioning what is being talked about. The name Damien Kyan is exclaimed. The individual in the cage is Damien Kyan. It is revealed that Damien threw himself in front of Rachiel to save him, the Crown Prince, from the Minotaur. Damien is shown in the cage. Damien thinks that he did this in order to buy time. He reflects that he showed his devotion by fighting the Minotaur for Rachiel to get somewhere safe. The sound of bars being bent is heard. Footsteps approach. Damien stands ready. From the shadows, a voice calls out, addressing someone as Your Highness. Meanwhile, Prince Protagonist smiles faintly, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. The scene opens on a town square, where a Minotaur stands guard over several caged prisoners. The perspective shifts to Rachiel. Rachiel is wearing a decorative brooch. Ugnes, trapped in a cage, identifies herself as the daughter of Hashintu and the head werewolf. The narrative flashes back to a moment when someone threw themselves to catch Rachiel. It was when he fell off the Minotaur's arm and out of the mayor's residence. The Minotaur, having caught Ugnes, remarks on her bold move. Ugnes thinks that she would have been crushed if she hadn't acted. She realizes that she is buried underground now. The focus shifts to her feet. Rachiel reflects on Ugnes's courage and sacrifice for his sake. Rachiel calls out to Joroyo. Joroyo thinks of himself as Rachiel's special Royal Knights captain, recalling that he was the first to run that night to protect him. Joroyo recalls that he protected Rachiel as he tried to get to safety, unlike anyone else. Confined within the cold, unforgiving bars, a prisoner wondered if he would be standing on the other side had circumstances been different. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the prison, the knights Sir Frandel, Montero, and Pedro were being held. Montero and Pedro stood guard, their arms crossed. They recalled that they were injured while blocking the Minotaur's horn. The knights couldn't forget what Sir Hamilton did for them either. Despite losing his sword and having his shield destroyed, he was still willing to fight on. The knights brought the injured special royal knights to him. Suddenly, Rachiel began to stir. He weakly called out, Your Highness. Rachiel's eyes snapped open. Someone watching believed that he was really the Crown Prince. 2 men discussed the situation, one stating that he thought he was really the Crown Prince. They wondered how he came back. Another man questioned how he tamed the Minotaur. The man's eyes widened. He realized that something's gone wrong. The memories of the past flashed before someone's eyes, recalling how he was sure that the Crown Prince. The memory continued, explaining that whoever was captured by the Minotaur had no choice but to survive, which was why. The memory continued, stating they tried to blame the party without any good reason, but it didn't matter if it wasn't their fault. Because that's how he had always done things, because that's how the process was supposed to be. The memory continued, stating that if a royal family member died of sickness, the main doctor in charge would be executed, so if someone of high status dies, someone must take responsibility. The memory continued, stating that someone must take responsibility. Theodore's face was filled with anger. But Theodore questioned how the Crown Prince made it back alive. Theodore wondered just how. The sound of someone kneeling echoed. Theodore begged Your Highness to forgive him for his crime of wanting to verify his identity. The Crown Prince remained silent. The Crown Prince looked at the cage where Rachiel was being held. It was the mayor of this city, Azel Cremo. That night, even in the face of danger and a difficult situation, Azel Cremo chose to stay. that showed just how much pride Azel had in his duties. He was the most virtuous and meaningful example of how a noble should act. But the Crown Prince, the inspection squad's interrogator, stood silently by. Theodore watched the Crown Prince. Azel Cremo began to speak. Azel insisted that he was not the one who had proven who he was. He was referring to those people who had stayed by his side, those who would sacrifice themselves for him without fear. They were the ones who had proven who he was. The Crown Prince listened intently. Azel Cremo's expression was grave. The Crown Prince warned him that he better not make any excuses. The consequences of Azel Cremo's actions were becoming clear, as someone's true nature was now visible. The situation was not unique, as similar events had occurred in Korea as well. Rakiel accused someone of stepping forward in response to his question. The Crown Prince questioned if they knew what that meant. It was stated that the person in charge was responsible for the place, especially regarding the slipshod investigation that had been conducted. The consequences were dire. Someone would be held responsible. The aftermath of the destruction was visible, with many people working to clear the debris. The question arose, what crime had the foolish interrogator been charged with? The crime was intentionally hindering the search for the Crown Prince. The severity of the crime was discussed, with the implication that the interrogator would either be executed or rot in prison for the rest of their life. Someone cleared their throat, preparing to speak. Theodore paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. Theodore questioned if something was true. A man insists that he witnessed the Crown Prince commanding a fierce minotaur, which obeyed his every order and destroyed an iron cage with a single glance. The man continues, describing how the minotaur moved at the Crown Prince's command and destroyed the iron cage. Another man admits he doesn't know what the Crown Prince did, but the Crown Prince grew as big as the minotaur and fought it himself. Another man claims he saw the Crown Prince. He describes the Crown Prince poking huge thorns into the minotaur's back and neck. One of the men is accused of lying, but he insists he's telling the truth. Someone remembers something. It was rumored in the capital. Had they heard the rumor about the Crown Prince becoming the ruler? Others expressed their desire to know more. Meanwhile, Damien Kyan looks out the window. The side palace chief butler addresses Prince Protagonist as Your Highness, and the prince responds with a casual "Yeah." Someone asks how the Crown Prince tamed the minotaur. The prince denies taming it, saying he's never done that. Prince Protagonist clarifies that he simply left the minotaur with its misunderstanding. The man with dark hair listened intently. The prince confirmed that he remembered how he suddenly became enormous. The memory flashed before him. The Crown Prince Rakiel, larger than life, impaling the minotaur. He recalled the thorns growing into Urus as he grew bigger, and how the place where Urus felt pain also felt better. The dark-haired man questioned if it was possible that the minotaur thought the prince had cured him. The prince confirmed that the minotaur thought he was his savior. Theodore thought that was a good thing. The prince agreed, stating that it was true. Theodore added that it was a fortunate thing too, prompting the prince to ask why he said that. Theodore explained that it was because he could now get his risk pay. The prince noted that Theodore wasn't even hiding that he wanted more money now. Theodore's animal companions expressed their amazement. Theodore acknowledged that he was being shameless about it now, but that he needed to train even more. He thought to himself that he wanted to earn more money, but he wasn't able to do the job perfectly, which was embarrassing. Theodore stated that the reason he could answer so shamelessly was because he had gathered something. He was surprised by this. The sheer volume of medicinal ingredients gathered in a single day was astonishing. Meanwhile, Damien Kyan noted that Cremo was the largest port in the north and a major commercial city. He then added that His Majesty had returned to the capital. The news of the Emperor's return spread quickly. Elsewhere, Guinness de Cham was pleased to hear that the Crown Prince had returned safely. Guinness thought of the Crown Prince as a cold and heartless man. The Crown Prince, meanwhile, resolved to continue living his life with indifference. He knew that Sir Xanatas could be difficult to deal with. Guinness was pleased that the Emperor had returned. Now that the Emperor had returned, Guinness noted that they had procured all the medicinal ingredients. He declared that they could start immediately. Damien asked what Guinness meant by start. The preparation of the Golden Minotaur pill was about to begin. Guinness ordered that the mayor's residence's kitchen be cleared out immediately. The order was given to clear out the mayor's residence's kitchen immediately. With a determined look, Prince Protagonist declared that it was time to begin. The Crown Prince Protagonist smiled, ready to begin his task. Next, he carefully sliced the ingredients. Humming to himself, the Crown Prince Protagonist began to grind the ingredients together. Meanwhile, a guard wondered if the Crown Prince Protagonist intended to make medicine for 5 days, or if he was simply practicing singing. The Crown Prince Protagonist held up the Golden Minotaur pill. He examined the pill closely. The pill was consumed. The Crown Prince Protagonist thought that although it was a pity to eat it, he needed to make sure it was good. A notification appeared, indicating that his internal organs felt extremely energized. Theodore felt the effects of the Minotaur snack. Theodore was surging with energy, though he wondered why all the things that were healthy for his body weren't tasty at all. A notification appeared, indicating that his internal organs had given him 500 HP, bringing his current HP to 1,500. The system detected that the medicine was made by the Crown Prince protagonist. Consequently, the skill option of the tonic concoction, ingredient analysis, has been activated. The system's analysis began. The analysis revealed the properties of the Minotaur Golden Pill, including its active components and effects, such as increased calcium density in muscle cells and help in treating blood pressure. Theodore, still experiencing the effects of the snack, wondered why it was taking so long. He paused, realizing something was different. Theodore felt that this was totally insane. Elsewhere, a Minotaur relaxed in a grassy field. Several figures walked nearby. The Minotaur shifted. He looked around, confused. The Minotaur mooed. He mooed again, questioning if he had a good rest and how he felt. The Minotaur was glad to hear it and asked if he wanted to try eating something. Theodore smiles, seemingly pleased with the results of his efforts. Nearby, a hand drops several dark pills. A voice promises that if eaten, the recipient's heart will no longer be in pain. The focus shifts to a close-up of a Minotaur's eye, its golden hue intense. The Minotaur exclaims that someone is their savior, expressing complete trust. The Minotaur roars, its massive form filling the space. The Minotaur's form glows with golden energy. The golden energy intensifies, crackling with power. The energy continues to surge, filling the space with a vibrant glow. The Minotaur's eye widens, and it questions something with a moo. Meanwhile, Theodore stands in a room, and a voice assures him that the inflammation should subside and that he will probably feel energy surging throughout his body. A system notification appears, indicating that Urus, his patient, has been fed the golden Minotaur pill that Theodore made himself, and that this is due to the effects of the skill tonic. The system also indicates that the efficacy of the medicine has been increased by 10%. Theodore expresses surprise at the complete recovery. The system announces that a total of 7 days has been added to the estimated life expectancy, now totaling 116 days. The system further states that the internal organs are elated and have given 600 HP to express their gratitude, bringing the current HP to 2,100. Below the system notification, smaller figures discuss eating just one more pill, while someone laughs maniacally. Theodore's maniacal laughter echoed through the chamber. Meanwhile, Urus rested peacefully, the small form of Prince Rachiel nestled against his massive shoulder. The Minotaur's powerful legs remained planted firmly on the ground. Elsewhere, in Cremo City, a large crowd gathered in anticipation. The plaza buzzed with excitement as people wondered what was happening. Whispers spread through the crowd that the Crown Prince was giving an award to those who had served him well the previous night. The crowd surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. A booming announcement declared, "The Crown Prince has arrived." Indeed, Urus, with Rachiel perched atop his shoulder, made his grand entrance. The crowd's excitement was palpable. Rachiel, with a smile and a wave, greeted the assembled citizens. Urus stood tall, a silent guardian beside the Crown Prince, as the crowd looked on. The crowd murmured, confirming the rumors that Rachiel was indeed next in line for succession. Rachiel examined the orb resting on the cushion before him, recognizing it as a loudspeaker magic crystal. It had been a long time since he had received this much attention, not since his fight with the second prince. Meanwhile, Damien Kyan stood ready, his sword gleaming in the light. A voice echoed through the crowd, urging them not to be afraid. Rachiel focused his power into the orb. Damien Kyan, along with 33 others, stood in formation. Theodore and other members of the court looked on. The crowd recalled the unprecedented incident of the Minotaur going on a rampage. Rachiel's voice boomed, acknowledging that they had fought without hesitation to protect the bloodline of the royal family. Thus, under his name as the Crown Prince, Rachiel publicly recognized their efforts. Rachiel announced that he would bestow medicine onto them. Rachiel presented the medicine with a smile. The crowd murmured, wondering what was happening. Theodore thought that the mayor was really good at doing his work. Theodore considered the mayor truly useful. 2 days prior, the Crown Prince was already formulating his plans. He needed someone to do something for him. The Crown Prince summoned the Minotaur. The Minotaur responded, asking, "Your Highness, did you call for me?" "Yeah, I need you to do something for me." The Crown Prince smiled, ready to put his plan into motion. Meanwhile, Azel Cremo was thinking of hosting an awards ceremony to give out awards and advertise his new medicine. Someone responded, "You want to host an awards ceremony to advertise your new medicine?" Azel confirmed, adding that the Minotaur did scare a lot of people, and he also wanted to reward the people who worked hard to protect him. Azel was thinking of giving them the Golden Minotaur pill. He explained that this was the Golden Minotaur pill that he newly developed. The other person realized, "I understand what you mean." Azel hadn't finished what he was saying, though. He wanted an award in the recipient's name, given along with the medicine. With just that information alone, it'd be able to get all the nobles of their empire curious about the medicine. Azel agreed, saying yes, so about this medicine. "Wow, it's so perfect. The Crown Prince Premium Edition." Azel Cremo had come up with the Crown Prince Premium Edition. He believed that they'd have to make the awards ceremony as grand as possible. Only then would it really help with the advertisement, and they'd be able to sell it at a high price. Someone requested 2 days, stating they were in a rush and would take their leave first. The man thought he had guessed it from the moment he asked if there was anything different about him. Another individual declared that they wouldn't forget the help they received. Reikio Adria Magentano announced that he had made this special medicine out of gratitude for their courage and devotion. It was stated that they were true heroes and warriors who fought the Minotaur head-on. Someone noted that something smelled fishy, and thus they deserved to receive this special and potent medicine that's made from the Minotaur's gallstone. The crowd wondered if putting a part of the Minotaur into it made it really good medicine. The moment they consumed this, their heart would grow much stronger, and it will also get rid of any blood clots in the vessels. They would gain great stamina and won't tire as easily, just like this Minotaur. A Minotaur stood proudly. Reikio shouted that that's not all, and that anyone who gets tired but isn't able to, this will give them the rest and sleep that they desire. Thanks are given to those who showed such loyalty and devotion. A pigeon, perched amidst lush foliage, enthusiastically announced that it couldn't be happier to inform the Empire's citizens about the existence of the medicine. Meanwhile, Reikio asked why he was making such an announcement. He declared that starting today, the medicine would be available for just 1 month. The announcement continued, stating that this medicine, full of nutrition and known as the Crown Prince Edition, would be sold at an affordable price. The announcement concluded that the medicine would be sold to the people for only 9,999 Megan, a special price for limited stocks, with each person able to buy only one while stocks last. Elsewhere, someone felt that Reikio seemed like a con artist. A hand reached out, grabbing the sleeve of a coat. Nearby, a man held a sign advertising the Crown Prince Edition medicine, boasting that it was 100% made by the Crown Prince and urging people not to miss out. He added that they could hold one too. Someone remarked that one doesn't get to see this every day. The advertisement beckoned people to come take a look at the Crown Prince Edition medicine. The crowds outside clamored to buy the Crown Prince's medicine. The desire for the medicine was palpable, with many willing to do anything to obtain it. One individual contemplated taking out a loan just to afford the expensive medicine. Meanwhile, Reikio observed the enthusiastic response to his promotion, pleased with the results. The promotion event was in full swing, with people holding signs advertising the Crown Prince's medicine. Reikio planned to promote the traditional medicine clinic as well. He began to address the crowd. Smiling, Reikio continued his address. He spoke to the people. Reikio introduced himself to the crowd as Crown Prince Reikio Adria Magentano. He also mentioned that he was the director of the Side Palace's traditional medicine clinic, located in the capital. Nearby onlookers were surprised by this revelation. Reikio watched the crowd with a knowing smile. The fine details of Reikio's royal attire were on full display. Meanwhile, the promoters of the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic stood ready. One of them held a sign advertising the clinic services, including bone adjustment, tuina, and orthodontic treatment. Another promoter held a sign advertising free treatment regardless of the illness, and that the clinic was open year-round. A large, muscular hand gave a thumbs up in front of a sign that declared the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic, under the direction of Reikio, as the place to go for treatments, offering free treatment for all illnesses 24 hours a day. Reikio, in a smaller, cuter form, explained that while the clinic hadn't been around for long, they had introduced new medical services that didn't exist before. Reikio then asked if anyone had heard of the clinic. The crowd remained silent. But then, a voice declared they had heard of it. Soon, others chimed in, saying they had heard of it too. One man thought that was more than he expected and felt a sense of relief. One of the promoters noted that there were only 2 people holding signs. Reikio announced that since he, the director, had come here personally, it would be a bit disappointing if he only promoted it with words. Reikio mused that it was time to give his fishing pole a little tug, wondering what kind of place this was. The scene shifted to the word Cremo. Cremo was described as the most beautiful core commerce city of the northern seas, the heart. The crowd was told that they all needed to stay healthy so that Cremo could prosper even more. It was stated that the empire would only thrive if Cremo prospered, and the crowd was encouraged to be healthy. Reikio held a glowing orb in his hand. He announced that if anyone felt ill or unwell, Reikio asked them to please step forward. He continued, saying that even if their illness wasn't severe, it was okay, and that he, the clinic's director, would personally examine them. A woman looked on, seemingly surprised. Reikio declared that whoever came forward now, the first 100 people would get free treatment coupons. Reikio stood before the crowd. A woman questioned if it wasn't free to begin with. It was announced that it was free. Reikio, with a wide smile, announces that it's first come, first served. The crowd is ready to start. A man is sent flying. The man exclaims that he is lucky. Reikio states that it is not. Reikio uses a pendulum to strike people down. Reikio laughs, enjoying the chaos. He thinks of this as his bonus lives. The clinic is shown in the background. Reikio tells the crowd to take a coupon. Rakiel tells the crowd that if they visit the clinic with the coupon, they will be treated. The coupon will allow them to concoct medicine to improve their constitution. A woman thanks Rakiel, who responds that the treatment is free too. Rakiel thinks that this is perfect. If even a small fraction of those who receive coupons actually visit the clinic, it could be overwhelming. Theodore considered the implications of Rakiel's generosity, realizing that he was offering free treatment and even covering travel expenses. The question of whether they would be able to handle the influx of patients lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Rakiel, seemingly oblivious to the potential strain on their resources, was pleased with himself. Theodore, overwhelmed by the situation, could only utter the words Lord Chamberlain. Theodore realized that they might have to sell off everything they owned to keep up with the demand. Theodore sighed, noting that Rakiel knew about their clinic. Rakiel was doubling down on his efforts. Rakiel's expression was one of pure, unadulterated glee. It had already been 9 hours. Someone wondered if Rakiel was all right. Rakiel stretched, his body feeling the strain. Rakiel wondered if he had overdone it. Rakiel looked exhausted. A message appeared, stating that his internal organs were asking him to obey the Labor Standards Act, suggesting nonstop treatment. The red-haired man exclaimed that Rakiel had been working for 9 hours straight, calling him insane. Elsewhere, someone wondered when they would get to rest, stating that they couldn't fall there. The crown prince knew that people were watching him, and he needed to look cool until they weren't. He thought to himself that he couldn't let them see him faint. Suddenly, Rakiel collapsed. Those nearby called out, "To your highness." Others also called out, "To your highness." Rakiel was asked if he was okay, as he thought to himself that this low-stamina body was his. A notification appeared, stating that he had treated numerous patients to the best of his ability in just half a day, and as a result, he had fallen into a state of overwork and exhaustion. The notification continued, stating that the people of Cremo had witnessed what he had done. The people around him were touched by how he did his best to treat them and collapsed afterward. The people of Cremo had felt his sincerity and become his fans, and their awe and respect for him had earned him a title. A new power had been granted to his traditional medicine skills. A surge of power emanated. The notification stated that the Great Doctor Point (GDP) system had been unlocked. Someone called out, "To your highness." As Rakiel lay unconscious, a new system interface appeared before him, asking if he was okay, and displaying the acronym GDP. The system clarified that GDP is a type of reputation value. The system explained that points are earned by achieving significant feats or making a mark on society through medical practices, and when many are touched and impressed by one's actions. It then notified him that he had obtained 101 GDP, bringing his current total to 101. Rakiel, now conscious, wondered what the GDP was good for and where he could use it. The system revealed that he could use GDP to buy live vouchers. It specified that a live voucher could be purchased with 100 GDP. The system further explained that when a live voucher is used, the person lied to will believe it unconditionally and permanently. Rakiel, upon learning this, was shocked by the implications. He exclaimed that it was a cheat item. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Theodore helped Damien to his feet. Back with Rakiel, the system notified him that when a live voucher is used, he has to choose who will be affected by it. The system further clarified that only one target can be designated per voucher and that he can only tell one lie per voucher. Theodore asked Rakiel if he was okay, while the system warned that if the target is a mythical being or someone close to him, they might see through his lie. The crown prince, accompanied by another man, was asked if he was okay and if he needed to be carried on someone's back. Rakiel responded that he would only accept the offer if he was paid for it. Rakiel's companion chuckled, remarking that this was just like him to say. Outside, the crown prince prepared to depart, surrounded by guards and attendants. A man asked if Rakiel was really leaving. Rakiel laughed, but the man didn't think he was well enough yet. Rakiel insisted that he had only tripped and hurt his but a little and that there was no need to worry. The man suggested that Rakiel should stay over one more night to rest before he departed. Rakiel stated that it was fine and that he would just sleep in the horse carriage. Someone questioned if that was less comfortable than a bed. Rakiel thought to himself that sleeping in the horse carriage was really comfortable. Rakiel thanked the man for everything he did for him while he was there. The man responded that the award ceremony today was great as well. The man stated that Rakiel didn't deserve such praise. As Rakiel departs, he invites those present to visit their clinic sometime, along with Sir Roberto. Someone asks Rakiel to repeat what he said, addressing him as Your Highness. Theodore stutters, seemingly trying to say something. The carriage continues on its way, and Prince Protagonist thinks to himself that they should meet again. The carriage rolls along. Leaves fall from the trees. The carriage passes under a large archway. The carriage travels through the capital city of Magentaro. A woman gasps, wondering what she is seeing and exclaiming, "Holy shit." A monster on top of the carriage says he is scared. Someone calls out, "To your highness." A man is shocked by what he sees. The monster on the carriage is shaking. The view from inside the carriage showed the back of someone with dark hair. Elsewhere, Azel Cremo's face was superimposed over a view of the city. Suddenly, a soldier saluted, announcing, "Your Highness." Another soldier, standing next to Prince_Protagonist, declared that he was the company commander of the 2nd Battalion from the 6th Defense Corps of the capital. An unseen person announced, "I, First Lieutenant Micardo, pay my respects to you." Theodore wondered what was the matter. An envelope was presented. Prince_Protagonist held the envelope, thinking that this was the Emperor's order, but he didn't feel good about it. The prince's expression was one of worry. The prince held the envelope in his hands. Rachiel, with a serious expression, holds a dark book. The book is held firmly in his hands. The book emanates a faint, patterned glow. The book reads that the crown prince is to look for the emperor as soon as he arrives in the capital. The prince feels something ominous. Rachiel thinks that the person he is meeting with isn't someone who just wants a simple meeting, and that if he asks him to do something weird or cross a line, then the book has the word lie written on it. Rachiel smiles, deciding he'll just use the lie voucher. The palace looms in the distance under the night sky. The palace is lit up at night. Rachiel pays his respects to the legitimate ruler and owner of this land. An older man with a long beard looks on. Rachiel is not saying anything again. Since Rachiel is the one who asked him to come here, he is asked to say something. The older man asks why Rachiel caused those who travel with him so much hardship. The older man continued his interrogation, questioning Rachiel's irresponsible and incompetent behavior. He had anticipated this line of questioning. The man's words echoed in Rachiel's mind, a harsh reminder of the situation. Meanwhile, the man who had almost died reported that the Minotaur had attacked the mayor's residence. The Minotaur responded affirmatively, addressing someone as Your Majesty. The scene shifted back to Rachiel, who was being escorted by a guard. The older man pressed Rachiel, asking why he hadn't run away faster that day, and why he had put those protecting him in unnecessary danger. Rachiel listened intently, his expression unreadable. The older man continued, stating that Rachiel must have thought he did his best, but he was wrong, and that he should have escaped to safety even before he was in any sort of danger. The man emphasized that if Rachiel recognized just how important the position he had was, he should have made all the preparations for any situation. Rachiel retorted, questioning how he could foresee that situation, stating that it's not like he's a shaman. The older man, his face stern, asked what Rachiel was thinking. Rachiel remained silent, his expression troubled. Rachiel insisted it was nothing, but the older man countered that it was a result of his incompetence. The king reprimanded Rachiel, stating that he put everyone who traveled with him through great hardship and danger. Rachiel thought to himself that the king wasn't even worried about him, which he found upsetting. The king continued, explaining that Rachiel would take over his position in the future and be responsible for leading millions of the empire's citizens. The king reminded him that even though he only had tens of people in his care this time, he still put them all through hardship and danger. The king demanded if Rachiel understood how embarrassing the incident was. Rachiel felt wronged, but he couldn't refute what the king said, acknowledging that he was correct. The king stated that he wanted Rachiel to take time to reflect upon the incident and ensure he never repeated the same mistake, asking if he understood. Rachiel responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king then asked if there was anything else. Rachiel thought that he needed to say something. He considered that otherwise, their relationship would continue to be a one-sided communication channel, like how things were right now. Rachiel began to speak, saying he had something to say, and would. Rachiel's words clearly had an effect. As the king questioned what he had just heard, he was told that he must quit. The king was reminded that only by quitting could he stay healthy and continue to oversee the affairs of the state. As he had said himself, his health was paramount. The king was responsible for leading and embracing millions of the empire's citizens. The royal crest was displayed prominently. The king chuckled, asking how Rachiel knew that. Rachiel smirked, a glint in his eye. The king stood firm, his expression unreadable. The king was reminded that he must stay away from smoking, as his health determined the prosperity of the imperial family. Rachiel spoke of the imperial family. The king's attire was immaculate. Rachiel insisted that he wasn't just saying this, because after he died, it was revealed that the emperor collapsed due to a stroke caused by excessive smoking and stress. The weight of this revelation seemed to crush Rachiel. Rachiel knew he must get the king to stop smoking no matter what. Only then would the empire not get swept into the impending war. Rachiel wanted to prevent him from becoming like his father. The king recalled the day he and Rachiel spoke. It was a day he would not soon forget. The memory was vivid. The king remembered Rachiel daring to nag at him. The memory continued to play out in his mind. The king recalled declaring that he would quit smoking. Rachiel, looking concerned, asked if there was anything else the king wanted to say. Rachiel stated that he had nothing else to say and would take his leave. Rachiel turned to leave. The king warned him not to recklessly eat the food of summoned monsters that have magic in them. The king told Rachiel to be good for his body. The memory continued. The king watched Rachiel leave. The king realized that Rachiel was worried about him. The king seemed touched by Rachiel's concern. The king's expression softened as he reflected on Rachiel's words and actions. Someone inquired about the wonder drug that the Crown Prince had developed. The response came that the information unit of the imperial family had been mobilized as instructed. Meanwhile, a figure walked down a hallway. It was also reported that word of the Golden Minotaur pill was spreading everywhere. Theodore asked what the results of that were. It was said that even the nobles located at the borders of their empire would come to know about the Golden Minotaur pill. The light streamed through the window. Someone chuckled, pleased with the news. The palace stood illuminated at night. 1. Theodore asked what he was doing. 2 figures stood together. 3. Azel Cremo ran with desperate speed. His face was contorted with fear as he continued to flee. From behind, someone called out to Your Highness. The Crown Prince, however, seemed unconcerned with Azel's plight, merely commenting, Whoa, whoa. Rakiel appeared shocked. Azel called out for the Crown Prince to wait. But the Crown Prince ordered him to stop. Rakiel asked if he was that happy to see him. Guinness grabbed Azel. The doctor lamented that the Crown Prince had left behind a ton of patients for him to look after when he left. Rakiel told the doctor that he would prepare some tonic for him later and thanked him for taking care of the clinic while he was gone. The Crown Prince told him it was all right and that he looked so gaunt. The doctor looked exhausted. Guinness asked if he had heard about what happened in Cremo. He confirmed that he was really shocked. Guinness tells the Crown Prince that there is something more shocking than what they are discussing. The scene shifts to a distant view of a horned figure under the moonlight. The perspective zooms in on the figure's muscular arm. The scene returns to the Crown Prince, who is now visibly shocked, as is Azel Cremo. A dark figure stands behind them. The Crown Prince is told that he has gotten better at acting, and that he must have already heard rumors about the speaker. The speaker laughs, stating that he has improved at bringing him back. Theodore thinks to himself that no one in this clinic is normal, wondering why they are acting like that. An attendant asks if there is anything else to report. He is informed that there have been strange inquiries coming in since yesterday. The attendant questions the strange inquiries. The attendant is told that people are trying to buy some medicine that they don't have. The Crown Prince is shown a stack of letters, all wanting to buy the Golden Minotaur pill. It is revealed that people sent by the noble families queued up and said they wanted to buy that medicine as well. The Crown Prince looks out the window, surprised. He wonders if this is the open run that he has only heard about. The response to the Crown Prince edition was better than Chanel's. He saw no reason to refuse them. He instructed them to come in the order of their queue. Gifts piled up. The Crown Prince edition, Empire Year 987, was a first-year special. The gifts continued to pile up. 10 days later, the sun shone brightly on the palace. A banner proclaimed that the Golden Minotaur pill was completely sold out after 1 year of sales. Rakiel was surrounded by people. Someone addressed him as Your Highness. Rakiel questioned what was happening again and why. Someone admitted they weren't sure either. The side palace chief, Butler, looked on. Rakiel instructed them to prepare the horse carriage for him. The Crown Prince was already preparing to leave, but someone was bound to pick a fight with him. He wondered what it would be this time. Theodore stood nearby, awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, the side palace chief, Butler, approached the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince paused, realizing this wasn't the audience chamber. He was confused by the change in location. Rakiel was clearly disoriented. The side palace chief, Butler, addressed Rakiel as Your Majesty. Theodore watched as the side palace chief, Butler, led Rakiel away. Rakiel continued to follow the side palace chief, Butler. A question hung in the air. Why was Rakiel being led away? Meanwhile, the doctor sat in his office, looking at a patient on a hospital bed. The doctor realized the patient was in the same state his father had been in. The words hung in the air, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince stood silently, his back to the unseen speaker. Footsteps echoed in the distance. A disembodied voice questioned, Why are you? Elsewhere, a figure walked down a dimly lit street. The words appeared again, this time posing a question, in exactly the same state that my father was in. The title of the series appeared. Rain lashed against the windows of a building. The downpour intensified, obscuring the view. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. A man, gripped by unseen hands, was told to come downstairs. A hand clicked a computer mouse. Someone was told they were hopeless. A man in a suit worked at a computer, the screen displaying lines of code. The phone screen illuminated in the darkness, displaying the name, Mom, and a notification of 6 missed calls. Nearby, a woman urged Han to answer the persistent calls, noting that someone kept trying to reach him. Han dismissed the calls with a curt, I don't care. His expression remained stoic, betraying no hint of concern. Meanwhile, the computer screen flashed game over, a reflection of the serious situation. The man continued to work at his computer, seemingly unfazed by the flashing screen. Even as the phone rang insistently, he remained focused on his task. Finally, he answered the call with a hesitant, Hello. The news he received clearly shocked him, his eyes widening in disbelief. His hand slammed down on the desk, a surge of urgency coursing through him. Outside, a figure sprinted through the rain-slicked streets, their destination unknown. Heavy breaths punctuated their hurried pace. Clutching a bag tightly, they pressed onward. The man's face was etched with fear and desperation, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He rushed forward, driven by an unseen terror. The room was filled with hushed activity as medical personnel attended to the patient. Close to the patient, a breathing apparatus was placed over his mouth and nose. The scene faded into darkness. The darkness persisted. Elsewhere, an elderly man lay in bed, seemingly unconscious. Nearby, Rakiel, visibly distressed, mentally berated himself, demanding that he pull himself together. He continued to scold himself, insisting that this was not the time to dwell on the past and act like a loser. Rakiel, standing beside the bed, observed the elderly man and muttered to himself, trying to assess the situation. The diagnosis was clear: stroke. The Crown Prince realized that the elderly man's muscles and nerve signals were completely haywire. Rakiel, concerned, asked what had happened. The side palace chief, Butler, stepped forward, stating that he believed another person would be able to explain the situation. A man with glasses and a goatee stepped forward. The man introduced himself as Pissarro, His Majesty's main doctor, and greeted Rakiel. Pissarro adjusted his glasses, preparing to explain the situation to Rakiel. Rakiel considered the situation, noting it had only been one night since the elderly man was last seen in good health. The realization struck him with full force. He questioned how this could have happened in just one night. The cause of the elderly man's condition remained unclear. The events of the previous night were recounted. After finishing dinner, the elderly man had acted strangely. He had appeared drunk. It was recalled that his speech had become unclear after only one glass of wine. Furthermore, he had begun to walk unsteadily. This was why it had been suggested that Sir Xanath's rest early, and the sight that greeted them this morning was deeply concerning. Rakiel wondered how Sir Xanath's could have deteriorated so rapidly. Pissarro stated that these were symptoms of a typical stroke. Pissarro explained that because of the half-hearted treatment, they had missed the golden hour for effective intervention. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. Pissarro recalled that Sir Xanath's had claimed to have quit smoking and was taking care of his health. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. Why had this happened? At this rate, the story's development would mirror that of the Emperor of the Demon Sword. Although, if he were to die now, the story wouldn't unfold as the original plot dictated, because Rakiel would become the Emperor, not the second prince. But that wouldn't work. Being an Emperor meant having a lot of work. He realized he only had less than 200 days left, and he couldn't live with that kind of workload bomb. If the Emperor dies, he will die too. Theodore stood nearby, his expression unreadable. The cause of the stroke was the most important detail. Rakiel hoped this wasn't due to cerebral hemorrhage. There are two major types of strokes. One would be cerebral hemorrhage due to a vein in the brain bursting, which means it's hemorrhagic. The other would be because the vein is blocked due to thrombosis and atherosclerosis. The delivery of oxygen to the blood in the brain had been stopped, meaning it was ischemic. The symptom had a higher rate of death. Generally, the hemorrhagic type was far more dangerous. He pleaded, hoping for a positive outcome. In the arteria inferior anterior cerebelli, there was a cerebral infarction, meaning it was ischemic. Fortunately, there was no other bleeding. The complications could be paralysis, disability, or motor incoordination. He realized he needed to find out which part of the veins were blocked. Rakiel knew he could only decide the treatment after he found that out. He was shocked, realizing this blood clot wasn't a natural one. Rakiel wondered if he could see lines of Zahn in the blood clot. He realized that lines of Zahn were characteristic of thrombus formed at the site of rapid arterial blood flow. What Rakiel had discovered seemed impossible. The situation defied common sense and reality, and the Crown Prince knew that what he had found was definitely not normal. The details of Sir Xanath's condition weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, two figures stood in a hallway, sensing that something was wrong. Rakiel knew that treating Sir Xanath's was his top priority. He resolved to investigate the matter further after he had saved him. The Crown Prince sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. He realized he couldn't do what needed to be done there. Rakiel decided he would move Sir Xanath's to the traditional medicine clinic to focus on his treatment. Elsewhere, a message of peace was being spread. May everyone be at peace in God's embrace. The Archbishop stood in a doorway, bathed in light. A man looked on, calling out to the Archbishop. The man announced the arrival of the Archbishop. The Archbishop approached. The Archbishop greeted someone, saying, "Bertona, pay my greetings to you, Your Highness." Rakiel introduced himself as the Crown Prince, Rakiel Adria Magentano, and asked if the Archbishop had come to heal His Majesty. The Archbishop confirmed that he had. Despite being told that his prayers were required, the Archbishop had not anticipated the severity of the situation. The Archbishop expressed that he hadn't expected His Majesty's condition to be so dire. He acknowledged that the Majesty was the one in need. Concluding that the situation was grave, the Archbishop resolved to begin immediately. With a resolute, "All right," the Archbishop stood ready to administer aid. He pleaded for divine power, or anything that could help. The Archbishop focused his energy, preparing to heal the king. As the archbishop began the healing process, a golden light enveloped the room. Theodore and Guinness watched intently as the archbishop worked. The king lay still, his expression unchanging. Suddenly, a notification appeared, skill exclusive option 1, acupoint scan. Rakiel, witnessing this, was taken aback. The scan revealed the state of the king's cells. The scan focused on the king's cells. Rakiel, observing the scan, seemed to understand the situation more clearly. The cells are regenerating. The room was filled with a palpable tension as the figures looked on. Golden light cascaded down, enveloping the scene. It was said that his cells were regenerating. Normally, once brain cells were damaged. Theodore was astonished, realizing it would be close to impossible for them to regenerate. A voice declared that they might be able to save him. A figure pleaded. Rakiel also pleaded. The golden light intensified. Slowly, the light enveloped the man in the bed as Rakiel and the other figure looked on. The figure stood firm. He knelt. The figure began to speak. Theodore complimented the man in the golden robes, acknowledging his efforts. Meanwhile, the man in the bed continued to receive treatment. The situation remained critical. It was explained that the blood clot had not been removed, and his vein remained blocked. The cells continued to regenerate. It was explained that even if the brain cells regenerated, they would just die again. The blood clot continued to block the vein. Rakiel realized he needed to remove it first. Rakiel knew that was the top priority. He wondered what he should do now. The scariest thing right now, he thought, would be reperfusion injury. Reperfusion injury. Reperfusion injury refers to when blood flow is resumed to a part of the body which previously had ischemia due to its blood supply being cut off. Rakiel looked on, concerned. It was explained that the cell's recovery that should have been accelerated had actually worsened. The scene was chaotic, filled with the sounds of screams and the ominous sight of blood. The narrator explained that when reperfusion injury occurs, the affected part will sustain permanent damage. Meanwhile, Rakiel placed a hand to his head, seemingly deep in thought. He clenched his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. Rakiel called out for Roberto. He pleaded with someone. Sir Xanatas looked on, questioning if he was being referred to. The side palace chief butler was shocked, exclaiming that it couldn't be. The side palace chief butler asked if they intended to electrocute his majesty. Theodore responded with a firm no. Rakiel declared that he was going to. The side palace chief butler exclaimed in disbelief. Rakiel was escorted down the hall by guards. The sound of their footsteps echoed as they walked. The group approached Sir Xanatas. Xanatas stated that he had received their summons. The scene shifted to inside the room where Prince Protagonist lay in bed. Theodore and the side palace chief butler looked on with concern. Theodore wondered what was happening. Xanatas asked if he should use ice magic on his majesty, to which Rakiel confirmed that was right. Prince Protagonist, trapped in some sort of barrier, questioned why they were doing this to him again. Rakiel told Xanatas that he wanted him to make it as cold as possible without killing him. Xanatas looked serious about this. Theodore was shocked. Rakiel said it was similar to when Xanatas treated him. The side palace chief butler realized what was happening. The side palace chief butler stated that Xanatas' help was absolutely needed, and without it his majesty's condition would worsen, putting him in greater danger. The side palace chief butler's eyes widened as he heard the command. Sir Xanatas questioned if what he was hearing was the truth. Rakiel confirmed that it was, indeed, the truth. Rakiel stated that it was hard, but not impossible to speak to Xanatas about this. The side palace chief butler realized that if something bad were to happen to his majesty, Xanatas wondered if Rakiel was aiming for the throne. The thought echoed in Xanatas' mind. Was Rakiel actually aiming for the throne? Xanatas considered if Rakiel wanted to harm his majesty by making use of him. Xanatas refused to believe it, thinking there was no way that could be true. Based on what he had seen Rakiel do so far, the side palace chief butler thought to himself that the side palace chief butler believed that Rakiel was not someone who's after power. The side palace chief butler recalled that Rakiel had been looking after patients in the side palace day and night, and that this had influence. The side palace chief butler thought that the more he thought about it, the more unique Rakiel's actions seemed. Xanatas decided that although Rakiel's instructions were strange, he would trust him one more time. Xanatas confirmed to Rakiel that he would do as he asked. Rakiel stated that he could now give Prince Protagonist proper treatment. Rakiel's eyes widened as he looked up, seemingly surprised by something. Go see him, the small creature, was present. Go see him, move closer. Rakiel, with a sly smile, remarked that he needed to borrow some thorns. Go see him seemed to react to Rakiel's statement. Rakiel held a golden orb in his hand. He noted that the preparations had been completed and the treatment was ready. Rakiel thought to himself that everything would be perfect if he had one more thing. The sacred blessing magic was mentioned. Elsewhere, the archbishop sat in contemplation. He sat with his hands clasped. The archbishop appeared to be deep in thought. Rakiel told the archbishop that he had something to ask of him, specifically about the sacred blessing magic. Rakiel asked if the archbishop could use the sacred blessing magic again in about 3 to 4 hours, to which the archbishop responded affirmatively. The archbishop apologized, stating that it would be impossible to reuse the sacred blessing. The others listened intently. The archbishop explained that the sacred blessing could only be used once a month. Rakiel appeared distressed by this information. He realized he would have reserved the blessing for a later time had he known this. Rakiel then stated that he had another question. He thought that although learning it would be a hassle, once he learned it, it'd be of immense help. Rakiel considered that if he combined his traditional medicine techniques and the sacred blessing, he'd also be able to get bonus lives way more smoothly. Theodore realized something. The archbishop asked if Theodore was saying he'd like to become a believer. The archbishop's words prompted a surprised reaction from the crown prince Rakiel. Rakiel questioned the archbishop, who affirmed that it was a good question. The archbishop emphasized that faith is never too much. He clarified that the sacred blessing also applies to people of noble birth, like Rakiel. The archbishop reiterated that even the sacred blessing, which seems difficult to achieve, is within reach. The archbishop continued, stating that the sacred blessing is actually available to everyone. He emphasized the accessibility of the sacred blessing. The archbishop stressed that the sacred blessing is actually available to everyone. He explained that all one needs is a sincere heart and the desire to exercise that faith. The archbishop detailed the requirements for receiving this sacred blessing. The archbishop continued, stating that one just needs to think less rationally and that no physical contact is needed. He further instructed that one should avoid talking and avoid eye contact for more than 3 seconds. The archbishop added that one needs to stay in the same space for more than 3 minutes, but not breathe in the same air. He concluded that one just needs to offer all concern and love that occurs because of rationality unto faith. Rakiel seemed to be in shock. The crowd around the archbishop expressed their shock at the requirements for receiving this sacred blessing, which included exercising faith for only 30 years. The archbishop, unfazed by their reaction, stated that 30 years was not a long time in the name of faith. He continued, explaining that if one could meet those requirements, they would be able to obtain the sacred blessings. The archbishop then asked Rakiel what he thought, suggesting it was easy. A voice boomed, declaring that Rakiel could do it by himself. Rakiel, appearing resolute, thought that he was good without it. He sighed, seemingly frustrated. The crown prince was then seen in a room, looking down. Rakiel's eyes were filled with determination. He declared that they would begin the treatment. The scene shifts to a set of ornate, dark doors. A closer view reveals the intricate details of the doors. The focus returns to the crown prince, who is being supported by another man. The diagnosis is grim, reperfusion injury. The unseen doctor emphasizes the need to lower the crown prince's metabolic rate as much as possible. The doctor explains that this will help reduce sudden changes within the cells and minimize structural cell damage from reperfusion injury. To that end, the most effective way would be to lower his body temperature within safe boundaries. Sir Xanatas is seen using his powers, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. The treatment is identified as hypothermia therapy. As his body temperature drops, the metabolic rate throughout his body will slow down. The crown prince's heart rate slows. His heart rate and breathing are slowing down. The doctor orders them to stop, instructing them to maintain this temperature from now on. The doctor's hand is shown. The crown prince is being treated by Sir Xanatas. A bowl of golden liquid sits on a table. Below, the words describe the liquid as the golden minotaur pill, melted beforehand. A hand hovers over the golden liquid, a single drop falling from it. The text explains that this will help in dissolving the blood clot. Nearby, Prince Rakiel lies in bed. His expression tense as he hears that there isn't even a millimeter's worth of room for error. The golden liquid works its way through the blood vessels. It is said that the blood clot has started dissolving. The doctor's voice urges them to move quickly from this point forward. He warns that otherwise, other side effects can occur. Rakiel's eyes are closed as he hears that an acupoint is at the start of a pulse. The Qingqi point is highlighted. The text explains that it's used to help relieve symptoms of conjunctivitis, eye redness, swelling, eye pain, and twitching, and to let the change of energy and blood flow from the Qingqi point then spread throughout the stomach meridian. Theodore and others watch with bated breath. They are told that they must wait until his pulse is ready. A skill-exclusive option appears, acupoint scan. Mana spread throughout the body indicates the treatment is taking effect. The doctor focuses intently, directing the flow of energy to specific acupoints, Sibai, Juliad, Jichong, Jiacha, and Dang. He knows he must control the blood flow precisely, guiding it towards the anterior inferior cerebellar artery. The consequences of failure are dire, potential injury. If the damaged walls of the blood vessel in the brain burst, the situation would become critical, making precision paramount. Rakiel steels himself, muttering that he must go one more time, more quickly. He focuses on the two-way point. Then, he moves to the Shaguan point. A mana reaction is detected. Rakiel notes that it's small, but there are ripples of it. Theodore winces, feeling the effects of the treatment. His discomfort is evident. Guinness looks on, concerned, and begins to address someone as Your Majesty. The blood flow had slowed by around 20%. There was a sense of hope. The rest would depend on the life force of the emperor and his fate. All they could do was hope for the best. He hoped it would be different from that time. If he woke up, he would really listen to everything he said. And he desperately wished for the best, but a tear streaks down a man's face. In the end, his father never opened his eyes. Mourners gather under umbrellas, a somber procession accompanying the urn. The urn of his father's remains felt warm, unlike his cold hands. If he could hold his father's warm hands one more time. Meanwhile, in another place, Prince Protagonist stirs in his sleep. Suddenly, he wakes up, startled. He realizes it's you. Sir Xanatas lies in bed. Rachiel weakly calls out. Theodore whispers, "Thank you." Theodore thinks to himself, "I'm not your son, though." A voice reassured the sleeping figure, urging him not to strain himself and to get some rest. The Crown Prince Protagonist felt he was at his limit. Realizing this, Rachiel Protagonist announced that he would go outside for a short while. Earlier, the Crown Prince Protagonist walked down the hall. On that day, if he had answered his phone earlier, if he had reached a little earlier, Rachiel Protagonist stood by the window. At least, Rachiel Protagonist leaned against the wall. He thought to himself that he wasn't late this time around. Rachiel Protagonist was crying. Rachiel Protagonist expressed his deep regret, uttering that he was sorry. Rain streamed down a window, mirroring the somber mood. The rain continued to fall, blurring the outside world. The title of the story was displayed, The Crown Prince That Sells Medicine. Meanwhile, Prince Protagonist sat with his head bowed, lost in thought. He heard a voice urging, No, Li Han, pull yourself together." The prince knew this wasn't the time to break down. He realized that losing his cool head now wouldn't be any good, as he had only passed one hurdle so far, and there were many more to go through. He understood there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be a second or third relapse. The prince considered that there could be stress disorders, so they also needed to plan for rehabilitation. He thought that if he could last 1 month, they could use the sacred blessing, and a complete recovery might be possible then. It was noted that with the use of hypothermia therapy, accurate acupuncture, and the golden minotaur pill, they had treated the patient with undivided attention. The patient was a Stellian Testarossa Magentano. It was explained that a Stellian had gotten over a crisis and was no longer in a critical state, and that there was now hope of recovery and rehabilitation in his situation. It was further noted that in the process of this treatment, they had created history on the Laurasia continent and introduced the concept of reperfusion injury. The text declared that the prince had left a meaningful trace in the medical history of the Laurasia continent. Furthermore, the concept of reperfusion injury that he introduced would be written in the major medical books of future generations. Those of the future who dreamed of being a doctor would despair at the increased amount of knowledge tested and blame him. Those of the future who dreamed of being a doctor would despair at the increased amount of knowledge tested and blame him. It was announced that he had obtained a great doctor point. He had also obtained 121 GDP, bringing his current total to 222, along with an unknown amount of live vouchers. 2 live vouchers were added to his inventory. The Crown Prince Protagonist thought to himself that this was an unexpected reward. A voice called out to the Crown Prince. The voice continued, stating that he had saved both His Majesty and the speaker. The speaker was revealed to be Passero. Passero admitted that through this incident, he had realized how incompetent, arrogant, and complacent he had become, and asked if the Crown Prince had reflected on this. The Crown Prince was lying on the floor. A doctor confirmed that he had. The Crown Prince asked Passero to repeat himself. The royal attendant recoiled, startled by the Crown Prince's sudden pronouncement. The Crown Prince continued, stating that His Majesty was nearly dead, yet the royal attendant and others couldn't even determine the cause of his illness. The Crown Prince added that they also weren't able to come up with a suitable prescription or treatment. The royal attendant, visibly shaken, questioned if he was wrong to say that. The Crown Prince responded, his tone firm. The Crown Prince asked the royal attendant what he needed to do to take responsibility. The royal attendant, now sweating profusely, stammered, as the Crown Prince demanded he take responsibility. The Crown Prince's hand gestured, his ornate cuff visible. The Crown Prince declared that there would be no more excuses and that the royal attendant's suspension would start immediately. He continued, stating that starting today, he would be the one to personally look after His Majesty. The royal attendant internally thought that the Crown Prince was incompetent. The royal attendant's face showed his distress. The Crown Prince addressed the Chamberlain, instructing him to ensure that no one talked about the abnormalities of His Majesty's health. The Crown Prince declared that everyone was to stand down and that His Majesty needed absolute rest. The Crown Prince considered that the issue was not merely incompetence. He knew there were other areas where he couldn't trust those around him. The sunlight streamed through the palace windows. The ornate decorations of the palace were highlighted by the sun's rays. The side palace chief butler addressed Prince Rakiel, who was sitting at the bedside of the king. The side palace chief butler called out to Rakiel. Rakiel turned his head, looking at the side palace chief butler. The side palace chief butler asked what was the matter. The side palace chief butler explained that he was following up on Rakiel's orders from the previous day, asking if he had managed to stop everyone from talking about the abnormality of His Majesty's health. The side palace chief butler inquired about the health of His Majesty. Rakiel, sitting by the king's bedside, considered the outside world. Rakiel thought that His Majesty had caught a serious cold and was resting right now. Rakiel wondered what about the people who knew the truth. Rakiel thought to himself that he was so tired and that only he, the side palace chief butler, and those who were in the room knew about it. Those who were in the room knew about it. A voice affirmed that the work was satisfactory. Theodore paused, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He then began to speak, prefacing his statement with a hesitant tone. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room, a chair sat empty. Elsewhere, Damien considered the situation. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, questioning if someone was an envoy from the Amboise kingdom. The Amboise kingdom stood tall. Though only established for a little over 150 years, the kingdom's influence was growing. Elsewhere, the seeds of conflict were being sown. They were causing a stir as an uprising strong kingdom. A few years later, a great war would begin, one in which the Magentano royal family would get caught up. The chess pieces were being moved into place. It was foretold that the Magentano kingdom would fall because of the Amboise dynasty. The pieces fell. Back in the present, Rakiel lay in bed as one of his attendants wondered why a diplomatic envoy from Amboise would want to meet with His Majesty. The attendant stood before the king. The side palace chief butler revealed that about 5 days ago, His Majesty had requested to see the envoy personally. Could it be? Guinness's expression was grim. Rakiel wondered if this was because of the man known as Guinness. It was said that His Majesty intended to hold someone accountable. The reason for this was their failure to control the Minotaur. The royal attendant confirmed that this was indeed the case. The attendant explained that His Majesty was infuriated after hearing about what had occurred. The meeting was scheduled to take place that very day. And that meeting was scheduled to take place that day. The attendant believed they would need to ask the envoy for his understanding and send him back for the day. The Crown Prince Rakiel questioned the idea of simply letting him return like that. He suggested that they inform the envoy of the situation unfolding within the palace. Rakiel also suggested telling him that His Majesty was recuperating from the flu and wanted to send the envoy back. It was believed that if they did that, summoning him back again would prove difficult. It was feared that if the meeting fell through because of this, they might suspect that there were problems with the emperor's health. Rakiel considered the implications of such a scenario. The weight of the situation settled heavily on him. The decision was made. They couldn't allow the current situation to continue. The crown prince would meet the envoy. Theodore, overhearing this, could only respond with a surprised, "Pardon." Rakiel declared that he would conduct the meeting in His Majesty's stead. The crown prince sat pensively, contemplating the task ahead. He would do things his own way. Meanwhile, Count Benjamin of Amboise was already in the kingdom, awaiting the meeting. He took a sip of his tea. The count seemed calm and collected as he enjoyed his tea. The Amboise diplomatic envoy, Count Benjamin, was ready to begin. Benjamin seethed, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe he needed to come to this faraway place because of that shameless businessman. He knew that if the crown prince had died back then because of the Minotaur incident, a war would have probably broken out. The count took a deep breath, steeling himself. He knew this meeting would be a tough one, but he was not just anyone. Azel considered himself a diplomacy expert, confident that he could overcome any fault the Emperor of Magentano might find. He had prepared all the cards for negotiation. Indeed, he believed he had prepared all the cards of negotiation. Even Azel found himself, a man like himself, sexy. He was ready to bring it on, Magentano's emperor. The moment arrived. Someone noted that they were being a little late, asking if they had been kept waiting for long. The response came, "Not at all." The room was opulent. Azel was surprised. Theodore had arrived. Theodore questioned where the emperor was and why the crown prince was here. Benjamin, the envoy of Amboise, asked them to calm down, stating that he would pay his respects to His Highness. Theodore considered that there were only two things someone not well-versed in diplomacy could do. The first, he thought, would be to act humble. Meanwhile, Azel stood beside Crown Prince Rakiel, listening intently. Theodore continued, thinking the second thing would be. The two shook hands, sealing their initial greeting. Theodore thought it was nice to meet them, and he intended to drag them into his area of expertise and take the lead. Azel, overhearing this, knew they must avoid a war at all costs, but was confused by Theodore's actions. Theodore thought to himself that he was doing this for the sake of his imperial life and enjoying a super-rich retirement. Azel cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Azel began to address the crown prince, mentioning the incident and noting that their dear envoy didn't seem to be in good spirits. Rakiel clapped his hands together, smiling brightly. "Azel, taken aback by the Crown Prince's reaction, asked him to repeat himself. Rakiel requested that Azel put out his left hand. Azel looked on with a puzzled expression. An internal voice urged Rakiel to move forward, to place something directly in front of him. Rakiel reached out. He felt as though he had a heavy head whenever he woke up in the morning and wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, Theodore and Guinness continued their conversation. Guinness asked what Theodore was talking about, mentioning that he would often feel stitches in the trapezius muscles around his neck and also often experience headaches. Guinness wondered if Theodore was speaking of his hand first. Guinness asked if Rakiel could enjoy both drinking and smoking. Guinness noted that Rakiel's eyesight also felt a little weak. Guinness thought that wasn't what was important now, though, and that there was a persistent, faint trembling in Rakiel's fingertips. Azel realized something was wrong. Azel realized he was getting sucked into the Crown Prince's pace. Azel knew he must meet the Emperor as soon as possible. Azel called out to Rakiel. Azel lamented that he had prepared so many cards for negotiation. But Rakiel was smiling. Azel watched Rakiel. Some individuals, it seemed, simply talked incessantly. Meanwhile, Azel was being addressed as Your Highness. Azel stated that he was there to meet with Magentano's emperor. Elsewhere, an unknown figure questioned if someone was trying to take away their lead and vowed not to allow it. The name Count Benjamin was mentioned. Guinness had been given the authority to represent the Amboise kingdom. It was stated that Guinness was an important and precious guest dispatched to their empire. Theodore observed that if he saw health abnormalities in such an important and precious guest, Theodore wondered how he could just leave them be. Theodore continued his thought, stating that if Rakiel fainted because of those health abnormalities, Theodore wondered if Rakiel knew just how much everyone would criticize their royal family. Theodore gripped the side of his chair. Theodore thought that they couldn't let that happen. Theodore looked distressed. Theodore was determined that it must never happen. A voice demands to know something. The question hangs in the air. Should something happen or not? The Crown Prince Rakiel's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. Someone stammers, insisting that something shouldn't happen. The man appears to be in distress. The situation is screwed. Someone offers to give advice. Rakiel listens intently. The advice includes cutting down on drinking and smoking, as well as exercising for 30 minutes every day. Only then, Rakiel wonders if he can avoid something. Theodore is taken aback, asking what is going on. Someone asks about the emperor. Rakiel states that his majesty is not feeling well at the moment, just as he said. Theodore wonders what is wrong with him. Theodore overheard that the emperor was sick. The cause, it was said, could be because he'd been overwhelmed by his workload and was very stressed. The emperor's stress was evident. It was also said that he had started to drink and smoke a lot more. The increased drinking and smoking was probably what caused him to fall ill. Theodore also learned that the emperor had even lost his appetite, as if he had a mere flu, and was now having a hard time. Theodore was told that was why the emperor sent him to meet instead, which was correct. His Majesty had asked him to convey that he sincerely apologized and would invite him to another luncheon at a later date. Even if that's true, Theodore hadn't been expecting him to reveal it like that, literally apologizing and saying he would hold a luncheon to make up for it. The Crown Prince himself was stepping in to show their sincerity and had revealed their situation so transparently. Theodore realized that if he tried to find faults with that, they'd lose the justification to be on the higher ground. Theodore wondered if he was going to lose all his cards for negotiation just like this. Theodore was concerned. Theodore considered the implications of the Crown Prince's words, realizing that this Crown Prince was no ordinary man. He knew he had something to tell him. Meanwhile, Azel Cremo listened intently to the Crown Prince. Light streamed through the palace windows. The sunlight illuminated the leaves of a nearby plant. The light cast shadows on the wall. The sun continued to shine. Azel admitted he hadn't realized the Crown Prince was being so considerate and had thought that far ahead. Theodore listened to the conversation. The Crown Prince laughed, asking if that was so. Azel held a letter. Azel assured the Crown Prince that he would make sure to pass on the letter and everything he had said. Guinness asked the Crown Prince if the meeting went well. The Crown Prince responded that it went well, somewhat. Guinness seemed to be thinking about something. It seemed the meeting had gone well, though Rakiel wondered if the other party had truly seen his sincerity. The Crown Prince questioned if they had seen his heart of sincerity. Meanwhile, Theodore believed the envoy was probably just being pushed around. Theodore's words hung in the air as Rakiel listened. The room shimmered with an unseen energy. Theodore smiled, seemingly pleased with how things were progressing. It was all part of a super-secret operation. Within the palace, whispers circulated about a secret operation. Theodore stood beside Crown Prince Rakiel, awaiting further instructions. Rakiel confirmed that an important patient would soon be admitted to the side palace. Theodore's expression shifted, a hint of concern flickering across his face. Rakiel asked Theodore to keep his voice down, lest anyone overhear them. Rakiel questioned who the patient was that would cause Theodore to act in such a manner. Theodore revealed that the patient was his Majesty. Rachiel instructed Theodore to return to the side palace first. Theodore inquired if he should prepare the special royal guards for emergency duty. Rachiel responded that it was fine compared to training and that his top priority mission was to protect important personnel. Rachiel considered that his top priority mission was to protect important personnel. Theodore looked down at Rachiel with a concerned expression. Rachiel thought that Theodore probably felt his limits a lot when they were in Cremo. Rachiel and Theodore walked through the palace. A surge of energy crackled around an unseen figure. The force of the energy was immense. The unseen figure focused, manipulating the energy with precision. The energy felt like a massive wall to someone. The recipient of the energy gasped for breath, struggling against the overwhelming force. The figure collapsed under the weight of the energy. Elsewhere, someone believed the time was approaching. The moment of realization was at hand. He realized his true self, and that's when he'd be born again as the strongest person in this world. But it was not time yet. Someone decided to head back to the side palace and start the preparations. Footsteps echoed through the halls. The individual walked away. Their footsteps continued to echo. While he had increased his training a lot, the man acknowledged that he still had a long way to go. He realized he had never learned swordsmanship systematically. He wondered if he could surpass his limits. He questioned what he needed to do to grow even stronger. To grow even stronger? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, Theodore lamented that he couldn't leave the emperor in the palace in his current condition. Theodore pushed the wheelchair forward. Theodore realized they were in a situation where they didn't know who close to the emperor might be scheming. And the emperor was still seriously ill. Theodore considered that since they didn't know when an emergency might arise, he must stay beside Sir Xanatas as much as possible. Theodore knew that the archbishop could use the sacred blessings in a month. Theodore worried that if he stayed in the palace too long, he would be unable to fulfill his duties. The emperor's illness was becoming a matter of public concern, and whispers began to circulate that it was more serious than a mere flu. To avoid further suspicion, drastic measures were deemed necessary. The goal was to avoid that situation as much as possible. Elsewhere, Rachiel thought he should also start preparing to receive his next VIP. Rachiel believed it was about time the effects started kicking in. Indeed, the effects were starting to kick in. Meanwhile, someone asked what was going on, surprised to hear that Benjamin was back. The side palace chief, Butler, wondered if it was happening that quickly. Elsewhere, the Emperor of Magentano wasn't. The words Meriwinger are displayed prominently. Theodore reacts with surprise. The scene shifts to a close-up of a formal suit. Moments later, Lloyd Frontera announces his return to the Emperor. The Emperor welcomes Lloyd back. Elsewhere, Azel Cremo inquires about the meeting's progress. Guinness de Cham is seen. Azel expresses his frustration at not being able to meet with the Emperor of Magentano. Guinness is surprised. Guinness reveals that he did meet with the Crown Prince. Guinness states that he will discuss the main business of their meeting. Theodore is seen. Guinness believes the Amboise king is aware of what has happened in Cremo so far. It is confirmed that the Amboise king is indeed aware. The declaration hung in the air, a stark contrast to the usual diplomatic niceties. Candles flickered, casting long shadows that danced with the unspoken tension. The request caught Azel Cremo off guard. He questioned what the request was. The intricate details of his attire seemed to sharpen in the dim light, reflecting his noble status. The request was that Princess Adeline Beauharnais be first in line for succession. The Crown Prince Rachiel smiled, seemingly pleased with the unfolding events in Amboise. Rachiel requested that they stay in Magenta, the capital, for 6 months. The news struck like a physical blow, eliciting a visible reaction. Azel Cremo was outraged, wondering if they intended to take their princess as a hostage, deeming the idea insane. Amboise, he thought, was strictly an independent country. The documents on the table seemed to mock him, a stark reminder that it was not one of Magentano's vassal states. He could not believe they were being humiliated like this. Azel Cremo declared that they could not agree to such terms. A sinister smile spread across a face, hinting at hidden machinations. A notification appeared, indicating that one live voucher had been consumed. It seemed that Count Benjamin had started to fall for the lie. The Crown Prince protagonist stated that he was genuinely interested in fostering a constructive, peaceful, and friendly relationship with the Amboise kingdom. In fact, he expressed a desire to build close personal relationships. The Crown Prince protagonist sat calmly. It was said that Count Benjamin would now trust one of his lies unconditionally, forever. Azel Cremo was shocked by the idea of personal relationships. Theodore wondered why Rachiel would want to do that. Azel Cremo considered that the reason for the request was that Rachiel liked their princess. It was said that if the princess lived in Magenta for 6 months, she would fall in love with the Crown Prince. Azel Cremo was beside himself. The idea was that the princess would fall in love with the Crown Prince. Theodore told himself to wait. Theodore realized that this could lead to a powerful alliance through marriage, or maybe even a federation, and that an unprecedented great empire was about to be born. Azelcrimo considered the implications. Theodore thought that this could be his chance to carve his name into history forever. It was said that the meeting built the cornerstone of a great empire. Theodore's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across his face. Guinness, the great diplomat, remained composed despite the rising tension. The king's hands clenched, his anger palpable. Guinness was being referred to as the great diplomat that led the meeting. The king's fist tightened further, his knuckles turning white. Rachiel was taken aback by the king's reaction. The king's mustache twitched as he seethed with rage. The king questioned if they wanted Adeline to live there for 6 months. The king wondered how they dared treat their kingdom like a vassal state and take their princess hostage, asking if they were asking for war. The king demanded to know if Benjamin just stood by while they proposed such a ridiculous thing. The king's face contorted in fury as he awaited an answer. Benjamin stuttered, attempting to address his majesty. Guinness explained that the request was made in hopes of fostering friendly relations between their countries. The king demanded to know what Guinness had just said. Rachiel stated that he would like to build close ties between both countries via the exchange, and it seemed like he wanted to build a close relationship with the princess too. The king's rage was fueled by the prospect of the future leaders of both nations sharing a close bond, believing that such an alliance could lead to a peaceful future, a future he did not want. His voice boomed, cutting off any further discussion. The king declared that their negotiations with Magentano had completely fallen apart. The king's patience had run out. Benjamin fell to his knees. The king's expression was stern as he looked down at his subject. With a sigh, the king demanded to know what on earth had happened, addressing Benjamin directly. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone approached. The king looked on, awaiting an explanation. A voice pleaded for the king's attention. The king stated that he would read the document for now. The document was presented to the king. The king began to read the document. The king's expression was unreadable as he absorbed the contents of the document. Below the king's robes, his feet are planted firmly on the ground. Count Pesaro, however, reconsiders his initial assessment. He admits he may have been too hasty in his judgment. On second thought, Pesaro continues to reflect. He now believes that the crown prince of Magentano seems like a man with grand ambitions. The king, meanwhile, declares that he likes Rachiel Adria Magentano very much. He insists that they should handle this matter as soon as possible. The king slams his hand down. The royal attendant is then summoned. The other attendants look on, surprised by the king's sudden change in demeanor. One of them wonders why the king is suddenly acting like that. The king strides towards his throne. One of the attendants reflects that he had thought the crown prince was just someone with a weak body. He now realizes that Rachiel Adria Magentano is more impressive than he expected. The king, however, declares no, as he looks at the document. It is revealed that the live voucher has been used successfully. The note, adorned with golden roses, requested the recipient to give his daughter's hand in marriage. The king, visibly pleased, chuckled at the note. The light streamed through the stained glass windows of the palace. Inside, the grand architecture spoke of centuries of tradition and power. A delicate hand fidgeted with the lace at the wrist, a sign of the turmoil within. The woman questioned how anyone could so easily agree to the Magentano Empire's request. Her expression was one of disbelief and frustration. The title of Amboise, #1 heir in line for the throne, Adeline Borne Amboise, was displayed. Adeline's gaze hardened, her eyes narrowed with determination. Elsewhere, a man slammed his fist down, his face contorted with rage. Adeline stood before the throne, arguing that the decision was unreasonable and wrong. The man on the throne sighed, referring to Adeline as his only daughter. Another voice responded, agreeing with the man on the throne. Adeline's frustration was palpable as she considered the implications of her father's decision. Meanwhile, the contents of the letter that had prompted the king's decision remained a mystery. The king's advisor wondered what could be written in that letter. Adeline wondered if they had found her father's weakness. Or perhaps, she thought, it was some kind of threat she couldn't even imagine. She desperately wanted to know the truth. The king, addressing Adeline, stated that his decision was probably hard for her to accept, and that he understood why she felt so upset. Adeline was told that there would come a day when she would understand and thank him for this choice. Adeline was told that there would come a day when she would understand and thank him for this choice. But Adeline tried to speak, but the king cut her off. He declared that he wouldn't hear any more of her objections. It was decreed that, from that moment on, they would make their move immediately. The king's expression hardened as he spoke. He ordered them to start their 6-month exchange. The king's decree hung heavy in the air. A woman with pink hair calls out to her father. She was known as the woman is restrained by 2 guards, but she demands to be let go, declaring herself the smile angel of Amboise. It was not because she was a merciful person, nor was it because she had a warm and lovely personality. No, she was an intermediate sword expert, a first-rate fighter, and also had a unique habit when beating others up. She would smile widely while crushing her opponents. The smile? That habit earned her the nickname, the Smile Angel. Angel, Someone grunts in pain. The men watched with growing concern. The woman with pink hair appeared, shocked by the sudden turn of events. A close-up revealed the intricate details of her attire. Chains bound her, glowing with an eerie blue light as she struggled. She demanded to be released. Her cries echoed, desperately calling out for her father. A man watched from within the carriage, wishing her all the best. A surge of energy erupted. Two armored figures stood guard as the carriage moved forward. The carriage was enveloped in a blinding light. One of the guards questioned if it was the Dawn horse carriage delivery, reserved only for Manhwa's VIPs. The other guard confirmed that it guaranteed delivery by dawn. The Dawn horse carriage delivery sped away from the estate. It was truly dawn, but Theodore noted that it was also 10 days later. The question hung in the air: was this really the Magentano? The princess was reminded that she must walk with her head held high from now on. She was reminded that she was the princess of Amboise. She knew. The princess resolved that she would not show them any weakness. The procession continued. The sound of footsteps echoed. The princess thought that she remembered seeing that face somewhere. A voice thanked someone for taking such a long journey there. The voice identified the person as the princess of Amboise. Two figures walked side by side. The princess remembered now. She realized that it was the crown prince of Magentano, but he used to look like a sickly, dying artist, and he looked different now. The crown prince of Magentano watched as Adeline Borne Amboise looked at him with a questioning gaze. Rachiel Adria Magentano introduced himself as the crown prince of Magentano. Meanwhile, the crown prince's attire was immaculate, with a white ruffled shirt and a blue jewel at the collar. Adeline's expression hardened as she listened to Rachiel. Adeline identified herself as the Amboise princess. Adeline Beauharnais, Amboise formally introduced herself. Rachiel chuckled, remarking that she was a woman who spoke to him coldly. He reflected that this was how it always was in Korea. Elsewhere, a woman watched a man. Every time. On blind dates. Rachiel smiled sadly, tears welling up in his eyes. He thought he could tell just how much she hated him, and that he was getting PTSD. Rachiel clasped his hands together. He told Adeline that she must be tired from such a long journey. Rachiel extended an invitation, requesting someone to accompany him. The scene shifted to a dining area. The suggestion was made to begin with breakfast. Rachiel gestured, indicating where someone would be staying. Nearby, Adeline stood with her arms crossed. It was believed that Adeline was a master key. Rachiel believed that this would prevent a great war from happening. It was thought that she hated losing. Adeline was described as having an aggressive personality. Someone asked Adeline if she was not hungry, but she insisted that she was fine. Despite her aggressive nature, it was noted that Adeline unexpectedly preferred peace over war. Despite all of this, she was wise. She was strong and healthy. Adeline was strong and healthy. Adeline died suddenly, never ascending the throne. The circumstances surrounding her death remained a mystery. As a result, the crown was passed to another. Someone from a distant branch of the Amboise family became king. Unlike Adeline, the new king was militaristic and extremist in his views. His reign was marked by conflict. He started a great war with Magentano. In other words, it was a disaster. Theodore felt a throbbing pain in his head. It was as if he was born to wage war. Theodore couldn't let that happen. He thought he must help Adeline survive. Adeline must become the queen. Based on the novel, The Symptoms That Adeline Had, his guess was that it's biliary atresia due to her gallstones. Theodore knew someone who had the same symptoms. He recalled a novel writer that was introduced to him by his best friends, Wonho and Eun-soo. The speaker wondered if the person he was thinking about was named Baekhyung, but regardless, if the patient already had gallstones, then she would have them removed and be prescribed medicine, so she wouldn't get them anymore in the future. Meanwhile, Rachiel was sitting at a table, being served. Rachiel apologized, stating that he couldn't believe he was asked to eat after such a long journey, and that it must be hard for him to digest his food. The server told him to digest his food. The server stated that he had prepared something for Rachiel. The server's hand is shown. The side palace chief butler is shown, saying, "Oh my, mischievous young lady." The server is shown holding a glass of what he calls earth-restoring medicine. The medicine is shown in a glass. The person drinking the medicine thought it was a tonic medicine. The person drinking the medicine thought, "How dare they feed me poison? Sigh. Seriously." The side palace chief butler is shown. The person drinking the medicine is shown. Rachiel's vision blurred as he stood, the implications of the supposed medicine weighing heavily on him. The force of his anger caused him to slam his fist down. Meanwhile, the others at the table seemed unconcerned by the crown prince's reaction. Rachiel's anger rose as he wondered if they were trying to mock him. His rage reached a boiling point. Rachiel's eyes widened, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. Inside a lavish room, a figure with pink hair stands near a mirror. The scene shifts to a long table laden with food, where a man with dark hair sits at the head. The crown prince sits at the opposite end of the table, his back to the viewer. Theodore, looking shocked, questioned if what he had provided was not enough. asking if that was why he had been summoned. The Crown Prince asked what Theodore meant, stating that he was only there because he had asked him to be. Meanwhile, the man with dark hair sat with a glass of wine. The woman with pink hair stated that it was a huge decision for her and the Amboise kingdom to make. She then asked the Crown Prince if he did not know that. The Crown Prince remained silent. The woman with pink hair told him that she would tell him this in advance. The Crown Prince stated that he would stay there for 6 months, as she had requested of his father. The woman with pink hair declared that that would be all. She warned him not to even think about making any more requests. The Crown Prince stated that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, not believing there was any misunderstanding at all. Meanwhile, a figure with long pink hair stood menacingly over the table. Perhaps. The Crown Prince looked off to the side, contemplating. The pink-haired figure questioned if he was scared. The figure's eyes narrowed. The figure asked what he had just said, repeating the question of whether he was scared. The Crown Prince's attendant assured the figure that he had not done anything. The attendant stated that he had simply suggested that the Crown Prince have a meal. The attendant continued, explaining that he had provided the Crown Prince with an excellent tonic medicine so that he might recover from his fatigue. The pink-haired figure questioned what the Crown Prince was so scared and fearful of. The Crown Prince was asked why he would want to leave the dining hall. The attendant stood firm. The pink-haired figure stated that they were not scared at all, even if the tonic medicine had been poisoned. The pink-haired figure expressed how dare he. The Crown Prince, seated at the table, is being attended to by Guinness. Nearby, a glass of dark liquid sits on the table. Theodore thinks to himself that the drink was made from really expensive ingredients. The Crown Prince sits at the table, with Theodore and new_character_1 standing behind him. The Crown Prince takes a sip of the drink. He continues to drink, his expression unreadable. The Crown Prince wonders if they think he, the Crown Prince of an empire, would put poison into medicine during an official meal. He glares, considering the absurdity of the thought. The Crown Prince's ruffled collar is visible. Theodore stammers, trying to explain himself. The Crown Prince mumbles that it can't be helped, understanding that they can't trust him, and that's why they're embarrassing him like this. Teary-eyed, the Crown Prince accuses them of only getting frightened out of this. Theodore thinks that the type of people Adeline hates the most are cowards or scaredy cats. Theodore thinks that they are cowards or scaredy cats. Theodore is outraged that he dares treat her like she's a scaredy cat. Even as Theodore expressed his displeasure, someone was already plotting their next move, thinking to strike while maintaining a pleasant facade. Meanwhile, another individual steeled themselves, determined to show no fear. The Crown Prince, with a smile, requested the tonic. But he had one condition. This would be the first and last time he consumed the medicine. Someone suggested that they postpone any decisions until after the Crown Prince had finished the tonic. The Crown Prince stood beside Guinness, who looked on with concern. Rachiel thought that the tonic being good for his body seemed to be a lie, no matter how he looked at it. Rachiel grimaced as he brought the glass closer. The Crown Prince thought that the tonic looked like poison. Regardless, Rachiel downed the tonic. He slammed the glass down. He tasted it. Rachiel thought it was as if he was licking the armpit of an elephant. The Crown Prince, having endured the unpleasant tonic, is urged to quickly eat a sweet. A wrapped candy is presented. It was customary to have a sweet after bitter medicine. Rachiel's expression is conflicted. The candy is offered to him. He desperately wants to eat it, but his pride forbids it. He hesitates. Theodore presents the candy to Rachiel. Rachiel's face twitches. He finds that it tastes like heaven. Theodore is surprised by Rachiel's sudden change in demeanor. Rachiel states that he has ingested the medicine and dessert as instructed. Theodore announces that he will take his leave. Theodore, having taken his leave, is met with a question from a woman with pink hair, who asks if he is already leaving. Elsewhere, someone wonders if there is any reason for them to stay any longer. The Lord Chamberlain assures them that there isn't, and that he will guide them to their room so they can rest well. Someone hopes they don't run into him for the next 6 months, because someone thinks they might actually trample on him. A woman grunts as she lifts weights. She tells herself to get it together. She thinks that this is where their enemies gather. She notes that today's back exercises seem to be working pretty effectively. She wonders what is happening and why her body feels so light. She realizes that it's not just good, but that her body feels so. The pink-haired woman felt unusually light, as if she could fly. She stood outside, the sun shining brightly. Suddenly, someone called out to her, addressing her as princess. Elsewhere, a voice insisted that they were fine, despite having ridden a horse carriage for 10 days. Meanwhile, a man with a mustache declared that what he was doing was nothing. A voice noted that it was normal to be tired. The pink-haired woman wondered why she didn't feel tired. She considered if the medicine she drank yesterday could be the reason. She didn't even want to think about it. The pink-haired woman turned her head, noticing a commotion. She wondered what was happening, noting the presence of old people and children in the side palace. They didn't seem to be workers there. A figure looked down at a child. They looked like they were sick. Following the crowd, the direction they were headed apparently led to where the Crown Prince was. Her curiosity piqued. The pink-haired woman continued to observe. The room was lit by a large, ornate chandelier. Without realizing it, she had followed the others into the side palace. She realized she was still curious. She continued to observe the crowd. She wondered what they were doing in the side palace. Elsewhere, someone was being told that their condition was due to heat in their liver. Theodore was speaking to the crown prince, telling him to stop drinking alcohol for the time being and reduce his consumption. Theodore continued, telling the crown prince that he understood and to make sure to drink the tonic medicine and go for moxibustion. Theodore then directed the crown prince to head a certain way. The pink-haired woman sighed. Suddenly, the crown prince appeared, asking what she was doing there. She was surprised by his sudden appearance. The crown prince asked what she meant by and reminded her that this was the consultation room, asking if she had filled out the papers. The crown prince's words hung in the air as the scene shifted to the feet of two individuals. One of them questioned if the other had stood in the queue properly, then paused, realizing something. He asked if he looked like he was joking. Theodore stood with a stern expression. The scene shifted to a room where a voice declared that this was where they looked after their patients. Theodore stated that in this place, everyone was equal, and that aside from the emperor, status, gender, and age did not matter. Theodore told the pink-haired woman to come in and start by filling out the forms. The pink-haired woman asked if he understood that she was supposed to start queuing and wait in line. Theodore asked if she understood. The pink-haired woman was then thrown to the ground. She crashed into the floor. Theodore stood over her. The pink-haired woman lay on the floor. 2 hours later. Next. Rachiel stares intently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman states that she followed his instructions. A hand holds a letter, the contents of which remain unseen. Rachiel remarks that he knew she would do this. Theodore explains that he is not the type of royalty to abuse his authority or position, and asks if that is what she wanted to prove to him. The letter is held up, the words obscured from view. Rachiel says that he is glad she came, because he already had one humiliating experience. Someone wanted to meet her at least once. The pink-haired woman asks what they are talking about. Rachiel asks if she isn't curious about the real reason. The pink-haired woman stands with her back to Rachiel. Rachiel is startled. Rachiel reveals that he asked her to stay in the capital for 6 months. The crown prince wondered if he finally understood the reason for summons. Elsewhere, a woman with pink hair stood with her arms crossed. Meanwhile, the crown prince thought that things were working out well. He had been wondering how to lead her to this point. The crown prince sat in his chair, a slight smile on his face. He knew he couldn't waste this opportunity. For the treatment of cholelithiasis, he needed her to realize her symptoms herself. The crown prince and the pink-haired woman sat facing each other. The text indicated that it was about self-awareness of symptoms, and that the person only had 3 months left due to having crazy over money syndrome. The man with long dark hair wondered why the name of the illness sounded so weird, as he felt completely fine. The text stated that to become aware of where they're ill, if you want to live. The doctor insisted that Damien Kyan start treatment immediately, but Damien didn't understand why he would need treatment if he didn't feel sick. To recognize the existence of an illness and begin treatment. He thought that he should have listened to that doctor and started treatment. Coins scattered as Damien fell to the ground. That's the first step in any treatment. The pink-haired woman stated that she's not even at the first stage yet. One trait of cholelithiasis is a lack of self-awareness about the illness. She thought that if she asked her to start treatment out of nowhere, she wouldn't cooperate. The crown prince thought to himself that he would cooperate by telling her this. The crown prince told the pink-haired woman this. You'll die within 2 years. The pink-haired woman asked what he meant. The crown prince stated that he wasn't joking. The pink-haired woman thought that that's not a joke, it's more like he's cursing her. The pink-haired woman smiles sinisterly, revealing a hint of the darkness within. The crown prince states that what he said is the truth. The prince continues, explaining that the direct intelligence department of the imperial family has reached this conclusion. The crown prince gestures with his finger, emphasizing the gravity of his words. The pink-haired woman, shocked by the prince's words, demands to know what he just said. It is revealed that the intelligence department of the imperial family has eyes and ears everywhere. The intelligence department of the imperial family has eyes and ears everywhere in the world. The narrative emphasizes that even the royal family of Manhwa is not exempt from the intelligence department's reach. Everything they do and say is monitored. The crown prince explains that thanks to their intelligence network, they discovered early signs of a serious illness in her, one she wasn't even aware of, and were able to analyze it. The pink-haired woman repeats the prince's words, confirming that he's saying she'll die within 2 years because of this illness. The pink-haired woman reflects that she started seeing him in a new light because of how serious he was. The pink-haired woman expresses her disappointment that the crown prince would make such a ridiculous joke. The pink-haired woman thinks that the crown prince's words are a tasteless joke. The crown prince, seated regally, believed that truths were often harsh and tasteless. Meanwhile, Princess Adeline was furious, questioning if he wanted to ridicule her so badly. The crown prince remained seated as Adeline stood beside him. Turning to her, Rakiel stated that he wanted to treat her illness. Adeline could not believe those words. Rakiel responded that, in that case, he would show her the proof. Adeline was surprised by his statement. The crown prince stood up. The crown prince and Adeline were now standing in a room with several people. Suddenly, a small, yellow, fish-like creature appeared. The crown prince looked at the small creature. Rakiel remarked that she had been quite bored lately and that he had something for her to do. Rakiel told the creature that she would not be eating something today, while Adeline wondered if it was a summoned monster. Rakiel stated that he would introduce the two of them first, revealing that she was Princess Adeline. Adeline looked at the small creature with surprise. The woman with pink hair was informed that she was the patient undergoing treatment today. It was explained that this was Sir Bobok, who was in charge of analyzing medicine ingredients at the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic. But today, Bobok will be taking on a different role. Bobok declared that they would start. The crown prince, with a wide grin, cheered Bobok on. A skill-exclusive option appeared, Acupoint Scan. Bobok began to glow. Energy crackled around Bobok. The energy intensified. The energy continued to build. Bobok was now completely surrounded by glowing aura. The scan focused on the pink-haired woman's back. A few days prior, the crown prince thought to himself that he wouldn't get to sleep early that day either. The crown prince lay exhausted in bed. A digital display flickers to life, warning that the subject's intestines are complaining about irregular sleeping patterns. The warning escalates, now stating that the intestines are scheming a breakdown. Another warning appears, this time declaring that the intestines are openly revolting against the subject's actions. The digital display shows a group of cartoon figures, seemingly representing the intestines, holding a sign that reads breakdown. A man with light blue hair throws his hands up in exasperation, overwhelmed by the warnings. Meanwhile, Theodore informs someone that he received a reply from Amboise that day. Theodore relays that they agreed to send their princess, just as he requested, adding that she'll arrive in about 3 days, but he has some concerns. Elsewhere, an emergency alarm blares. A man with red hair shouts that there is an emergency. A group of people celebrate, noting that his father-in-law has agreed to send the princess, suggesting it's time for the proposal. A digital display indicates that the subject's intestines have given them 1,000 HP, bringing their current HP to 2,500. Someone thinks that it's not about confessing, but that he needs to cure her, so there won't be a war. Another digital display states that the intestines are disappointed and want a refund of the HP they gave. The cartoon figures from before are now demanding a refund. He considered that she needed to be aware of her symptoms before she would cooperate. If they wanted him to sleep early, then they needed to help him out. The others wondered if he should finally get out of being single. He wondered if they didn't want to sleep. The system prompted him to try to level up the pulse reading skill. He was surprised by the pulse reading skill. The system reminded him that they wanted the princess to believe she had symptoms and that it was better to skip all the pointless explanations and just show her. He wondered if he could show others the pulse reading skill. The system displayed the skill. The system displayed the details of the pulse reading skill, level 6. By feeling the pulse of the target, one could estimate their health condition. The system noted that one could check the overall health check report for detailed results and see more information about internal organ symptoms if they had awakened them in their body, which would allow for a more detailed diagnosis. His current HP was 2,500. The system displayed the skill-exclusive option, Acupoint Scan, and noted that it required 300 HP for the next level up. He pressed the level up button. The system dinged, noting that 350 HP was required for the next level up. He figured that just once wouldn't do anything. He resolved to keep going until he couldn't anymore. He continued to level up the skill. The cost in HP was immediate. Pulse reading advanced to level 7, then level 8. The skill continued to climb, reaching level 9. Pulse reading reached level 10. The pulse reading skill had reached level 10, and the skill's rank had increased. The skill advanced from basic level 10 to intermediate level 11. After gaining experience and investing points, Garden had become much more proficient with pulse reading. Now, with the pulse reading skill, he could not only see inside a patient, but he could also show them the results. Due to the increase in the skill's rank, a new skill option had been unlocked. The new skill exclusive option was Acupoint Scan 2. When using the CT Acupoint Scan option, the diagnosis results could be shown to the patient on an external screen. However, the external screen must be set at the same brightness. Back to the present. The princess was being shown her gallbladder via CT scan, and she was confused. She realized that this was how her gallbladder looked, and if she was unsure, she could press the right side of her stomach. She thought that trying wouldn't hurt. The princess stood, considering the information she had just received. She then moved closer to the screen, her expression unreadable. As she examined the screen, she noticed movement. Below, Theodore observed her reaction, thinking that she was starting to believe the diagnosis. The princess continued to examine the screen. Theodore watched her, understanding her surprise at seeing her own internal organs. The princess wondered if this was the reason for her death. She considered the possibility that her condition was the reason for her death. The screen displayed a warning. The gallstones would eventually block her bile ducts. The consequences of this blockage were shown on the screen. The screen explained that the bile, unable to pass through the bile ducts to the duodenum, would instead go to the liver. From there, the liver, spleen, and pancreas would begin to deteriorate rapidly. Theodore explained that without treatment, she would die. The princess confessed that she did not understand. It was all for the sake of peace. The woman appeared shocked. The text declared that she could become the queen of Amboise with a healthy body. That, it was said, was the only way for peace between the imperial family and her royal family. That was why. The doctor stated that he had brought her here, but only if she agreed to the treatment. She questioned how he intended to treat her. He responded that it would be simple, and he would show it to her right now. The doctor moved with sudden speed. His fist clenched. The doctor moved to strike the woman. The crown prince considered the question, pondering what agreeing to treatment would entail. The woman with pink hair questioned how he intended to treat her. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the room. The sound came from the crown prince slamming his fist against a nearby surface. Reacting instantly, the pink-haired woman moved defensively. Her eyes widened in shock at the sudden outburst. The crown prince's hand was now glowing with a blue aura. The force of the impact reverberated through the room. The pink-haired woman cried out as the crown prince struck her. Tears welled in the crown prince's eyes as he insisted he was only trying to show her his treatment method. His hand trembled, showing signs of the force he had unleashed. The woman demanded to know why he hit her, questioning who shows their treatment method like that. The crown prince struck her again. Rakiel began counting. He continued counting, reaching 3. As he counted, the crown prince struck himself in the stomach. Rakiel stated that she just needed to use her fist. He added that she should punch her own stomach. The pink-haired woman questioned what he had just said. Rakiel clarified that this would treat the gallstones. The pink-haired woman thought that it sounded like some new form of assassination. The woman looked at Rakiel with a shocked expression. She exclaimed in disbelief. The crown prince's arm moved. Rakiel asked the princess if she was able to discharge mana before she punched. The pink-haired woman asked why the sudden question. Rakiel stated that it was to treat her gallstones. He explained that he would be using an external impact wave. The pink-haired woman questioned the external impact wave. The crown prince explained that he would add his Azrahan core technique on top of the mana discharge from the fist, guiding the mana impact wave's flow. The pink-haired woman wondered what he was talking about. Meanwhile, the crown prince continued his explanation. He stated that one must know that the Azrahan core technique specializes in absorbing and guiding mana. Theodore listened intently. The crown prince clarified that this was the reason for the demonstration. He then explained that when one discharges mana towards their stomach, he would redirect it. Damien asked where he would redirect it to. Theodore looked on, curious. The crown prince prepared to demonstrate. He began to manipulate mana. Damien watched closely. The mana began to surge. The crown prince focused his power. The mana intensified. A strange, glowing mass pulsed with an eerie light. The mass spoke, directing its words to the gallstones within a gallbladder. Meanwhile, the woman with pink hair listened intently. The woman's attire was visible. Elsewhere, the white-haired youth declared that he could remove the gallstones, advertising his medical skills. Theodore suggested starting with the external impact wave treatment, but the pink-haired woman stated that if she complied with his treatment, she wanted to be granted one request. She wanted one request. She asked Theodore what he wanted. She clarified that once her gallstones were cured, she wanted Theodore to ensure that she could return to her kingdom. She wanted to return without fulfilling the entire duration of her request. Theodore agreed. The pink-haired woman questioned if Theodore wasn't agreeing way too easily. Theodore stated that once her gallstones were treated, there would be no reason for him to keep her there, implying that he would take it that she had agreed. The pink-haired woman felt like she was being sucked into something. Theodore suggested that because there were too many people there, they should go to a different consultation room. Theodore extended his hand, ready to proceed. Elsewhere, the sounds of a bustling crowd filled the air. Nearby, the pink-haired woman stood with a companion with white hair. Theodore stood, awaiting further instruction. The pink-haired woman was asked to show her back. Theodore instructed her not to move unless he told her to, and to hold her breath. Mana began to gather in Theodore's hand. He told her that he was done and that she could breathe now. Theodore then instructed her to clench her right fist and place it on the right side of her stomach. She asked if it should be placed there, and he told her to move it a little lower. Theodore told her to move slightly to the left, stating that was all. The pink-haired woman's companion told her to hit her stomach. Theodore reminded her to remember the mana she discharged from her fist. Theodore's instructions echoed in her mind. She had to concentrate, making her mana tough and sharp like a needle. The woman's mana began to swirl around her. It focused into a single point. That point became her sole focus. She steeled herself, preparing for the next step. She affirmed to herself that she could do it. Since it was her first attempt, she decided to start with something weaker. She focused her mana. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to strike. She steeled herself, deciding to go with something weaker. Her fist clenched, ready to strike. She struck her stomach. The mana surged. She realized that the mana she discharged from her fist definitely went into her stomach, but it didn't hurt at all. It felt like it was redirected. The redirected mana vanished without a trace. The pink-haired woman seemed pleased with the result, declaring it great. She then asked someone to look at Bobak. The display showed the gallstones beginning to crack, confirming that the mana had struck them accurately. A young man with white hair requested that she repeat the process. She responded that she would gladly do so. The sound of impact echoed. Again, the woman struck her stomach. The force of the blow reverberated. A pink glow emanated from the point of impact. The woman's expression shifted to one of manic glee. It was declared that the smiling angel has returned. The scene shifted to an exterior view of a building. The building stood tall and imposing. The beast-like man seemed to be reacting to something. The bearded man below him looked up, surprised, wondering if it was an earthquake. Below, a hand held a silver utensil. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the royal attendant called out to Prince Protagonist, who was still in bed. The Prince Protagonist seemed to still be asleep. Back in the treatment room, the pink-haired woman declared that it was enough. She explained that, as could be seen, the gallstones had been completely... She complimented the white-haired youth, saying he did really well for a first-timer. She assured him that the fragments would naturally be discharged by his body, so he didn't need to worry. She then stated that that was all for today's treatment. The white-haired youth wondered if it was already over. The pink-haired woman thought to herself that there was one more stone to break. Theodore wondered why the man was acting like that. The man smiled sinisterly. The man's eyes widened as he realized the impact wave he had expected to dissipate had instead been absorbed. The energy signature indicated that someone else had taken the brunt of the force. The man wondered if the doctor had been responsible. Nearby, Guinness asked if Rakiel was okay. Rakiel, swaying slightly, assured Guinness that he was fine. The man with the ponytail realized that the princess mana was stronger than he had anticipated. He admitted to himself that he hadn't expected it to be this strong. Guinness questioned why the pink-haired woman was going so far, asking what she was doing. The pink-haired woman grabbed Rakiel's arm, stating that as long as he had decided to receive treatment, she declared that he was her patient. The pink-haired woman continued to hold Rakiel's arm. The pink-haired woman's expression was serious. The pink-haired woman paused, considering her next action. The man with the ponytail thought to himself that he would need to... The man with the ponytail took a step forward. A voice echoed, suggesting that someone should rest for a bit. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened in alarm. Below, someone cried out for the crown prince. The scene fades into a room. The room is brightly lit, with two figures sitting near a bed. The light streams in through the window. The bearded man notes that, fortunately, the crown prince is fine now. Theodore states that the crown prince doesn't have a fever, and his breathing and pulse are both normal. Ambroise wonders why he hasn't woken up then, and Theodore replies that it's probably because Theodore believes that his body naturally wants rest. Theodore continues, saying that he wasn't healthy to begin with, and that he was born with a really weak body constitution. Ambroise asks if that's so, remarking that it seems she's caused great inconvenience. Theodore assures Ambroise that it's not at all an inconvenience. Theodore explains that treating him could become a very painful affair, and it might be so tough that he might faint. Theodore concludes by saying that she doesn't have to be too worried. Ambroise wonders what. Theodore explained that the crown prince's condition was something that happened from time to time, but the pink-haired woman seemed unconvinced, noting that he was always putting others before himself. She was, after all, his patient. Theodore, overhearing her, was worried about the crown prince. She was always worried about him, she thought, because she was his main doctor. Theodore, overhearing her, was worried about the crown prince. She was, after all, his patient. Her actions truly came from his heart. Her acts of devotion toward the patient had caused a certain someone's heart to be deeply moved. The woman with pink hair watched the scene unfold on a screen, where two figures appear to be fighting. She felt like she was very narrow-minded for being unable to trust someone as great as him. Although she actually acted that way for her own personal goals, that devotion to her patient was truly from the bottom of her heart, though she had just yet to become aware of it. Such devotion and sincerity would continue to bring about numerous positive changes in the future. She paused. The highest form of medical trust between her and Adeline had been formed. She would not doubt any medical actions she performed on her. The pink-haired woman observes the display, which shows two figures labeled as being deceived. The display continues, with a message stating that the intestines sincerely applaud the actions taken. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Rakiel sleeps soundly. Another notification appears, indicating that his intestines have granted him 1,500 HP, bringing his current HP to 2,500. Passero's eyes widen as he witnesses the event. Theodore is shocked, his mouth agape. Theodore wonders what this could be as a bright green light emanates from Rakiel. Pissarro covers his mouth, seemingly in disbelief. Sunlight streams through the trees outside the window. The pink-haired woman is visible through the window, standing near Rakiel. The title card reads, "The Crown Prince that sells medicine." The scene shifts to an interior view of the room. Theodore asks Rakiel if he is feeling better now. Rakiel responds that he has been fine from the start. Rakiel, seemingly recovered, inquired about what he had been saying before he fainted. The pink-haired woman responded that it was something cringy and asked if he remembered. Rakiel denied it, stating that she looked straight into his eyes and told him that. The woman's expression was one of amusement. She then declared that now that he had received the treatment, he was hers, but Rakiel immediately cut her off. The Crown Prince seemed to be in disbelief. She explained that she had to take a risk to carry out that treatment process, so he wouldn't have to worry about it becoming a problem for his treatments. She added that she would be spending her time in the afternoons on his treatment. Rakiel listened intently. He resolved that he wouldn't be fainting today and would make sure of that. Later, as they sat together, Rakiel considered that he had decided to trust her. The pink-haired woman smiled. Rakiel acknowledged that he had seen just how hard she tried to do a good job treating him, and how much she had to endure for that. Rakiel declared that he had decided to believe. The pink-haired woman explained that the gallstones needed to be removed for her survival. Theodore asked if she was being serious. She thanked him. The pink-haired woman smiled. Theodore admitted that he really wanted to tell her that. Well, Theodore thought it was embarrassing. He thought it was too bad. Theodore admitted to being a little embarrassed. He thought this was for his own sake. Theodore asked if they should start on the treatment then. The pink-haired woman confirmed that they were starting and asked Theodore to proceed. The Grand Palace stood as a testament to timeless elegance. The pink-haired woman's Azrahan core technique was in use, continuously absorbing external mana impact. The process unfolded with a display of complex energy patterns. The woman continued to focus, her movements precise as she worked on Rakiel. The Azrahan core technique continued to absorb the external mana impact. Theodore watched with a mixture of concern and anticipation. Theodore's expression shifted as he witnessed the ongoing procedure. The series of processes became precious experience for the Azrahan core technique. The Azrahan core technique leveled up, increasing mana by 170%. The circle slots would be influenced by the growth of the Azrahan core technique, expanding the storage space of a circle slot. The number 1 slot had expanded. The number 1 slot's maximum storage increased from 12L to 13L. A few days later, the 15th gallstone had been destroyed successfully. Theodore breathed heavily, the strain of the procedure evident. With the Azrahan core technique now at single circle level 6, the maximum storage for the first slot has increased to 15 liters. The pink-haired woman confirmed that there was only 1 gallstone left to destroy, and Theodore expressed his gratitude for her active cooperation. The Crown Prince's face lit up as he noted that the impact wave she discharged was heavy and powerful to begin with. The pink-haired woman made a disgusted sound. She sighed, telling them that they were making her feel bad. She suggested that they feel thankful to her instead. The Crown Prince wondered why that sounded like she wanted a reward. She countered that nothing was free in the world, and asked what reward he would give her. The pink-haired woman waited for his answer. The Crown Prince asked if she would be satisfied with his offer. He clenched his fist. He told her that he wanted her kingdom to never start a war with them. He wanted this to last for the rest of their lives. The two stood facing each other. The pink-haired woman was taken aback by his request. The pink-haired woman's unexpected statement left Rakiel confused, prompting him to wonder what she meant by it. The woman considered how to phrase her thoughts, carefully choosing her words. She tapped her finger against her arm as she thought. The Crown Prince found her to be quite interesting, admitting he had never met anyone quite like her before as he wondered what she was talking about. Elsewhere, someone declared that they should stop for the day, whatever the case may be. Another person raised their fist in agreement. Nearby, someone stated that they had a patient to discharge that day. Rakiel smiled, seemingly pleased with the situation. Meanwhile, preparations were underway for a royal ceremony. Attendants stood by the royal bed, awaiting the start of the proceedings. A high-ranking cleric announced that he would begin the ceremony for His Majesty. The king lay in bed, seemingly unconscious. Golden energy swirled around the cleric and the king. The golden energy intensified, enveloping the scene. The king stirred in his bed, seemingly responding to the ritual. The royal attendant and Theodore look on in shock, both exclaiming at what they are hearing. The royal scribe prepares to take notes. The king, too weak to speak, requests a pen and paper. The scribe confirms the king's request and prepares to write. The king, still in his bed, prepares to write. Meanwhile, Rakiel is shocked by what he is hearing. Rakiel demands to know what is being said. The information Rakiel is receiving suggests something crafty happened. Back in the king's chambers, the scribe continues to take notes. The notes reveal that something happened while the king was sick and lying in bed. The notes further suggest that something really crafty happened. The details of what happened remain unclear. Sir Xanatas holds up the notes he has taken. Rakiel is confused by the mention of a date, questioning what it is supposed to mean. Sir Xanatas wonders if Rakiel has not fully understood the situation. The man clarified that he was referring to Princess Amboise. The announcement caused a stir. The assembled group could only exclaim their disbelief. The voice continued, stating that he wouldn't ask how the crown prince managed to charm the envoy of Amboise, nor would he question how he swayed that sly old fox. The speaker reminded the crown prince that he was the one who would one day bear the responsibility of the imperial family and the people of the empire. The man expressed his frustration that the crown prince went ahead and arranged this marriage all on his own, without any consultation. He wondered if the crown prince thought he was flirting with the princess or something. Rakiel, with a sinister smile, thought to himself that there was no way he was. Nearby, a maid reacted with surprise. The maid realized that it did kind of make sense. Another maid reacted with excitement. Theodore, sitting beside Sir Xanatas, thought to himself about a grand war and how the emperor wouldn't believe him. Xanatas asked the crown prince why he was silent. Rakiel coughed, thinking that explaining this felt like such a hassle. Rakiel exclaimed that he was rejected. Sir Xanatas reacted with shock, wondering what was wrong with his son. Rakiel thought to himself that he was being believed. His attendant confirmed that Rakiel was absolutely right, adding that he had acted recklessly while Rakiel was bedridden, thinking he could make a move. The attendant continued, stating that he managed to bring the princess to the capital, but things didn't go as planned. Rakiel revealed that he got rejected. Theodore's eyes widened in shock. Theodore confirmed that it was exactly as Rakiel was imagining, asking if he made a move on her and what the end result was. Upon hearing this, Sir Xanatas yelled for the archbishop to be called back for treatment. Theodore exclaimed that Xanatas was going to faint again. Xanatas thought to himself that Rakiel wouldn't have had to suffer such a disgrace and that he should slip out before he lectures him more. Xanatas stated that he would be going since he was busy, while Theodore questioned where he thought he was going, stating that his lecture wasn't over yet. Theodore questioned Rakiel's younger brother and why he would lack sense from now on. Guinness asked Damien if he saw that. Damien confirmed that he did. It was noted that Xanatas' left nostril twitched slightly. The side palace chief, Butler, thought that Xanatas seemed actually proud of Rakiel. Rakiel finally understood the meaning behind the reactions he had been observing. Despite the revelation, Rakiel was reminded that he was not the emperor's biological son. He questioned whether he even deserved such kindness. Elsewhere, someone stated that they understood the concerns, but the patients were waiting, so they would be leaving. An unknown man reacted with shock and anger. Meanwhile, another individual addressed someone as Your Majesty regarding a previous conversation. The individual stated that they would be cautious and was told to be on their way. It was revealed that the person who attempted to assassinate the emperor had not yet been caught, and vigilance was necessary. It was also noted that His Majesty was aware that someone was after his life, so he would surely be more careful. Rakiel stood, seemingly ready to depart. Footsteps echoed through the halls. Someone urged for greater speed. A rider urged their horse forward. The rider realized they needed to inform the princess right away. The horse galloped onward. The grand palace stood tall against the sky. After enduring at least 500 strikes over the past 16 days, the end was finally in sight. Only one more to go. Theodore prepared himself for the final strike. His training partner questioned whether this could even be called a treatment and what the last part was supposed to mean. Theodore, counting the number of times he'd been knocked out, steeled himself. He declared that they should go for one last hit. She resolved to end it this time. Gathering her strength, she prepared to strike. The final blow landed with tremendous force. The impact reverberated through the training room. The strongest shockwave yet crashed into Theodore. It was done. Theodore had successfully endured all 501 external mana shocks. A new option for the Azarhan heart technique had been unlocked, and Theodore collapsed. The skill-exclusive option, Immovable, activated once a day and lasted 5 minutes. Theodore, face down on the floor, wondered if being immovable meant he could only use it once a day. Theodore focused, determined to avoid fainting for at least 5 minutes. He willed himself to survive. Theodore's body responded, his organs celebrating the new skill option. The 5 organs had sponsored him with 2,200 HP, bringing his current total to 4,700. Nearby, Adeline asked if they were all done, but the man with glasses noted that she was bleeding. He explained that it was still too soon to relax, as the treatment itself wasn't completely over. Adeline questioned if there was more to treat, and the man confirmed that it was time for the slow recovery process. He reflected on the fact that someone as young as Adeline developing such gallstones suggested underlying issues. Adeline sighed, aware that she was prone to forming them. Suddenly, Guinness called out for Garden. Guinness stated that they needed Adeline to take Injin Hadong consistently for the next 2 weeks. He added that they needed to monitor how well it suited her system and if it aided bowel circulation and discharge effectively. The narrator clarified that Injin Hadong is traditional Korean medicine for liver and digestive health, as Adeline drank from glass. The billing charge skill activated, and through her treatment, Adeline had gained an additional 67 years and 10 months of expected lifespan. The man with glasses was pleased. He stated that if Adeline took the medicine regularly, she wouldn't die from gallstones, and if she safely ascended to the throne of Amboise, the Great War that. The man grinned, thinking that if the Magentano Empire were destroyed, his life as a wealthy royal would be over. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived from the princess's home country. The messenger announced that something serious had happened. The messenger reported that there had been a rebellion in the western region of the kingdom. The messenger continued, stating that Javelin, a distant royal relative, had risen up in revolt. The princess looked shocked by the news. She questioned what reason Javelin claimed for this rebellion, and the messenger responded that he claimed he was overthrowing the current weak royal family to save the kingdom. Another person asked if they had any grounds for their criticism of the royal family. The messenger explained that they were criticizing the royal family's diplomatic weakness. The messenger continued, saying it was too easily subdued by the unreasonable demands of the Magentano Empire's crown prince. Theodore stood silently, listening to the report. Rachiel thought to himself that he went through all that trouble to save them, and now there was a rebellion. Rachiel's expression turned angry. Rachiel was shocked that there was a rebellion and wondered what the current situation was. The messenger reported that, according to the messenger, there had already been multiple major clashes, and that the Central Army had retreated to the Balrua fortress to establish a defensive line. The reports continued to flood in, each more dire than the last. The casualties were far exceeding expectations. A sudden realization struck. The main force of Ambrose had been seriously injured. Lost in thought, Rachiel considered the implications of this news. If he treated the wounded soldiers, he mused, there would be bonuses. Extra lifespan bonuses, to be exact. The system indicated that his 5 organs had donated 100 HP for his crazy idea, bringing his current HP to 4,800. He knew people might criticize him, but it couldn't be helped. What's done is done, Rachiel thought, a slight smirk playing on his lips. That's why he might as well do what he can and benefit from it too. Clearing his throat, Guinness addressed someone off-panel, informing them that the news from Ambrose was deeply unfortunate. Theodore, visibly heartbroken, was comforted by another person. They told him that he must want to return home right away to the wounded soldiers of Ambrose. Theodore responded, asking if they didn't want him to. In that case, he had one condition. He wondered if it could be that he would go with them to Ambrose. Theodore declared that he wanted to serve as a military doctor and treat the wounded soldiers of Ambrose. He wanted to save as many lives as he could. The system displayed a message. Our body is truly something. Theodore's thoughts drifted to the crown prince. The princess looked on, concerned. The woman with pink hair winces, clutching her shoulder. Nearby, Rachiel smiles, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he is told to prepare to depart for his home country. Rachiel, however, declares that they should get moving. The pink-haired woman is grabbed roughly by the arm. The scene shifts to an exterior shot, the air filled with dust motes. The camp is visible in the distance, nestled against a mountain range under a vibrant sunset. Dust continues to swirl in the air. The wheels of a carriage begin to turn. The carriage picks up speed, leaving the camp behind. Inside the carriage, a foot presses down on the floor. Theodore wonders why the place looks so run down. Theodore sits, looking out the window. The carriage wheels turned, carrying them further into the unknown. Theodore muttered, questioning where they were. Theodore wondered why the place looked so run down. Theodore's frustration grew. The landscape revealed a sprawling encampment. Theodore sighed, expressing his exhaustion and longing for his first-class carriage, admitting that he could not get used to this. Guinness suggested it would be best if Theodore returned to Magentano, prompting an outburst from Theodore. Theodore demanded to be called Young Master Rihan. Theodore, descendant of the fallen noble family, House of Belkin, was clearly displeased. A few days prior, luggage had been prepared. New Character 2 stated that she had packed everything and that it was about time. Theodore was told to depart already, Princess. The focus rested on New Character 2. Princess of Amboise questions the man before her, demanding to know if he is who he claims to be. The man insists that it is him, the crown prince. Sir Cherry looks on, unsure of what to make of the situation. The Princess of Amboise, however, is convinced that he is an impostor and orders his immediate arrest. The man insists that it is really him, recalling the painful gallstone removal. He continues, reminding them that he even gave them plum and grape-flavored candy after each tonic. The Princess of Amboise wonders if it could actually be the crown prince. The Princess of Amboise acknowledges that this is indeed the crown prince. The group looks on at the crown prince. One of the men assures the Princess of Amboise that he might not look like it, but he is the crown prince. The Princess of Amboise asks how he ended up like this. The crown prince explains that it is thanks to the hidden identity granted to him by His Majesty, the Emperor. Another man addresses someone as Your Majesty. News arrives of a civil war breaking out in Amboise. The bearded man expressed his shock at the news, learning that the war would result in a massive number of wounded soldiers. Theodore, standing before the bearded man, was asked to clarify his request. Theodore explained that he wanted to infiltrate the military as a physician with the princess's help. He was then asked what he hoped to gain from this. Theodore clarified that by serving in the relatively safe rear lines, he would have the chance to directly observe and understand the situation. He intended to study their command structure, military administration, and the flow of their battle strategies. Theodore then asked if he would be allowed to head to Amboise. The bearded man thought to himself that Theodore really enjoyed putting him to the test. After receiving permission, Theodore requested a transformation spell from the court mage. The court mage, a woman with pink hair, examined Theodore's inflated appearance. Theodore explained that it was just an illusion spell that changed his appearance. Theodore's inflated form was clearly visible. Theodore warned that the spell might wear off if he experienced a strong physical impact. He then presented a document. The court mage was surprised to see medical training with top marks listed on the document. Theodore clarified that it was just a fake identity that looked impressive on paper. Theodore asked if the clinic would be all right and was assured that a niece was diligent, so it would be fine. She could diagnose small ailments with her sense of smell, and His Highness had given her the recipes for various herbal remedies. So, for a few months, she should be able to manage the clinic without His Highness. Word would be spread that, due to health reasons, His Highness was resting and limiting contact with outsiders for the time being. The advisor seemed concerned about something related to His Highness. The man called out, "And Miss Anise. And she was getting special duty pay, right? Poor Miss Anise. Running to aid and save patients as soon as they call. It was only natural for a doctor, and yet, he still had a long way to go. Passing through several cities and fortresses, with day and night quickly blending one into the other, Theodore joined up with the Kingdom of Amboise's forces and, with Adeline's assistance, was assigned to a safe rear position at a camp for the wounded. Theodore arrived at the camp for the wounded, accompanied by another individual. Theodore recalled handing Adeline the recipe for Inji Hotang, reminding her to take it every day. With the help of about 10 kingdom soldiers, they reached the camp for the wounded. The Kingdom of Amboise's forces stood united. Theodore stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by other individuals. Now, the scene shifted to an overview of the camp. Theodore observed the scene before him. Theodore overheard someone lamenting that there was too much to handle and questioning if there was no medic present. Theodore, hearing the distress, parted a curtain and called out to get their attention. Theodore's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. The sight was overwhelming. Theodore and the others stepped into the area. The wounded were riddled with arrows. Someone demanded to know who he was. In response to the question, Theodore identified himself as the caretaker of the wounded camp. Theodore is met with a question from one of the men, who asks if he is a superior officer sent from the main forces. Theodore responds that he is a military physician. The man questions if Theodore is a military physician, stating that he hadn't heard anyone like that was coming. The man's expression hardens. He then asks if Theodore knows what's going on inside the tent. The man thinks that everyone inside is probably already dead. Theodore looks down. Another man wonders if there is anyone left who hasn't died, and the first man questions what he means. The second man thinks that it's a bit problematic, as it looks like there won't be enough space for the next batch of wounded. Theodore looks up at the man. The first man says that it seems like this is Theodore's first time at a field hospital, so he didn't know. The second man explains that they only clear out a space in the tent once the patient inside dies, so they can make room for the next injured soldier. The first man thinks that there are a lot of flies inside, and there's such a nuisance when they clear out the bodies. Theodore is seriously considering the situation. Theodore thinks to himself that he came all the way out here, and if the camp is in this state, how is he supposed to get any bonus lifespan out of this? Within the camp, a soldier inquired about who was in charge. He was informed that the battalion commander, Baron Province, held that position. Elsewhere, a figure demanded to be taken to him. Inside the camp, a banner hung above a table. Upon the table sat a candelabra, vases, and a helmet. Baron Province swirled the red liquid in his glass. Baron Province, battalion commander of the Amboise army, held his glass high. Suddenly, a soldier's eyes widened in alarm. A blade pierced through the air, aimed directly at Baron Province. The glass shattered as the blade struck. Baron Province demanded to know what was happening. Two soldiers discussed how much they should beat someone up, deciding it should feel like missing 2 months of paycheck. One of the soldiers agreed, pondering the situation. The attacker thought to himself that it had been 2 months. He realized he couldn't kill him. The attacker launched himself forward. The attacker's blade came down with tremendous force. The Baron screamed as the blade came closer. The mysterious figure declared that the Baron was worth 1 day, then 2 days. The attacker continued, stating that the Baron was worth 3 days, then 4 days. The Baron, terrified, questioned if the attacker even knew who he was. The attacker responded that he knew, and that he was the head officer in charge of the camp. He added that he was the one who had come to take down someone like the Baron. The attacker revealed himself to be an undercover royal inspector. The man's face contorted in pain as he endured the verbal assault. Meanwhile, the inspector questioned why he was being punished. The man with the red hair declared that he was a justice inspector there to punish someone like him. He added that the inspector was being paid to do so. Someone considered the situation. Elsewhere, someone read a document that stated Princess Adeline born at Amboise was first in line for the throne. The document also granted full authority of the wounded soldiers' camp to Lihan Belkin. The inspector asked what he had done wrong to deserve such treatment. The red-haired man responded that it was more like doing something terrible. The red-haired man accused the inspector of being responsible for managing the wounded soldiers in such a state. The inspector was struck. The red-haired man ordered that he be taken away immediately. Elsewhere, the inspector was escorted away. The red-haired man stated that he kept saying sometimes a military career was over. But the man with dark hair wondered if he hadn't beaten the inspector a bit too harshly. The Crown Prince protagonist remarked that the inspector only thought about maintaining the status quo, regardless of the horrible state it was in. He believed that under someone like him, all the wounded soldiers would just end up dying, so he deserved it. He added that this wasn't a camp for the wounded, it was a morgue. Theodore asked why the man with dark hair was staring at him. He replied that it was nothing. Theodore then asked what he would do next. He stated that first they would go see Garden. Meanwhile, Garden sat at a table with others. Garden stated that if they compared it to Earth's history, it was almost like the 17th to 18th century. He continued, saying that at that time, there was barely any concept of proper treatment or nursing for the wounded, and they couldn't leave it like this. Garden explained that first, they needed to categorize the wounded and prioritize who to treat. He added that they should replace the tents with new ones and pay extra attention to personal hygiene and supplies. A soldier interrupted, excusing himself and asking for help. The wounded soldier was quickly brought inside. The question was posed, what was the state of the injured? 2 arrow wounds were visible on the soldier's arm. Another arrow was lodged on his side. The condition did not look good. Judging by the looks of it, the wounds were at least 2 days old. The bandages were also moldy, making it clear they weren't properly taken care of. The wounds themselves weren't fatal, but the lack of care was severe. It was feared that if things continued this way, they wouldn't be able to save even those who could be saved. Someone asked Garden what he thought. Emergency surgery was needed right away. The speaker expressed that he had studied surgical procedures in medical school, but lacked real experience. He was glad he brought an expert in surgery, and with Garden's support, he could cover his biggest weakness. It would greatly expand the scope of what they could do. The speaker asked if they could perform emergency surgery right now, to which Garden replied, of course. The man with the beard seemed intrigued. Someone wondered what he was taking out. He began by presenting a scalpel, explaining that it was used to cut through skin and muscle during amputations. Then, he revealed a bone saw, specifying that it was for cutting through bones, which could be quite tough. The Crown Prince watched with wide eyes as the bearded man stated that this was a necessary tool to finish limb amputation surgery as quickly as possible. The bearded man continued, emphasizing that the faster it was done, the less pain and bleeding there would be. And then, Theodore wondered how they would handle anesthesia. The bearded man responded to the question about reducing the patient's pain, suggesting they mix strong rum with opium for him to drink, which should render him unconscious and better than being fully awake during surgery. Azel Cremo chimed in, stating that he used vodka instead of rum because it tasted better. Theodore then asked what surgery they were planning. The bearded man declared that it would be an amputation, stating that they should cut off the arm with the arrow wound first. Theodore questioned if they weren't operating now, but Garden insisted that they couldn't let the patient die. Azel Cremo grinned, while Theodore looked on with concern. Garden observed that the injury seemed infected and the fever was high, adding that his strength and immunity were both depleted. Garden realized that if they operated in this condition, he was almost certain to die. It was determined that anesthesia was essential. Theodore considered the options. Perhaps the nerve disruption method he had used on Anise might work. But he quickly dismissed that idea, realizing it wouldn't completely eliminate the pain. He then wondered if Cussman's paralyzing venom could be a solution, but that came with its own set of risks. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The system informed him that his 5 organs and 6 bowels were listening to his worries with interest. Theodore considered the concept of anesthesia, questioning whether reducing pain should be something people simply endure. But he quickly reasoned that it was better not to feel pain during surgery. He even pondered if, when one can't avoid pain, they should just enjoy it. The system chimed in, suggesting that if he was stuck, he should unlock a skill, questioning the point of hoarding HP anyway. It even added that even a kid knew this, as the 5 organs and 6 bowels cheered him on, donating 100 HP, bringing his current HP to 4,900. Theodore realized he wanted to save his HP, but this was his only option. He decided to view the list of available skills. A screen appeared before him, displaying the available skills: moxibustion, healing, and item identification. Theodore paused, wondering if he was seeing correctly. This skill looked insane. The system explained that whenever one acquires new talent, techniques, or knowledge, new skill options can be generated. The skill, My Hand is a Healing Hand, would provide excellent pain relief to the patient. Theodore realized this was it. Theodore's excitement was palpable, causing those around him to react with surprise. The onlookers wondered if he was crazy. Theodore took a moment to collect himself. He then confirmed his choice. The system announced the skill name, My Hand is a Healing Hand, Level 1. It explained that gently stroking the patient's body would reduce pain, providing the effect of local anesthesia, and that the strength, area, and duration of the anesthesia would increase as the skill level rises. Theodore's new skill, My Hand is a Healing Hand, seemed to indicate that just stroking reduces pain, which he considered a cheat skill. Meanwhile, Garden told the bearded man to disregard what he had said earlier. Theodore, in response, confirmed that he had found a way to anesthetize the patient and asked them to prepare for surgery. Garden, understanding the situation, expressed his understanding. Elsewhere, a soldier, Diop, was asked his name. Theodore assured Diop that he would treat him now and asked if that was okay. Diop asked if Theodore was going to amputate his arm, but Theodore reassured him not to worry. Diop insisted that it was fine and that he was not cutting it off, stating that he was a positive person. Diop thought to himself that losing an arm didn't mean the end of his life. The pain, however, was intense. Diop shouted that he had said he was not cutting it off. He tried to reassure himself that at least it wasn't a leg, reasoning that if he lost an arm, only one arm would be uncomfortable, and that not the arm, but the side would be treated. He continued that if he lost a leg, he would need crutches, and both hands would become inconvenient. Diop reflected that his dream was to be a violinist, lamenting that he may never play again. He tried to convince himself that he was a positive person, as anyone could see. Despite his words, Diop's face betrayed his inner turmoil. As Theodore prepared to administer anesthesia, Diop, visibly agitated, demanded that he stop talking or he would cut his mouth off. Theodore, unfazed by the threat, casually suggested they begin the anesthesia. Clearing his throat, Theodore began to sing, attempting to activate a healing skill. Theodore continued to sing, his face flushed with effort. Theodore sang the words to the spell, A Healing Hand, My Hand is a Healing Hand. Theodore continued to sing, believing his hand to be a healing hand. Theodore's singing grew more frantic as he continued to chant that his hand was a healing hand. Theodore's voice cracked as he continued to sing the spell. A status window appeared, displaying the skill name. My Hand is a Healing Hand, LV.1. It specified that to activate the skill, one must recite the spell accurately and continuously according to the rhythm. Theodore, still singing, commented that his voice was in good condition. Suddenly, a red screen flashed, indicating that the sincerity of the song was lacking and the skill had failed to activate. The attempt to activate the skill failed. Theodore, frustrated, cursed the status window. Agony contorted his face as he forced himself to sing. The song, My Hands Are Healing Hands, filled the room. The melody washed over the room as Reiki_protagonist sang. The notes danced around him, swirling with magical energy. Theodore and the others watched as Reiki_protagonist continued to sing, his voice echoing the lyrics. The skill My Hands Are Healing Hands, LV.1, activated, and the patient's pain began to subside. The patient, feeling the effects of the song, wondered why his side no longer hurt. The lyrics of the song, My Hands Are Healing Hands, How's Your Aching Side, floated in the air. The patient, still feeling a slight ache, was confused by the sudden change. The song continued, its melody weaving a path toward healing. Theodore prepared to check if the anesthesia was working, wondering how effective it was. The patient felt nothing, realizing the skill had worked and the anesthesia had done its job. Sir Garden announced that the anesthesia was complete and instructed them to begin the surgery, starting with cleaning and closing the poorly stitched wound. Rakiel continues to sing, his voice carrying a soothing melody. Theodore acknowledges Garden's instructions, understanding that they will begin with the side injury. The side injury has been treated and the arrow removed. Rakiel's song continues, the words My Hands Are Healing Hands echoing in the room. Theodore seems concerned as he looks down at the patient. Theodore wonders if they really do not need to amputate. Even if the pain is numbed, the anxiety about surgery will not disappear. The patient's face is drawn with worry, sweat beading on his brow. Rakiel continues to sing, reassuring the patient that they won't be cutting anything. Suddenly, Rakiel is startled by a notification. The notification reveals that My Hands Are Healing Hands has leveled up, now providing a pain reduction equivalent to localized anesthesia. Even when pinched, the patient doesn't react. Theodore is impressed by the level of effect, noting that the patient doesn't react even when his side is pinched harder than before. Garden nods, signaling that they can begin. Garden focuses intently, his expression determined as he prepares to operate. The surgical thread, thin as a spider's silk, awaited its purpose. With steady hands, the needle was carefully threaded. Garden, focused and intense, prepared to make the first incision. As the blade touched the skin, An observer realized that this was no ordinary skill. Even with modern training, the technique was exceptional. Theodore wondered if surgery was really Garden's specialty, and if that was a vertical mattress suture technique. Theodore watched with rapt attention. Nearby, others marveled at Garden's healing hands. The onlookers confirmed what they were seeing. It seemed that Garden had truly made someone's pain disappear with his bare hands. The needle went through the patient's body, and he felt no pain at all, making one observer wonder if that was even possible. Theodore considered that the chubby military physician could be the legendary one. Theodore exclaimed, wondering if Garden was a miracle military physician. The tools of the physician's trade sat ready. On the table lay the tools used by Garden, covered in blood and bandages. Diop, the patient, remarked that the procedure wasn't as bad as he had initially feared. Diop then asked if it was already over. Garden, with his hands still on Diop's abdomen, told him not to get too comfortable, as the real treatment was only just beginning. Garden explained that when the supplies arrived in 2 days, he would prescribe some herbal medicine as well, instructing Diop to make sure he drank it all. Diop questioned why Garden was being so kind to him. Garden responded that he was simply an injured soldier, unable to fight on the battlefield, and a burden eating away at resources, which was how everyone saw him. Garden stated that Diop didn't understand. Garden asked if there was ever a reason to save someone's life. Garden clarified that Diop was an injured soldier, and he was a military physician who treated injured soldiers. Garden stated that that was all there was to it, asking if there was another reason needed. Diop thanked Garden profusely. Tears streamed down Diop's face. Garden admitted that he only said that to earn a bonus. It seemed to have worked, as Theodore and Guinness observed the scene. Theodore and Guinness watched as the crowd expressed their admiration. The praise continued to pour in. The system declared that Garden's internal organs applauded him for not needing a lie's permission ticket. The system announced that Die-Off and the surrounding soldiers were deeply moved and shocked by Garden's words. The system stated that whether Garden's statement was sincere or not didn't matter. His story would now spread across the entire injured soldiers' camp as a heartwarming tale, and he would be revered as a saint by everyone in the camp. The system added that Garden's revolutionary concept of managing injured soldiers on the battlefield would earn him a lasting place in medical history. The history of Garden's actions was being recorded. As a reward for his significant social and historical medical achievement, Garden was awarded 5,000 HP, bringing his current total to 5,400. The scene shifted. Over 2 days, Garden completed urgent surgeries alongside Sir Garden. The patients seemed to be recovering well. Thanks to the awestruck admiration of the camp's soldiers' guard, Garden's medical reputation points, GDP, rose to 98. The skill My Hands Are Healing Hands had reached level 3, allowing for brachial plexus anesthesia, which would numb the arms, shoulder, and other areas during surgery. Garden realized that brachial plexus anesthesia was insane. Garden realized he could now fully anesthetize an entire arm. In modern times, a simple antibiotic ointment or disinfectant would suffice for these wounds. But in this era, untreated infections led to disastrous amputations. It was said that if they didn't amputate immediately, the wound would start to rot. The severity of the infection was undeniable, and the possibility of amputation loomed large. To prevent soldiers from losing limbs to cellulitis, they needed to fight the infections and develop proper treatments. Cellulitis, an acute bacterial infection affecting the dermis and subcutaneous tissue. Garden, with his healing hands, believed he had a plan. He intended to start by cleaning and closing the wound. Suddenly, he recalled a unique medicine and treatment method. The treatment method came from the elves in the mid to late chapters of Sword Emperor. He understood. By applying their methods, Garden thought he might be able to create antibiotics. Sir Garden, Damien, let's step outside for a moment and talk. First, Sir Garden. While Garden was away, he needed them to improve the camp's hygiene. Theodore and Damien listened intently. Theodore understood, but he questioned what he meant by while you're away. Garden explained that he would be away for a bit, heading out with Damien. Theodore was shocked and asked what about him. With 6 kingdom soldiers assigned by Adeolin and a guide, they headed into the forest. Their guide's name was Timap. Timap confirmed that his hometown was nearby, so he was familiar with the area. He would guide them along the shortest route. One of the soldiers asked if Timap was sure he knew the way. Timap retorted that he had read about it in a book. Diop, visibly concerned, questioned if they were going too deep into the forest. The other man asked if he remembered the title of every book he had read. The man with long dark hair thought to himself that the young master was a bit odd sometimes. The young master puffed out his cheeks. The young master stated that he thought they were going too deep into the forest. It was noted that in such a remote area, they might even accidentally wander into the territory of an Apollo's nest. The young master responded, "Oh, yeah, probably," as he looked at a strange color monster. The young master was asked not to tell them that they were heading to an Apollo's nest. Someone told everyone to calm down, asking about the Apollo's nest, while another voice noted that in such an isolated area, they might end up in their territory. It was stated that as long as no one messed with them first, Apollos were generally docile. The young master asked if that wasn't just common knowledge. It was stated that no sane person would mess with an Apollo's nest. Someone thought that he was a rational guy after all. It was reiterated that he was a rational guy after all. Someone thought that he was going to lead them straight to the nest, and nearly had a heart attack. The group continued their trek through the forest, unaware of the plans being made. Meanwhile, the man with the ponytail declared that instead of fighting, they would kidnap the queen. Theodore, however, believed that kidnapping the queen was the same thing as fighting. The rest of the group seemed to share Theodore's sentiment. Someone off-panel remarked that the information being discussed was common knowledge. Another person wondered aloud if they were wrong. The group emphatically agreed that they were absolutely right. The man with dark red hair declared that they wouldn't mess with their enemies. Instead, they would kidnap their queen. The group erupted in laughter, one of them calling the red-haired man a shameless mastermind. The red-haired man was amused that he had kept his mouth shut the whole way there, only to spring this plan on them now. A status screen appeared, indicating that the individual's internal organs were criticizing their lack of morals, throwing them 100 HP begrudgingly, as if feeding a disliked child. Their current HP was 5,500. Theodore wondered what the big deal was. Theodore realized that if he'd told them earlier, they'd have refused to come along or insisted they head back to camp. Theodore thought that was a completely normal reaction, of course, but he had to get his hands on that queen. It was revealed that the substance the queen secreted contained incredibly potent antibiotic properties. Extracting the queen's secretion, it was said, could save countless injured soldiers in the camp from infection. If they had that secretion, no one would need to lose their limbs to amputation. Suddenly, a voice called out, demanding they stop. Theodore's companions looked on with concern, questioning the strange expressions on their faces. One of them stated the obvious: there was a problem. He reminded Theodore that even docile Apollos were still powerful monsters. He continued, explaining that even a docile Apollos would turn vicious if its nest or larvae were disturbed, asking if Theodore was aware of this. Theodore simply replied that he was. The man pressed on, stating that Theodore must also know how dangerous it was to kidnap the Queen Apollos. Again, Theodore confirmed that he did. The man questioned why Theodore was still going through with this plan, stating that if he pulled that thing, it was basically treason. The man sighed, saying he already knew Theodore had a tendency to take reckless actions, having seen it countless times while serving him. Theodore remained silent, his expression unreadable. The man declared that this time was different, that Theodore had crossed the line. Theodore asked if he had crossed the line. The man asked who Theodore intended to assign the task of kidnapping the queen to, reminding him that the person assigned would definitely be attacked viciously by every Apollos in the nest. Theodore's companion expresses disbelief at his plan, questioning if he is serious. Theodore denies that he is seriously planning to do something so crazy himself. Theodore insists that he is not, but his companion accuses him of doing it anyway. Theodore's companion is shocked and demands an explanation. Theodore assures him that he will not get hurt or die, claiming he has a safe plan. Theodore calls out for Go See Him. Go See Him appears, and Theodore asks if he called for him. Theodore declares that he will explain his plan. Theodore begins to explain his plan, stating that first, they must approach the Apollo's nest. The Apollo's nest is discovered. Theodore continues, saying that they should give the side of the nest a good solid smack, which should make the Apollos swarm angry. Theodore explains that Go See Him will eat a red sunflower seed and grow bigger, after Damien was counterattacked. Go See Him uses the skill gigantification. Theodore says that once Go See Him is grown, they should hide underneath his enlarged self, as the Apollos can't pierce his spikes, so they will be safe. The giant Go See Him deflects the Apollos' attacks with its spikes. Theodore outlined his plan. While the others in Go See Him kept the Apollos occupied, he would sneak into the nest and snatch the queen. He gave a thumbs up, a determined glint in his eyes. Damien acknowledged the plan, but he was concerned. Even if they successfully kidnapped the queen, the relentless Apollos would not give up chasing Theodore and Sir Go See Him. Damien continued, stating that the Apollos would never stop unless something like a fire broke out in their nest. Theodore remained confident, his expression unwavering as he faced Damien. Theodore's words seemed to have an effect, as Damien acknowledged that he understood the plan and told everyone to move out. Damien thought to himself that Theodore was truly a ruthless person. He knew that the Apollos' nest was a dangerous place. Theodore promised a special bonus, demanding that they keep their mouths shut. Theodore smirked, his expression suggesting he knew more than he was letting on. The soldiers whispered amongst themselves, noting that Theodore was the crown prince of Magentano and wondering if he would do anything too insane. One of the soldiers remarked that the military doctor performed miracles, even if they got hurt. Another soldier commented on how nice the air was, now that he was getting a bonus. The soldiers hoped that with those miracles, the doctor would be able to save them. They reaffirmed that they were heading for the nest. The group made their way through the forest, heading towards the Apollo's nest. Theodore pushed through the tall grass, carefully making his way forward. He peered through the stalks, the Apollo's nest looming in the distance. The nest buzzed with activity as countless Apollos flew around it. The sheer number of the creatures was staggering. Theodore pressed onward, trying to remain hidden. Guinness considered that a special bonus might not be enough for this mission. Meanwhile, one of the other hunters remarked that the nest was much bigger than he'd heard. The red-haired hunter realized that if they hadn't masked themselves with the scent of wildflowers, they would have been discovered by now. He knew he needed to learn their movements and land a strong, precise hit. Damien was being counted on. The group continued to move forward, deeper into the Apollos' territory. The red-haired hunter was shocked by something he saw. The Apollos swarmed around them. Guinness, having fallen, wondered what was going on. Guinness's companion whispered, questioning if he had been caught because he clumsily tried to hide his presence. Guinness retorted that he had concealed his presence perfectly. Whatever the case, the companion wondered what they should do now. The man with long dark hair stated that since they were already caught, they should just hit them hard and run. The man moved forward. He realized that in this situation, he would have to use the technique he had been practicing. The companion thought that Damien was a crazy idiot and wondered what was wrong with his mana heart, stating that it was too unstable. It was believed that if Damien's mana reversed its flow, it would be a disaster. Guinness shouted Damien's name. Guinness shouted that Damien couldn't do that. Damien continued to channel his power. Damien's eyes glowed with power. Damien raised his hand, channeling the energy. Guinness shouted. Damien's power surged. Guinness wondered what was happening. The figures in the distance were larger than the Apollos, prompting questions about their identity. Towering above, the creatures buzzed with menacing energy. One of the creatures struck down a smaller foe. The battle intensified as more of the giant insectoids swarmed the area, their mandibles snapping. The ground trembled as the colossal beings clashed. Nearby, Theodore wondered aloud why they were fighting. Theodore and the other man looked on with concern. Below, one of the giant insectoids descended. Theodore and Damien watched as the creatures clashed. Theodore wondered why they were fighting. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque wasp-like creature descended upon them. Its armored body gleamed ominously. The creature moved with terrifying speed. Damien, shielding Theodore, realized they were going to die. Theodore realized this wasn't a hunt, but a massacre. The Vesperos attacked with brutal efficiency. The battlefield was soon littered with bodies. Someone exclaimed that the creature was much bigger than the Apollos, identifying it as a Vesperos. Theodore repeated the name, Vesperos. It was explained that these monstrous wasps feed on Apollos and can kill hundreds with ease, but the real problem was someone shouted for everyone to get up. Another person stated that they had been spotted. Someone asked for clarification, questioning what they just heard. The monstrous Vesperos have spotted the group. The Vesperos emit a terrifying screech as they descend upon the group. Amidst the chaos, someone shouts Damien's name, likely warning him of the imminent danger. The young master is asked what they should do and if they can even escape. Another person questions why they came to such a dangerous place, blaming someone for the mess they are in. The young master is asked if they are doing this for his benefit. Silhouetted figures flee in terror from the Vesperos. Damien realizes he needs to buy them some time. Damien prepares to fight. Damien unleashes a powerful attack. Damien stands ready, his sword gleaming. The young master and another companion watch Damien's actions. Someone shouts for everyone to hide behind a nearby rock. The group tumbled down the rocky slope, desperately trying to escape the Vesperos. The fall was rough, but they had to keep moving. One of the men, catching his breath, realized he hadn't had a chance to warn them about something. He explained that Vesperos had a habit of thoroughly cleaning up after they were done hunting and killing. The other man questioned what he meant by cleaning up. He clarified that the Vesperos gathered all the Apollos' corpses into one place, tracking down and killing any Apollos that were still alive or hiding. Once their hunt and massacre were over, the Vesperos would search every inch of the area, leaving nothing alive, including them. The man with the red hair looked up, fear etched on his face as he imagined the Vesperos. The man in the vest urged them to run as far and as fast as they could, right now. The red-haired man, peeking from behind a rock, wondered about the queen larva. It was realized that the nest was as good as gone, and the queen larva and everything else would not survive. Saving the queen larva was completely out of the question. A Vesperos flew through the air. The Vesperos continued its flight. The two men covered their mouths in fear. The Vesperos continued their relentless pursuit, their movements precise and coordinated. Their sharp claws and stingers glinted menacingly as they closed in on their prey. The group found themselves cornered, the Vesperos closing in rapidly. One of the men checked on the crown prince, asking if he was all right. Suddenly, Theodore was grabbed and pulled away, crying out in surprise. Theodore was dragged through the forest, the trees blurring past him. He was then flung into the air, sent flying. The force of the impact sent him crashing through the undergrowth. Theodore complained that he had been kicked in Cremo and was now being thrown around. Damien warned Theodore that he would be losing a month's salary. As Theodore landed on someone, The person asked Timap why he was so fast. Timap explained that he used to live in the forest, so he was good at running, and then asked where Damien and the Amboise Knights were. Timap pointed in a direction, indicating where they were. He stated that they were over there. Damien was seen in the distance, ready to strike. The figure with dark hair continues to strike down the Vesperos. Another Vesperos falls. The dark-haired figure continues their assault. The Vesperos are no match for the figure's attacks. Meanwhile, Timap wonders how the Vesperos keep finding them so easily. Timap realizes that it must be the smell of wildflower pollen, petals, and sap, the method they use to lower the hostility of the Apolos, that is attracting the Vesperos. Timap wonders what they should do. He knows that fighting them is impossible, and even if Damien and the Knights go all out, they might only manage to take down 10 of them. Diop thinks hard. Diop has an idea. Diop asks Timap to let him borrow his backpack for a second. Timap asks what Diop is going to do with the canteen. Diop explains that he brought liquor for temporary disinfecting. Diop says that if wasps are anything like his namesake, he bets they love alcohol. Diop yells for the Vesperos to please like it. The Vesperos continued their assault. If they were discussing the taste differences between bees and wasps, the wasps went crazy for it. The advance of the Vesperos halted. They had suddenly stopped attacking, and one of the men wondered why. The Vesperos were clearly distracted. The plan had worked. The soldiers urged Sir Garden to take his last chance and run, insisting that he had to escape now. One of the men argued that if they ran now, everyone would die. Theodore asked what they were talking about, and the other man confirmed that it was true. Diop explained that the Vesperos were only distracted because they were drawn to the smell of the liquor he had thrown. One of the men asked if they could just hide while the Vesperos were distracted. Theodore wondered how long the smell would last with such a small amount of liquor and if they could get to a safe place before the effect wore off. He then asked what they were supposed to do. Diop told Timap to get the torches ready and prepare the fire. One of the men wondered what would happen if the elves scolded them for this later. An urgent voice urged haste, leaving the other to stammer a reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, someone expressed confidence that a plan was in motion. The question hung in the air. Elsewhere, the torches were confirmed to be ready, soaked in oil and lit, awaiting the signal. The order was given, throw it. The torches were launched. The forest burned, the flames consuming everything in their path. Giant insect-like creatures swarmed through the inferno. The creatures flew through the burning forest. More of the insect-like creatures flew through the forest. The insect-like creatures continued to fly through the burning forest. Amidst the chaos, people fled from the swarm of insect-like creatures. A warning echoed, urging those who didn't want to burn to death to run. The people continued to flee the insect-like creatures. Theodore coughed, struggling to breathe. Someone fell to the ground, gasping for air. Another person asked if Theodore was okay. Theodore's companion warned that if he fainted there, he would die. Theodore responded that he knew that. Amidst the chaos, a voice offered a simple solution. Damien Kyan, his expression grim, prepared to act. His hands tightened, ready to bear the weight. Damien hoisted Theodore onto his back, carrying him through the inferno. Nearby, others questioned the wisdom of treating the crown prince in such a manner, but received no clear answer. Damien reassured a worried companion that once they escaped, everyone would be safe. The group pressed on, acknowledging their young master's command. Their path was blocked by a monstrous insect. The Queen Vesperos loomed, a terrifying figure. Panic gripped the group as they realized the Queen Vesperos had arrived, and they were all doomed. Someone cried out in disbelief, questioning the Queen's presence and calling out to Damien. The dire situation caused some to reflect on Damien's unusual tension and intimidation, a state they had never witnessed before. Damien, visibly shaken, wondered what he should do, his concern focused on the present danger. The group's fate hung in the balance. If Damien, their strongest sword and sturdiest shield, was shaken, their situation was dire. To ease Theodore's tension, Garden planned to use acupuncture by identifying the flow of his chi and blood. As Garden prepared, a skill-specific option activated, meridian scanning. The system began scanning for lock-on targets. Theodore, still being carried by Damien, could only see the monster. Garden realized that even insects were living creatures and must have meridians. He realized that the Queen Vesperos' energy flow was as plainly visible as a yellow mutt. Garden could see it, realizing that they could not only survive but also take down the Queen Vesperos. He could see the entire flow of its main meridians and even the placements of its acupoints. Damien, Theodore exclaimed that he had a great idea. Damien questioned if Theodore was joking, asking what his great idea was. Theodore told Damien that if he wanted to survive, he needed to listen to him, promising to predict the monster's movements and guide him. Theodore instructed Damien to get down, but Damien questioned how. The Queen Vesperos descended. It was coming closer. Theodore shouted that it was coming back, instructing them to stay down and take 5 steps forward. The Queen Vesperos descended upon them, its massive form blotting out the light as it targeted the group. The sudden attack caught the others off guard, and they cried out in alarm. The Queen Vesperose's eyes glowed menacingly as it prepared to strike. With a burst of speed, the Queen Vesperose lunged forward. Seeing the danger, Theodore commanded the others to fall back, declaring that he and Damien would handle the situation. The physician acknowledged his orders. Theodore then told Damien to do as he was told. Theodore instructed Damien to roll to the 2 o'clock direction, aiming for the space between the Vesperose foreleg and middle leg. He then commanded Damien to leap forward. Damien, following Theodore's instructions, yelled as he prepared to move. Theodore continued to guide Damien, telling him to twist his body clockwise and slice horizontally through the midsection. Damien followed through with the attack. From behind a tree, onlookers watched the battle unfold. One of them remarked that it looked like they didn't need to step in. Another agreed, noting that they were doing so well that getting involved might just get in the way. Damien's attack connected with the Queen Vesperose. Having successfully struck the Queen Vesperose, Damien was instructed to roll to the side. He followed the instruction, rolling away from the Queen. Theodore, still piggybacking on Damien, told him not to mimic the sounds of the Queen's attacks, urging him to focus. Theodore instructed Damien to dodge the antenna and take 2 steps to the right, then knock it upward. Following Theodore's precise instructions, Damien deflected the attack with the back of his blade. He was then told to jump. Damien jumped, narrowly avoiding another attack. Theodore then instructed Damien to land on the Queen's back and strike down at the base of its left hind wing, performing a vertical spinning slash. Theodore warned Damien that the Queen's right wing was coming at him, telling him to dodge and stomp on it. Damien dodged the wing. Theodore then told Damien to land on the tree behind him. Damien landed on the tree. He continued to follow Theodore's instructions, moving with precision. Theodore explained to Damien that while he could see all of the Queen's movements, this kind of attack wouldn't finish it off. Theodore looked concerned as he spoke to Damien. Theodore declared that the next attack would be perfect as the Queen Vesperose approached. He then instructed Damien to get ready, counting down to the moment of attack. With a shout, Damien launched himself forward. His blade cut through the air. Damien noted that they had about 3 seconds and told Theodore to hold on. The blade continued its descent. It struck the Queen Vesperose with a burst of energy. The impact rippled outwards. The Queen Vesperose was engulfed in a blinding light. Theodore and another man watched with bated breath. The other man declared that it was over, but Theodore corrected him. The Queen Vesperose was still standing. Theodore told Damien that they would dodge again, find another opportunity, and strike. Damien, confused, asked Theodore to repeat himself, but Theodore told him to stay still and wait for now. The Queen Vesperose remained poised to strike. The tension was palpable as they prepared their next attack. Damien wondered how much longer they would have to wait. Suddenly, Damien heard Theodore's voice. He commanded him to strike, declaring it was time for his irresistible twin blades. Damien, poised and ready, taunted the Queen Vesperose, urging it to face him. The Queen Vesperose, caught off guard, was struck directly under its compound eye, a mere half a handspan away. Theodore's voice echoed in Damien's mind, instructing him to follow his commands precisely. A blinding flash of light erupted as Damien unleashed his attack. The twin blades sliced through the air, aimed directly at the Queen Vesperose. The attack landed with devastating force, the impact shaking the very air around them. The Queen Vesperose reeled from the blow, its armored body momentarily staggered. The Queen Vesperose was struck, the force of the attack evident in its reaction. With the attack complete, Theodore declared that it was done. The massive insect buzzed, seemingly weakened. It looked, someone observed, as if a mosquito had been directly hit by pesticide. Nearby, Theodore stated that they should see what happens next. The vital points were identified: leg joints, chest, back, lower abdomen, and the point below the last compound eye. In human terms, it was explained these corresponded to the major acupuncture points on the governing vessel and conception vessel meridians. While not 100% certain, this was deemed the most likely method. Someone remarked that it seemed to have worked because the weaknesses were targeted. Theodore asked if the places they were instructed to stab were all pre-identified weaknesses. Guinness confirmed this, of course, and Theodore wondered how he even knew those. Guinness responded that he could just see them like, "Oh, hitting there will hurt." Theodore exclaimed, asking if it wasn't obvious and if Guinness couldn't see that. Guinness asked if Theodore couldn't see that he was a swordsman. He found it strange and told Theodore to try harder, seriously. The massive insect continued to fall. Smaller insects swarmed around the larger one. The smaller insects continued to swarm. The massive insect crashed to the ground. Theodore and Guinness watched the scene unfold. Amidst the chaos, someone called out for a military doctor as the insect swarm descended. The remaining insects continued their assault, undeterred by the fall of their queen. Theodore, amidst the carnage, could only utter a confused The insects flew through the air, their attacks relentless. The battlefield was littered with the fallen, both human and insect. Theodore and Damien stood amidst the destruction, the fire still raging around them. One of the soldiers, witnessing the scene, remarked that monsters were truly terrifying. Theodore, looking up, seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, rain began to fall, and the soldiers rejoiced, thankful to be alive. Despite their survival, the soldiers knew they were ruined. They questioned the point of defeating the Vesperos queen if they couldn't even save the Epheros queen's larva. It was revealed that the queen's larva had been securely taken away, and they had been planning to treat injured soldiers with antibiotics to extend their lives significantly. Theodore looked up at the rain, a tear rolling down his cheek. He realized they had wasted too much time looking for a new nest, and if they delayed any further, all the injured soldiers would die. Theodore urged Damien to check the nest. The rain continued to fall, obscuring the already grim landscape. Inside the nest, the group advanced cautiously through the dimly lit tunnels. Theodore and Damien surveyed the scene, the aftermath of the battle evident in the fallen insect soldiers. The lifeless bodies of the insect soldiers lay scattered across the floor. The group continued deeper into the honeycomb-like structure. One of the men stated that it appeared everything was dead and suggested they simply return. Theodore countered that after all their trouble, they should at least grab what was left. The man questioned what Theodore meant by what's left, wondering if there was honey to be found. Another man thought that Theodore's suggestion was inappropriate for the situation. Deeper inside, the honeycomb structure dripped with an unknown substance. The group observed a large insect soldier lying amidst the debris. Theodore remarked that they were completely ruined, but Damien thought it seemed like it. Damien sighed, realizing there was nothing gained at all. Damien wondered if something was still alive. Damien told Theodore to let him check first. Damien noticed something and questioned what it was. Theodore wonders if the large insect is the Epheros queen. The massive insect lies still. The insect is motionless. Damien stands guard, his sword at the ready. Theodore confirms that the insect is definitely dead. Theodore notices movement near the insect's torso and asks Damien to help him push the abdomen. Theodore urges Damien to push harder, believing it might be something valuable. Damien agrees. A surge of golden energy erupts. As the energy intensifies, Damien cautions Theodore to be careful. A small, glowing creature is ejected from the insect's body. The golden energy dissipates. Theodore is shocked by the creature's appearance. Theodore stares at the creature. Theodore continues to stare at the creature. The small creature wonders aloud, Kalaka? Theodore held the small creature, wondering if it was the Epheros queen's larva. The creature responded with a soft sound. Theodore considered if it wanted a banana snack, but then dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Damien wondered if they should knock it out since it was still a monster. The creature responded to Damien's statement, making a noise. Damien realized that it understood them. Theodore asked if it could understand him, and it responded by turning to the left. Theodore exclaimed that it was really the queen's larva. They had managed to get the queen's larva, so it was a success. Theodore recalled that in Magic Sword Chronicles, it was mentioned that the Epheros queen and her larva could communicate with elves, wondering if it was intelligent. The larva made another sound. Damien realized that it could really communicate, just like a little elf. The larva made another sound, and Damien wondered why that one had been sleeping non-stop after fighting. Theodore asked if by that one he meant that thing. The larva made another sound. Damien realized that they fought each other and both ended up dead, leaving this little one alone. Damien asked if it wanted its mom to wake up soon. Damien explained that its mom fought that big bad guy and got really tired, so she needed to sleep for a while. The larva, nestled in someone's arms, coos happily. Theodore tells the larva to stay with him until its mother wakes up. He thinks it feels wrong to lie, but since the Epheros swarm is wiped out, this little one is all that's left. Theodore reasons that if they keep talking there, the larva's mother won't get proper rest, so he suggests they go play outside. The larva is soft and warm. Feeling comforted by its fluffy and cozy texture, Theodore decides to name it. The Epheros queen larva is named Cuckoo. Applauding Theodore's quick thinking to protect Cuckoo's innocence, he's been granted 500 HP, bringing his current total to 6,500. Theodore declares that from now on, its name is Cuckoo. Theodore tells Cuckoo that if they're going to play outside, there's something he needs it to do, asking if it can help him out. An order is given for everyone to return to the camp. The group is finally going home. The forest is covered in snow. Someone recalls setting the forest on fire back in their day. The elf states that people didn't do that, and their generation couldn't even imagine doing such things. The elf exclaims about kids these days. The ground erupts in a burst of light and debris as someone vows to find their enemies and make them pay. Their eyes glow with intense determination. Meanwhile, a photograph captures a moment of holiday cheer, showing two figures dressed in festive attire, celebrating Christmas. The journey had been long, but they had finally arrived at their destination. The camp bustled with activity. Damien remarked on Sir Garden's consistency. Cuckoo announced their arrival, stating that this was the wounded soldiers' camp he had spoken of. Gozium exclaimed that they had arrived. Cuckoo confirmed that nothing unusual had happened at the camp and asked about the wounded. Cuckoo explained that the wounded were resting, but there was something else. He then introduced Cuckoo, the Apollo's queen larva. Cuckoo told the larva to say hello to Sir Garden. The larva responded with a Cookia. Damien questioned if he had said a queen larva. Cuckoo reiterated that they had arrived at the wounded soldiers' camp. Theodore was surprised to hear that it was a queen Apollo's larva. Cuckoo explained that from now on, Theodore would help prevent and treat infections for the wounded. Theodore asked Cuckoo to repeat what he meant, clearly confused by the sudden assignment. Someone remarked that the Gozium looked heavy and offered to take it. Gozium, the giant bee, was the subject of their attention. Theodore chuckled softly. It was identified as the Vesperose Queen, prompting someone to ask where it had been found. It had been picked up. Someone questioned what the plan was for the Vesperose Queen. Theodore declared he was going to brew liquor, which surprised the other man. The Vesperose Queen remained the center of attention. Elsewhere, a group of people stood together. The scene shifted to a view of a building. Theodore was speaking to Cuckoo. Cuckoo explained that once a month he needed to spit out that from his stomach, which, when mixed with purple cloud ointment, was great for burns and skin regeneration. Theodore was told that Cuckoo specialized in treating external injuries. With that, they would heal all the wounded people out there, Cuckoo declared. It was pointed out that Theodore was willing to help, but since it was his first time, he didn't know how to do it, prompting him to think. Theodore considered the situation. He hadn't expected Cuckoo to be so difficult to make vomit, but the creature was willing to cooperate, which presented a new challenge. He needed to find a way to induce vomiting. Cuckoo tilted its head, looking up at Theodore. Theodore wondered if pressure point scanning would work. The pressure point scanning locked onto the target. With the target successfully locked on, Theodore considered acupuncture. He thought it might help Cuckoo throw up smoothly. Cuckoo looked up curious. Theodore noted that, for human, this spot corresponded to the outer ridge point. He recalled the principles of emetic therapy using the Yonto method, which involved a sharp, piercing stimulus on the main point and a dull, subtle pressure on the opposing point. Theodore hoped he could hit the vomiting center just right. It worked. Theodore thought it would be liquid, but it was a bead. He found it fascinating that it even smelled like mint chocolate. Just then, Theodore was informed that the materials sent by Princess Adeline had arrived. Cuckoo made a small noise. Theodore found the situation curious. With the materials now at hand, Theodore declared that they could begin. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood near a rocky outcropping. Back with Theodore, he was informed that garden was the solution. Theodore stated that with Adeline's materials and Cuckoo's bead, the preparation was complete. A clear liquid was poured into a pot filled with a red substance. Suddenly, a voice called out for Damien to act. Damien, focused and determined, channeled his energy. He sat before a large pot, his efforts causing steam to rise from within. Theodore, looking distressed, shouted in frustration. He swung a rod with all his might. Another man offered to take over, but Theodore refused, determined to continue. He couldn't afford to fail, not when Cuckoo only produced one bead a month. If he messed up, they would be helpless for an entire month, and by then, the wounded would all be dead. The stakes were high, with the threat of infections looming, but he would take the first watch. Theodore pleaded for success, resolving that he could do this. With a shout of, "Let's go," Cuckoo echoes the sentiment. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of figures stand near a cauldron. Back with Theodore, he is asked if he has named the ointment yet. He confirms that he does have a name for it, and asks if they want to hear it. Theodore smiles, holding his Cuckoo plush. Beaming, Theodore holds up a small vial. Theodore stands among his colleagues, the sun shining brightly. It is announced that he has successfully created the first ever antibiotic ointment in the history of the Laurasia continent, named Redecasol. Redecasol marks the beginning of a new, unprecedented era in antibiotic treatment and its widespread use. Furthermore, his achievement will be immortalized in medical history as the father of antibiotic therapy. His organs, reluctantly impressed by his exhausting efforts, contribute 800 HP to his health, bringing his current HP to 7,300. Theodore's expression shifts to one of strained determination. He steels himself, declaring that he is a physician. Theodore tells himself to get a hold of himself. A group of people stand outside a tent, murmuring amongst themselves. Inside the tent, two men smile at each other. Theodore prepares to apply the ointment, asking the patient to hold still. Theodore beams, holding the newly created Redecasol in his gloved hands. The ointment is applied to a wound. It appears to be working. Another application, another patient. The patient exclaims that the pain is gone. It was reported that the wound, covered in mold, already looks like it's healing. There is celebration for the physician. The Crown Prince Rakiel rejoices, stating that he has bonus years of life thanks to Redecasol. There is celebration for adorable Cuckoo. The people believe that Theodore is truly a miraculous physician. 10 days later, at Valois Fortress. The fortress stands tall, a beacon of defense. Someone reports that they have a report on the current state. Aside from minor skirmishes in the northeastern sector, there have been no major conflicts. It is believed that this is primarily because the main rebel forces are confirmed to be gathering here, targeting Valois Fortress. It seems they are gathering here, targeting Valois Fortress. That appears to be the case. Despite his advisor's pleas to push Javelin aside, the man chose to keep him close. He asks Javelin if this is how he repays his kindness. The commander sighed, wondering if there was anything else to report. Meanwhile, another officer reported an unusual case of remarkable success within one of the wounded soldiers' camps. Over the past 2 months, the survival rate of wounded soldiers there had surpassed 70%. The commander, surprised by the news, questioned the high percentage. Word of this camp had spread widely among the soldiers of all the kingdom's divisions. It was now believed among soldiers that, no matter how severe the injury on the battlefield, if they reached the 21st Support Battalion's wounded camp, they would survive. There was even a nickname circulating for the camp. The commander inquired as to what it was. Meanwhile, Garden stood among a group of men, his expression unreadable. Nearby, a military encampment sprawled across the landscape, a place they said was named for a corpulent military physician known as a miracle worker. Garden scoffed at the notion of miracles, finding the idea of a cult more plausible. One of the men beside Garden remarked that no one could possibly be better than Physician Chandler, a statement Garden didn't understand. Determinado, Garden jurou descobrir qualquer truque que estivessem usando. Elsewhere, the sound of snoring filled the air. Theodore, still asleep, mumbled about bonus life points. Nearby, Diop complained about Theodore's loud snoring, lamenting that he couldn't get any rest. Meanwhile, Azel Cremo was seen tending to a patient with a head wound. Theodore continued to snore loudly, despite the commotion. Azel remarked that it was no surprise Theodore was exhausted, as he had stayed up all night treating patients. Azel then addressed Theodore as young master. The situation took an unexpected turn as someone questioned, with a hint of urgency, what was happening with Sir Garden. Meanwhile, Theodore stretched, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Theodore's arrival was met with surprise, as it was revealed that active-duty military physicians were sent for training, leading to the realization that they were not rookies. The bearded man, seemingly in charge, looked around, noting that they were already short on hands and wondering where the new arrivals were. The man's attention was focused on the tent. Suddenly, a man with red hair introduced himself as military physician Rihan, expressing his honor to be there. The arrival of Rihan and another physician caused a stir. Rihan's sudden appearance prompted a confused reaction. Rihan apologized, explaining that he had gotten excited upon hearing that they were sent to help. Rihan then asked for their names, and the physician with long white hair introduced himself as Chandler. Rihan acknowledged that they must be tired from their journey, but emphasized that the first priority was to assess the condition of the wounded, urging them to follow him. The group began to move, following Rihan's lead. Rihan questioned why everyone was standing around and not moving. Chandler suggested that Rihan should show them to their quarters first. Rihan was taken aback, wondering why they wanted to rest when there were critically injured soldiers everywhere. The young boy's eyes widened in disbelief. The older man stated that they came on His Majesty's command to fulfill a noble mission, and that they had been marching for 6 straight days. Theodore listened intently as the physician spoke. Physician Chandler asked what the boy's name was again, reminding him that he was Physician Chandler. Chandler asked if he was saying that making them work immediately without rest was inconsiderate, to which Theodore replied, naturally, yes. Theodore asked if patients waited for a physician. Theodore pressed Chandler to tell him this. Chandler questioned how Theodore could so easily demand a rest just because he was tired, asking if there were any nobles among the dying soldiers. Theodore was taken aback, wondering what Chandler had just said and if there could be many noble officers. Chandler told him not to classify the wounded based on their status, and Theodore questioned what kind of nonsense this was. Chandler expressed his disappointment that Theodore had neglected something so basic. Chandler explained that wounded soldiers fell into 2 categories, nobles and commoners. Chandler stated that saving nobles brought fat rewards and boosted one's reputation. Chandler struck Theodore. Chandler, enraged by Theodore's defiance, declared that he had had enough of his nonsense. Those nearby questioned Chandler's actions, pointing out that he had struck a military physician. Elsewhere, a belief he had held since living in Korea was revealed. Chandler's anger was palpable as he continued to shout. He believed that a beating was the right answer for scum like Theodore. Theodore insisted that Chandler's actions were completely unfair. Damien demanded that Chandler apologize, or he would report him to the authorities. Someone questioned Damien's grounds for reporting the incident, to which he responded that it was obviously for violence. Chandler questioned how Theodore's actions constituted insubordination. He reminded them that they were sent there by His Majesty to learn, yet instead of following his guidance, all they had done was spew nonsense, which he considered defying a royal command. Chandler's anger intensified. Damien remained calm and collected. Theodore sat alone in a room. He was then found lying unconscious on a bed. A close-up revealed a bruise on Theodore's face. Theodore's face throbbed with pain from the blow. He groaned, struggling to recall what had happened and where he was. He had been moved to a resting tent, but he couldn't calm down, especially considering how this Rihan fellow's existence had demoted him, the top military physician, to second place. While Theodore was unconscious, others had been discussing Rihan. One of them mentioned speaking to soldiers about this Rihan fellow. They claimed that many wounded soldiers survived without needing amputations. The reason, it seemed, was due to an ointment he used, something like Redecasol. Also, he used spikes to poke all over the body and sang strange songs during surgeries that took away the pain. Theodore realized it was obvious now. He concluded that Rihan was a fraud, after all. No wonder Rihan punched him. Everyone had been fooled. The soldiers here, and even His Majesty, had been deceived. Theodore vowed to expose the dirty truth. Another man questioned where he was going. Theodore walked towards the tents. Theodore believed that at this hour, the fraudulent Rihan must be fast asleep. As expected, Rihan thought to himself, he didn't even bother to perform the basic post-surgical care that should be standard. Everyone knew that when you're injured or sick, bad blood accumulates, Rihan used. He believed he could make the process much faster. Theodore's eyes fluttered open. He demanded to know who Rihan was. Rihan told him that he was one of the new military physicians and that he shouldn't make a fuss, as he was in the middle of treating him. Theodore looked at him with suspicion. Theodore stated that he was told by physician Rihan to rest after his surgery today. Rihan questioned if he, a mere soldier, was questioning his medical expertise. Theodore stuttered, realizing that this person was so different from the kind physician Rihan. Rihan told him to consider himself lucky, as normally, someone like him wouldn't even treat someone of his rank. Rihan continued the procedure. Blood dripped into a bucket. Garden, with a sinister smile, declared that he was the top physician of the camp. The physician's smile widened, revealing a hint of madness. Meanwhile, Theodore's hand fell limply to the side as he muttered about the physician and feeling dizzy. Theodore's face contorted in pain as he struggled to stay conscious. Garden reassured him not to worry, stating that once all the bad blood was drained and fresh blood circulated, he would recover in no time. Theodore, barely conscious, stammered, trying to call out to the physician. His body went limp as he lost consciousness. Someone desperately tried to wake Theodore up. The desperate plea echoed, begging him to stay. Later that night, Rachiel was still awake in his chambers. He considered going out to look at the night sky. He sat up in bed, lost in thought. The night sky stretched out above the camp. Meanwhile, Azel lamented the perceived worthlessness of the military doctors. He dismissed them as useless, planning to send them back after their deployment period, caring only about accumulating more bonus lifespan. Speaking of which, it was the first time Azel had stacked over 200 days of expected lifespan, and at this rate, he would have over a year of extra lifespan saved up. Azel smiled as he looked at the numbers. He felt a sense of relief, the pressure of living on borrowed time, feeling lighter, allowing him to live with less anxiety. Suddenly, Azel heard someone calling out, telling him to wake up and stay with them. Azel realized that they were in the private rooms. He looked down, confused. Azel saw a scalpel and wondered what was happening. A bucket sits on the floor, filled with blood. The procedure is described as bloodletting therapy. Meanwhile, Rihan's anger boils over. Theodore, lying down, weakly questions who is present. Rihan shoves Pissarro out of the way, demanding that he move. Rihan questions what Pissarro thinks he is doing. Theodore questions what they are doing to his bonus lifespan. Others overhear the commotion and come to check on the situation. Pissarro insists that he is treating Theodore right now, questioning if Rihan calls that treatment. Pissarro declares that this is none of their concern. Rihan questions what Pissarro is doing this time. Rihan asks if Theodore is okay, as Theodore weakly calls out for physician Rihan. Rihan realizes that Theodore's vein is severed and that he needs to stop the bleeding immediately. Someone grabs a cloth. The cloth is pressed against the wound on Theodore's arm. Theodore curses. Someone expresses disbelief at seeing this deranged treatment, questioning pulling out dirty blood to force the body to heal. Pissarro continued his work, seemingly unfazed by the interruption. He stood over Theodore, a bucket collecting the blood flowing from the man's arm. Across the room, Rihan questioned Pissarro's methods, demanding to know why he was interfering with what he called a perfectly good treatment. Rihan, visibly frustrated, rejected the idea that this was an effective technique. He believed Pissarro was resorting to violence to suppress a rival. Rihan shouted at Pissarro to stop, accusing him of killing Theodore rather than treating him. Garden pointed out Theodore's deteriorating condition, questioning if he looked like he was recovering. The scene shifted to a close-up of Theodore, revealing that he was dying from massive blood loss. Garden challenged Pissarro, asking if he truly considered this a treatment. He accused Pissarro of ignoring the obvious signs that something was going wrong. Garden accused Pissarro of prioritizing his reputation over Theodore's well-being, suggesting he couldn't admit his mistake for fear of tarnishing his image. Rihan, visibly enraged, threatened to beat Pissarro to death if he didn't leave immediately. The tension between Rihan and Pissarro was palpable, their expressions reflecting their animosity. Pissarro, seemingly taken aback by the outburst, admitted that he couldn't continue as a physician anymore. Rihan's eyes widened, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Garden urgently called for Damien, demanding his assistance. Garden urged someone to come quickly, indicating the urgency of the situation. Garden instructed Damien to lift Lance's legs, emphasizing the need to keep as much blood flowing to his major organs and brain as possible. Damien acknowledged the order. The urgency of the situation was clear as someone shouted that Theodore's vein was severed and needed immediate suturing. Garden responded, steeling himself for the task ahead. Nearby, the pulse check was initiated, the room's atmosphere thick with tension. Meanwhile, a scanning process was underway, its purpose unknown. The comprehensive assessment revealed a grim diagnosis. Theodore was in a state of severe blood loss, with approximately 30% of his total blood volume gone, leading to reduced oxygen supply to the brain and loss of consciousness. The scan highlighted the critical state of Theodore's body. His blood pressure was critically low, his limbs were cold, peripheral circulation had failed, and signs of shock were detected. The situation was dire, a disaster demanding immediate action. But there were no needles, tubes, or anything else to do a direct transfusion. An option presented itself, a scalpel. Blood stained a hand, a testament to the severity of the situation. The gravity of the situation began to dawn on one of the onlookers. Amidst the chaos, someone urged Garden to hurry up with the sutures. Another man stammered in agreement, acknowledging the urgency. A display highlighted the state of Theodore's internal organs, stating that they were horrified by his insane actions. Theodore, struggling to focus, demanded silence. Another display indicated that Theodore's internal organs were showing a million question marks over his actions, concerned about his mental health, and sending him 100 HP as encouragement, leaving him with a current HP of 7,400. The mana circle slot began to activate. The system indicated that it was activating the storage function for the circle slot, noting that the storage function could not be used as the slot was currently empty. It detected human blood and inquired whether Garden would like to store the detected substance in the circle slot. Garden confirmed that he wanted to store the substance in slot 1. The system showed that slot 1 now contained 0.6 L of human blood, RH plus O, out of a possible 10 L. Meanwhile, Damien told the others that they were good to go and to step aside. Garden was using mana to perform a transfusion. The Yangshan acupoint, known as the body's second heart, was the perfect location. The transfusion was starting slowly, 0.01 L at a time. The process continued. The transfusion was working. Garden urged himself to keep going, little by little, making sure the flow didn't break. The process continued uninterrupted. The system indicated that Theodore had overcome hemorrhagic shock thanks to the emergency transfusion. Garden realized that it had worked, that it really worked. He had performed the ultimate act of altruism, consuming his own blood to save another life. Many witnesses saw a man on death's door being brought back to life by Garden's treatment. Since most people were unaware of the Azrahan heart technique and mana circle slot, Garden's actions would be perceived as a holy miracle. One man exclaimed that Garden was a physician and that this was expected of him, while another found it unbelievable. He breathed a sigh of relief, admitting he had barely managed to pull it off. Nearby onlookers whispered, confirming that the rumors were indeed true, and that it truly was a miracle. Another man exclaimed that the young master's actions were amazing, while the young master himself realized he had overdone it. He lamented that he had to do it again with his pathetic body. A man called out to the young master, asking if he was all right, while another begged the physician to take him as a student. Another man shouted that the physician had fainted. The man from before smiled, thinking to himself that saving a patient with just a touch was truly a miracle. Under the light of the full moon, the man stood in a forest. The man stood with a raven perched on his hand. A voice commanded to deliver the word. According to the report from the messenger bird, a miracle had occurred in a mere injury camp of the kingdom's army, no less. Someone asked if the physician had laid hands on the soldier's body and if no tools were used. The response was affirmative. Another man mused that the physician had saved the dying man with only his bare hands. The report of Garden's miracle was met with skepticism. Some wondered if it was merely an exaggerated rumor, despite the spy's claim of witnessing it firsthand. The idea of someone capable of saving a dying man with a mere touch was being considered. The possibility of a monarch supported by a saint was also considered. Theodore considered that bringing Garden under his command would be a tremendous advantage for the rebellion. He chuckled, deciding that Garden was certainly worthy of being called a saint. The idea of that saint was still on Theodore's mind. Theodore contemplated the implications of Garden's newfound fame. Outside the palace, the speaker declared that no matter the cost, whatever extravagant condition it takes, they must have him. Inside, the man considered the idea of a saint who can save lives with just a touch, finding it hard to believe. He then reasoned that rumors are always exaggerated. The man continued to paint as he thought that what matters is that people revere and look up to him. He believed that if someone like that stands by his side, he'll gain the support of the masses, and with their backing, he can turn this war around and seize victory. The moment a minor conflict arose with the Magentano Empire, they bowed their heads and sent a royal hostage. He declared this a disgrace to the kingdom and its people. The man declared that he can no longer tolerate Marrowbanger and his bloodline, which weakens Amboise. The man's face was shown in close-up. His eyes narrowed with determination. He vowed to pull them down from power himself. Someone asked if they would be guaranteed the best treatment if they joined the rebel forces. The answer was an emphatic, exactly. Theodore, seated across from the man, questioned if he was out of his mind. The man responded that it was a formal offer, noting that a rebel spy was openly approaching him. Theodore considered the situation, realizing the spy was a dispatch physician. The man speaking to Theodore stated that if he swore loyalty to his lord, he would be granted the highest honor and glory. Theodore thought that Javelin being his lord was too blatant. Theodore considered that it wouldn't matter, as there were more spies than just him. Even if he were executed, someone else would continue his mission and make the same offer. He wondered why Javelin wanted him. Theodore realized something. He recalled the rumor that he could save people just by touching them, and considered that it wasn't even a bad deal. Theodore thought that this place was pretty stable, but his life bonus had been growing too slowly. Theodore began using an abacus. The man speaking to Theodore wondered why he had an abacus. Theodore stated that he was going to do some calculations, having already gotten everything he could from the kingdom's army. Theodore realized that he had accumulated a fair bit of bonus life and HP, plus he gained the skill My Hands or Healing Hands. He wondered what if he joined the rebels for just 1 month, racked up some serious life bonuses, and then bolted to the imperial capital? Theodore considered adding that life bonus. Theodore thought that as soon as he returned to the royal palace, he would dispel his disguise magic, and there would be no more miracle physician nonsense. He wondered what he would gain if he sided with the rebels. Theodore's mind raced, the possibilities swirling within him. He marveled at his own growing intellect. Lost in thought, Theodore's expression was one of intense contemplation. Nearby, Guinness expressed his surprise at Theodore's quick decision. He had anticipated a more prolonged deliberation. Theodore considered the implications. If he were to join the rebel army, he pressed Guinness, seeking assurance of the promised benefits. Guinness, taken aback, responded with a hesitant, Guinness admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead. Theodore reminded Guinness that he had literally promised him the best treatment. He questioned if Guinness even knew how negotiations worked. Guinness clarified that his job was merely to extend the offer, nothing more. Theodore was incredulous, wondering how Guinness could be so unprepared. Theodore accused Guinness of not even knowing the basics of negotiation, pointing out that showing up empty-handed when making a pitch was bad form. He exclaimed that at the very least, Guinness could have brought a Bax's or a Vicks 500. Dim, it's Bacca's and Vita 500. It was a popular energy drink, LOL. Theodore, frustrated, told Guinness to never mind that. He instructed him to return to his lord and obtain precise and detailed terms. Damien Kyan, standing nearby, remarked that the situation was a serious burden for him as well. He remained silent for a moment. Damien asked if he was right or wrong. Theodore urged Damien to hurry up and get going. Damien stood partially concealed behind a curtain, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, someone questioned whether Garden was truly a saint or simply a lunatic. Elsewhere, Garden was informed that Damien had something to tell him. At the table, Theodore revealed that he was considering joining the rebels. Theodore's companions reacted with disbelief, questioning if he was running a fever or had lost his mind. Theodore insisted that he was serious. Theodore explained that the rebel spy came by every day, offering him a house and land. The spy also offered a whole lot of money. Theodore argued that siding with the kingdom was morally wrong. He reminded them that he came all the way there out of goodwill, determined to aid Amboise and care for its wounded soldiers, so siding with the rebels didn't make sense. Damien demanded to know why Theodore was acting this way. Theodore countered that he wasn't obligated to serve the Amboise kingdom's army just because he was the Magentano crown prince, and to him, both the rebels and the kingdom's forces were just foreign factions. Damien thought that Theodore's reasoning was outrageous, but it also made a kind of sense. The camp had been unusually quiet, one of the men observed, and they were barely receiving any new wounded soldiers. The other man explained that both sides were simply watching each other in a standoff near Valois Fortress. The camp was mostly past its dangerous period and now in a stable phase, so it felt like they had done all they could for the kingdom's army. Amidst the flurry of activity, one of the men was writing something down, declaring that he had it. He sighed, stating that orders were orders, lamenting the life of a salaried man. The other man said that he was deeply moved. The man emphasized that he saw patience as just patience, whether they were friend or foe. He instructed Sir Garden to deliver a message to the princess. The man was taken aback by what he was reading. He realized that he needed to let her know he was returning to Magentano, so he didn't just vanish suddenly. The man looked surprised. He added that he would also have the queen bee wine sent to the capital using overnight carriage delivery. One of the men stated that they needed to move without alerting the wounded, so they should get ready quickly. The men were shocked and saddened that they didn't even get to thank him. Theodore watched as the kingdom army bonuses faded into the distance. 3 days later, the landscape was barren, the only signs of civilization being the distant fortress. Meanwhile, at the fortress gates, Garden was informed that only the physician was allowed inside, per the Lord's instructions. One of the guards questioned if it was safe for Garden to go in alone, even if he was the leader of the rebels. Garden assured him that it was fine, stating that they wanted him on their side and that Go-Seum was with him, so there was nothing to worry about. Garden proceeded forward. He was welcomed, and he realized that this was Javelin, the fervent nationalist obsessed with restoring Amboise. Garden took another step forward, thanking him. The saint and the miracle physician had arrived. Javelin Flamberge, leader of the rebels, stood ready. Garden felt the immense pressure. He steeled himself. Javelin stated that he was pleased to meet him, the heart of the revolution. Javelin expressed his gladness that Garden had decided to stand with him, since he had brought him here as. Javelin declared that Garden would no longer have to dirty his hands with the blood of mere soldiers, now that he was an honored guest. The rebel leader smiled, his intentions still unclear. However, the man with the red hair seemed to have anticipated this, and he nervously responded that there was something else Javelin needed him to do. Javelin extended his hand, and the man hesitantly shook it. Theodore Palermo Magentano looked around, a puzzled expression on his face as he asked what was going on. Javelin Flamberge, standing beside Theodore, urged him to be quiet. Theodore wondered why Javelin was being so secretive. Javelin explained that someone might be eavesdropping, so he would use hand signals. He then addressed Theodore by name. Pissarro questioned if Javelin was implying that he didn't intend to leave the wounded in His Highness' care. Javelin insisted that was exactly what he was saying, and that they should return to the royal palace. Theodore, agitated, exclaimed that he knew this would happen. Theodore asked if Javelin thought he didn't realize that man was going to use him as a political propaganda tool. The surrounding guards looked on, confused by the exchange. A little while ago, something else had occurred. Lloyd Frontera told Theodore that from now on, he intended to entrust him with an even more significant and noble task. Lloyd added that it was because Theodore was as noble as himself, and asked him to publicly declare his support for the ideals of his revolution. Lloyd Frontera declared that together, they could create a new world. He intended to entrust Theodore with an even more significant and noble task. Lloyd Frontera stated that from now on, he intended to trust Theodore with an even more significant and noble task. Theodore, however, was in distress, thinking to himself that he had to escape right now. Lloyd Frontera asked him what he thought, and if it wasn't a good idea. Lloyd Frontera seemed pleased with himself. Theodore thought to himself that this was a disaster, and being used like this was never part of the plan. Theodore knew he had to escape right now. Lloyd Frontera commanded him to speak. Theodore stammered that he had something to say. Lloyd Frontera listened as Theodore explained that his girlfriend, who he promised to marry, said she'd break up with him if he didn't go see her by the end of the week. Lloyd Frontera remarked that he didn't seem like someone who'd have a girlfriend. Lloyd Frontera confirmed that Theodore was single. He asked if Theodore meant he'd like to briefly visit her to see her face, or something like that. Theodore agreed. Theodore exclaimed that was exactly what he meant. Lloyd Frontera, however, stated that he understood how physician Rihan felt, and that he probably wanted to fulfill his duties while caring for the wounded, but he hoped he understood that he could not allow him to take on that responsibility right now. Lloyd Frontera explained that until Theodore made the political declaration of support 10 days from now, it would be troublesome if the fact that he'd joined the Revolutionary Army were to become public. Lloyd Frontera asked if Theodore was concerned that his presence being exposed before then would weaken the impact of his declaration. Theodore confirmed that he'd hit the nail on the head. Lloyd Frontera stated that Theodore's declaration must be shocking enough to serve as a turning point for the Revolutionary Army. Theodore asked why not have him make the declaration of support right away. Theodore wondered what timing Lloyd Frontera was referring to, as the man stated that the timing wasn't right yet. Lloyd Frontera explained that Rihan would only feel genuine support for him when Theodore truly felt it himself. He added that it would be ideal if even a small part of Theodore's declaration carried sincerity, and that it must carry sincerity. Only then, Lloyd Frontera continued, would it be able to resonate with the hearts of the people. Theodore asked what he meant exactly. Lloyd Frontera told Theodore that he wanted him to stay close to the Revolutionary Army during these 10 days. He wanted Theodore to feel their spirit and come to resonate, even a little, with their ideals and goals, so that his declaration of support would carry sincerity. Lloyd Frontera then asked if Theodore was uneasy about not fulfilling his duties as a military physician. Theodore thought to himself that this wasn't what he had in mind. Since Theodore was so anxious, Lloyd Frontera said he would allow him to fulfill his role by appointing him as his personal physician, and that he should stay by his side 24/7. Theodore realized he was doomed. So that's how things stood now? Moving forward, they would even sleep together, Theodore realized. Theodore's companion asked what he was going to do, since they would even have to share a room. Theodore realized he had no choice but to flee to the capital. But there was a problem. On the way there, Theodore had noticed their defenses were formidable, and even if he aimed for the darkest hours, sneaking out seemed impossible. And with that sword master hovering around 24/7, there was no escape route. Theodore's companion acknowledged that he was aware of that too. The suffocating level of security was intense. Unless Damien became a swordmaster himself, sneaking out was impossible. Theodore asked his companion to just trust him for now, and that he would figure something out. Theodore, visibly frustrated, expressed his disappointment, stating that he had trusted the person he was speaking to, but their current situation was far from ideal. The other man remained seated, listening to Theodore's complaints. Theodore pressed him, asking what he intended to do about their predicament. The man responded that he would simply continue to complain about it. Feigning exhaustion, Theodore declared that it was late and he would head to bed first. Theodore's companion acknowledged that there was no way out of their current situation. Meanwhile, a grand palace stood bathed in moonlight. Inside, a messenger hurried down a corridor, a scroll in hand. The messenger arrived before a throne, where a figure sat waiting. The figure declared that he was late. The figure, Pissarro, explained that he had been compiling and organizing additional information, admitting that he had committed an unforgivable sin. He then prompted the messenger to speak. The messenger stated that this was the 107th regular report. He continued, stating that 5 days prior, the Crown Prince had left the Ambrose Kingdom's injured soldiers' camp, nicknamed the Healing Camp. Pissarro questioned why the Crown Prince had left the Healing Camp. The messenger explained that when they first received the report, they couldn't discern the Crown Prince's intentions. Pissarro stated that it took time to gather and analyze additional information. He then asked for a conclusion. The messenger revealed that, according to reports from their elite informants embedded in the Healing Camp, the Crown Prince sent a farewell letter to the Ambrose Princess. Pissarro asked for further elaboration on the farewell letter. The messenger stated that, in the letter, the Crown Prince informed the princess that his purpose there was now complete. He was informed that it was time for the individual to return to the royal side palace clinic. Furthermore, the request was made to have the Queen Vespero's liquor, stored in a large oak barrel, delivered to his residence. The man listening to the report simply asked if that was the case. The messenger confirmed that the report was concluded. The man acknowledged the report and dismissed the messenger, who expressed gratitude before departing. The messenger bowed deeply before the man seated on the throne. The man on the throne appeared to be deep in thought. He was relieved that someone was finally returning, hoping they would hurry back and show their father that they were safe. The man on the throne clenched his fists in anticipation. The man then began to laugh, his relief evident. Meanwhile, someone lay in bed, looking unwell. The person in bed felt that at this rate, they would never be able to return to the capital for the rest of their life, but then chuckled, stating that life really is. Nearby, Damien sat in a chair, watching over the person in the bed. The person in bed asked if they should begin the morning checkup right away, but Damien replied that there was no need for that. Damien stated that he was a sword master, and the person in bed was well aware of that. The person in bed then asked why they even shared a room, as they couldn't sleep at all due to the full-on 24/7 close surveillance. Theodore states that he knows his own body better than anyone else. Theodore then suggests that they have breakfast first. A lavish breakfast spread is laid out before them. As they begin to eat, Javelin takes a drink while Theodore watches him. Javelin remarks that he has already finished eating and that Theodore should take his time. Theodore thinks to himself that the situation is awkward and wonders what he is supposed to do when Javelin is staring at him. Theodore clears his throat and announces that he has finished eating. Javelin states that now that the meal is over, he may ask Theodore a question, prompting Theodore to ask what kind of question. Javelin replies that it is a simple one. Theodore thinks to himself that this seems like a scene he has seen somewhere before. Javelin asks Theodore what he would choose if he had to pick one of two options to revive the nation and its people. Theodore realizes that it is the same question Javelin asked in the Demon Sword Emperor. Theodore recalls that the first choice is for the physician to sacrifice himself. Theodore remembers that his family will face the most shameful and humiliating end. Theodore realizes that for generations to come, his descendants will be scorned and ridiculed by everyone. The choice hung heavy in the air, a silent question mark etched between them. Before Theodore could respond, the gravity of the decision was made clear. He would not be held accountable for his actions, nor would he have to atone for them. On the contrary, a bold decision would earn him eternal respect as a hero for generations to come. Regardless of which option Theodore chose, the nation and its people would be led toward prosperity. The question remained, which path would he choose? The weight of the decision pressed down on him. At a table, a man questioned why he wasn't getting an answer, stating there was no need to think about it for long. He knew that if he didn't give Javelin the answer he wanted, his head would be rolling on the floor in an instant, forced to sacrifice himself and bear disgrace. The question was whether slaughtering countless others and claiming honor was the only way a nation could be deemed sacred. That was right. Javelin was a man full of doubt, never trusting anyone easily, not even his closest aides. But whenever he found someone he wanted to keep by his side, there was always one question he would ask. And yet, no one had ever given him the right answer. Not even Javelin himself knew what the right answer was. He didn't know the correct answer to his own question, but he at least knew what the worst answer was. Hesitating, wavering between the two choices he had laid out. Even if he had intended to make someone his confidant, the moment they hesitated, he would cut their head off without a second thought. And he would do it without hesitation. The consequences would be swift and brutal. Don't tell me. You can't make a decision? The answer he wants is... Javelin, visibly angered, questioned the very legitimacy of the nation. The force of his words caused Theodore to flinch. Javelin paused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Meanwhile, the guard remained stoic, unmoved by the exchange. The guard stood ready, his sword gleaming in the dim light. Theodore, despite the tension, spoke his mind. Javelin questioned if Theodore truly meant what he said. He admitted that he should be furious, but strangely, he wasn't. The guard wondered if anyone had ever spoken to Javelin in such a way. Yet, Javelin felt a strange chord struck within his chest. Theodore realized that Javelin must be confused, having spent his entire life searching for an answer, only to hear it from someone else's mouth just before their death. Javelin, after a moment of contemplation, told Theodore to leave for the day. Pouring himself a glass of wine, the guard asked Javelin to repeat himself. Theodore stated that he would prefer not to see Javelin for the rest of the day. Javelin acknowledged Theodore's statement. Theodore, relieved to be alive, pondered how he would escape. The physician, Rihan, was directed to follow. Meanwhile, Garden was reminded that he was told not to be in Javelin's sight. Garden lamented that he was living right next to him, and at this point, Javelin could have spotted him easily. He called out for Damien to save him. It was believed that only blood could right the path to changing the world. Someone raised a glass of red liquid, perhaps blood, to the world. The glass was then lowered. The man holding the glass found the situation ridiculous. In a fit of anger, he shattered the glass in his hand. The crimson liquid dripped down. The title card appeared, the Crown Prince. Elsewhere, Damien was asked if they shouldn't help His Highness escape. It had been 3 days since he left Javelin's tent and entered the adjacent one. The idea of the Crown Prince serving someone like him was unthinkable. They realized there was nothing they could do for now, and they could only trust in His Highness. Suddenly, a guard demanded to know who was there. Akat Mitsud. Under the dim light of a lantern, 2 figures remained hidden amongst the trees. One gasped, overwhelmed by the events unfolding around them, while the other muttered about the strange circumstances they found themselves in. The sun shone brightly through the clouds. Elsewhere, a young man with red hair considered his options, noting that no one had searched for him in 2 days. He mused that if he made a move now, he might actually get somewhere, adding that he felt like taking a walk. Nearby, the man with dark hair, pulled back into a ponytail, cursed under his breath. Another man greeted them. The man with the ponytail ordered the red-haired youth to stay where he was. Physician Rihan understood the command. The man with the ponytail questioned how long Rihan planned on staying like that. Rihan responded that he would get ready to leave right away. The red-haired youth wondered if they weren't just going for a walk, adding that this was a damn hike. Rihan affirmed that he was, indeed, Physician Rihan. The man with the ponytail stated that he had been thinking about Rihan's rude and arrogant answer, and that he had reached a conclusion. The man with the ponytail declared that he could not accept Rihan's answer. Rihan realized that the man's eyes were still filled with confusion. The man with the ponytail stated that any sacrifice, in and of itself, is noble. The man with the ponytail looked down at Rihan. It didn't matter whether it was a choice made willingly or one dictated by the flow of history. The man with the ponytail thought, adding that the weight of spilled blood only makes their revolution more sacred. The man with the ponytail watched Rihan, considering the situation. He seemed to find the entire exchange to be nonsense. He mused that Rihan hadn't come to his realization on his own, having heard his life's answer from someone else. The man with the ponytail thought that it was no wonder Rihan was struggling to accept it, but that it was his problem to deal with. If it distracted him, all the better, as he would seize any opening. Rihan declared that he was out of there before inquiring about the other man's hand. Theodore dismissed it as a minor mistake during training, but Rihan doubted that anyone would believe that a sword master would make such a mistake. Theodore insisted that there was no need to worry, despite Rihan being his attending physician. He claimed it was just a small wound that would heal on its own. Theodore sighed, thinking to himself that the situation was painfully awkward and that he felt like he should say something. Rihan remarked on the fresh breeze. Theodore countered that there was no breeze at all. Rihan continued to insist that there was a fresh breeze. Theodore looked surprised. Suddenly, a cloud of dust kicked up around them, causing Theodore to cough. Theodore realized that Physician Rihan was completely different from him. Theodore thought that even though they had only been together for a few days, he felt at ease. He He wondered when the last time was that he had let his guard down like this, and if it had ever happened before. Theodore wondered if Rihan's answer could really be the one he had been searching for. He wanted to deny it, but deep down, Theodore already knew the truth. If so, he wondered what kind of relationship he wanted to have with this person. Theodore listened intently as Rihan spoke, his words hanging in the air. Rihan denied being a close aide or trusted subordinate. Instead, Rihan clarified that they were friends. Rihan then confessed that he had always wanted to be a painter. Theodore apologized, clearly surprised by this revelation, wondering where this sudden life story was coming from and why Rihan was acting so chummy. The conversation seemed to be going nowhere. Rihan insisted that he was serious, explaining that he had been interested in art since he was a child and still considered himself quite decent at it. Theodore then asked how Rihan ended up wielding a sword and becoming a sword master, to which Rihan responded that it was because of abuse. Theodore questioned if Rihan was talking about abuse. Rihan explained that every night, his father would whip him to make sure he never became a painter. Rihan continued, stating that when he was 12, they made a bet. If he passed the entrance exam for an art school, his father would respect his decision, but if he failed, he would follow his wishes and pick up the sword. Rihan revealed that he had passed the exam. Theodore asked why. Then, Rihan didn't become a painter. Rihan explained that his father canceled his admission, using his status to ensure his acceptance was revoked permanently. 10 days later, Rihan was wielding a sword. The revelation hung heavy in the air. Rihan's admission that his father had died prompted a sharp, accusatory question. Theodore's expression shifted, a mix of shock and disbelief etched on his face. Damien, unfazed by the outburst, remarked that he would leave the details to Theodore's imagination. Just as Theodore thought Damien was rambling, he dropped that bombshell. "You want to get out of there?" Damien observed that Theodore didn't seem very interested in his story, prompting a flustered denial. Damien stated that he understood who would genuinely care about someone else's tragic childhood. He then dismissed the topic, asking Theodore to take another look at his wound, noting that it seemed to be getting worse. Theodore gasped, seemingly noticing something significant. Theodore asked what it was that had caught Damien's attention. Damien noted that the wound looked like the early stages of cellulitis. Damien stated that he had examined the wound and would now conduct a more thorough diagnosis, initiating a pulse check. A scanning process began, initiating a pulse diagnosis. The comprehensive medical report was complete, identifying the examinee as Javelin Flamberge-Amboise, a 37-year-old human male. Damien observed that Javelin's physique was insane and that he was actually younger than him. Theodore, with wide eyes, exclaimed that there it was, while Raquel seemed to have discovered something as well. The screen displayed a warning. A severe case of chronic neurogenic migraines had been detected, and appropriate rest and relaxation were necessary to reduce emotional stress. The information sparked a realization. Severe chronic neurogenic migraines? If poor prognosis continued despite treatment, a decisive discontinuation was strongly recommended. The implications began to dawn on him. This was never mentioned in the novel. Could the great militarist, the fanatical nationalist Javelin, be a chronic migraine sufferer? He had never even considered the possibility. Suddenly, a notification appeared, declaring that his internal organs were envious of Javelin's. The screen continued to display the message that his internal organs were envious of Javelin's. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers exclaimed in awe, while others seemed to be preparing for something. The onlookers continued to marvel at the physique they were witnessing. One of the men admitted that he was jealous of that body, even suggesting they swap bodies instead. One of the onlookers seemed confused by the situation. Elsewhere, Javelin roared at someone, demanding they move faster. Javelin continued his tirade, asking if they even realized that if he collapsed from a migraine, none of them would function properly. He remained seated, exuding an aura of command. One of the onlookers declared he wasn't jealous, stating that if he lived like that, he'd run away in a day. The body's internal systems were preparing to envy Javelin, but thought better of it. Right? Migraines often lead to functional dyspepsia. He's getting chewed out by his own brain because of his neurogenic migraines, especially since the stomach takes most of the strain. By any chance? Javelin asks if the other man has frequent headaches. The other man states that he always spends every day thinking about how to break through Valois Fortress. He asks him to please just be honest with him, as that doesn't seem like the main issue. Theodore asks if he noticed something again. Theodore reflects that he was always curious why people call him a saint, and now he finally understands. Theodore thinks that he never imagined he could pinpoint the exact source of pain just like that. Javelin admits that he has headaches constantly. Theodore asks how he figured that out, as he's never told anyone before. Theodore says he just had a feeling, and that he can't even argue with that. Javelin wonders if Theodore really just sensed it. Javelin explains that honestly, it's not just a headache, and that even just breathing feels like someone is stabbing his skull with an awl. Theodore asks since when it has been this bad, and Javelin replies that he doesn't know, but it's been like this since he was a child. Javelin explained that his irritability stemmed from a discovery he made. That discovery was painting. He continued, saying that in those moments when he painted, he felt a brief sense of peace, which was why he wanted to be a painter. But instead, he wielded a sword. The sword sliced through the air. Javelin stated that a sword was a highly effective tool for inflicting pain on others. Theodore asked if that brought him any comfort. Javelin responded that it did not. He continued, saying that once he became strong, it didn't feel like it made much of a difference. Javelin explained that either way, his twisted spite and bitterness brought him to where he was now, so he supposed it wasn't all bad. Theodore inquired if he had ever sought proper treatment, to which Javelin replied that he had tried every remedy said to help with headaches. Javelin gestured to their surroundings, indicating that, as Theodore could see, nothing had worked. He added that thanks to that, quite a few incompetent doctors lost their lives. Theodore looked on, concerned. Javelin told Theodore not to be too afraid, as he didn't plan on killing him. Yet, Theodore, tears welling in his eyes, gives a thumbs up, expressing his gratitude. Javelin, standing nearby, thinks to himself that he doesn't want to die yet. He continues to ponder, realizing he needs to come up with something if he wants to live. Theodore notices that his hands are healing and asks Javelin if he would like him to get rid of his headache. Javelin reminds him that no medicine or remedy has ever been able to cure his headache, questioning what Theodore could possibly do. Theodore looks up at Javelin, ready to respond. Theodore states that every doctor who confidently said they could cure Javelin is already dead. He then says he will say it without confidence, asking to just let him try. Theodore pleads with Javelin not to kill him, and asks if he's going to say something like the attempt itself is beautiful. Javelin stares down at Theodore. Javelin thinks to himself that he just doesn't want to die. Javelin thinks that he doesn't plan on killing Theodore anyway, and if he fails, he'll just console him to save him from embarrassment. Theodore thanks Javelin and tells him to just leave it to him. The scene shifts to a view of a grand building. Theodore, looking determined, declares that they should begin. Javelin, observing Theodore, thinks to himself that he will see if he can really get rid of his headache. Theodore placed his hands on Javelin's head, a gesture that prompted a silent question from the man beneath his touch. Javelin then asked what Theodore was doing as he felt the doctor's hands on his head. Ignoring the question, Theodore focused, reminding himself to stay focused as he activated his healing hand skill. The system interface displayed the activation of the My Hands Are Healing Hands, LV.1, skill. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from Theodore's hands as he channeled the healing energy. Javelin was surprised by the sensation, noting how refreshing it felt. The sensation was new to Javelin, who admitted he had never felt anything like it before. Theodore's assistant, Diop, watched with a mix of surprise and curiosity, wondering how Theodore was accomplishing this. Theodore continued to focus, repeating to himself that his hands were healing and that he needed to stay focused. Diop asked Javelin how it felt to be free of the constant headache. Javelin paused, considering the question. He admitted that he didn't know what to say, that it felt strange, almost wrong, and yet. Javelin confessed that he didn't know why, but he felt like crying. Javelin admitted that he never imagined Theodore would actually succeed in curing his headache, but cautioned that it was too soon to let his guard down. Theodore, surprised by Javelin's reaction, was informed by Diop that the treatment he gave would only last for a day. Theodore's words echoed, promising daily headache treatments. The next morning, Javelin wondered if he would feel any pain. Theodore assured him that as long as he didn't oversleep and miss his morning treatment, he would be fine, which brought Javelin a sense of relief. Theodore encouraged Javelin to rely on his treatment, to keep depending on it until he couldn't live without it. With a sinister grin, Javelin thought that then he could make a clean escape when the time was right. Theodore assured Javelin that he could count on him. Javelin thought that it was a relief, and that he would be counting on Theodore again tomorrow. As promised, every morning, Theodore used his healing hands, gently stroking Javelin's head and wiping away his headache completely. Javelin thought that Theodore was as expected of the same physician. Theodore announced that today's treatment was complete. Javelin thought that this was good, and that he never wanted to go back to the pain ever again. Javelin realized that now, he couldn't even function properly without Theodore's treatment, and that without him, he'd never be able to endure the pain again. Theodore exclaimed that it worked, and that everything was set. Someone declared that they had something important to tell. Theodore asked what was so important, realizing that tonight, he needed to offer a crucial prayer. Javelin asked what kind of prayer. Theodore explained that in order to continue the treatment he gave Javelin every morning, he must offer a prayer tonight. Theodore explained that the treatment he provided wasn't free, clarifying that he healed using a blessing granted by the heavens. Once a month, on the night of a full moon, Theodore continued, he must prepare clear, cold water and offer a sincere prayer to the moon. From the moment the moon rises until it fully sets, Theodore must perform this prayer. If he failed, there would be consequences. Javelin asked if he would lose his healing powers. Theodore confirmed that he would lose his ability for at least a month, until the next full moon. Javelin questioned if that was true, and Theodore swore on his honor that it was. Theodore added that while he prayed, he must not be seen by anyone. If anyone witnessed him offering his prayer, then he would lose his healing abilities. That's why he needed a safe place where he could pray without anyone. Javelin revealed that he had already chosen a location and would like Theodore to prepare it for his prayer. Javelin thought that if what Theodore said was true, he would have to endure that endless headache again, and he never wanted to return to those horrible days. Theodore stated that he had no choice. Javelin told him to tell him the location, and he would have it prepared, thanking him. Theodore responded that there was no need to thank him, and if anything, he should be the one grateful. The location was a secluded area, and Javelin commanded that no one must look back. Javelin stated that he would be waiting with the soldiers below. Javelin told Theodore that he would see him again in the morning after his prayer. Javelin added that if Theodore was worried that he might run away, he didn't need to, as he also felt fulfilled treating His Excellency's headaches. A deal was struck. Under the light of the full moon, Theodore prepared the water as instructed. He began to chant, calling upon heavenly spirits. Nearby, 2 guards commented on the melancholic moon and questioned the nature of Theodore's prayer. Theodore continued his prayer, beseeching the mighty spirits. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. As dawn approached, the sun began to rise. Suddenly, a guard shouted that there was big trouble. The guard exclaimed that someone had disappeared. Chanting echoed through the cavern as figures in dark cloaks performed their ritual. The ritual seemed to be working, as one of the figures exclaimed that it had. The figure then bid farewell to the fools. The man looked up, confused by the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from below. The force of the blast sent the cloaked figures flying. The man cried out, reaching for someone. Someone groaned in pain. Theodore was being held by 2 men. The men asked if Theodore was all right. One of the men stated that he came as instructed in the note Sir Gosium delivered. Theodore looked shocked. Theodore realized that while Javelin was away, he needed to inform Garden and Damien about the escape plan. Theodore, still in bed, was counting on Sir Gosium. Sir Gosium, a small, spiky creature, seemed determined. Meanwhile, Garden and Passero examined Sir Gosium, trying to understand its significance. Garden and Passero also studied a map, which instructed them to meet in the small forest below the cliff before dawn. Passero wondered what the drawing on the map represented. Elsewhere, Damien asked how the Crown Prince knew about the cave in the middle of the hill. Damien revealed that he had been stuck by Javelin's side the whole time. The Crown Prince admitted that he ended up learning the terrain and all sorts of things he didn't even want to know, and Damien questioned if he remembered all of that. The Crown Prince admitted that it was a lie, and that in the novel, Damien discovered this spot by chance during the Great War between Javelin and the Empire. Damien declared that they should move. Damien instructed them to head toward the kingdom's army, to the rock in the center of the plains. The Crown Prince was asked if this place was safe. Damien stated that they shouldn't move somewhere else, because this was exactly why this was the safest place. It was explained that neither side could properly exert their influence here. Under the clear visibility of day, the group decided to wait until nightfall to proceed, using the time to rest. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the landscape. Huddled together, the group remained hidden amongst the rocks. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, calling for Physician Rihan. The call echoed with urgency. Nearby, it was reported that none of their horses had gone missing. The group wondered if they had been spotted. Fear gripped them as they tried to remain unseen. A voice declared that with their pace, there was no way they could have slipped past the army surveillance, implying they were known. Despite any betrayal of sincerity, the speaker still wished to treat them with genuine kindness. The speaker promised to forgive them just this once. The voice declared that they would never take their life over this matter. The speaker's intensity was palpable. The speaker vowed to keep their forgiveness in their heart. The voice echoed, and one of the men recognized it as Javelin's. One of the men expressed concern that if they were to leave now, Javelin would cut off their legs and drag them back. He questioned if that was what Javelin would do to their highness' legs. Another man reassured them that it was fine, stating that if that bastard made a move, the kingdom's army would react immediately. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted nearby, accompanied by the sound of something being launched. Another explosion followed, closer this time. The man who had spoken about Javelin earlier was visibly shaken by the sudden explosions. From a vantage point, the group could be seen hiding behind a rock. One of the men reassured the others, saying he told them it would be fine. The others were visibly shocked and questioned what had just happened. One of the men, peering over the rock, wondered what was happening. A volley of arrows was launched from a distance. The arrows rained down, engulfed in flames. The surrounding area was quickly consumed by fire. Flames spread rapidly through the tall grass. The man who had been peering over the rock exclaimed that someone was a lunatic. From within a small alcove, desperate pleas echoed. The men inside knew that remaining in their current location would mean certain doom. The source of their fear became clear. A massive wave of fire surged toward them, consuming everything in its path. Panic set in as one of the men wondered what to do. The situation was dire, his body reacting to the stress of the moment. Meanwhile, two others were in a state of distress. One man, grabbing the other, frantically asked what they should do. Theodore, resolute, declared that they would run northeast. Pissarro, confused, asked him to repeat himself. Theodore clarified that northeast meant toward Amboise, not east. One of the men admitted they had lied to the princess to get this far, acknowledging that they might die if caught. The man with red hair explained that the wind was pushing the fire from west to east, and the flames were spreading faster than they could run. He warned that fleeing with their backs to the fire would be fatal. It was imperative that they move at a right angle to the fire's path, as there was no time to waste. Elsewhere, a figure declared that they had found their target. It was revealed that after everything he had done for him, he still chose to abandon him. The armored figure questioned how the other dared betray his heart. From atop a cliff, a group of Imperial guards were spotted. A sword glowed with intense power. The figure advanced. The figure commanded them to advance. The armored figure continued their assault. The flames intensified around them. The armored figure pressed their advantage. The figure vowed to cripple their enemies, ensuring they could never escape. The armored figure's face was twisted in rage. Elsewhere, a soldier questioned the unfolding events. The smoke obscured their vision, but they could make out three figures. The soldier wondered who could be so important that Javelin would set fire to the land, raise his voice in a high castle, and send out cavalry. Another soldier recalled that Javelin seemed to shout something before the fire arrows were released, and asked if anyone had heard what it was. One of the soldiers believed that Javelin must have adjusted the mana in his voice to prevent the exact words from being heard, calling it a tactic to shake their morale. Another soldier agreed, stating that it aligned with his own thoughts. The soldier then asked if he should personally lead the mission. He was told that he must always remain by the speaker's side. Instead, the speaker would send that child and the royal guards. The speaker believed that if they stepped forward to save the people, it would be a powerful symbol in its own right. The order was given. The royal guards were to prepare to move out. The royal guards advanced. With a resounding battle cry, Javelin Flamberge orders a charge. The soldiers follow Javelin's command. He directs everyone to head northeast. The soldiers ride out on horseback. Javelin vows to save his people, urging them to wait for him. The ground trembles as the army advances. Javelin wonders if the crown prince is watching, stating that he has grown stronger thanks to him, and now stands proudly against the rebels to save their suffering people. Javelin looks determined. He asks the crown prince to cheer him on, promising to never forget his gratitude and to always do his best. Damien Kyan pauses, noticing something. He thinks that he has definitely seen that ridiculously well-built side profile before. Damien calls out to Garden, asking him to go together. Damien looks surprised. He questions what the crown prince is doing there. A woman with pink hair and a stern expression is seen in uniform. Elsewhere, a man with red hair appears surprised. The sound of a horse's hooves echoes. The pink-haired woman, mounted on a white horse, demands to know why the red-haired man is present. The group stands in a grassy field. The woman on horseback is accompanied by several figures. The red-haired man nervously greets her, but is then asked why he lied. The woman questions if there is a reason for his presence. The red-haired man explains that it has been over 10 days since he last sent a letter and that he thought she had already returned home. He is then asked why he is being chased by the rebels. The red-haired man appears nervous. The woman notices a mark and asks if he has been with the rebels the whole time, accusing him of lying. The red-haired man admits that he was part of the rebel command. The red-haired man states that it was a productive experience, but his involvement was a sacrifice. The woman questions if it was a sacrifice. The red-haired man declared that he risked everything, keeping his eyes sharp like a blade aimed at the enemy's heart, and that his only goal was to be of some use to the kingdom's forces. However, the pink-haired woman insisted that now was not the time for such talk, reminding him that she had no idea what he had been through. Meanwhile, the rebels were pushing through the flames, closing in. The charge intensified. The pink-haired woman ordered Damien Kyan and Garden to get on horseback and go ahead, while she would stay behind to cover them. Damien acknowledged the order. The red-haired man urged her to scold him later, as they needed to run now. She questioned if they should run. The pink-haired woman declared that since it had come to this, they should face them head-on and crush them completely. She believed this was an opportunity to annihilate them, setting a powerful example and boosting their morale. The red-haired man exclaimed that if they clashed with them, they would all die. It was revealed that Javelin himself was leading the charge just to catch her. The pink-haired woman was shocked. The red-haired man wondered what she had done to get Javelin so obsessed with her. The red-haired man realized that somehow she had become the most important person in Javelin's life, and they had gotten dangerously close while they were hesitating. The pink-haired woman, astride her horse, is told that if Swordmaster Javelin is leading the cavalry, they must stop here. An energy seems to emanate from a sword. The order is given for all forces to regroup. The cavalry advances, led by the pink-haired woman. The red-haired man questions what she is doing, insisting that they need to run. She declares that they have to buy themselves time to escape, ordering the second and third ranks to get their crossbows ready. The red-haired man looks on in shock. Soldiers prepare their crossbows. A soldier takes aim. A volley of crossbow bolts is unleashed. The bolts fly through the air. The bolts strike their targets. A horse rears up in pain. Men are sent flying as they are struck by the bolts. The pink-haired woman shouts for a full retreat. Amidst the chaos, the order was given to escort the princess and fall back, a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. The armored soldiers moved swiftly to protect their charge, hoping to create a safe passage. They fought fiercely, trying to get away safely. Suddenly, the pink-haired woman paused, hearing an unfamiliar sound. Her eyes widened in alarm as the sound grew louder. The name Javelin was shouted amidst the fray, signaling a dire turn of events. The ground trembled as something massive approached. Javelin appeared, mounted and ready for battle. Theodore, witnessing Javelin's arrival, thought that he was grinning like a total maniac. Diop, nearby, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Javelin charged forward, his silhouette a harbinger of destruction. His warhorse thundered across the battlefield, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. A soldier cried out, announcing that Javelin was gone. The pink-haired woman and Theodore exchanged a look of disbelief and horror. The aftermath of Javelin's attack left a scene of devastation. The force of Javelin's attack sent a soldier and his horse hurtling through the air, the ground shattering beneath them. Nearby, another soldier witnessed the devastation. Theodore, barely able to stand, was asked if he enjoyed deceiving Javelin. Javelin vowed to ensure that Theodore would never even think of running again. Javelin's menacing gaze intensified. Theodore, terrified, could only sit and watch. Damien Kian's expression was one of grim determination. The force of the attack sent another soldier flying. The impact of the blow created a massive explosion of energy. Another soldier watched the scene unfold, judging Damien's level to be that of a mid-tier sword expert at best. The ground continued to crack and shatter under the immense power. Javelin stood over the battlefield, his cape billowing behind him. Damien clashed with Javelin, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Javelin's attack was relentless. Damien was sent flying through the air, prompting a cry of alarm. As Damien was sent flying, someone shouted for him to run, insisting that he couldn't win this fight. Theodore, however, was in no position to worry about anyone else at the moment. Theodore was sent crashing to the ground. The force of the impact was immense. Suddenly, new character 2 scooped Theodore up, urging him to get a hold of himself. They dashed away. Despite the danger, Theodore refused to abandon Damien. Amidst the chaos, new character 2 insisted that they had to leave. She thought to herself that it wasn't just because Damien was the protagonist of this world's story, or that he was destined to be one of the strongest fighters. New character 2 couldn't explain it, realizing that speaking the truth would reveal secrets that must never be spoken. She knew that if she did, the one who created Damien would step in directly. New character 2 addressed someone as Princess, who responded with a yes. The princess was told that if they wanted to save everyone, she was the key. Someone asked what she was, and was told that from now on, she had to do exactly as they said. Theodore was asked if he could do that. A woman with pink hair tells a man with red hair what he needs to do from now on. The woman leans in close to the man, whispering in his ear. The woman asks if he really thinks that's possible, while encouraging him to go. The man is serious. The man thinks there are some things in this world that are better off never happening. It is said that not all forms of growth are purely beneficial. Destruction in the name of creation, annihilation in the name of rebirth. The Dark Sword Emperor is a story of destruction and creation. A figure stands before a grand structure, seemingly reading the story. And at its center stood Damien Kian. The title is revealed, The Drug-Selling Prince. The scene is filled with a sense of foreboding. In the ruins of a fallen empire, after order had collapsed, Damien grew stronger. The world is in ruins. He grew, shattered the world once again. He had led everything to be reborn. That was the fate placed upon Damien's shoulders, and he followed through with it. Damien considered that if he abandoned him there, if he were forced into a crisis he truly couldn't escape from, then he would finally awaken to what he really was. And when that being moved, this entire world would meet its end. That's why he made all sorts of excuses to bring him out of the arena. That's why he kept him close. They went through all kinds of crazy situations, but at least by his side, he wouldn't face the same trials as in a novel. And yet, it still came to this. Someone shouted at Rakiel to get a grip. Now wasn't the time to freeze up in fear. Compared to Damien awakening, the chaos in Cremo was nothing. Someone asked the princess if they were ready, and to just give them a moment. With a moment to gather herself, new character 2 declares that she is ready. The princess stands tall, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Meanwhile, the battle rages on. The clash of steel echoes through the battlefield as soldiers fight. Swords meet with a resounding clang. An attacker moves with speed and precision. Theodore smirks, his sword crackling with purple energy. Theodore taunts his opponent, asking if he is already exhausted. The two clash, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. Theodore's opponent realizes that he had thought Theodore was just defending himself. The opponent is shocked by Theodore's skill. Theodore continues to evade every attack by the narrowest margin. Theodore's opponent realizes that he is slipping through his attacks. Theodore's eyes narrow, focused on the fight. Theodore's opponent thinks that every now and then, there are people like him. Theodore thinks to himself that the ones who just keep growing endlessly. Theodore believes that if he crushes him now, that will be the end of it. Theodore takes a step forward. Theodore's eyes glow. Theodore swings his weapon. Theodore's attack is fast. Theodore continues his assault. Theodore's opponent is able to dodge the attack. The opponent acknowledges that Theodore dodged the attack and says it wasn't bad. Theodore's opponent stands his ground. Theodore's opponent thinks to himself that he can still fight. Theodore's opponent looks determined. Theodore clashes with his opponent. Theodore looks surprised. Theodore's opponent strikes. Theodore is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The attacker's blade glows with a menacing red aura. Theodore grits his teeth, pain etched across his face. His opponent stands tall, declaring this game tedious. Theodore coughs, struggling to regain his composure. The attacker prepares to strike the final blow. He reflects on his impending end, lamenting that it would occur in such a place. Theodore curses his situation. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Theodore's eyes widen as he notices something is off. He senses that something feels strange. Theodore realizes that time seems to have stopped. He notes that the sword is aimed at his heart, yet he feels no fear or unease. The strange sensation intensifies. Time comes to a halt. Theodore, frozen in time, could only watch as his opponent seemed to question the situation. Meanwhile, the opponent was enveloped in a strange, purple energy. The energy intensified, causing the opponent to gasp. Theodore's opponent realized that his mana flow was strange. From afar, a voice urged the princess to throw it now. Theodore heard that sound. A woman with pink hair declared that she was throwing it. She screamed as she threw the object. The object hurtled through the air. Theodore's opponent stood in the distance. He questioned what they thought he would do with something like that. The object continued to fly through the air. The object exploded. Theodore fell through the air. He realized that his hands were back. Theodore looks around, still falling, a question mark floating above his head as he tries to understand what is happening. Below him, a surge of power emanates from his hands, musical notes dancing in the air around him. The energy intensifies, focusing on his hands. Meanwhile, Javelin, still on the ground, curses Rihan for daring to use such power against him. Theodore continues to fall, his expression shifting from confusion to a pained grimace as he grits his teeth. His eyes widen as he feels the surge of power within him. A notification appears, indicating that his healing hand skill has been activated and that Javelin's headache has subsided. Theodore, now surrounded by water, smiles, clearly enjoying the sensation of his restored abilities. The experiment had worked. The red-haired man watched with satisfaction. The armored man noticed the change, commenting on the other's aura. Something was gone, but what? The red-haired man didn't even realize what a headache meant to him. So now he's in a state of cognitive dissonance. Theodore is in a state of cognitive dissonance. And that is routine. The white-haired youth knew the moment he first checked his pulse. Javelin must have felt a headache every time he swung his sword. It was a pain he's lived with since birth. A pain he's always endured through sheer willpower. Even when he reached the level of a sword master, it must have been the same, enduring that pain, gritting his teeth. It became part of his routine. The loss was devastating, striking at the very core of Javelin's being, eroding his swordsmanship and mana techniques, and his determination to push through. They were a part of him, now gone. And now that part was gone, throwing him completely off balance. Javelin's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with a fierce resolve. Damien, kneeling beside him, cried out in anguish, his voice filled with concern for his highness. Damien asked what happened to him, stating that the moment he thought it was all over, it felt like time had stopped. A strange sound echoed in the distance. Meanwhile, Rakiel felt the silence closing in around him. It was like he was slipping into an eternal sleep. At this rate, Javelin's name was called out. A voice declared that they were using a healing hand. That voice, it was calling out to his highness. Rakiel realized that was right. He lamented that he still hadn't gotten his extra hazard pay. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Elsewhere, a figure admitted they were unsure what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Damien was the subject of someone's ire. That person observed that Damien had gotten one step closer to his true nature. Theodore and Guinness watched with concern. But when they looked, they saw a figure standing in a pool of blood. Theodore's expression was grim. His eyes narrowed. Theodore moved to attack. His opponent met him head-on. The two clashed. Theodore's attacker grinned. Guinness urged Theodore to buy them some time and escape while he still could. Guinness warned that if they missed this chance, there wouldn't be another. Theodore and his opponent continued to fight. Theodore is being urged to flee, but his opponent is not giving him any room to breathe. Meanwhile, Guinness is thinking that Theodore must be thinking that he is crazy. The man with the ponytail confirms that he is. Theodore's attacker wonders if he doesn't trust his employer. Guinness unleashes toxic smoke from slot 1. He reflects that he inhaled that smoke little by little, saving it up for this exact moment. Guinness explains that since he covered his face with it in a surprise attack, his opponent must have inhaled at least a little of it. The next step is to execute Plan 119. The man with the ponytail is shocked. Elsewhere, the order is given to secure the crown prince, and the pink-haired woman confirms. Guinness tells Theodore that they have at most 5 seconds to get ready to mount up. Theodore agrees, thinking that Guinness is really leaving it to the very end. Theodore looks on with concern. The man with the ponytail attacks. Javelin stands over the fallen Theodore and Guinness. Theodore, struggling to rise, realizes the dire situation, calling out Javelin's name in disbelief. Javelin stands tall, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the Crown Prince is informed that a disguise spell will be cast upon him. The Crown Prince questions if the spell will wear off easily. The caster assures Your Highness that he knows better than to cast a weak spell. The Crown Prince is reminded of the times the caster zapped him with lightning and froze his majesty solid. The Crown Prince asks if the caster is doubting his skills over a simple disguise spell. The Crown Prince relents, acknowledging that he understands. He is warned that there is one condition that will dispel the magic, and he must be careful. The Crown Prince asks what it is, and the caster explains that a physical impact strong enough to knock him unconscious will break the spell. He continues, explaining that his mana will form a protective layer around him, so the disguise spell will absorb the first hit and prevent him from passing out. The Crown Prince is warned that it only works once, and to be careful. The spell is cast. The Crown Prince's hair is shown. The Crown Prince's hand is shown as the spell takes effect. The man with the ponytail looked on with concern. Theodore lay on the ground, prompting the man to wonder if he was indeed the Crown Prince of Magentano. Meanwhile, Javelin's forces continued their advance, shouting the Crown Prince's name. The ground shook as they approached. Javelin warned that if they didn't want to see the Crown Prince die, they shouldn't come any closer. The air crackled with energy. Guinness screamed as he was struck. Theodore, still on the ground, wondered how he was supposed to escape. He wondered if his status would help him, but realized that Javelin wouldn't care. Theodore realized that in the worst-case scenario, he would end up as a hostage, and the rebellion would win. He knew the Magentano royal family wouldn't even be able to intervene. Theodore realized he would be cast out of the Emperor's favor. Theodore knew he needed to get up naturally and wait for the right moment to escape. He had successfully endured a direct hit imbued with the power of a swordmaster, and the Azrahan heart method engraved in his heart had actively analyzed and learned from this unique experience. His Azrahan heart method had discovered a new way to absorb external impact and mitigate physical damage. A new option, HP conversion, had been unlocked within the Azrahan heart method, allowing the conversion of HP stored in internal organs into actual life force. The amount of HP that could be converted was adjustable, and as the Azrahan heart method evolved, the efficiency of the conversion would improve. Currently, the conversion rate was 10 HP to 1 life force, with a current life force of 210 out of 300. The Crown Prince protagonist considered the implications. If he used this, Damien Cayenne confronted him, demanding, "Why did you deceive me?" Damien's expression was severe, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The Crown Prince protagonist retorted that Damien had mocked his goodwill. He scoffed, dismissing Damien's goodwill. Damien declared that the Crown Prince was just the leader of some rebel army from a mere kingdom, and asked if he was offering goodwill to make him a friend. The Crown Prince protagonist questioned if Damien still saw him as the physician Rihan. Damien remained silent, his arms crossed. The Crown Prince protagonist reminded Damien of his constant presence, accusing him of threatening to cut off his legs just to keep him nearby, calling it obsession and a full-blown sickness. He told Damien to stop embarrassing himself and back off while he was still giving him a chance, and to stop pretending they were ever close. The Crown Prince protagonist lamented that he didn't want things to end like this. He thought that in this city, no one would recognize him. Nearby, someone called out for Princess Adeline and the royal guards, asking if the princess was all right. The figure declared that if he wiped them all out, there wouldn't be any witnesses. Meanwhile, Rakiel questioned if the other party was seriously still thinking about cutting off his legs to keep him by their side. The unseen figure responded that they had the confidence to keep Rakiel hidden beside them until the very end, and beyond that, they had the confidence to bring down the entire empire. Elsewhere, a group of mounted soldiers charged forward, swords raised. Rakiel was told that he had lost his damn mind, prompting him to ask why. The other figure asked Rakiel if he thought they couldn't do it. The air crackled with unseen energy. Someone watched intently, Their eyes narrowed. A figure stood ready, a sword held in their hands, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. A close-up revealed a sinister smile. Activating the Azrahan breathing technique, the Crown Prince protagonist uses the skill exclusive option 2, Immovable. The skill provides that for 5 minutes, the firm durability of his mana circle will protect his nervous system. Furthermore, no matter the impact, he will never faint or lose consciousness. The timer shows that the immovable effect has 4 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. The Crown Prince protagonist recalls that he gained this option by enduring Adeline's shockwaves 500 times. The skill exclusive option 2, Immovable, has a limit of being activated once a day and lasts 5 minutes. For the next 5 minutes, he won't pass out no matter what. The Crown Prince thinks to himself that he can endure this. The Crown Prince protagonist is struck by the enemy. The force of the blow sends him crashing down. The Crown Prince protagonist grunts in pain. The Crown Prince protagonist's current HP is 130 out of 300. He realizes that just one hit did this much damage and that this guy really is a monster. The Crown Prince protagonist reflects that if he hadn't used Immovable, he would have blacked out again. The Crown Prince protagonist thinks that in that case, the Crown Prince initiated the HP conversion, focusing on maximizing his defenses. He converted 1,700 HP. The conversion manifested as a surge of energy. Simultaneously, 170 HP was restored. His HP was fully restored. The Crown Prince realized the skill had worked. He considered the HP conversion to be a cheat code. Now that he had restored his health, he smirked. He wondered if he should test it out. Now that Rakiel had taken a hit, he didn't think it was that bad. The Crown Prince wondered if that was all a Swordmaster had. Javelin realized that the Crown Prince had blocked his strike twice when he was aiming to sever his legs instantly. And yet, there was no trace of impact from stopping the attack. Javelin questioned if that was all he had. Rakiel taunted Javelin, telling him that he was weak and had no bite, and questioned if he was really a Swordmaster. Rakiel knew he needed to keep Javelin occupied, even if just for a moment, to buy Damien time to recover. The Crown Prince grinned, a manic energy in his eyes. He taunted his opponent, demanding that Javelin not disappoint him and give his best shot. The Crown Prince appeared in multiple places at once, goading Javelin to come and get him. Javelin scoffed, wondering if Rakiel really thought he would fall for such a low-level taunt. Javelin moved with blinding speed. Rakiel's current HP was at 190 out of 300, with 5,700 HP currently held. Rakiel converted more HP, restoring 110 HP. The Crown Prince's current HP maxed out at 300 out of 300. He declared that a real man stays at full HP. Rakiel's eyes narrowed. He paused, realizing something. Rakiel realized that he had finally gotten used to taking hits, and now the Eternal Frost was the problem. Focusing his mana, Rakiel prepared to generate an ice barrier. He began the Azrahan breathing technique. The Crown Prince focused, gathering mana using the Azrahan breathing technique. He needed to reinforce Eternal Frost with the accumulated mana, absorbing the surrounding mana to do so. The technique channeled energy through the air. Mana seeped into his muscles, fascia, and nervous system. The Crown Prince was enveloped in a bright light. All of his senses were heightened to the limit. The air crackled with energy. Javelin steeled himself, declaring that he couldn't give up now. Javelin's hair whipped around him as he prepared to attack. His opponent was gone. Rakiel's eyes glowed as he wondered where the attack would come from. His gaze intensified. A powerful strike landed. The force of the blow reverberated. The impact exploded. The Crown Prince had vanished, leaving only a faint trace of his presence. His skill, Azrahan breathing technique, activated a meridian scan. The scan successfully locked onto its target. Rakiel spotted Javelin. Javelin prepared his real attack, an upward slash. The attack was swift and powerful. But Rakiel met the attack head-on. The Crown Prince taunted Javelin, questioning if that was all he had, and dismissing sword masters as unimpressive. Rakiel declared that he could read all of Javelin's movements. In extreme combat situations, the Azrahan breathing technique allowed him to efficiently manage his vitality. The Azrahan breathing technique leveled up, reaching single circle stage level 7. Rakiel's internal organs rallied to support him. His internal organs recognized his struggle to endure extreme conditions and sponsored him with 1,000 HP. The Crown Prince's body was being pushed to its limits, but his organs were providing support. Rakiel's body was being pushed to its limits, and his organs were urging him to focus, warning that if he died, they all would. The Azrahan breathing technique's duration has been extended, and its HP conversion efficiency has increased. The skill is now at single circle level 8, with a mana amplification rate of 230%. 3,000 HP is required for the next level up, and the Crown Prince currently holds 47,000 HP. With a determined expression, Rakiel prepares for the next attack. The clash between Rakiel and Javelin continues, their movements a blur of speed and power. Rakiel's opponent shouts that he shouldn't let go of that obsession by now. The Crown Prince continues to defend against Javelin's relentless attacks. Javelin thinks to himself that he is holding out while provoking him. The Crown Prince feels he is reaching his limit. Rakiel knows he must defend while Damien counters, believing that if he can handle Javelin's attacks, Damien can focus entirely on countering. Javelin thinks that he needs to simplify his attacks without having to awaken his true nature. Javelin admits to feeling a little bad about bringing up Rakiel's childhood trauma, but Javelin asks why Rakiel lived his life hiding behind that lie. Rakiel is shocked by Javelin's word about losing his father as a child, questioning if it wasn't just an accident. Javelin's expression darkens as he prepares to speak. Javelin silences Rakiel. The force of the blow sends tremors through the arena. The attack continues to escalate. Rakiel's eyes widen as he listens to Javelin's words. Javelin reveals that he based his deductions on what he overheard while Rakiel was sleep-talking, further twisting the knife by mentioning Rakiel's father. Javelin believes he has struck a nerve, judging by Rakiel's reaction. Javelin prepares to strike again, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Rakiel's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Javelin continues to taunt Rakiel, describing his first clumsy thrust and implying it was responsible for his father's death. Rakiel's mind reels from the accusation. Rakiel shouts that he has heard enough. Javelin remains unmoved, his stance unwavering. Energy crackles around Rakiel as his rage builds. Rakiel's immovable state has ended. Rakiel's face contorts with fury as he glares at Javelin. Rakiel's power surges, ready to be unleashed. A burst of energy erupts. The force of the blast sends Rakiel reeling, his hand raised to shield his face from the intense light. Staggering backward, Rakiel struggles to maintain his balance. Javelin's voice echoes, taunting, as he remarks that Rakiel truly doesn't know when to give up. Rakiel, now visibly enraged, clenches his fist, a surge of red energy emanating from his hand. Below, Damien Kyan watches the unfolding events with a stoic expression. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber. The warrior, momentarily stunned, wondered if he had passed out. Elsewhere, a knight, burdened by the weight of the princess in his arms, struggled to maintain his composure. Javelin's aura began to return. Realizing the shift in power, he knew he had to make his move. Theodore steeled himself, preparing for what was to come. Below, Rakiel descended further into the depths. He vowed not to repeat the same mistake that happened with Cremo. Energy crackled around him. The air grew thick with anticipation. Rakiel drew his sword, ready to strike. The blade shimmered with power. With a surge of energy, Rakiel launched himself forward. The surge of power continued to build around Theodore. Theodore was surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. Theodore knew it wasn't over yet, not if he wanted to protect his highness. He needed to get even stronger. Theodore resolved to push his mana to the absolute limit, stronger than ever before. The mana began to swirl around him. Someone shouted at Theodore. The voice warned Theodore that mana reversal was a death wish, asking if he was trying to get himself killed and if he thought someone would pick up the pieces if he died there. Theodore ignored the warning, realizing this was mana reversal. Theodore knew he had to stop immediately. Despite the danger, Theodore continued to focus. But there was no side effect at all. If anything, as his mana surged backward, it felt like he was breaking through another limit. Theodore wondered what would happen if he gradually redirected his mana while keeping control. He began to redirect his mana in a completely different direction, just a half turn. The energy continued to surge. Theodore's expression was one of intense concentration as he manipulated the mana. Theodore's mana surged, crackling with raw power as he prepared to execute the reversal. The energy intensified, swirling around him in a vortex of violet light. Theodore noticed the change as he swung his sword, realizing that his strike was stronger than usual. The force of the blow ripped through the air. He reflected on his training, acknowledging that he had practiced this move countless times, but had only ever reversed it halfway. Theodore admitted to himself that he had never tried a full reversal before. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate. The stakes were high. If he failed to protect his highness, they were all doomed. Rakiel knew he had to do this. Theodore resolved to surpass his limits, no matter what. He steeled himself, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The mana continued to build, taking on a life of its own. A voice echoed, declaring that he was the seed cast upon the world. The voice continued, foretelling that in time, that seed would grow into fire, consuming all that walked the earth, and on that day, he would be wielded with a triumphant smile. Theodore stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, his power reaching its zenith. Suddenly, Damien roared, commanding him to stop. Theodore, however, was already in motion, his power surging as he clashed with Damien. The impact of their collision reverberated outwards. The force of the blow was immense. Rakiel shielded his face, bracing against the shockwave. The force of the impact sent debris flying. Damien grinned, his sword crackling with energy as he pressed his attack. Rakiel, witnessing the exchange, called out Damien's name in alarm. The clash between the two warriors intensified, their powers colliding with devastating force. Damien remained focused, his expression grim as he fought. Rakiel realized something about the fight. He identified Damien's technique as the reverse a heart technique. Damien wondered how his sword was being blocked despite his skill. He realized that only aura could counter aura. Damien wondered if he was truly afraid of Theodore, unable to believe it could be possible. Theodore continued his assault, his sword crackling with energy. Damien, enraged, screamed that he would kill Theodore. The two clashed, their attacks creating shockwaves of energy. The force of their collision reverberated outwards. The impact of their blows sent debris flying. Theodore pressed his attack, his sword a blur of motion. Damien screamed in pain as he was struck. He was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Damien struggled to regain his footing. His expression was one of disbelief and pain. Theodore's attack shattered Damien's aura. Damien realized his aura had been broken. He was shocked that it had shattered in a single strike. The force of the blow reverberated through the arena. It was hard to believe, but the technique Damien was using was unlike anything seen before. The technique was described as the first characteristic of the Demon Sword Emperor's strongest, most dreadful technique. It was an unbelievable ability that always manifested a power one level above the opponent. It was said that even a sword master, no matter how powerful, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Damien couldn't believe it. He was losing to Theodore. He refused to lose. Damien's resolve hardened. Damien thought to himself that he hadn't shown everything he had, and that if he could just get his hands on Theodore, he would unleash his ultimate move. Suddenly, someone shouted for him to wait. Damien paused, looking surprised. The Crown Prince had intervened. Damien realized that the attack was already in motion and he couldn't stop it now, and at this rate he would end up killing him whether he wanted to or not. Damien wondered if the Crown Prince even realized what he was about to do. Of course, the Crown Prince was trying to. Damien declares his intent to initiate an elision. Theodore observes that if Damien is pushed any further, it will become a problem, and he vows to take good care of him. It is explained that elision is a battle technique where combatants channel mana. The technique is described as a crude and primitive method that shatters pure mana. It's stated that when it's a battle of pure internal mana, even the reverse a heart technique won't work. It's also noted that since Damien is physically smaller than Javelin, he is bound to lose. Theodore wonders if the rebel leader isn't as big-hearted as he thought, finding it pathetic that he's picking on someone smaller than him. Theodore questions if Rakiel is planning to sacrifice himself in place of his guard. Rakiel activates the Cussman skill. A warning appears, stating that he has illegally consumed a red sunflower seed, an item exclusive to mythical creatures. The warning continues, stating that because he is human and not a mythical creature, the gigantification effect will be limited to 3 minutes. The warning concludes by stating that red sunflower seeds can cause severe side effects in humans, and advises consulting a doctor, pharmacist, or traditional Korean medicine doctor immediately. The effects of the seed begin to manifest. It is warned that after gigantification ends, he will experience serious side effects and will fall into a coma for 5 days once the effect wears off. Someone wonders what they are even looking at, while another admits they have no idea. The Crown Prince, now noticeably larger, insisted that he had warned them about traditional Korean medicine. He held his hands up, displaying his increased size. Below, Theodore declared that he would not be absorbed by elision. Rakiel looked down, a slight smile playing on his lips. A flurry of text filled the air, including a desperate plea to stop Damien's full awakening. The text also suggested that if this worked, they all might make it out alive. Javelin was asked if he would surrender, as the fight appeared to be over. Damien Kyan, struggling, declared that he couldn't let go. He noted that his blood vessels were damaged, and his pure mana was being. Below, Rakiel was told that Damien was completely crushed by him, and asked if he was even listening. Damien thought to himself that he had fought his way to the top, competing with countless others, and wondered if it was all for nothing. He scoffed, wondering if all his effort had been for this. Damien wondered why the gigantification wasn't coming off. A screen displayed the time remaining for gigantification, 0 minutes 56 seconds. In that case, Rakiel smirked. Rakiel moved with incredible speed. Damien was sent flying through the air. Rakiel stood his ground. Damien, crashing to the ground, demanded that Rakiel get off of him, noting that there was barely any time left. Rakiel struggled against the gigantification, demanding to know why it wouldn't stop. Damien, battered and bruised, could only grit his teeth. His face was marred with cuts and scrapes. Damien steeled himself, thinking it was time for something. Elsewhere, Garden extended his hand, a surge of power emanating from him. Theodore lay prone on the ground, defeated. Garden unleashed a shot rocket. The force of the attack sent Damien flying. He crashed into the ground with tremendous force. Damien remained motionless, face down in the dirt. Garden stood tall, his expression resolute. Nearby, new character 2 questioned if she was seeing things correctly. It seemed so, she thought, adding that they should wrap things up now. Swords lay scattered across the battlefield. The timer displayed 0 minutes and 0 seconds remaining for the gigantfication. Garden stood amidst the dust and debris, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Damien, meanwhile, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his thoughts immediately turning to the Crown Prince's well-being. Weakly, Damien reached out, calling out to his ally. Damien's vision blurred as he struggled to remain conscious, his concern for Rakiel growing. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the events unfolding. From Damien's perspective, someone urgently called out to Rakiel. Damien was then embraced by someone. The royal attendant's voice echoed, calling for the Crown Prince. He wondered where His Highness was. The royal attendant called out again, his voice filled with urgency. Nearby, Rakiel, still in formal attire, seemed disoriented. Elsewhere, 2 figures, one with pink hair and the other with white, also wondered what was happening. The royal attendant watched as the Crown Prince and a princess walked together. The pink-haired woman urged Rakiel to get on stage. Rakiel, however, was still trying to figure out where he was. On stage, the MC thanked everyone for waiting. The MC then announced the main star of the show, the Crown Prince. The crowd was asked to welcome him with applause. Rakiel looked shocked. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Theodore congratulated Rakiel on reaching double circle. The screen displayed Rakiel's skill information, noting that his Azrahan heart technique skill grade had increased and his circle slots had been enhanced. Rakiel, still processing the announcement, wonders if he is experiencing a slot 2 or slot fusion. Elsewhere, Garden's eyes widen as he seems to realize something. The materials stored in each slot are said to combine. Meanwhile, a bartender smoothly and sexily mixes a drink. He continues to mix the drink with precision. The bartender asks what the patron thinks of the simple drink. The drink is presented. As the bartender serves the drink, the patron wonders what is happening. Damien wonders if he is dreaming. A chandelier hangs above him. Elsewhere, Javelin stands with blood at his feet. Damien is seen from behind. Javelin demands to know what Damien did to him. Damien claims he did nothing. Javelin demands to know what Damien did to this world. A sword drips with blood onto the floor as a voice asks if he knew from the start, explaining that he was just trying to protect him. The scene shifts to Javelin, who demands an answer from Damien, asking if he knew. That's not Damien, he thinks. Elsewhere, a figure struggles against a gag. Javelin realizes that something was planted inside him, questioning him. He hesitates, telling himself to wait a second and not to tell him. The figure with the gag manages to choke out Damien's name. The focus returns to Damien's suit. The scene shows a dining room, and Javelin thinks that this is how it ends. He calls out Damien's name. Elsewhere, the figure with the gag screams. The scene focuses on the figure's neck. The figure continues to scream. The figure is seen lying in bed. The figure, Rakiel, calls out Damien's name, as someone wonders if he did that on purpose and if he is not in an awakened state. Javelin, with a stern expression, informs someone that he wants them to know something. He thinks to himself that the headbutt he just received will not make him forget about his hazard pay. Instead of counterattacking, Rakiel's first thought is shaking Javelin down for money. Rakiel exclaims that it is Damien, it's really Damien, and asks what Javelin takes him for. Rakiel expresses that he is really glad. Rakiel asks Damien to give him his hand. Damien asks pardon, stating that he wants to check Rakiel's pulse. Damien thinks to himself that he needs to check how far Rakiel's reversa heart technique awakening has progressed. Rakiel tells Damien to just give him his hand when he asks for it, thinking of it as company healthcare. Damien asks Rakiel if he has reached advanced sword expert. Damien asks how Rakiel knew that. Rakiel asks if Damien forgot his skills, stating that he recognized Damien's symptoms the moment he first saw him. Damien thinks to himself that at this rate, Rakiel's insomnia is going to get worse, and his nerves will become even more sensitive. Rakiel states that he understands. Rakiel seems to understand Damien's concerns. The screen displays the words, initiating pulse diagnosis. The diagnostic screen displays Damien Kyan's examination report, noting his race as human, his age as 3,912 years, his height as 186.6 centimeters, his weight as 79.2 kilograms, and his blood type as He+D. Meanwhile, Damien holds Rakiel's hand, a concerned expression on his face as he wonders if Rakiel is truly human. Damien reflects that something has changed since he first met Rakiel. The screen indicates that Rakiel's awakening is progressing. The overall diagnosis states that Rakiel is exceptionally healthy, strong, and physically balanced, but that severe insomnia has been detected due to excessive activation of sensory and sympathetic nerves. The screen also notes residual damage from a recent reckless mana reversal attempt. The screen advises proper rest and meditation to soothe overstimulated nerves and an exhausted physical state. Additionally, anomalous, unidentified foreign tissue has been detected in Rakiel's bloodstream, tissue that recently experienced rapid birth and proliferation, but, for some unknown reason, its growth has now halted. Damien thinks that at least the awakening has stopped for now, probably thanks to him taking the hit from Javelin's secret technique instead. Rakiel looks at the screen and thinks that it's good as long as it doesn't progress any further. Damien tells Rakiel that he must not attempt mana reversal again, but Rakiel insists that he feels perfectly fine. Damien tells Rakiel not to be so optimistic, saying no and meaning it. He asks what's with that face, and says that if Rakiel tries mana reversal one more time, he's done for. Rakiel asks if that isn't unfair dismissal. Rakiel asks Damien that if he doesn't like it, why doesn't he become the Crown Prince? Damien states that now that Rakiel's checkup is done, he needs a report. He wants to know everything that happened while he was unconscious, and also what happened to Javelin. Damien's question hung in the air as the scene shifted. The fate of Javelin was now the topic of discussion. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince protagonist stood nearby, listening intently. Elsewhere, Amboise addressed someone, stating that he wished to speak with the king. Amboise continued, expressing his gratitude for the justice delivered upon the tyrant who tormented his people. He then welcomed the Crown Prince of Magentano. A message appeared, acknowledging the Crown Prince protagonist's significant impact on the Amboise Civil War, which would be recorded in the history books of the Laurasia continent. The Amboise royal family expressed its official gratitude. The Crown Prince protagonist was taken aback by this revelation. The message continued to display the words Crown Prince. The Crown Prince protagonist appeared honored by the recognition. Amboise stated that he was of some small assistance to their kingdom. Amboise then prepared to tell them what they were so eager to know, revealing that the moment Javelin lost consciousness, the rebels immediately surrendered. It was declared that everyone involved would be tried in a military tribunal. Furthermore, Javelin himself had been imprisoned on charges of treason. He was held in a cell, bound by chains. The Crown Prince protagonist inquired about the rebel soldiers. The Crown Prince protagonist's inquiry about the rebel soldiers prompted a response. It was declared that they would not be punished individually, as they were merely conscripted and forced onto the battlefield. Furthermore, it was stated that Javelin Flamberge would be used as experimental material. After all, he was a rare swordmaster. A traitor deserved neither forgiveness nor the honor of a noble. The bearded man, sipping from his cup, asked if the Crown Prince protagonist agreed that death would suit Javelin. The Crown Prince protagonist, with a polite smile befitting the politics of noble society, affirmed that a wretched end suited Javelin best, asking if that answered the bearded man's question. Theodore, standing nearby, responded with a simple yes. The bearded man hummed in thought. He wondered if there was something else. The bearded man stated that before, the Crown Prince protagonist had called him father-in-law. Rakiel protagonist was shocked, realizing he had forgotten about the lie's permission ticket. He sincerely apologized for the oversight, retracting his father-in-law status. Rakiel protagonist explained that he had been too hasty and acted disrespectfully. He had been serious at the time, but after spending time with the princess, he had come to a wise conclusion. That conclusion was that they should remain just friends. The bearded man mused that sending his daughter all the way to the capital was meaningless. Then, Rakiel protagonist admitted he had no excuse. The bearded man laughed, declaring that youth truly was a wonderful thing. The Crown Prince protagonist sat across from the bearded man, who stated that he burned brightly and burned out just as fast. He added that that's just how youth is, so he doesn't hold any grudges. However, the bearded man wondered if his daughter may have been rude to the Crown Prince protagonist. Meanwhile, the princess stood behind the Crown Prince protagonist, who was speaking to someone out of view. The Crown Prince protagonist recalled the princess's fiery temperament, wondering if she perhaps hit him. The princess had apparently struck the Crown Prince protagonist, who thought it was supposed to be treatment, but wondered if it was just some childish whim. The princess struck the Crown Prince protagonist, who was being protected by his guard. The guard called out to the Crown Prince protagonist. 3 days later, the Crown Prince protagonist was at a palace. The palace was large and ornate. Theodore thanked the Crown Prince protagonist for everything. The princess asked Theodore if he was really heading back to Magentano this time. Theodore confirmed that he really was. The princess stated that she must say that Theodore's excuses were quite creative. The princess recounted that Theodore told the Crown Prince protagonist that she hit him 500 times, that she has monstrous strength, that it was treatment, and that he... Two men observed that it was foolish, youthful emotion for Theodore to make a terrible mistake. They added that it was the passionate love of the young, and now that they've met. The Crown Prince protagonist, flustered, thought it would be best if they remained friends, lamenting that he did absolutely nothing. He knew he had to run. Meanwhile, Theodore offered a blessing, wishing that the Crown Prince's homeland be blessed with glory and prosperity. Theodore prepared to leave. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him, demanding to know where he thought he was running off to. The Crown Prince protagonist was shocked. The pink-haired woman wanted the Crown Prince to give her a chance next time. She grabbed his arm. The Crown Prince stuttered that he would be going now as he entered a carriage. The pink-haired woman waved goodbye, wishing him to travel safely. The Crown Prince protagonist looked out the window of the carriage. He thought that was too close. A voice announced that they were about to enter the imperial capital. The carriage traveled along the road. The Crown Prince protagonist worried that the emperor would make a fuss, realizing they must have heard everything by now. He sat tensely in the carriage. The Crown Prince protagonist resigned himself to his fate, knowing that cleaning up after him must have been a nightmare, not to mention the negotiations with Amboise. He knew he was going to get scolded again. Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a halt. The sudden stop caused alarm. Theodore informed Rachiel that it seemed His Majesty had come to greet him at the gate ahead. Indeed, the news spread that His Majesty had come to personally greet him. The carriage doors opened to reveal a grand reception. Rachiel realized how angry the Emperor must be to come all the way out there just to scold him. The Emperor stood tall, a figure of authority, as he declared Rachiel the rightful ruler of the empire. A voice echoed, declaring that Rachiel had returned safely. Rachiel was greeted by the Emperor. The Crown Prince protagonist was shocked. He struggled to breathe, wondering if the Emperor had already reached a double circle and if that was even possible at this speed. The Emperor recalled that it took even him 25 years to ascend to the double circle. The Emperor greeted Rachiel. Rachiel was surprised that there was no lecture. The question hung in the air. Was Rachiel truly happy? Meanwhile, the Emperor questioned if Rachiel was truly in pain from such a slight gesture of affection, wondering how he expected to bear the weight of the throne with such frailty. There it was, a hand extended, offering something. The Crown Prince wondered what it was. Proposals from royal families and noble houses across the continent. The proposals came from royal families and noble houses across the continent. Theodore was shocked.